Money is omnipotent, even in a high martial arts world. Effort cannot change destiny. Zheng had already lost hope until he encountered the God-rich system. As a master of the God-rich system, as long as your heart is still beating, wealth will continuously flow in. Current system level. Level 1, with each heartbeat, you will gain 0.1 credit points. Current balance, 0.3 blue star credit points. Many years later, when faced with his grandson's inquiry, Zheng Yu would still recall that sweltering summer day filled with cicadas and tea that time. He was very young, and he thought money was supreme. Now he has grown older and realized that indeed it is so. Chapter 1. The disappearing father, the sick mother, the disabled uncle, the broken home. Hey kid, rent is due next Tuesday. You know? Zheng Yu put down the handle of the small car in his hand, looked up, and saw two burly men in vests standing in front of him. One of them, with a face full of flesh and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was puffing smoke. The large gold chain around his neck glimmered in the sunlight. This was his landlord, Zhao Shan. Brother Zhao, the contract states payment is monthly. We already paid on the 6th of this month. Can we wait until the 6th of next month to pay again? Zheng Yu stood up straight and spoke softly. Zhao Shan was an employee of Shenglin Real Estate, and the house Zheng Yu was currently living in was developed by Shenglin Real Estate. Shenglin Real Estate is a large real estate company that has developed several properties in Anjiang District. Its business not only involves housing development and leasing, but also reportedly engages in some shady industries like lending. Zheng Yu had personally witnessed Zhao Shan beating someone to a pulp twice when collecting debts, so he felt a bit fearful of him. Is it my word that counts, or the contract? Zhao Shan exhaled a puff of white smoke into Zheng Yu's face. The door opening festival is coming soon. I need to collect the rent in advance to make arrangements. If you don't pay this money, who will? Chapter 2. Uncle using a voice changer support you. What are you daydreaming about? Zheng Yu turned his head in response to the voice and saw his uncle Zheng Qi pushing a wheelchair out of the room. Is it time for the high school entrance exam? Zheng Qi asked. Zheng Yu, somewhat confused, nodded and replied, yeah, in a little over 2 months. Just now, it was your uncle who couldn't control his temper. Don't take it to heart. I transferred you some money. Go buy some nutritional supplements and practice well, Zheng Qi said as he pushed the wheelchair to Zheng Yu's side and reached out to pat his head. Zheng Yu was taken aback and quickly picked up his phone to check and saw a notification on the screen, Huaxia Bank. Your account received a transfer of 6,300 credit points from Zheng Qi on June 22nd at 20:08:09. 6,300 points. Zheng Yu was stunned. How could his uncle have so much money? Uncle, this is... He looked at Zheng Qi with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, I met a rich second-generation kid with a head full of messy ideas. That guy spends money generously. Zheng Qi raised his eyebrows, revealing a proud expression. Zheng Yu recalled the snippets he had heard a few days ago and stammered. Uncle, did you really use a voice changer? Chapter 3. Godly rich system, so simple? Zheng Yu slowly clenched his fist. His physical abilities had never improved so quickly before. Run, keep running. Zheng Yu seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline, forcing his weary body to run through the community once more. This time, he ran for a full hour again and then drank another bottle of nutritional liquid. The effect was still very noticeable, and Zheng Yu could clearly feel his physical abilities had improved further. With only one bottle of nutritional liquid left, Zheng Yu reluctantly tucked it into his arms, secretly deciding to drink it tomorrow. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and it was nearly midnight. Thinking about having classes tomorrow, he hurried home to sleep. The next day, under the blazing sun, the sky was clear and cloudless, as if scorched by the high temperature until it had no impurities. At the 5th Junior High School of Anjiang District, the bell rang crisply, signaling the end of class. In an instant, the campus was filled with noise as students clustered together, streaming out of the teaching building towards the school gate. Old Zheng, a sharp voice called from behind. Zheng Yu turned around to find his friend Liang Jie. Liang Jie was dressed in a gray tracksuit, despite his tall and slender figure. He had already broken through level 8 in physical abilities last month and successfully entered the blood exchange realm, making him a well-known top student in the school. Chapter 4. Excessively reasonable withdrawal method, godly rich system? Zheng Yu shook his head, but the illusory screen in front of him still existed. His heart raced suddenly, and he vaguely felt that some great fortune was coming his way. Every heartbeat could increase 0.1 credit points. Zheng Yu instinctively touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat had never been so intense. If that's the case, wasn't he making money all the time? Zheng Yu stared at the time, silently counting his heartbeats. In 1 minute, he had 72 heartbeats, and the current balance on the screen changed from 0.3 to 0.75. This situation, where the screen displayed information without any operation required, clearly exceeded the current technological level of the world. Withdraw. Zheng Yu tried to silently chant in his mind. He wanted to verify the authenticity of this system. Currently, 7 credit points can be withdrawn. There is a discarded electronic watch in the trash bin downstairs, with a market recycling value of 7 credit points. Please collect it in a timely manner. Zheng Yu was taken aback. This method of wealth acquisition was too simple and unadorned, right? After thinking for a moment, he put on his clothes and walked out of the room, heading to the trash bin downstairs. Sure enough, among a pile of garbage, there was a watch. Chapter 5. Grains of sand in the era physical ability is like the foundation of strength, while martial arts techniques are the clever means of exerting force. According to the difficulty and power of cultivation, martial arts techniques are divided into 9 ranks. Each rank of martial arts is further subdivided into 4 levels based on proficiency: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and limit. According to the official scoring standards of the Great Xia Kingdom, in middle school examinations, the scores for beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and limit of first-rank martial arts techniques are 15, 30, 45, and 60, respectively. If multiple first-rank martial arts techniques are cultivated simultaneously, additional points can be earned based on proficiency, but the maximum score cannot exceed 70. The scores for beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and limit of second-rank martial arts techniques are 20, 40, 60, and 70, respectively, with no score limit for multiple second-rank martial arts techniques. Zheng Yu had cultivated 2 martial arts techniques, one being the first-rank movement technique Wind Walk, which had already reached the minor achievement level. The other was the second-rank technique Iron Sand Palm, which had been cultivated to the major achievement level. According to the teacher's estimate, his martial arts score could reach 70, which was quite excellent, far exceeding the average line. The cultivation of martial arts techniques differs from that of physical abilities. Drugs are merely auxiliary means, and the practitioner's comprehension is the key. Chapter 6. Iron Sand Palm, perhaps they've already forgotten about us, so they can't be bothered to target us anymore, right? Zheng Qi said with a bitter smile, mocking himself. Although there was no concrete evidence, their family had always secretly believed that the Rome family was behind the scenes, obstructing them from obtaining low-income support recognition. It should be known that the Rome family is one of the most deeply rooted families in the Great Xia Kingdom. With just a slight hint, countless people would willingly serve them to help achieve their wishes. Stop thinking about that, Mom. Uncle, eat more. Zheng Yu buried his head and ate heartily, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that some grudges would eventually need to be avenged. This meal was exceptionally satisfying. Perhaps it had been too long since he had indulged in meat so generously. After finishing, Zheng Yu felt warm all over, as if a wave of heat was continuously erupting within him. He stretched his muscles and clearly felt his muscle cells cheering and gently moaning. The nutritional liquid could certainly replenish the energy consumed by his body, but this delicious meat also provided a lot of power. Moreover, this was not only a physical satisfaction. On a spiritual level, it seemed to fill a certain void. Zheng Yu had a vague premonition that even if he stopped drinking nutritional liquid from now on, as long as he properly digested the energy absorbed from food over the past few days, he would smoothly enter the 6th level of physical ability. Chapter 7. Limit level Iron Sand Palm in the dead of night. The stars twinkled. Zheng Yu quietly stood in the living room, taking a deep breath as he slowly walked towards the wooden barrel filled with iron sand. Iron Sand Palm is an ancient martial technique passed down from the old era. Practitioners need to continuously grind their palms with iron sand to achieve the miraculous effect of their body becoming a weapon. Once cultivated to the extreme, the palms become as hard as iron, with power comparable to that of a weapon. Under the illumination of the bright light, the iron sand in the barrel shimmered with a cold glow. Zheng Yu first adjusted his posture and then began to breathe in a specific rhythm. As he breathed, his heart began to beat violently, and fresh blood quickly circulated through his body along his meridians. As time passed, Zheng Yu's palms gradually swelled, the muscles on his palms becoming engorged, emanating a layer of dark purple aura. "Drink!" Zheng Yu suddenly shouted, then forcefully plunged both hands into the iron sand. In an instant, a sharp pain shot from his palms, feeling as if countless steel needles had stabbed into his palms. as the top-tier second-rank martial technique. The iron sand palm is considered top-level not only because of its immense power after cultivation, but also because the training process is incredibly painful, and very few can endure it. Chapter 8. Double happiness refining bones is a crucial issue when breaking through to level 6 and advancing to level 7 physical abilities. This step mainly involves tempering the bones within the body to enhance its endurance. Zheng Yu is currently at the 5th level of physical ability, still far from this step. Unexpectedly, this time, with the help of the tiger gallbladder bone refining ointment, he had managed to complete this stage of training for his palms ahead of schedule. Not bad. Not bad. Zheng Yu stood in the living room, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly widened, and a surge of chaotic energy quickly surged through his palms into his bones, seemingly spreading throughout his entire body. Zheng Yu hurriedly steadied himself, straightened his back, and instinctively flicked his hand. With a crisp sound, the last trace of medicinal power from the tiger courage bone ointment completely dissipated, and a pleasant cracking sound emanated from Zheng Yu's bones. Level 6 Physical Fitness. The final round of bone training was complete. Zheng Yu tightly clenched his small fist, feeling the power contained within his muscles as they stretched, his small face filled with surprise. What a double joy tonight. His physical fitness and martial skills had both broken through at the same time. Chapter 9. A bag of steam buns sparks a dispute, Brother Zhao. Up so early? Zheng Yu felt a surge of vigilance in his heart, but still greeted him, turning to leave right after. Zhao Shan, who always loved to freeload, would probably snatch the buns from his hands if he didn't leave soon. Why are you leaving so fast? This is our brother Chong. Come over and greet him. Zhao Shan grabbed Zheng Yu and introduced the man beside him wearing sunglasses. Hello, brother Chong. Zheng Yu's shoulder was grabbed painfully by Zhao Shan, so he had to greet him. The man in sunglasses nodded slightly, but did not speak. Brother Chong, this is the steam bun shop I told you about. The taste is really good. Zhao Shan smiled obsequiously at the man in sunglasses and reached for the plastic bag containing the buns in Zheng Yu's hand. Since we've met, consider yourself lucky. Why not treat me and Brother Chong to some buns? These buns cost 24 credit points, and you want to snatch them? Zheng Yu frowned slightly, tightly holding onto the bag without any intention of letting go. Zhao Shan tugged at it a couple of times, but couldn't pull it away. Feeling embarrassed in front of Brother Chong, his expression instantly soured. He straightened up and grabbed Zheng Yu's hair with his left hand, pulling it hard. Chapter 10. Third rank Heavenly Flower. All right. This is the Extreme Realm Iron Sand Palm, right? This kid is really fierce. Which school is he from? A grown man can't even beat a little kid. How embarrassing. This kid's steps are steady and powerful. He must have trained solidly. Amid the crowd of onlookers, applause and cheers erupted. In Daxia country, the martial ethics are prevalent, and almost everyone practices martial arts. It's quite common to see fights on the streets. Unless someone calls for help, people usually just gather to watch and critique the martial skills of both parties. Zheng Yu kept a vigilant eye on the man in sunglasses nearby. At first glance, the man seemed unremarkable, but every time Zheng Yu looked at him, he felt a slight pain in his brow, and his eyes involuntarily shifted away, unable to meet his gaze. Zheng Yu knew deep down that this was his subconscious sounding the alarm. This man in sunglasses was likely a powerful practitioner at the Five Organs realm who had broken through his physical limits. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight with a little kid. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep black eyes like a tranquil pool. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, and there were faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, suggesting he was around 40 years old. Chapter 11. Triggering the task, the so-called discussion involves several people sitting around the Heavenly Flower, collectively exploring martial skills and doctrines, exchanging cultivation insights, and finally absorbing the pollen together when the Heavenly Flower blooms. Zheng Yu was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. He thought it was some difficult task, but it turned out to be just asking him to cultivate a martial skill, to know that martial skills need to be purchased, and a second-rank martial skill costs at least several thousand credit points. Is this person doing charity? After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yu cautiously asked Brother Chong, "Can you tell me the reason? You're giving away martial skills for free and inviting me to enjoy the Heavenly Flower together. It makes me feel uneasy." Gao Chong nodded in satisfaction, his expression calm as he said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I have a daughter who firmly believes that this martial skill cannot be cultivated to the extreme realm. I see that you practice the iron sand palm quite well. So I believe you have good martial talent, and I want to ask you to give it a try. If you can master the phantom stealth step in a short time, I'll have more reasons to convince my daughter. Zheng Yu was left dumbfounded. My goodness. To boost his daughter's confidence, he not only gives a martial skill for free, but also offers a valuable opportunity for discussion. Chapter 12. Starting the task, sitting in the car parked by the roadside, Zhao Shan hurriedly whispered to Gao Chong, Brother Chong, this guy really speaks without shame. He wants to cultivate the phantom stealth step to the extreme realm within 15 days. That's simply a pipe dream. At least someone dares to say it. What about you? Gao Chong's expression was indifferent. To him, resilience and courage are essential qualities for achieving great things. I'm an honest person, but I wouldn't dare to make such grand claims. Zhao Shan replied, panting. Gao Chong glanced at him, his tone stern, honest. Then why did you secretly charge extra rent from tenants? How many times has this been? Over the years, you've certainly exploited company resources for personal gain. Haven't you? Zhao Shan swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Although Gao Chong appeared amiable, he was notoriously ruthless. Brother-in-law, it's almost time to open the door. I wanted to buy some gifts for you and my sister. Zhao Shan smiled ingratiatingly. We were poor when I was young. If it weren't for my sister, I would have starved to death. Zhao Shan knew very well that his achievements today were one due to his own efforts and 99 thanks to his beautiful and charming sister. Gao Chong withdrew his gaze. Although Zhao Shan was useless, his sister was indeed obedient and well-behaved. Chapter 13. The exam 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Zheng Yu's body was utterly exhausted. The day after running 70 kilometers, he struggled to get out of bed, almost unable to rise. He felt as if his thighs had been loaded with heavy iron weights, making every attempt to lift them feel like it would exhaust all his strength. When he touched his muscles, they felt hard as rock, and that firm sensation was somewhat alarming. Even though his body was strongly protesting, Zheng Yu still pushed through with unwavering determination to complete the running task. There must be gains from hard work. What reason was there not to persevere? Efforts do not betray those who are diligent. Although the past 5 days have been extraordinarily difficult, Zheng Yu achieved remarkable results. In his 5 days, the step count displayed on the task screen had reached 520,000 steps, nearly completing the daily set goal perfectly. Moreover, under the conditions of significantly overdrawing his physical fitness and aided by nutrient solutions, he pleasantly noticed a wonderful change within his body. He felt a tingling sensation in his bones, which excited Zheng Yu, as this was a precursor to the 7th level physical fitness bone tempering. Chapter 14. Shock inside the gym at the 5th middle school. Teacher's son, the mock exam is related to the high school entrance exam registration. Why didn't you tell Zheng Yu? Liangjie asked anxiously. Whether I tell him or not doesn't matter. His physical fitness is only level 4. And even if he participates in the mock exam, he won't pass the national registration review. It's better to endure short pain than long pain. The teacher is doing this for his own good, Sun Ping replied indifferently. Li Yingjie's lips parted slightly, wanting to refute, but the words got stuck in his throat. He knew that Zheng Yu's poor physical fitness was a fact, and the school couldn't violate national regulations. But it shouldn't be like this. Li Yingjie stammered. At least tell him. He regretted impulsively running to question Sun Ping earlier, and now seeing the other person's gloomy expression, he felt a bit scared. He asked me for leave on Sunday. He must have given up himself. Even if I told him, he wouldn't come, Sun Ping said impatiently. He is coming. I just called him, and Zheng Yu said he would arrive soon. Li Yingjie said hurriedly. Zheng Yu is coming? Sun Ping frowned even tighter, feeling more headache. The school has repeatedly urged them to persuade students with poor physical fitness to withdraw to improve the enrollment rate. Chapter 15. Reporting Zheng Yu thought for a moment and replied. About a month. In fact, to be precise, it only took 8 days. But if I said the real number, it would be too shocking. A month? Sun Ping gasped, his face full of disbelief. That's too exaggerated. How did you do it? Maybe I drank a few bottles of nutrient solution, Zheng Yu replied flatly. Li Yingjie, hearing this answer, excitedly clenched his fists. He thought, it must be those 2 bottles of nutrient solution I sent that worked. Otherwise, how could I use strength improve so quickly? Not bad, not bad. Sun Ping swallowed hard, chuckling awkwardly. You should have told the teacher this good news earlier. If I had known sooner, could I have stopped you from participating in the high school entrance exam? Teacher's son, you didn't give me a chance to speak before, Zheng Yu replied. Hearing this, Sun Ping's expression softened a lot. In his view, Zheng Yu's words were a veiled concession. The school has assessments for enrollment rates, and each class has corresponding assessment indicators. Moreover, this assessment doesn't just look at the overall enrollment rate. The enrollment rate for key schools, especially the unique 9th middle school, is of utmost importance. Chapter 16. Changing classes. The value of these two is vastly different. Improving physical fitness by 3 whole levels in a month is simply astonishing. Zhou Qing's expression changed, and he asked, "Did you encounter any special circumstances?" Zheng Yu did not respond, but extended his hand, revealing the beautiful bronze color covering his entire palm. Sun Ping's face changed dramatically. This kid's iron sand palm has actually leveled up. Zhou Qing was also moved. This is the extreme iron sand palm. The difficulty of cultivating iron sand palm in the second-tier martial arts is as high as 5 stars, and very few people can succeed. Zheng Yu not only mastered it, but also reached the extreme level. This kid has some high talent. Principal Zhou, may I report to you privately? After demonstrating his value, Zheng Yu made his request. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Sun Ping, you can leave for now. Sun Ping frowned tightly, reluctantly stepping out. He felt that things seemed to be beyond his control. Sit down and talk, Zhou Qing said, leading Zheng Yu to sit next to the sofa. Principal Zhou, the reason I was able to improve so quickly in a month is that someone gave me some cultivation resources. Zheng Yu stated concisely, taking out a strong business card and placing it on the table. Chapter 17. Huang Ying. Zheng Yu paused for a moment, then remembered that the monkey, like his former self, only had level 4 physical fitness. Perhaps it was because he had no hope of participating in the high school entrance exam, combined with the school's persuasion, that he chose to drop out. Without the system, he might have ended up the same way, Zheng Yu thought silently. He probably wouldn't go out, but would find a job nearby, working part-time after hours to support his family. He must continue to work hard. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Since heaven gave him this opportunity, he must prove himself. After chatting with a few familiar classmates, Zheng Yu picked up his backpack and arrived at the entrance of Class 1. A young female teacher was already waiting for him at the door. The woman was wearing a black dress, her hair simply tied back in a ponytail, looking very capable. She was Huang Ying, the head teacher Class 1. How did you persuade Principal Zhou? Huang Ying asked curiously. I heard you even cultivated the iron sand palm to the extreme level. Huang Ying was the martial arts teacher for Class 9 and also Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher when he was in the first year of junior high. She knew about Zheng Yu's family situation and had taken special care of him over the past 3 years, often providing him with extra help. Chapter 18. Phantom Steps. Zheng Yu took several deep breaths and slowly sat on the ground. He took out his phone, entered the martial arts library app on the Daxia Kingdom official website, and began searching for the Phantom Steps martial art. The screen quickly refreshed. Name: Phantom Steps Exclusive. Level: Tier 2 Difficulty. 6 stars. Note: this skill is an extraterrestrial secret technique, exclusively collected by Gao Chong from Mian City, Sanjiang Prefecture. Verified by specialists, the cultivation difficulty of this martial art is extremely high and may be remnants of higher-level secret techniques. Purchase price: exclusive secret technique. Please contact the secret technique holder for purchase. It's actually an extraterrestrial secret technique? Zheng Yu's eyes widened. Ever since the door fell from the sky, stepping out a blue star has become a feasible thing. However, contacting extraterrestrial civilizations is still very difficult. Many planets' overall strength far exceeds Blue Star, and even their cultivation systems and methods are completely different. These martial arts introduced from extraterrestrial planets are collectively referred to as extraterrestrial secret techniques, characterized by high cultivation difficulty. But their power is also extremely strong. Gao Chong's strength is a bit astonishing. Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim. For Gao Chong to exclusively collect an extraterrestrial secret technique, it at least indicates that he has had contact with extraterrestrial forces, which is not something an ordinary force can achieve. Chapter 19. Terrifying martial arts experience points. Successfully completed the task. Accumulated a total of 1 million steps within the specified time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, no matter where you go. Please don't forget the road you came from. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 million martial arts experience points. Please choose the infusion target. Available infusion martial arts. Phantom Steps. Iron Sand Palm. Wind Steps. Hoo Zheng Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, but his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Finally completed. The hardships along the way were known only to him. Every step felt like a race against time, and every drop of sweat witnessed his perseverance. And now, the time for harvest has finally come. Zheng Yu straightened his body, looking at the 3 options on the virtual screen, lost in thought. His gaze lingered on the names of the 3 martial arts. Phantom steps, iron sand palm, wind steps, and countless thoughts raced through his mind. He has trained the iron sand palm to its limit. This is the result of a year of hard practice. Could it be that he can still invest experience points in martial skills? Is it possible that the martial skills at this ultimate level can break through some unknown boundary? Zheng Yu is eager to try it. After all, this is a very tempting idea. Chapter 20. Display on the ancient wooden tea table. A set of exquisite tea utensils is placed, with freshly brewed fragrant tea in the purple clay teapot. The rising steam slowly spirals in the air, changing shapes. The rich and mellow aroma of tea fills the air, like a soft veil enveloping the entire space. Gao Chong lazily sits on the sofa, leaning back slightly, his body completely relaxed, with his legs casually crossed, displaying a comfortable posture. Beside him, a beautiful woman is half-kneeling gracefully. She wears a light, feather-like, gauzy long dress, which, under the dim and soft light of the tea room, subtly reveals the delicate and smooth luster of her skin, resembling mutton fat jade. The woman's fragrant shoulders are bare, akin to uncarved, beautiful jade, radiating an enchanting halo. Her long, shiny black hair cascades down one side like a waterfall, with a few playful strands resting on her slightly flushed cheeks, adding a touch of alluring charm. Brother, is the force appropriate? The woman's voice is as gentle as a clear spring flowing in the mountains, softly reaching Gao Chong's ears. She is gently massaging Gao Chong's legs with her slender fingers. Chapter 21. Gao, Qian Brother Chong, do you understand that feeling of having the heart, but lacking the strength? Zheng Yu asks with a wry smile, his face full of helplessness. Gao Chong is momentarily stunned. He understands this all too well. The question is, how does a young person like you understand? Ahem, what do you mean by that? Gao Chong asks. Brother Chong, I can clearly make my speed faster, but my body just can't keep up. Zheng Yu says, shaking his head slightly. Gao Chong is first taken aback. Then he understands what Zheng Yu is trying to express. Martial skills are like racing technology. The more skilled the driver, the faster they can run on the track. But if it's just an ordinary Wuling Hong Wang, even the world's top driver can't win against an ordinary driver in a high-performance Lamborghini. Zheng Yu's point is that he has mastered the technique of the Phantom Mirage step. But unfortunately, his physical fitness is too low to fully execute the martial skill. However, Gao Chong begins to wonder, could this situation really exist? Chapter 22. Confrontation, you brat. You can't even call me by name? Watch me take you down in 3 minutes. Gao Qian's eyebrows rise, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, like a swift cheetah, as she pounces towards Zheng Yu with her long legs. Her long, shiny black hair flies wildly behind her, like black satin dancing in the wind. On her exquisite face, her large eyes sparkle with a sharp brilliance like cold stars, fixed intently on Zheng Yu, burning with fierce anger. At this moment, Zheng Yu feels incredibly embarrassed. When Zhao Shan introduced him earlier, he casually called Gao Chong Brother Chong without thinking much about it. Now, looking at Gao Qian's furious face, he suddenly realizes the age gap between him and Gao Chong is significant. According to information he found online earlier, Gao Chong is already 51 this year, even older than his mother. But there's no time to explain. Zheng Yu quickly focuses his energy, preparing for the confrontation. Just as Gao Qian's aggressive figure approaches, he immediately meets her head-on, and the two engage in a fierce battle. Chapter 23. Time's Up. Zheng Yu is utilizing the Phantom Mirage step on the field, his figure darting like a ghost, cleverly dodging Gao Qian's fierce attacks, while inwardly lamenting. Although the Phantom Mirage step is indeed an extremely exquisite martial skill, allowing him to maneuver flexibly in battle and evade enemy attacks, it consumes a significant amount of stamina. Zheng Yu knows that merely dodging like this isn't a solution. Sooner or later, Gao Qian will wear him out, and he must seize the opportunity to counterattack fiercely. Thus, in the midst of dodging, Zheng Yu closely observes Gao Qian's every move, trying to find even the slightest flaw and searching for the fleeting, perfect counterattack opportunity. Finally, after another hair-raising dodge, Zheng Yu's sharp gaze catches a rare detail. He notices that Gao Qian's gaze shows a momentary daze, as if she suddenly lost focus. Her previously intense gaze on him loosening slightly. Zheng, you cannot let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. He decisively halts, his feet firmly planted on the ground, ready to unleash his power. Chapter 24. Opening Ceremony. Jiangxia? Zheng Yu suddenly hears Jiangxia's name in such an unfamiliar setting and is momentarily stunned, her image flashing in his mind. Of course I know her. She's a celebrity at our school. Ha! Jiangxia is my good friend. Let's go out for dinner together in the future. Gao Qian claps Zheng Yu on the shoulder, full of enthusiasm. Gao Chang prepared a lavish lunch for Zheng Yu, including several dishes made with monster essence meat, which are quite valuable. These monster essence meats are rich in energy, and Zheng Yu feels revitalized, his physical condition clearly improving. After the meal, Zheng Yu doesn't linger and gets up to leave. Before he departs, Gao Qian insists on giving him a bottle of Yunji pills. These Yunji pills are made from first-grade Tianhua Lingji and are as effective as first-grade nutrient solutions. However, they cost 10 times more than the nutrient solution. They are known for their excellent taste, and many wealthy young people often buy them as treats. Zheng Yu initially wants to decline, but Gao Qian is too enthusiastic, so he can only accept it. They agree to meet up in a week to enjoy flowers and discuss ideas, and Gao Chang sends Zheng Yu back to the community. Chapter 25. Meeting Jiangxia. Uncle Gao. Wishing you great fortune and prosperity. May the door open to good luck. Zheng Yu replies with a blessing. I have time, as long as it doesn't delay Uncle Gao. Gao Chang smiles with satisfaction and then introduces him to the suited young man. The suited young man is named Qian Duo, the youngest son of the owner of the largest catering group in Mian City, Qianxin Catering. Xiao Duo, this is Zheng Yu. He is a martial arts genius. You are both excellent young people, so do communicate more. After introducing Qian Duo, Gao Chang turns to introduce Zheng Yu. In front of Gao Chang, Qian Duo's attitude improved somewhat, but he only gave Zheng Yu a faint nod to acknowledge him before starting a conversation with Gao Chang. Listening to Qian Duo seemingly discussing with Gao Chang about renting a shop from the Shenglin group, Zheng Yu took the initiative to step aside and quietly admire the Ziyun flower. About 10 minutes later, a light and graceful sound of footsteps approached. Zheng Yu looked up and saw two beautiful girls walking together. One of them was Gao Qian, who wore a simple yet stylish white dress today. The hem swayed gently with her steps, resembling a blooming white lotus, tall and beautiful. The girl beside her was even more eye-catching. Chapter 26. Ability Guidance Technique. As the first petal unfolded, it seemed to activate some wondrous switch, causing the other petals to begin to spread open as well. One by one, they cautiously yet eagerly blossomed, like a group of shy girls slowly unveiling their veils, gradually revealing their stunning beauty. Before long, the entire flower had fully bloomed, with the stamens peeking out from the layers of petals, the tender yellow stamens seemingly adorned with morning dew, exuding a tranquil and rich fragrance. Meanwhile, a magical energy centered around the blooming Ziyun flower began to slowly spread outwards like ripples, and purple mist instantly filled the entire room. The mist seemed to carry an invisible magnetism, drawing people's bodies and minds irresistibly towards it. A flash of surprise crossed Zheng Yu's eyes. He could distinctly feel an indescribable warm energy, like a babbling brook, slowly merging into his body from the surface of his skin. In an instant, he felt as if he was bathing in warm spring water. The warmth seeping through every pore, flowing through his limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Chapter 27. Change. The energy fluctuation resembled a massive invisible vortex, pulling the surrounding energy forcefully towards it. The energy that had been flowing slowly around Zheng Yu was disrupted by this sudden force, and a large amount of energy began to surge towards Qian Duo like a roaring tide. Zheng Yu suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Qian Duo with flames of anger burning in his eyes. Qian Duo sneered, ignoring Zheng Yu's furious gaze, and began to seize the opportunity to compete for energy. Gao Qian and Jiangxia also sensed something, their brows slightly furrowing, but at this critical moment of absorbing the heavenly flower energy. They dared not be distracted by the conflict between Zheng Yu and Qian Duo, and could only continue to focus on absorbing energy. Gao Chang stood by expressionless, with no intention of intervening. Cultivation is inherently competitive. As long as no lives are at stake, he would just be a spectator. Just like now, If you rewind 30 years, which blooming heavenly flower didn't T have splashes of hot blood? Damn it, everyone should honestly absorb the energy around them. Why are you trying to steal from me? A surge of anger finally welled up in Zheng Yu's heart. The outcome of absorbing the heavenly flower energy was crucial for his entry into 9th middle school, and Qian Duo's actions were undoubtedly cutting off his path. How could he not be furious? Chapter 28. Conflict. Zheng Yu slowly opened his eyes, a lively light flashing quickly within them. Although he had not broken through and his physical abilities remained at level 8, he could clearly feel that his entire body was exceptionally full, as if every cell was brimming with vitality. His physical quality had significantly improved after this wonderful experience, giving him a sense of inexplicable completeness, like a finely polished weapon, becoming more resilient and sharp. What's wrong with my kidneys? Zheng Yu pondered quietly, sensing that there might be some unusual anomalies in his body. Qian Duo, you are the one being ridiculous. Clearly, you were the one who first stole Zheng Yu's spiritual energy. Gao Qian, this girl, was indeed loyal. She placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward again to speak up for Zheng Yu. Qian Duo's face turned green, shaking with anger, and he could no longer maintain his composure, shouting, Gao Qian, we grew up together as good friends, and now you're actually speaking for an outsider? Are you out of your mind? Gao Qian raised her neck like a proud and defiant swan, responding loudly. So what if we've known each other since childhood? I only helped decide that, that's right. You were clearly in the wrong first. Don't try to twist the truth. Chapter 29. The spiritual person Gao Chong spoke solemnly. I just received confirmed news that in about a month and a half, the Feiyun trial will officially commence. After saying this, he slightly squinted his eyes, and in his deep, pool-like gaze, ripples seemed to appear, as if he were looking back at the unforgettable time he once personally experienced through the scenery before him. That gaze was like a ray penetrating through the long years, containing an indescribable deep meaning. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, upon hearing this news, underwent a tremendous change in expression. His originally angry face turned red with extreme excitement and joy, and even his breathing became noticeably rapid. For Qian Duo, this was undoubtedly good news. If he could perform outstandingly in this Feiyun trial and successfully pass, it was highly likely that he would achieve a significant breakthrough in life, just like Gao Chong now. Thinking of this, Qian Duo immediately lost interest in continuing to tangle with Zheng Yu, hurriedly bidding farewell to Gao Chong and the others, eager to rush home to discuss the details of participating in the Feiyun trial with his father. Chapter 30. Can't and could have uncle. Stop pretending. Your body just stiffened. Zheng Yu said, I'm not a child anymore. Is there anything you don't dare to tell me? The sound of chopping vegetables abruptly stopped. Zheng Qi slowly turned his wheelchair, facing Zheng Yu and asking, Uncle, I really don't know what happened. Zheng Yu glanced at him. Uncle, my physical ability has reached level 8. How much? Zheng Qi could no longer hold back, his right hand tightly gripping the wheelchair handle, his lips trembling slightly, with disbelief written all over his face. Level 8? He couldn't have misheard. Last month, Zheng Yu's physical ability was only level 4, and in just a month, he had jumped to level 8. Even his brother-in-law, who was incredibly impressive, didn't he have such a ridiculous cultivation speed back then? Moreover, the admission thresholds for various schools have increased significantly in recent years. If it were in his time, Zheng Yu's current level would definitely be strong enough to challenge 9th middle school. Zheng Yu lightly urged his blood and energy, and his body immediately made 2 crisp cracking sounds. This sound could only be produced after the intensity of the bones had increased following the bone tempering process. It's actually true. Chapter 31. Farewell. After the hustle and bustle of the opening festival, Zheng Yu's life gradually returned to tranquility, and he poured all his energy into cultivation. The effects of the Ziyun flower mist absorbed that day were indeed astonishing. Zheng Yu returned home and soon discovered with surprise that his physical fitness had once again made a breakthrough. Stepping into the 9th level and charging towards the final crucial realm of the physical fitness level, the blood exchange realm. During this continuous training process, Zheng Yu sensed that his kidneys seemed to have some subtle changes. Whenever his physical strength was exhausted, a faint warm current would slowly rise from the kidney area. Although this warm feeling was very weak, it indeed existed, which made Zheng Yu pay more attention to the condition of his spiritual organ. Ever since he learned that he possessed a spiritual organ, Zheng Yu had been thinking about how to repair it, but he really didn't know where to start. He tried searching online for information about spiritual organs, but the content he found was scarce, and many of the rumors were unsubstantiated and had very low credibility, providing him with no effective help. Chapter 32. The high school entrance examination begins in the year 62 of the new calendar, August 18th. It was a favorable day for marriage, travel, burial, moving into a new house, and had no restrictions. Today was the day of the high school entrance examination. Zheng Yu watched as his mother and Uncle Zheng Qi seriously took 3 incense sticks, lit them, and respectfully offered them to the ancestral tablet. He didn't actually believe in these things, but it was the goodwill of his family. "Come on, Uncle, it's not convenient for you to send me off like this. I'll go by myself." Zheng Qi sat in a wheelchair, straining to push the wheels to take Zheng Yu to the door of the small house. "Don't worry, Uncle. I'll aim for the 4th high school." Zheng Yu waved cheerfully. According to the past enrollment standards of the 9th high school, his current strength could secure him a spot. Even if this year's competition was fierce and the scoreline of the 9th high school soared, he could at least get into the 4th high school. The 4th high school was second only to the 9th high school. 2 months ago, Zheng Yu wouldn't have dared to think about this. He was already very content. "Not bad, very spirited." Zheng Qi patted Zheng Yu's thigh hard, as he could only reach that position while sitting in the wheelchair. The bus moved along the road, and the driver was very polite. Even when someone cut in, he didn't honk the horn. "Damn it, it's the high school entrance exam today. No honking, or I'll make sure you regret it." Chapter 33. Full score. Zheng Yu slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from excessive force. First, he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, trying hard to calm his emotions. Then, his body suddenly twisted to the left, using the power of his waist, and his entire upper body quickly twisted back like a tightened spring. At the same time, his right foot pushed hard against the ground, and the powerful reaction force transmitted up his leg, amplified by the twist of his waist, ultimately converging in his arms. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the striking area of the punching power tester. The wind from the punch howled past, creating a slight airflow that blew his hair back. With a loud bang, Zheng Yu's fist struck the punching machine hard, causing the entire machine to tremble. The numbers on the display began to jump rapidly, eventually settling at 960. This was a standard passing score. Normal 9th level physical fitness only required 900. Physical fitness test passed, scoring 130. The young teacher read out loud, and then the teacher with black frame glasses took a pen to make a record. Chapter 34. Happy graduation. How did you do? At the entrance of Class 9, Liangjie pulled Zheng Yu and asked. "Not bad, I guess." Zheng Yu scratched his nose. In fact, he had been quite anxious about getting into the 9th high school, as it was a dream school for many students with fierce competition. However, when that teacher welcomed him to apply to the 9th high school during the exam in the tent, it felt like he had received an acceptance letter in advance, inexplicably boosting his confidence. Liangjie's impression of Zheng Yu was still stuck at the last time in the gym. At that time, Zheng Yu's physical fitness was only at level 7, although he had heard that Zheng Yu had improved over the past month. Even if he had reached level 8, it still seemed far from being able to get into the 9th high school in Liangjie's eyes. Seeing that his friend didn't voluntarily share, Liangjie, in order not to dampen Zheng Yu's spirits, thoughtfully chose not to ask further and instead excitedly said, "I scored 220 points in physical fitness and martial arts. I really feel hopeful about getting into the 9th high school this time." At the last moment of the high school entrance examination, Liangjie's family had invested a lot of money to buy high-grade monster blood. Chapter 35. 9th high school enrollment numbers. Teacher's son. What is there to be careful about? "I wish all the students in our school could score full marks," Huang Ying replied lightly. She didn't take Sun Ping's provocation to heart, as she was more concerned about the grades and future of her students. Sun Ping smiled at Huang Ying's words, but didn't say anything more. Other teachers silently watched the scene, all knowing that Sun Ping's comments stemmed from the fact that being the head teacher of Class 1 was no simple matter. The students in Class 1 had a high overall quality and were likely to achieve good results, and the head teacher's treatment and benefits were the best in the school. Moreover, before Huang Ying came, Sun Ping had always been the head teacher of Class 1, and it was only due to some reasons that he was replaced by Huang Ying. "Teacher's son, your 2 students are both repeaters. Does that count?" At this moment, a teacher couldn't help but mock from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Sun Ping's brows immediately furrowed, and he stood up, saying loudly, "Why doesn't it count? They meet the age and registration requirements. If you have the ability, try to recruit some repeaters who can get into the 9th high school. Besides, even if we don't count those 2, Li Yingjie estimated a score of 268 points. And he also qualified for the policy of being admitted to the 9th high school with a 10-point reduction. He is also a candidate for the 9th high school. Chapter 36. Scoring Huang Ying, a 1T count Zhang Xia. Your class only has 2 people entering the 9th high school this year, one of whom is Zheng Yu, who transferred to your class midway. You are a top student from Zhoushan University, and the school has high expectations for you. You must work hard. Over there, Zhou Qing was still chattering, while Sun Ping's mind went blank at that moment. What? He couldn't have heard wrong. It was actually Zheng Yu? The one he had forced out of Class 9 just over a month ago? No, Principal Zhou, which Zheng Yu are you talking about? Is it the one who transferred out of our class? Sun Ping couldn't help but ask. A month ago, he was only at level 7. How could he get into the 9th high school? As soon as Sun Ping said this, even with the principal present, gasps of surprise erupted among the teachers. The scoreline for the 9th high school was very high this year, even if one scored full marks in martial arts and general knowledge. Physical fitness had to be at least level 9 to successfully enroll. A jump from level 7 to level 9 in just 1 month was quite rapid. When did Sun Ping become so short-sighted to let go of such an excellent candidate? Why? Just because his dad is Gao Chong. Zhou Qing coldly snorted in his heart. Last month, Zheng Yu came to report his study results to him. Chapter 37. Epilogue. Congratulations. Zheng Yu, when you come out tomorrow, I must treat you to a meal. Huang Ying said enthusiastically. She was genuinely happy that Zheng Yu was able to get into the 9th middle school, and at the same time, she felt truly grateful to him. After all, without Zheng Yu, only 2 people in class 1 could get into the 9th middle school. If you take away the talented girl Zhang Xia, only 1 person would be left. This result was indeed not very ideal. All right, then I must feast tomorrow, Zheng Yu replied with a smile. In his heart, he thought that activities like class reunions could be skipped, but since teacher Huang had helped him a lot, he definitely had to attend this meal. Thus, the 2 chatted happily for a while before Huang Ying hung up the phone. Jing Zhong. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Hello, old Zheng. I got in the 9th middle school. The loud voice of Li Yingjie came from the other end of the line, causing Zheng Yu to instinctively pull the phone a bit away from his ear. This year, the admission score for the 9th middle school was 278 points. And I just scored 278 points. Li Yingjie said excitedly with a slightly changed tone. How lucky is that? Just barely touching the threshold? Chapter 38. New House and Mechanical Prosthetics. Xiao Yu, what are you bringing us here for? Zheng Qi looked up, his gaze lingering on the tall and luxurious plaque of the community in front of him, his face full of confusion. Early this morning, Zheng Yu had been shouting about announcing good news, but instead of seeing any good news, he brought them here. Come on, let's go in first, Zheng Yu said with a cheerful expression, gently pushing his mother's wheelchair into the community. This community is called Lijiang New City. Once inside, you can feel that its scale is indeed quite large, and the greenery is particularly well done. There are vibrant trees everywhere in the community, their tender green branches swaying gently in the breeze, along with blooming flowers, their colorful petals dripping with beauty, exuding bursts of rich fragrance. In addition, the community is equipped with various recreational facilities, such as a swimming pool and basketball court, everything you could want. The 3 of them slowly walked along the path of the community and soon arrived in front of an 8-story building. Then, they took the elevator to the 7th floor. When Zheng Yu took out a key from his pocket, his mother, Zhang Qinyun, who was sitting in the wheelchair, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Chapter 39. Heart of the Thunderbird and Blue Star. Monsters are strictly classified by rank, and 7th rank monsters are already extremely powerful beings. They have not only trained their 5 organs, but have also developed their 6 bowels, even beginning to touch the threshold of becoming divine with terrifying strength. Every part of their body is incredibly precious and worth a fortune. Uncle, where did you get this thing? It must be worth quite a bit, right? Over the years. Why haven't you sold it? Zheng Yu asked, puzzled, although he wasn't very clear about the market price. He had heard Gao Chong mention that a 4th rank monster's kidney could sell for several $100,000 on the market. So by this calculation, the heart of a 7th rank monster should be worth several million, right? If he really could have this few million credit points, his uncle could have replaced his prosthetic limb long ago, and their lives wouldn't have been so poor. The origin of this thing is a bit complicated. Not easy to sell, Zheng Qi said, slightly pursing his lips, then continued, of course there is another reason. The heart of a 7th rank monster can be used to make disposable explosives. I've been thinking about giving the Roan family such a big gift one day. Zheng Yu listened and couldn't help but fall silent. Chapter 40 10th level. The power contained within was infused with the essence of lightning, and a tangible currents traversed through the air, causing his body to involuntarily tremble slightly. This tremor was both due to the fear of the unknown, making his heartbeat unconsciously accelerate as if it were about to break through his chest, and also due to the anticipation of great power, leading him to begin fantasizing about the upcoming training experience. Ultimately, that small heart placed in the glass bottle seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, completely breaking free from the bottle's mouth and instantly transforming into a dazzling flash of lightning that was almost impossible to look at directly. This bolt of lightning, carrying endless energy, rushed towards Zheng Yu's chest at an incredible speed, leaving only a bright and brilliant trail in the air. Where it passed, the air seemed to ignite in an instant, producing a series of crackling explosion sounds that made people's ears buzz. Zheng Yu felt a warm sensation first come from his chest, like the warmest sun in winter, gently enveloping him and briefly dispersing the fear and tension that had filled his heart, allowing his body and mind to relax slightly in that moment. Chapter 41 Reunion with Jiang Xia in the following days. Zheng Yu's life returned to a regular and fulfilling state. He would appear on time in the training room during the day, wholeheartedly honing his physical fitness through various high-intensity training projects to enhance his body's quality, making himself stronger and more agile. In the evenings, he would return home, quiet down, and focus on studying various martial arts techniques to improve his combat skills and abilities. Because Zheng Yu got into the 9th middle school to express encouragement under Principal Zhou Qing's suggestion, the 5th junior high school specifically gave him a chance to receive martial arts techniques for free, which was undoubtedly a rare benefit for Zheng Yu. He sifted through many martial arts techniques and ultimately chose a 3rd-ranked martial arts technique, the Tiger Roar Fist. It was not that he didn't want to choose a higher-ranked martial arts technique. There were indeed many limiting factors. First, those higher-ranked martial arts techniques have extremely high requirements for practitioners. With Zheng Yu's current strength and cultivation level, he simply could not practice them. Forcing himself to practice would likely backfire. Second, the school, considering budget constraints, only reimbursed expenses for martial arts techniques below 3rd rank, so if he chose a higher rank technique, he would have to bear the extra costs himself. Chapter 42 The World Beyond. Blue Star Jiangxia had tied her hair into a playful and cute bun today, with a round hair bun playfully perched on the back of her head, exposing her fair and long neck without reservation, the lines beautiful and smooth, as if it were a piece of exquisite artwork. She looked incredibly beautiful, making people's eyes light up. Looking back, the last time he saw Jiang Xia was right before the high school entrance exam, and now time had passed quickly, nearly a month had gone by. Zheng Yu slightly lowered his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting, carrying a gentle smile as he said, "Sister Qianqian is naturally beautiful. There is no need for me to praise her." "That sounds nice." Although Gao Qian responded like this, a radiant smile involuntarily blossomed on her face. "Where is that? What I said is all from the heart." Zheng Yu turned to Jiang Xia after saying this, his eyes filled with joy as he gently waved his hand and said, "Hello, Jiang Xia. It's really been a long time." "It's been a long time, Zheng Yu. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on getting into Jiuzhou. We'll be classmates in the same school again." Jiang Xia's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the gentle patter of summer rain, lightly tapping on Zheng Yu's heart and creating ripples of emotion. Chapter 43 Dreams. You all need to work hard. The world beyond the stars is beautiful and strange. If you have the chance, you must go out and see it. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Gao Chang's eyes, as if he was recalling his own experiences in the world beyond the stars. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu immediately sat up straight. "Uncle Gao, have you been to the world beyond the stars?" "I've been once. The world beyond the stars is both dangerous and full of temptation. You can't imagine that there are creatures larger than the entire blue planet out there, wandering the universe and feeding on planets. There are humans with 3 eyes, who can communicate through light from birth and possess the cultivation of 5 organs. There are also talking plants, time travelers who can sleep for thousands of years, and robots that breed offspring relying on fire." As Gao Chang spoke, he gestured with his hands, trying to describe those marvelous scenes more vividly. He recounted his experiences in the universe, leaving Zheng Yu captivated, his eyes filled with curiosity and longing. "I must become a god and leave the blue planet. Walking in the universe would definitely be an incredibly pleasant experience. Zheng Yu raised his fist, making a small vow. Chapter 44. A sudden change. Zheng Yu took the bottle, looked inside, and found it contained a sticky organ that looked quite unsettling. Uncle Gao, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Zheng Yu quickly pushed the bottle back. If he guessed correctly, what was in the bottle should be one of the organs of the 4th-grade thunder shadow leopard, a treasure that money couldn't easily buy. And he really couldn't accept it without good reason. Just take it. Don't be polite with me. Gao Chang still wore a gentle smile. He genuinely had high hopes for Zheng Yu and was willing to invest resources in him. The 4th-grade leopard has already refined its kidney essence and heart essence. I've given the heart essence to Jiang Xia, so you can take this kidney essence. As soon as Gao Chang said this, Zheng Yu felt even more embarrassed. Only by refining the 5 organs to perfection can a monster's internal organs produce essence, which is far more valuable than ordinary organs. Uncle Gao, let's forget it. You should give it to Sister Qian instead. Zheng Yu still hesitated. Oh, you are so indecisive. Just take it and use it. Gao Qian, overhearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, I see you're usually quite generous. Why are you being so coy now? Do you think I lack this thing? My dad left me half of the heart essence and kidney essence, and what you have is the part one don't want. Chapter 45. The possibility of repairing the spirit kidney. Zheng Yu tried to mobilize the blood and energy within him to suppress the excruciating pain. But the power contained in the Thunder Sparrow's heart was overwhelmingly strong. The activated heart released waves of violent power that crashed around inside Zheng Yu, as if trying to tear his body apart from the inside out. Go find Uncle. Zheng Yu had already collapsed on the ground from the agony, struggling to crawl towards the door, thinking of seeking help from his uncle Zheng Qi. As he crawled to the door, the lightning dancing on his body increased, his hair standing on end, and a burnt smell emanating from him, while his consciousness gradually blurred under the onslaught of pain. At that critical moment, when life and death were at stake, a soft glow faintly appeared around Zheng Yu's kidneys. This light, though not as dazzling as thunder, exuded a resilient and steady aura. The light spread like a solid shield, gradually enveloping his entire body and suppressing the rampant thunderous power bit by bit. As the light exerted its control, the pain slowly faded, and Zheng Yu's somewhat blurred consciousness finally cleared up. Chapter 46. Is someone leaving? Xiao Qian, what are you talking about? Jiang Xia hurriedly grabbed Gao Qian's hand, casually glancing towards Zheng Yu. Oh, my bad, my bad. Gao Qian chuckled and turned away, teasing Zheng Yu, little brother. What's wrong with you? Look at your face. It's as pale as if you've been powdered. A few days ago, the Thunder Sparrow's heart suddenly went into chaos, creating a critical situation. Although Zheng Yu managed to suppress it with his damaged spirit kidney, this ordeal still caused some harm to his body. Specifically, Zheng Yu's body felt weak, and his complexion was a bit pale, looking quite lacking in spirit. Because it involved his spirit kidney, he couldn't speak about it publicly. So Zheng Yu planned to brush it off by saying he hadn't slept well last night. Just as he was about to speak, a warm greeting called out from behind. Hello, Jiang Xia, how have you been lately? Are you doing well? Zheng Yu turned to see Zhang Xiu approaching with a group of people, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xia, a hint of fervor hidden in his eyes. I'm not bad, Jiang Xia replied. Chapter 47. Zheng Yu takes action. The Zhang family is an old prominent family in Mian City, with a web of connections throughout the city, much stronger than the Gao family's solitary strength. Qian Sheng forced a smile onto his face, pulling a young man from behind him and saying gently, Zhang Xiu. Let me introduce you. This is Qian Winda, a junior from my family. His mother is named Zheng Mei, and coincidentally, she was university classmates with your father. What a connection. After a pause, Qian Sheng continued, Winda is only in the 2nd year of junior high this year. He specifically traveled from Jianghua yesterday, eager to participate in the Feiyun trial, hoping to take this opportunity to enhance his strength. As his uncle, I couldn't refuse this child. I had no choice but to resort to this means. As soon as Qian Sheng finished speaking, Zhang Xiu's expression changed slightly, and a wave of surprise spread through the crowd. Qian's family? Could it be the Jianghua Qian family? If so, that would be incredible. That's one of the 4 great families of the Daxia Kingdom. Wow, this is a bit exaggerated, right? Could it be that the young master is experiencing life in the countryside? Chapter 48. Pay more fortunately, Zheng Yu's observations were quite effective, and his judgment was not wrong. After listening to Zheng Yu, Qian Winda rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment and then nodded in agreement. What you said makes some sense. All right, Everyone who wants to participate in this trial, step forward and report your physical fitness level. Qian Wenda's words carried a commanding presence. Although he was younger than everyone present, he dominated the rhythm of the entire gathering. The young people who were originally prepared to participate in the trial looked at each other. And after a moment of mutual staring, Zhang Xiao was the first to speak. Zhang Xiao, 5 organs realm, currently in the first realm, in the process of refining the heart. Zheng Yu's proposal was a way to help Zhang Xiao out of a predicament, so he naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Zhao Xiao, physical fitness level 12. Zhang Juanhao, physical fitness level 12. The people who were originally going to participate in the trial spoke one after another. Even Gao Qian reported her level under Gao Chang's gesture. Only Jiang Xia remained silent, standing still without saying a word. Qian Wenda glanced at Jiang Xia and quickly withdrew his gaze, then turned his attention to Zheng Yu, asking with a hint of disdain. Chapter 49. Vajra Demon Subduing Fist. He really managed to cultivate the phantom stealth step to its ultimate realm. Zhang Xiao counted the shadows behind Zheng Yu, his pupils slightly constricting. Only those who have practiced the phantom stealth step know how difficult this martial skill is to master. He initially thought Gao Qian was exaggerating for Zheng Yu, but unexpectedly, this guy really succeeded. Wow, little Yuzi is a bit fierce, Gao Qian exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement as she nudged Jiang Xia's arm, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Zheng Yu's operation was like flowing clouds and flowing water, perfectly demonstrating the power of his 2 ultimate martial skills. Gao Qian asked herself, even if she went up to spar with Zheng Yu, she would probably suffer a considerable setback. The outcome was still undecided. Jiang Xia slightly shook her head, glancing at Qian Duo's right hand with a serious expression. At this moment, Qian Duo finally came to his senses. Seeing Zheng Yu's aggressive palms coming towards him, he immediately shouted angrily, Zheng, you don't think you're the only one who knows martial arts, do you? After saying that, Qian Duo slightly squatted his legs like a tiger preparing to pounce, and then suddenly exerted force under his feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 50. Victory and Defeat Immediately afterward. A thin yet extremely pure bolt of thunder, resembling a sharp purple ray, shot forth from Zheng Yu's heart area, rapidly darting forward like an arrow. The thunder appeared deep purple, emanating a heart-pounding aura, and its speed was so fast that it collided violently with the illusory wolf head in an instant. In that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, as if thunder had exploded in the ears of everyone present, filling the entire space with the sound. Simultaneously, a blinding light suddenly burst forth, shining as bright as the midday sun, dazzling and causing everyone present to instinctively close their eyes to avoid the onslaught of the strong light. Once the brilliant light gradually faded, everyone slowly opened their eyes to look at the scene. They saw Qian Sheng standing steadily in front of Qian Duo, slightly shaking his hand as if dispersing something. Upon closer inspection, one could still vaguely see a trace of purple thunder, like a lively little snake, slowly dissipating in his sleeve. It was clear that the result of this contest had already been revealed. Zheng Yu won. Chapter 51. Hidden Reasons. Zheng Yu slowly exhaled, looking at Qian Sheng and deeply engraving the other S appearance in his mind. He vowed to kill this man. The hatred from the Rong family actually all stemmed from his uncle's narration, which felt very distant. But Qian Sheng had almost taken his life. Seeing Zheng Yu not respond, Qian Sheng also remained silent, just staring at him. Impressive, impressive. Since you won, the quota for the Feiyun trial goes to you. Qian Wenda laughed, breaking the deadlock. He then waved his hand towards Qian Sheng. Qian Sheng immediately brought Qian Duo to his side. And then the Qian family members found a spot to sit down and began to whisper among themselves. Gao Chang saw that the matter had finally come to a conclusion, and the big stone in his heart had finally been set down. The Feiyun trial was not only a privilege, but also an important duty assigned to him by the sect. If anything went wrong during this process, he would also bear the corresponding responsibility. Everyone take a short break. The Feiyun trial will officially begin in an hour. After Gao Chang finished speaking, he pulled Zheng Yu toward a small building not far away. Wenda, are you just going to let it go like this? Qian Sheng looked at his son, who was still in shock and slumped in his chair, unable to help but frown and ask. Chapter 52. The trial begins, uncle. This is great news, Zhang Xiao said excitedly. The gap between second-level planetary powers and first-level planetary powers is not small. It's much easier to thrive under a big tree. With Feiyun's sex upgrade, Gao Chang's life should theoretically improve a lot. Alas, blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. Gao Chang, however, was not as excited as Zhang Xiao. There was even a hint of worry in his gaze. The Qian family probably also received the news, which is why Qian Wenda came to participate in the Feiyun trial at this time. If he only became an outer disciple, that would be fine, but if he became an inner disciple, his status would surpass mine. Once his status in the sect exceeded mine, the sect would surely assign many tasks related to Blue Star to him. By then, not to mention living a good life, I might not even be able to earn a meal. Zhang Xiao, you must perform well this time. If you can become an inner disciple, that would be the best. Gao Chang looked at Zhang Xiao with great anticipation, his tone filled with encouragement. Uncle, but he is a direct disciple of the Jianghuai Qian family. I really have no confidence in beating him, Zhang Xiao said, shaking his head with a bitter smile, looking helpless. Chapter 53. Unexpectedly low scores in the blink of an eye. Zheng Yu felt that he had stepped into a brand new room. This was a room filled with a sense of technology, with soft lights flickering on the walls. The light was not ordinary brightness, but a light matrix formed by countless small runes interwoven together. These runes constantly changed shapes and colors, sometimes resembling a phoenix soaring high, and sometimes like a giant dragon winding through water, looking colorful and mysterious. In the center of the room stood a humanoid robot, emitting a soft blue light and occasionally producing a faint buzzing sound. It seemed to detect someone entering, and the robot's eyes lit up with green light, with a mechanical voice coming from its mouth. Hello, I am the Feiyun Sect Testing Robot 9527. Welcome, please state your name to participate in the test. Zheng Yu looked back and saw that there was no door behind him. He glanced around, but in the spacious room, he did not see anyone else. Gao Chang had hinted before coming that the Feiyun trial was a solo test. It seemed that indeed there was no need to compete directly with others. Chapter 54. Absolute kill. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu unhesitatingly executed the phantom stealth step. He slightly swayed his body, and in an instant, several identical phantoms appeared around him. The shadows moved in perfect synchronization with his true form, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the illusion, as if multiple images were reflected from a mirror. At the same time, Zheng Yu, utilizing the effects of the phantom steps, significantly increased his own speed. His figure darted through the room like a gust of wind, creating faint air currents that caused the previously calm air to ripple slightly. This time, thanks to the advantage of the phantom steps, Zheng Yu successfully locked onto the spirit-winged flash butterfly beast he had targeted earlier. The spirit-winged flash butterfly beast was hovering in mid-air, seemingly unprepared for what had just happened, when Zheng Yu silently appeared beside it like a ghost. Zheng Yu's speed was astonishing. The spirit-winged flash butterfly beast was still fixated on the illusory image he had left behind, unable to execute any escape techniques before Zheng Yu seized it tightly. The captured spirit-winged flash butterfly beast struggled desperately in Zheng Yu's grasp, its beautiful wings flapping continuously in an attempt to break free. Chapter 55. Amazing exchange list, if possible. Please don't bother. I give up on the challenge. Zheng Yu raised his hand to signal. In the previous round of outburst, he had exerted all his strength and had only just managed to recover a bit of thunder power, which was now completely depleted. At this moment, he felt utterly weak and powerless, with no other means to support him in continuing the challenge, so it was better to give up. Clearly, his decision to give up was not an isolated case. After receiving Zheng Yu's request, the robot responded smoothly and quickly. No problem. The contestant has given up on the challenge, passing the 3 rounds with level 11 stamina in the second round. Congratulations, you have earned 16 points. The total score for this round is 20, and you have achieved a fairly good score. Its electronic voice was calm, yet it thoughtfully provided the answer Zheng Yu wanted in advance. Only 16 points? Zheng Yu pursed his lips slightly, frowning, feeling that it was lower than he had imagined. Did he really only reach 80 of the score line, even after giving his all? Such a result could at best be considered above average, far from the top level. Confirm score and proceed to the next round? Chapter 56. Intersect disciple. As he spoke, the ground slowly cracked open again, and a white pillar gradually rose. At the top of the pillar lay a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. Zheng Yu stepped forward and picked up the paper. On the front of the white paper, the words Human Potential Testing Notification were neatly written in 9 large characters. He gently flipped the paper over, and the reverse side was densely filled with a series of instructions for use. Zheng Yu skimmed through it and found that the content was mostly conventional, such as informing users about the specific items that would be tested during the assessment, how long it would take to receive the testing data, and some precautions to take during the testing process, etc. If you wish to participate in the test, please sign below, the robot said. A small opening quietly appeared on the pillar, and a pen slowly emerged from within. Is this really necessary? Zheng Yu thought to himself, frowning slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. He pondered repeatedly in his mind, and although this series of processes seemed strange to him, upon careful consideration, there didn't appear to be anything obviously wrong. The Flying Cloud Trial was an important method used by the powerful Flying Cloud sect to recruit disciples. So arranging such a process was likely to ensure the formality and rigor of the entire procedure. Chapter 57. Wanting to kill Qian Sheng, is this really happening? Zheng Yu blinked in disbelief. He never expected that the lofty status of an inner sect disciple, as mentioned by Gao Chong, would be so easily realized by him. He silently calculated in his mind and found that it was ultimately the broken spirit kidney that had contributed greatly to his score. So, is background and talent really that important? At this moment, this question suddenly popped into Zheng Yu's mind. He shook his head lightly, trying to dismiss the thought and not dwell on the countless days and nights of hard work and effort he had put in over the past decade. I am willing, Zheng Yu said firmly. According to the information previously revealed by Gao Chong, the Flying Cloud sect was about to be promoted to a more powerful force under the leadership of the big shots. And joining at this moment was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that should not be missed. Good, your choice is wise, Elder Luo Qian said with a hint of approval in his voice. Next, I will give you two options. The first option is to follow next month's flying boat back to the Flying Cloud sect and start a normal cultivation journey, like an ordinary disciple. The second option is to stay on Blue Star and wait for an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask Elder Luo, what does it mean to stay on Blue Star and wait for an opportunity? Chapter 58. Since he wants to kill me, I will kill him. Zheng Yu clenched his fists tightly, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Not long ago, he had vowed to kill Qian Sheng to avenge himself, but he never expected the opportunity to come so quickly. However, should he really agree? If he did, not only would he lose the points he had painstakingly accumulated during this trial, but it would also mean losing the chance to exchange for a third-grade heavenly flower, as well as a total of 120 mid-grade spirit stones. 120 mid-grade spirit stones, when converted, amounted to nearly 24 million credit points. This staggering number kept swirling in Zheng Yu's mind. Just imagining it made him feel dizzy. Heavens, he had never seen so much wealth in his life. Was it really worth such a huge price to exchange for Qian Sheng's life? Zheng Yu fell into deep hesitation. So what is your decision? Luo Qian asked, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable expectation. I have decided to exchange for the essence of the flame crystal rhinoceros. I hope Elder Luo can assist me with the application. I will certainly remember your great kindness, Zheng Yu replied with determination in his eyes. Chapter 59. Crisis son. How is it? The man who had spoken earlier walked over with anticipation. The young man sighed lightly, his face filled with helplessness. The requirements were too high. I couldn't meet the standards at all. In the end, they made me participate in an additional exam, claiming it could test my hidden potential, but in the end, it was all for nothing. As he spoke, he gently raised his hand, revealing a small potted plant. But it's not entirely without gain. I exchanged for a second-grade heavenly flower, so at least I got something. Following that, the other participants of the trial began to emerge one by one. Each of their faces bore a hint of disappointment and unwillingness. It was evident that none of them had succeeded in passing the trial to become disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. However, at least the Flying Cloud sect allowed everyone the opportunity to exchange for something which could barely be considered a consolation prize. Old man, do you have any news? Did anyone pass this trial? Gao Qian, who had just come out of the trial ground, tugged at Gao Chong's arm and asked. At this moment, time quietly passed, and 5 minutes had gone by. There were still 3 people who had not appeared on the scene: Zhang Xiao, Qian Wenda, and Zheng Yu. Chapter 60. Gao Ming's way of showing off. Once the official documents arrive, I will naturally act according to the sect's instructions, Gao Chong calmly said after taking a deep breath. After all, an arm cannot twist a thigh. If Feiyun's sect really issues an order, he has no choice but to obediently comply. At this moment, Gao Chang had already prepared for the worst. He thought that once today's matter was over, he would immediately pack up the company's assets and sell them before the news spread. In fact, over the years, he had accumulated considerable wealth in business, enough to ensure that he and his daughter Gao Qian would live comfortably for the rest of their lives. At worst, he could just sell the company, distance himself from disputes, and live as a carefree, wealthy man. With this thought, Gao Chang's heart felt slightly more at ease. However, when he looked up, he caught sight of pairs of eyes around him flickering with unusual light. Not only that, but some people could no longer hold back and began to whisper to each other, "The Gao family is doomed," offending the Qian family of Jianghuai. Can they have a good ending? If we don't count those distribution businesses, wouldn't St. Force Real Estate just be an empty shell? It can't be that bad. They still have 2 undeveloped plots of land, and they have a large number of houses for rent, so they still have some assets. Chapter 61. Something more important than money. Senior brother Qian, you have also become an inner sect disciple. Did an elder tell you to wear the clothes? If so, I can wear them too, Zheng Yu said with a friendly look at Qian Wenda. Not really. I just thought everyone had to wear them when I saw Gao Chang wearing them. Qian Wenda replied somewhat awkwardly, then asked, "Have you seen the elder?" A hint of confusion appeared on Zheng Yu's face, and he said unhurriedly, "Yes, it was Elder Luo Qian." "Senior brother Qian, didn't you see him?" Saying this, he naturally took out his identity badge. "Elder Luo Qian praised me highly, complimenting my extraordinary talent, and even specially granted me this identity badge in advance, so that if I encounter difficulties in the future, I can contact him directly." "Senior brother Qian, you don't have one, do you?" Hearing this, Qian Wenda's face turned green. He definitely didn't have one. The robot only gave him a piece of clothing. However, that robot did mention to him that the sect would issue an identity badge to each disciple, but it needed the elder to personally inscribe it, so it would take some time to be mailed to him. Qian Wenda's gaze fixed on a badge in Zheng Yu's hand, examining it closely, and indeed, it clearly displayed the 2 characters Zheng Yu, with a beautifully crafted white cloud pattern below that was emblematic of Feiyun sect. Chapter 62. Information from Qian Sheng. "Jiang Xia, you didn't pass?" Zheng Yu's gaze focused on Jiang Xia as he softly asked. As soon as he spoke, he keenly realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly remedied. What I actually meant to say is, in my heart, you are very impressive, even more so than Qian Wenda." Zheng Yu's words suddenly became stammered. The youthful vigor that was once as vibrant as the morning sun seemed to be blown away by an invisible wind, replaced by an unmistakable awkwardness. Gao Chang frowned slightly, but this subtle change in expression was fleeting. Soon, his brow relaxed and returned to normal. Jiang Xia's lips slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile, and she said gently, "You are quite impressive too. I have a sect inheritance, and I came to participate this time simply to witness the mysterious, mutated spirit-winged butterfly beast." "Oh, I see." Zheng Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He originally thought that the other person who became an inner sect disciple would be Jiang Xia. After the commotion of the Feiyun trial, Zheng Yu's life returned to its previous calm. Chapter 63. Qian Sheng's Malice. "Uncle Gao, since yesterday, someone has been following me in the dark." Zheng Yu lowered his voice and said solemnly, though his youthful face showed little panic, only a hint of coldness in his eyes. Gao Chang's expression changed drastically, his gaze sharpening. "Do you suspect it's Qian Sheng's people?" He raised an eyebrow and asked in return, "Uncle Gao, I'm just an ordinary student. I have never had any enmity with anyone. Who would spend a lot of money to hire someone specifically to track me?" Gao Chang's brows furrowed tightly into a Chan shape, and the image of Qian Sheng suddenly flashed in his mind. Qian Sheng had committed a crime in the family in his early years and was mercilessly kicked out by the Qian family. After leaving his hometown and arriving in Mian City, he started from the bottom as a fish vendor, struggling all the way up. If he didn't have some ruthless means, how could he have risen to his current position in such a chaotic city? Gao Chang had heard of some of Qian Sheng's dirty deeds, but he truly did not expect Qian Sheng to target a middle school student. Such behavior was simply too despicable. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure someone is following you?" "This matter cannot be joked about," Gao Chang said with a serious expression, confirming again. Chapter 64. Furious Wrath. Zheng Yu and Gao Chang were dressed in tight black night clothes, perfectly blending into the night like dark night phantoms. A few minutes ago, they had stealthily approached the house, and the conversation between the two inside was clearly audible to them. Zheng Yu's fists clenched, making a cracking sound. His knuckles turned white from the force, and his hands trembled violently out of control, his nails like sharp steel nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. Slowly oozing blood, yet he felt no pain. He had anticipated that Qian Sheng would take action against him, as the conflict between them had escalated to such a point. But he never expected that Qian Sheng's heart would be so malicious. Not only intending to kill him, but also planning to throw his body in front of his mother and uncle. His mother was bedridden, tormented repeatedly by illness. Her body so weak that it seemed she would fall over with a gust of wind. His uncle was disabled, facing many inconveniences in life, relying on sheer willpower to struggle through each day. They had placed all their hopes and expectations on Zheng Yu. He was the only light in their dark world. He could hardly imagine the scene if his mother and uncle were to see his cold corpse. It would be a heart-wrenching, despairing sight. Chapter 65. When meeting the King of Hell, don't get the name wrong. Gao Chong still did not speak. The spiritual energy within him surged like a torrential river, continuously pouring out, carrying the unique sharpness and hardness of metal, winding and swirling in the air. In an instant, the spiritual energy transformed into several thick golden chains, with runes flashing on them, as if containing ancient forbidden power. These chains moved like agile pythons, bearing their fangs and claws, wrapping around Qian Sheng tightly. As soon as the chains touched Qian Sheng's body, strands of metallic spiritual power drilled into his veins, resembling countless steel needles, sealing the operation of the spiritual power within him, rendering him motionless, and draining all his strength like a receding tide. The Jin Shao Kuanling Lock was a profound 5th-grade martial skill with astonishing effects against enemies. Qian Sheng knew that he could not break free in a short time, so the only plan was to delay and wait for reinforcements. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, and his aura suddenly changed, unleashing his own 5th-grade martial skill, Frog Transformation. As the martial skill was activated, a strange dark blue sheen appeared on Qian Sheng's skin, with mucus slowly seeping through the patterns, quickly solidifying into a tough and elastic keratin layer that shimmered with a cold glow under the light. Chapter 66. The world is not black and white. Qian Sheng's face turned pale, devoid of blood, and the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth quickly turned into strange red patches under the scorching flames, drying on his lips. His body trembled violently, and he squeezed out a few broken words from his throat. "I was wrong, you can kill me, just don't kill my son." Before he could finish, his eyes bulged out as if they were about to explode, and his voice abruptly stopped. Immediately, flames rapidly spread from his neck, engulfing him in an instant. Soon, there was only a pile of charred remains left at the scene, emitting a pungent smoke. Zheng Yu stood frozen, his hands trembling slightly, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, and the anger in his eyes gradually extinguished with Qian Sheng's death. At this moment, the wind outside howled, and Gao Chong quickly stepped forward, grabbing Zheng Yu's arm and saying in a deep voice, "Let's go, it's not safe to stay here. Someone will notice something is off soon." As he spoke, he swiftly took out several bottles of potions from his pocket and skillfully tossed them on the ground. As soon as the potion bottles hit the ground, the corks popped out with a bang, and flames instantly surged out from the bottles like agile fire serpents, spreading throughout the entire room. Chapter 67. Nirvana Fruit, what a bold move. Gao Chong gave a thumbs up in praise, and then rotated the spatial ring on his hand. A faint light flashed from the ring, and he carefully took out an exquisite crystal box, gently placing it on the coffee table. "You're almost at the 5 organs realm. You should eat this fruit." The crystal box was clear and transparent. Inside lay a fruit the size of a cherry, with a lustrous yellow skin that seemed to be carved from top-quality jade, surrounded by a mysterious and elegant pale purple halo, like a dream. Even from outside the box, one could see golden liquid flowing slowly inside the fruit, warm and viscous, resembling the flow of jade, emanating a strangely alluring fragrance. "What is this?" Zheng Yu's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he reached out to pick up the box and examine it closely. This is the 5th-grade heavenly medicine, Nirvana Fruit, a truly rare item. Gao Chong deliberately slowed his speech, introducing it word by word, his eyes filled with seriousness. Ordinary warriors, even if they reach the 6 organs realm, may not have the chance to encounter such a fruit. Its greatest effect is to help wash the marrow and cut the bones, opening the heart's great threshold, assisting you in breaking through the bottleneck of your realm. It is a heavenly material and earthly treasure that is hard to come by. Chapter 68. The Five Organs Realm. Although Zheng Yu's physical condition was not great right now, battered and exhausted after the fierce battle, perhaps because he had completely resolved the hidden danger posed by Qian Sheng, the heavy burden in his heart lifted, and he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. He recalled what Sister Huang Ying had once said, to step into the Five Organs Realm. It's not about the accumulation of training time or the careful preparation of every detail. The key is to have the courage to swallow the heavens and devour the sun, and the bravery to forge ahead, cutting through thorns. The more one hesitated and calculated, waiting for everything to be in place before attempting to break through, the more one would miss the chance of success. Life is not cooking. You cannot wait for all the ingredients to be neatly arranged and all the seasonings prepared before starting to cook. Zheng Yu's gaze was fixed on the glowing nirvana fruit in his hand. It seemed to have a spirit of its own, the ethereal glow stirring his deep desires even more intensely, making him eager to act. Today was the first time he had killed someone, and his emotions surged like an unending sea of rage, tumultuous and restless. The thought of breaking through to the Five Organs realm was like a spark. Once planted, it spread like wildfire, burning away his doubts and fears. Chapter 69. System Upgrade in the Bedroom. Zheng Yu stood tall, his neck slightly raised, his eyes closed, immersed in a completely new realm of understanding. Is this the Five Organs realm? Waves of spiritual energy surged through the veins in his body, rushing wildly, yet accompanied by a strange sense of tameness, as if firmly controlled by his flesh, gently nourishing every corner of his body. Under this continuous nurturing, without the need to temper his body, his physical quality would gradually strengthen. The Five Organs realm was a crucial starting point for entering the divine realm, extremely important. Zheng Yu had not expected a breakthrough in one go today. Joy surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Zheng Yu as he slowly stood up, barely able to contain his excitement. In an instant, his bones creaked and cracked, and when Zheng Yu looked down, he found that the originally fitting pant legs were now significantly shorter. The fabric stretched tightly around his calves, making him look somewhat ridiculous. This breakthrough not only allowed him to successfully ascend to the Five Organs realm, but also fully stimulated his physical potential, further enhancing his physical quality. And even his height had noticeably increased. Zheng Yu grinned, excitement and curiosity bubbling within him, eager to test just how strong he had become after the enhancement. Chapter 70. The Cold Zhangxiu. Sunlight poured down at the entrance of Mian City, No. 9 High School. The school emblem on a marble pillar, shining with golden brilliance in the morning light, showcasing the solemnity and prestige of this prestigious school. Zheng Yu stood quietly at the school gate, finally fulfilling his promise and arriving at the school where his mother once studied. He gazed at the scenery within the campus, where teaching buildings were neatly arranged, the modern architectural style complemented by culturally rich decorations. The off-white exterior walls appeared especially bright under the sunlight, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the azure sky and white clouds, resembling a naturally beautiful painting slowly unfolding before his eyes. No, 9 High School was indeed the best senior high school in Mian City, not only located in the most bustling city center, but also occupying a vast and well-organized area. Today was the first day of school. The roads at the entrance were already crowded with vehicles. The sounds of car horns, engine roars, and parents' reminders intertwined, creating a unique symphony of the new school year. Zheng Yu weaved through the bustling crowd, following the signs to the school's playground. At this moment, the playground resembled a joyous and boiling ocean, with throngs of people gathering like a tide from all directions. Chapter 71. The Rules. Seeing this, Li Yingjie quickly said, "Tao Jie, if you run into Brother Zhangxiu later, you must introduce me. I really want to meet this powerful big shot." A look of difficulty flashed across Yao Tao's face. In fact, her interactions with Zhangxiu were quite limited. Strictly speaking, she could only be considered a small fan of Zhangxiu. "It's fine, but you must pay attention to manners and never offend Brother Zhangxiu, otherwise I won't be able to explain it." However, thinking about the rare opportunity to greet Zhangxiu up close, Yao Tao eventually nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Tao Jie. I definitely won't have any problems." Li Yingji nodded vigorously, confidently assuring her. Hearing the classmates from Zheng discussing back and forth, Zheng Yu stood aside, his expression gradually becoming dazed. "Zhangxiu, cold and aloof. The person they were talking about couldn't possibly be the same Zhang Xiu he knew, right? Their abilities and cultivation might match, but in his impression, Zhang Xiu was clearly a very warm and cheerful person. Zheng Yu felt a bit puzzled. But before he could ask, a group of teachers in the uniform of Jiu Zhong walked in with vigorous and steady strides, entering the playground in unison. Chapter 72. The Dropout Crisis. Next, some teachers will distribute special Jiu Zhong watches to everyone. These watches will record various data and scores in real time during the battle, making it easier for us to evaluate and tally everyone's performance. Now, I have 3 important points to note. First, in the secret realm, the highest level monster is a Gale Wolf, classified as a 4th grade, 3rd tier beast, possessing very strong attack power and speed. Everyone must be extremely cautious when encountering it and cannot let their guard down. At the same time, throughout the secret realm, there will be teachers monitoring closely. If you encounter an unbeatable monster during the exam, you can send an SOS signal through your watch at any time. However, once you call for help, it means you have voluntarily given up on this exam. So I hope everyone can remain calm and make careful judgments in the face of danger. Second, the higher the monster's grade, the higher the corresponding score. Moreover, points can be transferred among classmates. So you could try to cooperate with others to jointly defeat higher grade monsters based on the actual situation. This way, you can improve efficiency and increase your own points. However, during cooperation, also pay attention to teamwork and communication to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Chapter 73. Old Zheng, you should have also leveled up to level 10, right? As soon as Zheng Yu stepped into the secret realm, an ancient and strange aura rushed toward him. He instinctively raised his head and looked around, revealing a vast and boundless primeval forest. Towering ancient trees reached up to the clouds, their lush branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the sun and making the interior of the forest particularly dark. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, resembling a soft carpet, but exuding a unique smell of decay and rebirth, with all sorts of oddly shaped, colorful, peculiar flowers and grasses growing among them. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings like a thin veil, gently shrouding the entire forest. Although the sun was nowhere to be seen, strands of sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of branches and mist, casting mottled light and shadow. This atmosphere is a bit oppressive. Let's go find monsters and finish the task early. Come on, keep up. The students who entered quickly dispersed into previously organized teams, each exploring in different directions. Yao Tao, along with Zheng Yu and the other 6, quickly chose a direction and began to move cautiously. Half an hour later. Chapter 74. The incident before leaving the team before Zheng Yu could respond, a sudden series of exclamations nearby caught their attention. It turned out that Yao Tao's watch had already received a score reward for killing a blackthorn beast. The two of them gathered around, and they saw a striking number displayed on the watch screen. This 3rd grade blackthorn beast actually provided a whopping 200 points as a reward, which surprised everyone. I told you, the school wouldn't team maliciously set regulations that affect students' admissions, Yao Tao said loudly. The physical strength of this blackthorn beast is roughly equivalent to our level 11 physical strength, as long as everyone can overcome their psychological fear. Killing monsters to gain points is actually not as difficult as imagined. Yao Tao's words reassured everyone, easing the previously tense atmosphere among the rest. They felt they could handle monsters of this intensity. Tao Jie is still mighty and powerful. I was so scared my legs went soft just now. If it weren't for Tao Jie, we would have been in danger this time, Li Yingjie said cheerfully, his face filled with an exaggerated smile. Ha ha, where Xiao Jie? You're exaggerating too much. Chapter 75. Tiger Roar Fist. Zheng Yu, are you crazy? Come back. When Yao Tao saw the person's appearance, she immediately became anxious. She never expected that this seemingly stable Zheng Yu would make such a reckless move at this moment. This blackthorn beast could use spiritual power, undoubtedly a 4th grade beast. Although it was only a 1st tier 4th grade, based on the intensity of their brief encounter earlier, it was definitely a 4th grade 1st tier beast that had cultivated for a long time, and its strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, since it was angry due to its injuries, the threat level had increased another notch. This was not something their small team could handle. Yao Tao stomped her foot in frustration. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gritted her teeth and followed. She simply couldn't bear to watch Zheng Yu go to his death. After all, they were teammates, and she couldn't back down at this dangerous moment. But just a second later, Yao Tao's figure suddenly stopped in place, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face full of shock and disbelief. She saw Zheng Yu, while moving forward, suddenly surrounded by several illusory shadows. The waves of spiritual energy erupting from the blackthorn beast surged like a tidal wave, but only missed him, blasting large craters into the ground behind him, with dirt and stones flying everywhere, creating a shocking scene. Chapter 76. Snatching points? There was no such thought. He just didn't want to compete for points with everyone. Earlier, he acted together with the team because he was worried that only Woon Ti be able to get 100 points and Woon Ti be able to stay in school. Zheng Yu waved his hand lightly and said calmly. Yao Tao was slightly taken aback, looked carefully at Zheng Yu, and sighed. It seems Xiao Jia has a good brother. Tao Jia, did the blackthorn beast die? A careful call came from not far away from the teammates. In fact, the team members hadn't gone far. Many of them stopped after witnessing Zheng Yu charge forward. It's dead, it's dead. Look at your cowardly faces. Hurry over. Hearing Yao Tao's call, the teammates came out from their hiding places, their faces still showing remnants of tension and fear. When everyone cautiously approached, Zheng Yu's slightly tired but still upright figure came into view, and a series of gasps erupted around them. Zheng Yu's sleeves and pants were stained with patches of blood, the marks left from the fierce battle with the blackthorn beast. The enormous blackthorn beast lay at his feet, having already lost its breath. Its back bore a deep pit, as if it had been smashed open by someone's fists. Black blood flowed in winding streams on the ground, emitting a pungent, fishy smell that made one want to vomit. Chapter 77. Old Zheng, you make me feel strange. Yao Tao slowly raised her eyes and scanned the newcomer. In that instant, it felt as if her heart had been violently grasped by an invisible hand, plunging straight into an icy abyss. The person was none other than Zhang Xiao, whom she had mentioned to her teammates earlier. The monster that Zheng Yu had slain not long ago was indeed the prey Zhang Xiao had been eyeing. Zhang Xiao was quite skilled in swordsmanship. Having caught sight of the prominent sword marks on the blackthorn beast, Yao Tao had harbored doubts in her heart. Yao Tao pursed her lips. Although Zhang Xiao's personality was cold and aloof, he was still a reasonable person. However, the group around him consisted entirely of rich kids, most of whom were used to being arrogant. This time, Zheng Yu would probably have no choice but to obediently hand over the points he had earned. She suppressed her inner unease and looked towards the bustling crowd opposite her, preparing to muster her courage and approach them. But before she could open her mouth, a tall girl stepped forward from the crowd. The girl stood at about 7 meters tall, making her particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Her skin was as pale as the first snow of winter, with a faint pink hue, reminiscent of the blooming cherry blossom petals in spring. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently as she moved with grace, the tips slightly curled, adding to her playful and lively aura. Chapter 78. Kill the Wolf. After a brief rest, Zheng Yu felt that a portion of the points from the blackthorn beast should be given to Zhang Xiao, as without Zhang Xiao's earlier attack, he wouldn't have been able to capture it so easily. Therefore, he planned to transfer half of the points to Zhang Xiao, but was directly refused without hesitation by Zhang Xiao. The school had made it clear that the points belonged to the person who dealt the final blow to the monster. Since it was Zheng Yu who had slain it, the points naturally belonged to him. Zhang Xiao said calmly, Brother Zhang Xiao, but if it weren't for your assistance earlier, I might not have been able to kill it so smoothly, Zheng replied with a smile. Zhang Xiao looked deeply at Zheng Yu and said, Brother Zheng, don't deceive me. With your strength, I don't believe you couldn't kill a 4th-tier first-grade monster. Hearing this, Zheng Yu just smiled and didn't mention sharing the points again. He knew in his heart that if the blackthorn beast had not been injured, he could have handled it himself, although it would have taken more effort. Moreover, without his interference, it was uncertain whether Zhang Xiao and his group could have caught up to the blackthorn beast in time. Chapter 79. The cunning Gale Wolf King Gao Qian was also unwilling to be outdone. She had spent a fortune to purchase 2 extremely rare nirvana fruits, giving one to Zheng Yu and keeping one for herself. With the help of a nirvana fruit, she had successfully advanced to the 5 organs realm, her strength soaring rapidly. She moved gracefully and nimbly, like a swift swallow, her legs moving as fast as lightning, each kick accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that seemed capable of shattering the surrounding air. At that moment, she seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, her legs resembling a pair of fierce battle axes, striking down with immense force towards the Gale Wolf King. Gao Qian's leg strikes intertwined with Zhang Xiao's sword aura, quickly forming an impenetrable web of attacks that tightly enveloped the Gale Wolf King, making it difficult for it to escape. The Gale Wolf King, undeterred, opened its massive jaws, unleashing two surging waves of spiritual energy that burst forth like a raging tide, unstoppable. The two waves of spiritual energy collided successively with the attacks from Zhang Xiao and Gao Qian, producing two deep, thunderous sounds. The powerful energy fluctuations spread rapidly outward like ripples, causing the surrounding trees to rustle, and some small branches were even directly shattered, falling to the ground. Chapter 80. Divine Powers. Hearing Zheng Yu's warning shout, Yao Tao's gaze instantly sharpened and became alert. Her body moved like a swift shadow, quickly dodging to the side to narrowly avoid the Gale Wolf King's sudden lethal strike. The sharp wolf claw grazed past her clothing, creating a gust of wind that made her acutely feel the fear of death brushing against her. However, the Gale Wolf King was not willing to let it go. Its agile form pivoted in midair like a black whirlwind, recklessly charging through the surroundings. Its cold and fierce gaze searched around, specifically targeting those with relatively weaker auras. At that moment, the scene truly resembled a wolf entering a flock of sheep, descending into chaos as panic spread rapidly. Many students were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, their reactions delayed. They had no time to execute effective evasive maneuvers and were directly struck away by the Gale Wolf King's powerful claws. The students' bodies flew through the air like kites with severed strings, tracing arcs before crashing heavily to the ground, producing dull thuds, and their pained cries echoed continuously, chilling the bones. Chapter 81. Someone is stealing the monster. A newcomer extended a hand, the palm white and slender, yet exuding a dangerous aura. He lightly slapped at the back of the Gale Wolf King's head. The movement seemed gentle, yet concealed a deadly intent. Someone wants to steal the monster. The thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Xiao's mind as he sat beside. According to the school's rules, the person dealing the final blow to a monster could earn the corresponding points. They had finally brought the Gale Wolf King to the brink of death. But suddenly someone emerged, wanting to snatch that final blow, clearly with ulterior motives, try to seize the points that rightfully belonged to them. Zhang Xiao felt a surge of hatred in his heart and attempted to struggle to his feet. However, his body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and he could only watch helplessly as the person struck toward the Gale Wolf King, powerless to intervene. Hey, this is too much. A dissatisfied grunt suddenly rang out in the arena, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, like the sound of thunder bursting, causing a jolt in one's heart. Zhang Xiao struggled to lift his head and look toward the source of the sound. He saw Zheng Yu surrounded by dazzling purple light. The purple glow resembling lightning in the night sky, brilliant and eye-catching. Chapter 82. Martial Arts Genius Ding Zhong. Taking advantage of Zheng Yu's momentary distraction of Ding Zhong, Gao Qian quietly approached the Gale Wolf King. She swiftly retrieved a sharp dagger from her spatial ring, then leaped high into the air, using all her strength to plunge the dagger fiercely into the Gale Wolf King's skull. The Gale Wolf King was already on the brink of death from Zheng Yu's earlier kick infused with thunderous power. At that moment, after being struck by Gao Qian's fatal blow, it let out a mournful and desperate howl, struggling violently as blood gushed from its wounds, instantly dyeing the surrounding ground red. A hint of unwillingness and anger flashed in its eyes, but in the end, it collapsed to the ground, completely dead. This intense battle finally came to an end. As the Wind Wolf King fell, Ding Zhong's figure reappeared. He wore an expression of regret and unwillingness as he stared at Zheng Yu and asked, "What is your name? Based on our earlier confrontation, you should not have mastered the organs yet, and are still in the first realm of the 5 organs. Yet you managed to fight me to a standstill. You are indeed quite impressive." Zheng Yu stood still, took a deep breath, then stretched his limbs, making a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers exploding, which was the sound of the thunderous power within him surging and releasing. Chapter 83. The conclusion. With the battle concluded, the tense atmosphere eased slightly, and everyone took advantage of this rare break to rest and regroup while beginning to divide the points gained from the battle. The Wind Wolf King, being a 4th grade, 3rd tier monster, served as an important source of points, contributing a total of 8,000 points. Coupled with the points from 5 other small wind wolves, this operation netted them over 10,000 points, making it quite a bountiful harvest. Principal Zhang Qing had previously announced that students who ranked high in the entrance exam would receive martial skill cards as rewards. Under the well-established system of the Great Xia Kingdom, Most martial skill cards could be easily purchased on the Great Xia Kingdom's Martial Skill Library official website. Zheng Yu, having the financial backing of the godly rich system, was relatively well off and found it easy to order martial skill cards directly from the official site. Moreover, he had already accumulated 1,000 points, and according to the real-time rankings on his watch, these points were sufficient to ensure his smooth entry into the rocket class. Therefore, Zheng Yu decisively gave up the opportunity to share in the points and chose instead to take the spleen essence and liver essence from the Wind Wolf King. Fresh monster organ essences were extremely rare and, for Zheng Yu, who had a significant need due to his damaged spiritual kidney, were undoubtedly more valuable than points. Chapter 84. Cultivation. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiao and the others, Zheng Yu hurried to the school cafeteria, quickly selected a simple lunch, and devoured it in a whirlwind. After finishing his lunch, Zheng Yu followed the route guidance on his watch to the boys' dormitory. Normally, the dormitories at number 9 middle school were usually 4-person rooms. However, due to the special status of Class 1, Zheng Yu was able to stay in a single room with a private bathroom, providing a very pleasant environment. He took out some clothes from the Feiyun sect token, tidied up his room a bit, and then sat on the bed, taking out the 3 organs he had obtained today. These 3 organs were taken from the Blackthorn Beast and the Wind Wolf King. Zheng Yu adjusted his breathing and first took out the spleen essence from the Blackthorn Beast, perhaps due to the Blackthorn Beast's shallow cultivation. Its spleen essence was only the size of a thumb and had a square shape. The spleen essence felt warm with a hint of coolness, as if it were a living energy body. Zheng Yu rinsed it briefly with clean water and then directly placed it in his mouth. As soon as the spleen essence touched his tongue, a surge of spiritual power erupted in his mouth like a tidal wave. This spiritual power was sweet and refreshing, quickly descending down his throat, igniting his meridians like a lit fuse, crackling softly as it moved along. The originally obstructed areas were instantly widened, and the flow speed of the spiritual power in the meridians suddenly accelerated, resembling a rushing river. Chapter 85. The unique features of number 9 middle school as dawn broke. The gentle sunlight poured through the thin clouds like fine golden threads, spilling softly into the dormitory. Zheng Yu slowly awakened from his sleep, washed up briefly, and then dashed towards the playground, starting his daily morning run. Ever since completing the last running task, Zheng Yu had grown fond of this sport, especially the refreshing feeling brought by the gentle breeze brushing against his face. Number 9 middle school was indeed a renowned first-class high school. By the time Zheng Yu arrived at the playground, many students were already exercising on the track. Zheng Yu quickly joined the running crowd and jogged for half an hour before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast and then to the classroom. On his way to the classroom, an old 3-story building suddenly caught Zheng Yu's eye. This small building stood quietly in a relatively hidden corner of the campus. Its appearance, though ancient and worn, emitted a unique, mysterious aura. Zheng Yu couldn't help but stop, curious to take a look. Surrounding the small building were lush trees, yet puzzlingly, the side of the trees closest to the building was completely dyed a deep red, while the other side remained a normal green. Chapter 86. The Dragon Body. How is this possible? Among the many students present, all were exceptional talents during their middle school years. Yet, even many of them would need to spend over half a year to cultivate a second-grade martial skill to perfection. Moreover, what Zhuang Yu was referring to was a spiritual-level martial skill, and a top-tier one at that. Is what you're talking about the Dragon Body, Teacher Zhuang? A student couldn't contain their excitement and asked loudly. Yes. Zhuang Yu nodded slightly and said, at this point, I must earnestly introduce to you all the small building behind me. This building is called Wangchai Building, and it is filled with rich fire essence. As long as you cultivate inside the building, you can leverage this fire essence to practice the Dragon Body. According to school records, even the students with the least favorable results only took a year and a half to cultivate the Dragon Body to perfection. The average cultivation speed for students is 9 months. As soon as Zhuang Yu finished speaking, many students turned their gazes towards the small building, their eyes filled with fervent longing and expectation. My God, that's amazing. Coming to number 9 middle school was the right choice. Chapter 87. Starting to cultivate at that moment. Gao Qian pulled Zheng Yu out. In Gao Qian's eyes, Zheng Yu was able to cultivate the difficult illusory shadow technique to its ultimate realm in just over 10 days, indicating that his martial arts talent must be outstanding. Even if he couldn't compare to Ding Zhong, he likely wouldn't fall far behind. Zheng Yu, you actually have such abilities? Gao Qian said proudly. Little you only took a little over 10 days to master a martial skill with a difficulty level of 6 stars to its peak realm. Wow, that's impressive. This is great. There's hope now. Zheng, we're counting on you. Everyone cast their eager gazes at him, although they were all rich second-generation heirs. Having witnessed Zheng Yu's displayed strength yesterday and learned about his status as an inner disciple of the Feiyun sect, they held him in high regard. I'll do my best, Zheng Yu replied with a smile. The people present came from distinguished backgrounds, many of whom were not inferior to Zhang Xiu's family, and he felt a desire to make connections with them. He planned to quickly complete the training of the dragon body using martial skill points, regardless of whether there was Ding Zhong or not, and then study other martial skills. If this caused Ding Zhong any setbacks, he could only apologize. Chapter 88. Speed like flying, a flash of realization quickly passed through Zheng Yu's eyes, and he thought to himself, this must be the fire qi that teacher Zhuang mentioned before. These fire qi were like lively spirits, full of endless vitality and mystery, slowly swirling around him. Zheng Yu guided these fire qi into his body, allowing them to flow gently through his meridians. With each passage, it felt like a warm current gently stirring within him, as if it was performing a specific transformation on his body. As he delved deeper into his practice, Zheng Yu could clearly feel the changes within his body, as if a new force was quietly nurturing between his muscles and bones. However, due to the short duration of his training, this new power still seemed extremely weak and not very noticeable. After practicing for a few cycles, Zheng Yu began to guide the spiritual energy towards his eyes according to the training method of the dragon body. The first realm of the dragon body is the shrimp eye, which means that the training must first focus on the eyes. With his guidance, the spiritual energy flowed slowly, mixed with the fire qi, and gradually entered his eyeballs. However, at that moment, Zheng Yu's eyes unexpectedly experienced a strange itching sensation. Chapter 89. The trial day ahead, is this the entry level? Zheng Yu murmured in disbelief, subconsciously clenching his fists. Although the shrimp eye looked somewhat ugly, the changes happening in his body clearly indicated that he had successfully cultivated the shrimp eye, which meant he had officially entered the dragon body. Estimating based on yesterday's training speed, he thought it would take at least 2 weeks to reach this realm, but now it had only taken 2 days to achieve great success. Wow, 2 days to enter, what Ding Zhong, Li Sisi, who can compare with me? Zheng Yu excitedly shouted in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed his joy and fell into contemplation. Based on his experiences with using martial skill points, it seemed that the godly rich system directly infused the cultivation experiences and memories of certain people or beings into his mind. Utilizing this magical, simulated training method, it helped him rapidly elevate his martial skill realm. If this were true, then as long as he accumulated more martial skill experience points and immersed himself in this simulated training for a longer time, the training effect would surely be much better than the current brief experiences. Chapter 90. Ding Zhong's progress in that case. He shouldn't blame him for cheating. Zheng Yu decided to accumulate another week of martial skill points and then go all out. When the principal came to inspect, he would make sure to show him who the true martial arts genius was. Zheng Yu repeatedly pondered this in his heart, weighing it for a long time, but ultimately threw the thought aside. The reason was simple. The current infusion of martial skill experience points only had a 30% effect, which made him feel quite unwilling. Although each heartbeat could accumulate martial skill points, Zheng Yu was unwilling to waste even a little. Moreover, during this time, he had successfully cultivated to the 3rd realm of the dragon body, which should be more than enough to handle today's test. Even if someone was faster than him, it would just mean letting the bullet fly a bit longer. As night fell, the clock struck 7 on the in Class 1's classroom. The students sat quietly at their desks, and the entire classroom was silent, only the sound of light breathing echoing. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Zhuang Yu, cheerfully led a man dressed in a gray robe into the classroom. This is our director of education, Yuan Ping. Let us welcome him with applause. Teacher Zhuang enthusiastically introduced to the students. Chapter 91. News from Jiangxia. Is there anyone in the 3rd realm? Yuan Ping continued to ask loudly. At this moment, everyone gradually grasped the situation. This so-called test day was clearly the director of education coming to assess the top students' cultivation levels to report back to the principal. Zheng Yu, sitting in the last row, clearly saw everything. The hands raised belonged to Zhang Xiu and Yao Tao. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Xiu could reach the 3rd realm. He had reportedly spent a lot of money on a pill that could unblock blood vessels, greatly increasing his speed in cultivating the dragon body. However, Yao Tao was somewhat unexpected. She barely made it into the first school and surprisingly possessed the talent to cultivate the dragon body. Aren't you going to raise your hand? Gao Qin gently poked Zheng Yu's arm. No need. Zheng Yu shook his head slightly, his expression calm. Even if he raised his hand now, it would merely be as a backdrop for Ding Zone. It was better to keep a low profile and save the big show for next time. Very good. Both of you are excellent students. Keep it up, Yuan Ping said with a kind smile. He did not continue to ask how many people had entered the second realm. Chapter 92. There's a dragon under the school. Zheng Yu felt as if he had truly transformed into a dragon, dancing wildly under the vast sky. His dragon body was strong and elongated, spiraling through the air, weaving between layers of clouds. With the fine scales on his body shimmering with a cold and captivating metallic luster in the sunlight. Not far away, countless ferocious-looking monsters rushed toward him like a surging tide. However, Zheng Yu felt no fear. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he looked up at the vast sky and let out a long dragon roar, the sound echoing like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens. Then he suddenly swung his dragon body and charged fiercely into the group of monsters. In an instant, the sky was filled with intersecting lights, and the violent energy clashed and surged, causing the wind and clouds to change color due to this fierce battle, as if the heavens and earth were trembling slightly under this power. Amidst this fierce melee, Zheng Yu closely followed a tall man whose face was indistinct. Fighting side by side, and wherever they passed, the monsters let out chilling cries and fled in all directions. However, it wasn't long before an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the depths of the cloud layer, a massive tentacle, like a shadow, suddenly emerged, darting through the sky like black lightning, moving at an incredible speed and accurately wrapping around Zheng Yu's neck. Chapter 93. Dragon Chief first. Tell me what you want to do? The low and powerful voice of the dragon echoed in the dim cave, its massive body coiled nearby, its lantern-like eyes filled with a hint of scrutiny, quietly watching Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and clasped his hands, saying, I have an enemy, and I hope that when the time comes for revenge, you can lend me a helping hand. Zheng Yu had never forgotten the Rong family. Over the years, the seeds of hatred had continuously taken root and sprouted in his heart, growing stronger, and revenge had even become his obsession. Zheng Yu knew very well in his heart that with the current power and foundation of the Rong family, it was not something he could contend with at the moment. He could imagine that once he grew to a certain level and entered the Rong family's sight, they would surely find ways to deal with him. After all, families like theirs were always ruthless when it came to eliminating threats. To be safe, Zheng Yu had been working hard to build good relationships with all parties. Whether it was the Gao family, Feiyun sect, or now the Jiaolong, he wanted to unite all possible forces. Your enemy is very strong? The Jiaolong slightly shook its enormous head, its eyes flashing. Very strong, Zheng Yu replied. Chapter 94. Generous rewards until he returned to his dormitory. Zheng Yu's mind kept replaying everything he had just experienced, a strong sense of unreality clinging to him, making him feel as if he were in a dream. There was actually a real Jiaolong lurking beneath the school, which was a legendary existence. Actually, it wasn't a loss. At least it helped me refine the heart of the Feilei Sparrow. With such a powerful Jiaolong, if it wanted to forcibly seize something, I would have no power to resist and could only submit. Zheng Yu murmured to himself while gently stroking the cold scales in his hand. Although the heart of the Feilei Sparrow sealed within him was gone, he had gained an opportunity to strike from the Jiaolong, successfully elevating his cultivation level and granting his Thunder Divine ability new capabilities. His task over the next few days was to absorb the essence blood given by the Jiaolong and strive to complete the final transformation of the Jiaolong body before the principal's inspection. Year 62 of the new calendar, October 25th morning. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting light on the campus path. Today was the day of the principal's inspection. After having breakfast, Zheng Yu hurried to the classroom. When he reached the staircase, a familiar figure in a gray hoodie suddenly caught his eye. Chapter 95. Terrifying Jiangxia. Oh, there are quite a few people. Wang Bowen scanned the crowd and finally settled his gaze on Yao Tao, who was sitting on the far left. He pointed at her and said, "Let's start with this little girl. You can take turns to talk about your situation." Hearing her name called by the principal, Yao Tao quickly stood up, a bit nervous but still politely and clearly said, "Good morning, Principal. I just managed to cultivate the Jialong body to the 5th realm, lion mane, yesterday." As she spoke, she activated the Jialong body technique within her, and in an instant, a circle of faint golden fluff appeared around her neck, and even her hair was tinged with a light golden hue. This was the manifestation of the 5th layer lion mane of the Jialong body. What Yao Tao said was not false. Seeing this, Wang Bowen revealed a satisfied smile, praising, "Not bad. Although the spiritual energy of Blue Star has further revived, and the cultivation conditions are much better than before, Mr. Li Ximin is still a deity-level expert. It is quite remarkable that you can keep up with his cultivation pace. How about this? You can choose one of the rewards, a chance to pick a 4th-grade heavenly medicine or a spiritual-level weapon." Chapter 96. Ding Zhong's divine ability. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Zheng Yu, who was on the far right of the classroom, and then they all subconsciously shook their heads. The last time Director Yuan Ping came to inspect, Zheng Yu hadn't even reached the 3rd realm of the Jialong body in just over a dozen days. Even if he practiced diligently, everyone thought he would be lucky to barely break through to the 5th realm. "Young man, what's your name?" Wang Bowen smiled at Zheng Yu. His eyes filled with kindness, but also seemed to harbor some inscrutable depth, as if he had seen through everything. Zheng Yu stood up and politely replied, "Good morning, Principal. My name is Zheng Yu." "Oh, Zheng Yu, then tell us, what realm have you reached in your cultivation?" Wang Bowen continued to ask. "I am fortunate enough to have cultivated the Jialong body to its ultimate realm," Zheng Yu said slowly, extending his palm. His finger bones began to elongate slowly, and his nails slightly curved, resembling a pair of sharp eagle claws, emitting a unique aura. Silence fell. The entire classroom instantly plunged into dead silence. Countless eyes widened, swallowing hard, desperately trying to suppress the shock that surged within them like a tidal wave. Chapter 97. Changing tracks not long after, Ding Zhong's aura visibly weakened a bit. But surprisingly, his claws gradually curved, slowly transforming into the shape of eagle claws, quite similar to what Zheng Yu had just demonstrated. This was the mark of the 8th layer eagle claw of the Jialong body. In less than a minute, everyone watched in disbelief as Ding Zhong instantly advanced from the 7th realm to the 8th realm of the Jialong body, successfully reaching the ultimate realm without relying on the fire essence from Wang Chai building. He had broken through purely through his own efforts. "Zheng Yu, now I'm also at the 8th realm of the Jialong body. Do you dare to spar with me to see whose Jialong body is more domineering?" Ding Zhong shouted at Zheng Yu, his voice echoing in the classroom, vibrating everyone's ears. "What kind of divine ability do you have?" Zheng Yu did not directly respond to Ding Zhong's sparring invitation, but asked curiously. Ding Zhong had clearly used divine power to achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time. "This divine ability of mine is called Lingxi. It can greatly enhance my comprehension and also allows me to consume my own vitality to break through martial arts levels." "Zheng Yu, what do you have to compare with me?" Ding Zhong proudly puffed out his chest. Chapter 98. Monthly exam agreement in the crowd. Ding Zhong's expression was now as dazed as a wooden sculpture. Just a moment ago, he had confidently declared he would spar with Zheng Yu to prove that his Jialong body was stronger. But now that Zheng Yu had pushed the boundaries and broken through, even if he was already at the 8th realm, how could he compare? "Can you tell us how you reached this realm?" Wang Bowen looked at Zheng Yu and asked. "What else could it be?" "Of course, it's because the system is powerful enough, plus the help of the Jialong's essence blood." Zheng Yu pondered for a moment and then sincerely said, "Principal, I can be where I am today, and it can only be attributed to my day and night hard work." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately cast admiring glances at Zheng Yu. If someone else said this, people might think there was some exaggeration, but Zheng Yu's diligence had been evident to everyone over this period. He was a man who even had to squeeze out time to cultivate during meals. This level of perseverance and hard work was something everyone present felt ashamed of. This cannot just be explained by the saying, "Heaven rewards diligence." You also need to have enough talent and opportunity to achieve it. Wang Bowen narrowed his eyes slightly, implying something. Chapter 99. Help. As soon as Jiang Xia's words fell, Zheng Yu's brows instantly furrowed tightly. Although Zheng Yu had not specifically inquired before, based on some subtle signs he had noticed in daily life, he could roughly guess that Jiang Xia's family background was certainly extraordinary. Therefore, the precious medicine required for her grandfather's illness was likely not something ordinary. "Is the precious medicine you need very rare?" Zheng Yu asked. My grandfather unfortunately fell victim to the poison of extreme cold, and his condition is getting worse. Now he needs extremely hot items to alleviate the cold poison in his body. Senior Jialong happens to have a 7th grade burning heaven pill made from fire spirit ginseng. If we can obtain this pill, it will greatly help my grandfather's injuries. Jiang Xia replied, full of worry. Upon hearing that the pill is actually of 7th grade, Zheng Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Such a high-grade pill might not even be exchanged for what Jialong scales. After all, Jialong had only agreed to help him fend off one enemy back then. Can't you ask your family for help to think of a solution? Zheng Yu asked again, feeling that with Jiang Xia's family background, there might be a way to solve this problem. Chapter 100. Broken Blade Director Yuan Ping. Which weapon is the best here? Zheng Yu stood in the weapon storage of number 9 middle school, scanning the array of weapons, and asked directly. Hearing Zheng Yu's straightforward question, Yuan Ping couldn't help but smile and patiently explained. Zheng Yu, selecting a weapon can't just be about finding the best. You first need to consider what type of weapon is more suitable for your cultivation, as being comfortable with it is key. Next, you should consider which weapon corresponds to the spirit techniques that will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only by integrating these factors can you choose the weapon that best fits you. Take this broken blade, which is currently the best in our weapon storage, for example. Yuan Ping pointed to the wall. The blade technique seems easy to learn, but in reality, it's very hard to get started. If you put in a lot of effort and can't even master a basic blade technique after returning, then even if you choose this best broken blade, it would be equivalent to making a wasted choice. The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. You must take one step at a time and cannot be too hasty. Zheng Yu looked in the direction Yuan Ping pointed and saw a broken blade hanging on the wall. At first glance, the blade seemed unremarkable and without any highlights. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint black mist swirling around the handle, as if it concealed a mysterious power. Chapter 101. Sect Mission. The accumulation speed of martial arts points is too slow. Zheng Yu couldn't help but sigh. If only the system could upgrade again. The martial arts points are really extraordinary. The more he uses them, the more enjoyable it becomes, and the more he wants to use them. Unfortunately, with only 8,000 to 9,000 credit points available per day, it's simply not enough. He wondered if the system would upgrade again when he reached the 6 organs realm. If it could provide a 10-fold increase, that would be great. In that case, he could push his spirit-level martial technique to its limit in just one day. The wind rustled through the forest as Zheng Yu stood in place, silently adjusting his breathing and contemplating the arrangements for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the monthly exam for No. 9 middle school, and there will surely be a fierce battle between him and Ding Zhong. Although Ding Zhong is quite strong and possesses multiple spirit techniques, Zheng Yu still has confidence in defeating him, though he needs to pay attention to some methods and strategies. The token at his waist, which had been quiet, suddenly warmed slightly without warning. Zheng Yu was taken aback, quickly picking up the token to check, and found it was a message from Elder Luo Qian. This surprised him. Although he occasionally sent messages to Elder Luo Qian to report on his cultivation progress and maintain their relationship, if he remembered correctly, this was the first time Elder Luo Qian had taken the initiative to contact him. Chapter 102. Yuli, it's you. Long time no see. Qian Wenda reached out his hand and gently shook Zheng Yu's. His actions seemed casual, but there was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. A little over a month ago, Qian Sheng had died mysteriously. After Qian Duo's desperate pleas, Qian Wenda went through great lengths to investigate. The initial suspects numbered 7, and Zheng Yu was one of them. After all, before the Feiyun trial, Qian Sheng had humiliated Zheng Yu severely, giving him ample motive to act. However, it was ultimately determined that the attackers were 2 experts from the 6 organs realm, which excluded Zheng Yu from suspicion. Zheng Yu came from a poor background, not to mention not having the money to hire 2 6 organs realm experts to kill Qian Sheng. Even if he could afford it, he probably wouldn't want to spend such a large sum. However, Qian Wenda was inherently suspicious, so seeing Zheng Yu inevitably reminded him of this matter. Young Master Qian, when did you arrive? What is the current situation, and what are we going to do next? Zheng Yu asked in a familiar manner. Did you come from Jiangnan? The sect is really generous. This is my first time sitting in first class. I was still wondering what teammates I would meet on the way, but unexpectedly, I ran into you, young Master Qian. This is fate. Chapter 103. Surprise Attack. Yuli is a native of Blue Star who, by chance, obtained an ancient secret technique left over from Blue Star and possesses the rare spirit bone. which is why she was exceptionally accepted as a disciple by the ancestor of Xingyao sect. Li Dao patiently explained. Spirit bone is a relatively rare physical mutation phenomenon in the cultivation world. Those who possess spirit bones often gain some extraordinary abilities beyond ordinary people's imagination. At the stage of the 5 organs and 6 organs realm, the abilities conferred by spirit bones can even be stronger than ordinary divine abilities, allowing cultivators to gain an advantage in battle. However, spirit bones are not without flaws. Their greatest disadvantage is that their potential is limited, and once formed, there is no room for improvement. In stark contrast, divine abilities continually evolve and strengthen with the user's increasing realm, and their power can grow infinitely. From a long-term development and comprehensive strength perspective, divine abilities undoubtedly have an advantage, but those who possess divine abilities are also much rarer. Do you have any thoughts on this battle? Li Dao slowly scanned Zheng Yu, Lu Yi, and Qian Wenda, asking. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu and the others exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Chapter 104. Cheat the next morning. Zheng Yu woke up leisurely from his sleep and quickly completed his morning routine. After a simple breakfast, he followed the main forces of Fei Yun's sect towards the Yinhu mine. The Yinhu mine was filled with a scorching aura, as if an invisible veil wafted through every inch of the air. Upon entering this place, one could feel a wave of heat rushing towards them, as if they were in a giant steamer. The rocks surrounding the mine had been dyed a bright red from years of relentless geothermal baking. From afar, they resembled fiery dragons lying on the ground, continuously emitting waves of intense heat, as if that scorching aura could ignite a person's very soul. The competition venue was chosen in a relatively flat and open area of the mine. Surrounding the venue, large stones were stacked in a makeshift stance, and the ground in the center had slightly cracked due to prolonged exposure to high temperatures. When Zheng Yu and his group arrived, the members of Xingyao sect were already waiting there. In the center of the crowd stood a woman dressed in a deep green satin robe. The fabric of the robe was exceptionally delicate, tightly hugging her voluptuous figure, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Chapter 105. Yu Li's ice technique. The situation is not good. It seems a big problem has arisen, Lu Yi said with a serious expression, lowering his voice. Yesterday, elderly Dao was adamant that he seemed to have a clear understanding of the opponent's battle arrangements. Based on this, the 3 of them speculated that the sect must have placed undercover agents within the Xingyao sect to obtain key intelligence in advance. However, the current situation was vastly different from the information they had previously gathered, clearly indicating that there was a deviation at some point. Damn it. Why did I have to face this woman? Qian Wentao's heart sank suddenly, and a strong sense of pressure rushed over him. It was only at this moment, when he was truly about to confront Yu Li, that he deeply felt the chilling and formidable pressure. Young Master Qian, now it's your turn to think carefully about how to save your own life, Zheng Yu said with a slight smile, tinged with mockery. While speaking, he didn't forget to pat Qian Wentao's arm. He was someone who held grudges and had not forgotten Qian Wentao's previous cold sarcasm. However, amidst the teasing, Zheng Yu felt a twinge of regret. He even considered whether he should challenge Yu Li himself if Qian Wentao lost later. Chapter 106. The terrifying Yu Li in an instant. A terrifyingly cold aura that could make one's soul tremble surged forth from her body, as if a volcano that had been dormant for 1,000 years suddenly erupted. The surrounding air seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, instantly freezing and producing cracking sounds, as if the entire world was solidified by this chill. In front of Yu Li, sharp and densely packed ice spikes quickly formed, each one glinting with a cold light, resembling rows of deadly arrows ready to be fired at Qian Wentao. The ice spikes cut through the air with a sharp whistle, resembling the wails of countless vengeful spirits. A fierce glint appeared in Qian Wentao's eyes, and relying on his nearly terrifying physical strength, he not only did not retreat, but instead accelerated fiercely, charging towards the ice spikes like a mad bull. A series of dense crashing sounds echoed as the ice spikes collided with Qian Wentao's body, shattering into ice shards. However, Qian Wentao's body was also scratched with shallow wounds, and strands of blood seeped out. Qian Wentao changed his posture and immediately executed a martial technique, his speed suddenly increasing. He was confident that as long as he could get close to Yu Li, he could inflict damage and gain the upper hand. Chapter 107. Lu Yi versus Lu Xian. The second battle quickly commenced. Lu Yi took a deep breath and walked to the center of the platform. Qian Wentao's loss put a lot of pressure on him. If the sect wanted to win, neither he nor Zheng Yu could afford to lose. Fei Yun sect, Lu Yi. Xingyao sect, Lu Xian. The two clasped hands and greeted each other. Lu Xian's voice was somewhat sharp and sounded quite harsh. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Lu Yi's heart raced, and he hurriedly activated his spiritual awareness to try to locate Lu Xian. But there was nothing to be found. Lu Xian seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Not only could he not be seen with the naked eye, but not even the slightest aura was detectable. This was Lu Xian's signature concealment technique, which was so mysterious that even a powerful figure at the 6th level of the realm would find it difficult to see through. Lu Yi did not dare to delay. His hands moved swiftly, and spiritual energy surged, creating a thick layer of green light around him, forming the mid-tier spiritual martial technique, Greenwood Shield. This shield was composed of highly concentrated wood-type spiritual energy, resembling an incredibly solid green barrier that completely protected Lu Yi within. Chapter 108. Zheng Yu versus Zhou Huwu using such a despicable means as the spiritual seed parasitism technique. You are truly cowardly. Lu Xian continued to struggle while saying, and actually, I just lied to you. If you didn't take the antidote I concocted, you would die in 10 minutes from my 7 fragrance poison. The one who should surrender is you. Haha, my devil thorn can kill you in just 8 minutes. Lu Yi retorted defiantly. He. My 7 fragrance poison can kill you in just 7 minutes. Lu Xian shouted loudly. I can do it in 5 minutes. I can do it in 4 minutes. 3 minutes. You're about to die. The two began to argue like this. Lu Yi shakily stood up, wanting to go to Lu Xian's side to land a blow. But the poison in his body caused him immense pain, and as soon as he got up, he collapsed heavily again. As time passed, one of them turned increasingly pale, while the other became increasingly flushed, and the situation grew more critical. Finally, Li Dao could no longer bear to watch. He suddenly appeared on the platform, looked at Su Yi, and said, Elder Su, in my opinion, let's consider this match a draw. If it drags on, it seems both our sects will lose an outstanding disciple. Chapter 109. Disciple Zheng Yu willing to fight utilizing the mystery of the shadow clone technique. Zheng Yu instantly swapped places with the shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Huwu. His 5 fingers shot out like sharp eagle claws, firmly gripping her delicate neck. And then he lowered his voice and said, Miss Zhou, thank you for your kindness. Everyone watched in astonishment as the battle concluded. No one had expected this match to end so quickly. Zheng Yu's astonishing reflexes and exceptional combat skills displayed during the fight far exceeded everyone's imagination. Well, Li Dao exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Zheng Yu's performance in this battle was truly impressive. Not only did he win decisively, but he also did so using the signature martial technique of the Fei Yun sect, the Shadow Clone. This technique was a super martial skill created by the returning elder of the Fei Yun sect. It is divided into 3 versions. The first version is the second-tier martial skill, Phantom Steps, which allows the practitioner to move with agility, appearing like a phantom that is difficult to grasp. The second version is the 4th-tier spiritual martial skill, Shadow Clone, which enables astonishing swaps using shadows, attacking unexpectedly. And the third version is the legendary 7th-tier holy martial skill, External Clones. Chapter 110. Zheng Yu versus Yuli. Zheng Yu paused for a moment and clasped his hands, saying, Elders, this battle will determine both the victor and the fate. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Xia Jing couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in her eyes. Although Zheng Yu's words were brief, his attitude was incredibly clear. His meaning was simple. As long as the sect needed him, he would unhesitatingly step onto the stage. And, as long as he still had a breath left, he would do his utmost to help the sect win this match. Therefore, there was no need to mention what would happen if he lost, because in his heart, losing would mean he had already died on the competition stage. Zheng Yu had already won a match, preserving the last bit of dignity for the Fei Yun sect. Even if he didn't wish to compete again at this moment, it was understandable. Yet, he still took the risk to agree. And the courage and responsibility shown at this critical moment were truly commendable. What die? You are mine. If you can't win, just surrender. Luo Qian casually crossed her legs and said nonchalantly, Anyway, I see that the leader Jiang of the Xingyao sect still has her charm. If worst comes to worst, I can ask my dad to come and capture her to be my furnace. Chapter 111. The thunder spear appears while the crowd below was discussing. Zheng Yu had already approached Yu Li like an arrow released from a bow. He stepped on the void, his figure agile like an eagle, and wielded a broken knife wrapped in thunderous power, striking fiercely towards Yu Li. Before the knife arrived, the sharp knife wind had already blown Yu Li's hair wildly. A cold light flashed in Yu Li's beautiful eyes as she lightly tapped her staff, and a wave of frosty cold air surged towards Zheng Yu like a tide. At the same time, taking advantage of the strong airflow's reaction force, her speed suddenly increased, and she withdrew like a phantom, trying to create a safe distance from Zheng Yu. Dodging was not that easy. Zheng Yu shouted loudly, his voice like a bell. His speed increased again, and the cold air that could slow others down brushed against him but felt like a gentle breeze, having no effect on him at all. He stepped forward again, swinging his knife, and the flashing blade, mixed with powerful strength, caused the surrounding air to tremble and twist. Faced with Zheng Yu's fierce and powerful strike, Yu Li finally showed a hint of surprise on her face. Zheng Yu's strength was indeed stronger than she had expected. Chapter 112. The divine ranking Zheng Yu was ragged, with multiple ice spikes piercing his body, blood seeping from the wounds and staining the ground beneath him, making the white ice layer appear particularly glaring. His hair was disheveled, and his face was splattered with blood, looking extremely disheveled. However, his gaze was extremely resolute, fixed firmly on Yu Li not far away, with flames seemingly burning in his dark pupils. He summoned the remaining spiritual power in his body and unleashed the dragon transformation once more. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and the phantom of a dragon faintly appeared around him, exuding an imposing momentum. This time, Yu Li had nowhere to hide. Zheng Yu charged in like a frenzied beast, then raised his fist high and struck heavily at Yu Li's chest. Yu Li was utterly unable to defend herself, her face suddenly turning as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Her body flew backward like a sack caught in a whirlwind, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, blooming into a brilliant blood flower on the white ice layer. Smelling the scent of blood, a satisfied smile spread across Zheng Yu's lips. At this moment, in his eyes, Yu Li's face gradually blurred, transforming into the glory of someone he had never seen before, the father he had never met, and the eldest young lady of the Rong family, Rong Pei-jin. Chapter 113. Master Luo Qian. Zheng Yu licked his dry lips, a hint of anticipation flickering in his gaze. Having made a significant contribution to the sect, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Dilly, I'm just doing my bit for the sect. It doesn't matter if there's a reward or not, Zheng Yu said with a righteous expression. Elderly saw through his little thoughts, lightly tapped his head with his finger, and laughed. There's no one else here. Why do you have to put on an act in front of me? Both Elder Luo Qian and Elder Jing were watching your performance today and were very satisfied. How could the sect treat you poorly? Uncle Li, are you satisfied with my performance? Zheng Yu asked with a grin, casually changing Elder Li to Uncle Li. You little rascal. Elderly shook his head helplessly and continued, of course, I am satisfied. If it weren't for you, I would have found it difficult to complete this task. What? Do you want me to prepare a separate reward for you? I didn't mean that. Zheng Yu quickly waved his hand, saying, if it weren't for your careful analysis of Yu Li's martial skills before the competition and your patient guidance on my knife techniques, I really wouldn't know how today's match would turn out. If you're satisfied, then I'm happy to. I just hope not to disappoint your teachings. Chapter 114. Regarding revenge, Zheng Yu's little heart suddenly began to pound violently. With Luo Qian's strength, the trivial item he casually mentioned would definitely not be an ordinary object. It might be something significant. Master, can I take a look first? Zheng Yu asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's just some small items. Don't be in a hurry to see them. Tell me, who took your spiritual kidney? Who is your enemy? Luo Qian stroked his chin, his eyes sharp, and said, I sent someone to investigate, but the information was chaotic and disorganized, and it would take too much time to sort through it. So I thought it would be simpler to ask you directly. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't say you're also unclear about it, would you? Luo Qian's words were like a thunderclap, resonating in Zheng Yu's ears. He was shaken, recalling that when he participated in the Feiyan trial, he had indeed mentioned his childhood injury and how his spiritual kidney had been harmed. He hadn't expected Luo Qian to remember it all along. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. Then, he spoke openly about his background without holding anything back. Chapter 115. The Clone Master, don't worry, I will never lose in a battle of the same level. Zheng Yu said firmly, his tone powerful. He was not blindly confident. He knew that once a war broke out with the Rong family, only winning or dying lay ahead, and there was no option for failure. Good, that's the spirit. My disciple should be so brave. Luo Qian's eyes were filled with approval, and then he changed the subject. By the way, I have a task for you. It is speculated that beneath the Yinhu mine lies the corpse of a super divine species. Go help me verify its authenticity. Master, how should I confirm it? Zheng Yu asked. It is inferred that the super divine species is most likely the Sangyan white tiger. Tomorrow, have elderly take you underground to check. If the skeleton of the Sangyan white tiger turns red, it indicates that it was above the divine level when it was alive, Luo Qian explained. Okay, master. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, secretly speculating that the relationship between Elder Li and master seemed to be not as close as he had imagined. All right, let's leave it at that. Be sure to be careful in your dealings. If anything comes up, contact me anytime. I have left a protective artifact in the spatial bag for you. Remember to keep it with you at all times. Chapter 116. 3 gifts. Zheng Yu's breathing quickened, as the small mountain made of spirit stones before him shone so brightly that he could hardly open his eyes. He focused and saw that it was filled with low-grade spirit stones, mixed with some larger medium-grade spirit stones. This big pile in front of him must be worth several hundred million, right? What a ridiculous godly rich system. His master is the real godly rich system. Zheng Yu licked his lips, quickly scanning through the pile of spirit stones with his consciousness, and soon picked out some books mixed in among them. These books were soft in texture, and when he opened the pages, they had a faint metallic sheen. He had heard Gao Chong mention that this was a unique way of recording martial skills used by the Feiyun sect. Those strong practitioners who have cultivated martial arts to the extreme can write the contents of martial techniques with specific ink. The user only needs to ignite the book and absorb the smoke produced by the burning book to learn the martial technique. In other words, these books are equivalent to the martial arts cards of the Feiyun sect. Zheng Yu searched through the pile of spirit stones for quite a while and found a total of 14 books. Among them, 8 are 4th-tier spirit martial techniques. 4 are 5th-tier king-level techniques, and there is one particularly precious 6th-tier emperor-level technique, as well as one energy guidance technique named Lightning Formula. Chapter 117. The agreement to slay a true god seed within 20 years. That might be a bit difficult. Zheng Yu's expression stiffened. The divine rank exists above the sacred rank, and the number 1 person on Blue Star is currently only at this level. To slay a true god in 20 years is almost equivalent to asking him to advance to the divine rank, which is indeed quite challenging. It's fine. If you can't kill a true god, then I'll kill you as a sacrifice. Yan Ling's voice was cold and ruthless, devoid of any emotion. Hey, Brother Tadeo. That a bit too much. My master is Luo Qian. Zheng Yu couldn't help but say. So what? This was originally promised by Luo Qian on your behalf. Yan Ling's tone was full of inevitability. Zheng Yu's mouth twitched, silently cursing in his heart. He could only say that his master trusted him too much. He himself wasn't even sure he could advance to the divine rank in 20 years. Since you're about to advance to a divine weapon, does that mean you belong to the very powerful category among sacred rank weapons? Zheng Yu asked, still curious about the power of this large knife. Young man, there are no trash weapons, only trash masters. Yan Ling said, I am naturally very powerful, but to unleash my strength, you still need to practice more. Like first thinking about how to pick me up. Chapter 118. Blood Essence Pool and Breakthrough. Zheng Yu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, not fighting but getting acquainted. We are of course friends. Zhou Huwu smiled, leaning against Zheng Yu. Her slender waist was tightly wrapped in her dress. Barely reaching the middle of her thighs, her long, straight legs were faintly visible, extremely tempting, and her pair of eyes resembled clear springs, shimmering with a captivating charm. Lu Yi and Qian Wenda had a rare moment of mutual understanding, exchanging glances filled with envy. Zhou Huwu, with her hot figure and graceful curves, was a veritable beauty. Seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, it was clear she had a good impression of Zheng Yu. As expected, on the way, Zhou Huwu stuck to Zheng Yu like a little tail. Chatting closely, You, how can you be so ruthless and not pity the fair maiden? You hit Yuli so hard, she still hasn't recovered. Zhou Hu blinked her big eyes, pretending to blame him. You wouldn't have a tendency towards violence, would you? Zheng Yu heard this and fell silent for a moment, wondering how to explain his heavy hand against Yu Li. Maybe a little. Sometimes I really don't know how to control my strength, and after all, that day was a set competition. Both sides were fighting fiercely, so I didn't think about holding back. Chapter 119. The awaiting revival of the Zheng White Tiger. Don't we need to wait for them? Zheng Yu asked. They will take some time to come out, and besides, they are not qualified to participate in this matter, Li Dao said. Thus, Zheng Yu stopped saying more and followed Li Dao into the deepest part of the Zheng White Tiger mine. Along the way, they passed through 2 heavily guarded checkpoints, each guarded by watchful black-clothed guards. Those guards stood tall, exuding a chilling aura. Zheng Yu glanced at them quickly and felt a sudden tremor in his heart, knowing that their strength was surely far beyond his own. After passing through another checkpoint and going around a thick stone pillar, Zheng Yu finally saw the massive corpse of its Zheng White Tiger. Its skeletal length was over 10 zhong, and even stripped of flesh and blood, its huge body still emanated a chilling aura, as if its former majesty had never dissipated. Each leg bone was as thick as a pillar, supporting what was once a magnificent body like a mountain. Its skull was enormous, with 2 long tusks protruding from the jawbone, as thick as an adult's arm, the sharp tips gleaming with a cold light, as if they could instantly tear apart anything in the world, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 120. Trouble. Zheng Yu now held many resources given by Luo Qian, and with the presence of the godly rich system, he was originally considering dropping out to cultivate in solitude, which would not only avoid drawing attention, but also help him avoid a slew of trivial matters at school. Luo Qian's expression was serious as he patiently explained, don't underestimate some local forces on Blue Star. Although they lack high-end combat power, they are still local snakes, possessing many secrets from the old era. Institutions like Jixia and Bailu in your Daxia kingdom still control some ancient secret realms. Holding a joint class is actually us applying pressure to vie for some resources. Blue Star was originally a planet without spiritual energy, and now that the Divine Gate has descended, it's only been over 60 years, and we already have strong beings appearing in the Divine Realm, with hundreds of sacred rank experts. This is a very terrifying phenomenon. For a normal planet, if spiritual energy were to appear, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years for life to enter the Divine Realm, but Blue Star's development speed is too fast. And this is just the information on the surface. We don't even know how many experts are lurking in the shadows. We even suspect that someone on Blue Star has begun to touch the threshold of the super divine rank. Chapter 121. Who are you calling trash? What? Oldie got beaten up? Who did it? Zheng Yu's voice was filled with anger, nearly squeezing those words out through clenched teeth. Li Yingjie was his close buddy for many years. Right before the high school entrance exam, when he was at his lowest point, Li Yingjie handed him 2 bottles of nutritional liquid without a second thought, and he had always remembered it. Who else could it be but Ding Zhong? Gao Qian said. Zheng Yu was taken aback for a moment, quickly recalling their class information. Li Yingjie was famous for being in a bad class at number 9 middle school, while Ding Zhong was in a class full of top students. How could these two have crossed paths? What happened? He asked. Your good buddy is hiding pretty deep. Gao Qian said. He actually has a piece of leg spirit bone. Last week in the monthly exam, he single-handedly killed several 4th-tier monsters and directly advanced into Class 1. As for their conflict, during the monthly exam, they clashed over a monster, but luckily everyone was there to stop them from fighting. Gao Qian paused before continuing. Who knew that this morning they quarreled again? And this time Li Yingjie didn't get the upper hand and was severely beaten by Ding Zhong. Zheng Yu suddenly understood. No wonder Li Yingjie was able to obtain the grade reduction policy at number 9 middle school and confidently claimed he would surpass him. It turned out he had the spirit bone as a trump card. Chapter 122. The Third Realm. It's Zheng Yu. Wow, when did he come back? He's so handsome. It seems he didn't transfer schools. Classmates whispered among themselves, their eyes all turning towards the suddenly appearing Zheng Yu. In an instant, the classroom erupted, with various discussions rising and falling. Zheng Yu's absence from the monthly exam had caused quite a stir in the school. During that time, everyone was speculating about his reasons for leaving school. Some suspected he had fled out of fear of exams, and there were even rumors that he had deceived the school to obtain resources before transferring to another school. Zheng Yu, you're back? Zhuang Yu approached to inquire, his eyes filled with suspicion. In just a few days, Zheng Yu seemed to have undergone a transformation, his entire aura significantly enhanced. as if he had become a different person. Yes, Teacher Zhuang, I just returned. I gained a lot from this trip, and I will report to you in detail later. For now, I want to handle some personal matters, he said with a smile, his gaze firm as he strode towards Ding Zheng. Zhuang Yu instinctively glanced at the green blade behind Zheng Yu, his eyes flickering uncertainly, but ultimately chose not to voice any objections. Chapter 123. Simple. Zheng Yu glanced at Ding Zheng coldly, then lowered his gaze, ignoring his questions. Although he didn't practice energy guidance techniques, the presence of the Thunder Divine Art had already bestowed his spiritual energy with thunder attributes. The energy shield created by his released spiritual energy satisfied him greatly. Seeing that Zheng Yu ignored him, Ding Zheng's face twitched slightly. Gritting his teeth in anger, he charged towards Zheng Yu once more. At the same time, his spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into waves of spiritual light that rushed towards Zheng Yu like a tidal wave. As the top student from Mian City during the high school entrance examination, Ding Zheng had entered the third realm of the five organs and was unwilling to be suppressed by Zheng Yu like this. He unleashed the dragon transformation, and in an instant, his body underwent a remarkable change. His muscles rapidly expanded, his skin developed a layer of green scales, and he appeared to transform into a ferocious dragon, significantly enhancing both his power and speed, adding a hint of fierceness to his originally handsome face. What's so great about the third realm? Who isn't in the third realm? Ding Zheng swung his steel-hard arm, thrusting his sword forward. Zheng Yu remained calm, unfazed as he took out a broken blade from his storage bag. Chapter 124. San Province League. Zheng Yu, this is too fast, right? Below the stage, Gao Qian watched Ding Zheng's swift defeat, her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her rosy lips parted slightly, forming an O shape, despite having anticipated it. Zheng Yu's astonishing speed still left her deeply shocked. That big knife of Zheng Yu is strange. It must be a bit heavy, Zhang Xiu said seriously, his expression grave. As the fourth strongest in the arena, he might be the one, aside from Zhuang Yu, who understood the details of this battle the best. After putting down the green blade, Zheng Yu's speed instantly soared, as if he had unlocked some kind of seal within him, and his entire momentum underwent a drastic change. Old Zheng Awesome, Liang Jie, coming back to his senses, excitedly rushed onto the stage and hugged Zheng Yu, his voice filled with surprise and pride. He truly hadn't expected his friend to be so brave and powerful to the point of being astonishing. It's too exaggerated. It feels like Zheng Yu didn't even exert much effort, yet Ding Zheng just fell. To be honest, this is a crushing display of strength. Chapter 125. Gift Teacher Zhuang. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to participate? Zheng Yu said with a wry smile. Our 9th middle school is one of the best in Shifeng province, and all the seniors are talented. How could it be my turn to take action? Zheng Yu was somewhat reluctant to go. He might participate in the joint class as Master mentioned next year and want to focus on solidly cultivating and improving his strength during this time. You're a genius. What's wrong with skipping a grade? Zhuang Yu waved his hand dismissively. I believe that with your current strength, if you practice diligently for another 8 months, you'll be ready for the college entrance examination. It would be much better to enter a good university like Bailu Jixia early rather than wasting time at our 9th middle school. Besides, there was another reason. Zhuang Yu's expression turned somewhat grim, his tone carrying a hint of anger. This year, 5 of our top 10 talents from 9th middle school have left. The top 10 talents refer to the 10 most outstanding students in the second year of high school at 9th middle school, each of whom is a prodigy with the potential to enter top-tier institutions like Bailu Jixia. Left? Zheng Yu's mouth dropped open, asking, what does that mean? Literally. Zhuang Yu sighed. Looking helpless, one was taken by an external force and directly left Blue Star, and another went on vacation and was taken by a female disciple of an external force, remaining in the capital. Chapter 126. Homecoming. After chatting with Liang Jie, Zheng Yu found Xiao Bai to discuss the current needs of Feiyun sect. Xiao Bai was very interested and indicated he would report the situation to his family immediately. The Grand Era was about to begin, and various forces were forming alliances. With the return of the ancestor of Feiyun sect, their momentum was strong, and many forces wanted to befriend them, including the Xiao family, but they lacked connections. Now that Zheng Yu was acting as a bridge, it was likely that the two families had a good chance of cooperating. After today's classes, Zheng Yu followed Gao Qian to the Gao family, where he shared his experiences from the past few days and presented some carefully prepared gifts, including Yanjing stones. Gao Chong was very pleased and chatted with Zheng Yu for a long time before earnestly advising. Ninth Middle School is the top university in Shifeng Province, with alumni connections all over. Since you have other plans for next year, why not represent the school this year? It would both bring glory to the school and help you build good relationships. The three-province joint examination gathered the best talents from various places. It's beneficial for you to go out and engage with them for exchanges and sparring, which would greatly aid your cultivation. After serious consideration, Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. In fact, he was inclined to participate in the joint examination, but he still needed to consult his master about it. Chapter 127. The potential for divine art evolution. After Uncle Zheng Qi entered the room, Zheng Yu chatted with his mother, Zheng Qin, for a long time. After a while, Zheng Yu reached into his bosom and took out a carefully prepared small bottle, gently handing it to Zheng Qin. Mom, please mix this with water and drink it every day. Later, when we go to the Rong family together with Uncle, we can ask him questions face to face. Zheng Yu said softly. The bottle contained the extremely precious juice from the Zixiao tree. This tree's sap is known as a healing treasure, possessing miraculous effects in dispelling negative energy within the body, perfectly nourishing Zheng Qin's long-damaged health. Good, my son is doing well. Zheng Qin accepted the bottle, gently stroking Zheng Yu's head, her voice still warm and loving. Regarding the revenge against the Rong family, Zheng Qin had always remained calm. She rarely mentioned such matters to Zheng Yu. When Chen Lizzie abandoned her all those years ago, she felt as if she had already died, spending the years merely watching over her brother and son, living like a walking corpse. A day later, good news came from Xiaobai's side. After weighing the pros and cons, the Xiao family decided to cooperate with Feiyun sect to assist in transporting Yanjing stones. Upon learning the news, Zheng Yu did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly reported the situation to his master, Luo Qian, an elderly Dao. Chapter 128. The arrival of Qiming. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On November 10th, 62 of the new calendar, Zheng Yu arrived at the 9th Middle School playground at 9 a.m. sharp, as per the notice, to attend a meeting for participants of the three-province joint examination. At this moment, the playground was already bustling with people, lively and animated. Groups of 2 or 3 were chatting, filled with anticipation and tension for the upcoming three-province joint examination. The grade director, Yuan Ping, had sharp eyes and quickly spotted Zheng Yu, waving him over with a warm smile, enthusiastically introducing him to the teammates participating in the joint exam. These teammates had clearly heard of Zheng Yu's achievements and greeted him with friendly smiles upon seeing him. Leading the group was a boy dressed in a black athletic outfit, who was tall and confident, striding forward with a hearty laugh. Apologies for making you laugh, Junior. With our limited abilities, we'll need your assistance this time. Zheng Yu smiled and extended his hand in response. Brother Zhao, you're too kind. We're all students of Jiuzhong. This time, I just want to broaden my horizons. If you need my help, just let me know. Earlier, Yuan Ping had mentioned that this boy was named Zhao Xian, the captain of the Jiuzhong team, with a cultivation level already reaching the 5th realm of the 5 organs, just one step away from the 6th realm, making him the strongest student in Jiuzhong. Chapter 129. Wan Chengchun Yu was originally relaxed, as his cultivation level was 2 stages higher than Zheng Yu's. However, the moment the thunder spear took shape in Zheng Yu's palm, Chen Yu's expression became serious. The spear was surrounded by rampant thunderlight, each arc seeming to contain destructive power, and its aura made Chen Yu's brow twitch involuntarily. His divine sense was frantically warning him that the power of this strike far exceeded his expectations, its intensity even rivaling some 5th realm practitioners' royal grade martial skills. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Yu suddenly hurled the spear. The spear, carrying a world-destroying momentum, shot towards Chen Yu like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air as if an invisible giant hand had ripped it apart, leaving a shocking charred mark in its wake. Chen Yu took a deep breath, his expression growing graver, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He quickly patted his waist, retrieving a silver long staff and positioning it in front of his chest. His aura surged like a raging tide, with faint green runes flickering on the staff, exuding immense power. Just as the spear was about to strike him, Chen Yu moved, his steps agile, like a swimming dragon weaving through the clouds, unpredictable. Chapter 130. Star Convergence Divine Ability. Hearing a familiar name once again, Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively licking his lips. It seemed his little brother Rongguang had become quite famous. At this moment, An indescribable warmth surged in Zheng Yu's chest, increasing his anticipation for the upcoming three-province joint examination. Since Qiming High School's Wan Chong could spar with Rongguang, if he could defeat Wan Chong in the exam, wouldn't that mean he had, to some extent, caught up with Rongguang? Once this thought arose, it began to take root and sprout wildly in Zheng Yu's mind. Master Luo Qian held Rongguang in high regard, and he too wanted to assess the gap between them. Last year, during a test, we encountered the Guozijian, and Wan Chong fought against the Devouring King for 5 or 6 rounds without losing. Chen Yu's expression was as serious as if covered by a layer of frost, his voice low and tinged with respect. The Devouring King once achieved an impressive record of 1 against 10, to be able to last 5 or 6 rounds against him. Wan Chong's strength was evident. Who can compare with that freakish Devouring King? I heard if you weren't trying to break the 5-organ limit, he could already enter the 6th realm, Zhao Xian said, slightly raising his head, his face full of emotion, letting out a soft sigh. He's too far from us. Let's talk about Wan Chong. Chapter 131. Regret. The power of starlight slowly infused into the Thunder Spear, but things did not go as smoothly as Zheng Yu had anticipated. He initially thought that the thunder power would accept the starlight obediently and work together, but reality surprised him. The thunder power, which was originally under his control, became agitated the moment it came into contact with the starlight, like a lit powder keg. Zheng Yu didn't have time to ponder the reason behind this, and threw the spear forcefully forward. The spear shot forward like a black lightning bolt, swiftly darting through the air, creating a sharp, almost mournful whistle. The surrounding air seemed unable to bear the pressure, torn apart by the spear, forming visible ripples that spread outward. However, just as the spear flew out, an unexpected change occurred without warning. The thunder power that had been coiling around the spear like a thread was suddenly provoked by some invisible force beginning to flicker wildly. The violent thunder power clashed with the gentle starlight power, producing crackling sounds, like 2 evenly matched warriors fiercely engaging in battle at the center of the battlefield, neither willing to give an inch. Chapter 132. How many secrets does the master have? Wow, this compatibility is quite high. It feels like the power has increased by at least 60%. Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Zhao Xian, what kind of sword technique is this? This is the signature sword technique of the 1,000 Lords, the 10,000 Blades decision. I didn't expect Shen Yu's Star Convergence divine ability to match this sword technique. This is great, Zhu Kai said excitedly, his face flushed, waving his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Who is the 1,000 Lords? Chen Yu asked with a puzzled expression. This involves some old stories, and I can't say much. I can only say that the 1,000 Lords is a very formidable presence, and the 10,000 Blade decision is the top existence among royal-grade martial skills. Zhu Kai said. Shen Yu's Star Convergence divine ability combined with the 10,000 Blades decision is definitely a powerful alliance. Zhu Kai was right. The 10,000 Blades decision was indeed the top royal-grade martial skill. Zhao Xian continued, explaining, the term martial skill is somewhat of an understatement. It is a complete set of sword techniques, including many knife-handling tricks and various sword techniques. The 10,000 Blade decision has 5 realms: Qi Meng, Initial Howl, Blade Shadow, Vertical and Horizontal, and Return to 1, with each realm's sword technique damage corresponding to the 5 levels of royal-grade martial skills: Ascending Sky, Treading Clouds, Celestial Dome, Shocking Dome, and Rending Sky. Chapter 133. The mysteries of the 10,000 Blades decision. 3 million martial skill points surged into Zheng Yu's body like a torrential flood. In an instant, his vision darkened, and his consciousness seemed to be sucked into an endless whirlpool. In a daze, a young man dressed in purple appeared before him, as if walking out from the misty clouds. This figure seemed oddly familiar, and Zheng Yu instinctively widened his eyes, trying to see the visitor's face. But everything before him was shrouded in a thin veil, making it impossible to see clearly. At this moment, he felt as if he were trapped in a dream that was both real and illusory, in a state between half asleep and awake, his thoughts uncontrollably leaping rapidly, various strange ideas flooding in. The elegant young man did not speak, but walked straight up to Zheng Yu, gently taking hold of his knife-wielding hand, guiding him into the opening stance of a mountain-splitting slash. Zheng Yu's arm was drawn by a gentle yet irresistible force, and the knife in his hand followed suit. Swinging out, This strike was completely different from his previous clumsiness. It was steady and powerful, and the speed of the blade had increased significantly, as if he had practiced this move thousands of times. The Wanderin blade technique required a stable stance and a calm mind to gather strength into the blade. The elegant young man's voice echoed in Zheng Yu's mind, clearly reminding him of the technique for exerting force. Chapter 134. The elusive system. This wasn't just this time. In fact, every time he used martial arts points before, it was the same situation. Either he was possessing someone else's body, or someone was personally instructing him nearby. Everything seemed not to be an illusory dream, but rather something that had genuinely happened. Only he participated from an extremely strange perspective. As his horizons expanded, Zheng Yu grew increasingly curious about the mystery of the system. This rich man's system seemed to possess a unique internal logic. It couldn't conjure money out of thin air. Even if it did give him something, it was either anonymous virtual currency or various hidden treasures underground, or even scrap in a garbage bin. The function of martial arts points wasn't to mechanically impart skills directly to him, but rather it seemed to have intercepted someone else's training process and forcibly stuffed it into his brain, allowing him to gain experience and memory in a peculiar way. Moreover, it wasn't just a change in memory. Zheng Yu clenched his fist, and he could clearly feel that his body had undergone tremendous changes. His muscles had become firmer, and his reaction speed had significantly improved, enabling him to capture subtle movements in an instant, as if he had indeed trained for months in the snow before a waterfall. Chapter 135. The killer move prepared by Principal Wang Bowen, dressed in a sharp suit, walked into the gym with a tall and steady posture. His eyes sparkled with a smile as he quickly glanced at Zheng Yu, then looked around and said loudly, "Thank you all for your patience. It seems everyone has arrived." The crowd's gaze instantly focused on the principal, and in the quiet gym, only the faint sounds of breathing could be heard. Wang Bowen held a high position and wielded great power. During his 3 years at No. 9 Middle School, he had achieved remarkable accomplishments, and he himself was a strong master at the god level, definitely a major figure. Wang Bowen cleared his throat and continued, "Let me first talk to you about the upcoming joint examination." As soon as he said this, the already quiet atmosphere suddenly became more serious, and everyone instinctively straightened their backs. Yesterday, the specific plan for this joint examination of the 3 provinces was finalized. Wang Bowen's voice was steady and powerful, each word clearly reaching everyone's ears. The location would still be in the snow mountain wilderness of Weinan City, Shifeng Province. After the descent of the Divine Gate, humanity and monsters endured a grueling 30-year war. With the support of extraterrestrial forces, humanity finally succeeded in exterminating the vast majority of monsters. However, there are still some monster wilderness areas remaining on Blue Star, partly to provide training grounds for humanity, and on the other hand, many materials from the monsters are precious treasures that humans intend to cultivate. Chapter 136. The killer move is actually myself? I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Wang Bowen chuckled and said, "The first time I saw your name was on the list submitted to the education department. You were one of the 3, no wait, it should be 4, people with supernatural abilities in this year's first-year class." For people with supernatural abilities? Zheng Yu was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. He desperately searched his memory, but couldn't recall anyone else in the first-year class besides Zhang Xiao, Ding Zhong, and himself who had supernatural abilities. Could it be that there was a hidden dark horse in the first year? Wang Bowen continued, "The second time I heard your name was from Senior Wang Kai. He excitedly told me that a good seedling had emerged in the school and even generously offered a drop of his own blood." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu's expression froze, filled with helplessness and a mix of laughter and tears. This senior Jiaolong really knew how to flatter himself. Clearly, it was his own dragon energy that he exchanged for the blood. How did it turn into an act of generosity towards the juniors in his mouth? Zheng Yu secretly cursed but couldn't say anything. Since then, every time I visited Senior Wang Kai, he praised you nonstop and specifically instructed me to take good care of you. So, I have completely remembered you. Wang Bowen explained with a smile. Chapter 137. Hidden Crisis. Countless noisy voices came from all directions, with vendors shouting, students chatting, and people discussing the various participating teams. The appearance of Zheng Yu and his group instantly attracted many people's attention. After all, the reputation of No. 9 Middle School was well known within the 3 provinces, and it was also last year's defending champion, naturally drawing much attention. Is this the top 10 talents from No. 9? No, it should be 8 talents from No. 9 plus 2 from Qiming. Haha, it seems number 9 is slightly behind in recruitment this year. The Qiming team is made up of 7 stars from Qiming and 3 talents from number 9. It's hilarious. These two schools are really interesting, always competing secretly every year. Wow, that pure long-haired girl must be Xinyu, right? I heard that Wanchong has already announced that this time he will make her regret it. Isn't it enough for young Master Wan to have 6 younger sisters? Does he really want to gather a group of 7 fairies? There's no way. The strong have privileges. And that guy Wanchong is too fierce. This year in the 3 provinces joint examination, Qiming is likely to be first. Huh. Who is that handsome guy on the left? He seems to be on par with Xikong Nan from Muyang High School. Chapter 138. The conflict triggered by Zhou Huowu came from an extraordinary background, and her figure was stunningly hot and sexy, which Wanchong had been coveting for a long time. Every time he thought of Zhou Huowu, her enchanting figure would appear in his mind, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. I wonder if she went out early to do her hair to meet a good friend, Xikong Nan said. That must be to meet me, Wanchong said with a smile. It seems I need to actively ask her out for dinner tonight. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of her effort? After Wanchong finished speaking, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar fiery red figure running into the number 9 team. And surprisingly, she was very intimately hugging one of the handsome boys. He focused his gaze and found it was indeed Zhou Huowu, whom he had just mentioned. This scene instantly froze his smile. Zheng Yu and his group were discussing going out for a stroll after checking into the hotel when they were suddenly stopped by a girl. On the bustling street, a splash of vibrant color appeared. A red-haired girl in a scarlet gauze dress stood there, tightly wrapped around her curvaceous figure, perfectly outlining her curves. Her fingers, as white as jade, gently twirled a strand of hair, and the cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye rippled with her smile, resembling peach blossoms blooming in spring. Enchanting and captivating. Chapter 139. Confrontation. Zheng Yu's actions delighted Zhou Huowu, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, her face radiating a blissful smile. But Wanchong, on the other hand, was furious, his face turning ashen, and his fists clenched tightly, the joints whitening from the force. His divine powers require more contact with high-quality women, and he has long regarded Zhou Huowu as a forbidden fruit, so he cannot tolerate Zheng Yu's actions. The rude thing, Wanchong shouted angrily, and as he opened his mouth to speak, a faint sharp whistle seemed to sound. A beam of white light shot towards Zheng Yu's face with lightning speed. Wanchong's mutated skeleton was his teeth, and he could spit out a highly lethal white light from his mouth. However, just as the white light was about to hit Zheng Yu, a long whip emitting flames suddenly appeared and accurately scattered the beam of white light. Zhou Huowu, who had been on guard, raised her head, her eyes filled with a cold glint, and shouted angrily, "Wanchong, what are you doing? What does this have to do with me? How dare you attack my friend? If you provoke me, I'll get my brother to beat you up." The commotion quickly caused a stir on the street. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, casting suspicious glances. When they discovered that the parties in conflict were actually from Jiuzhong and Qiming Middle School, their interest was piqued. Chapter 140. Onlookers, I think so too. There must be some petty persons stirring the pot, Wang Bowen said, lightly cracking sunflower seeds, his expression calm, seemingly unconcerned about the attacks. Yang Wang's expression remained unchanged, but he suddenly changed the subject and said, "That may be true, but Principal Wang still needs to pay more attention. After all, there is no smoke without fire." Wang Bowen calmly replied, "These baseless accusations are not worth discussing. As subordinates, we ultimately need to rely on our own abilities and work performance." Yang Guang nodded in agreement. "I think what you said makes a lot of sense. This joint examination among the 3 provinces is a good opportunity to test everyone's work capabilities. Jiuzhong has won the first place in the joint examination for 2 consecutive years, and I hope we can achieve a 3-peat this year." "Thank you for your kind words," Wang Bowen replied nonchalantly, his gaze as calm as water, making it hard to discern what he was thinking. The exchange between the two appeared harmonious and friendly on the surface, filled with laughter, but in reality, each sentence was laden with hidden meanings, sharply countering each other. Like a war without gunpowder. The other principals quietly sat by, not daring to make a sound, fearing they would be caught up in this intense dispute. Chapter 141. The competition begins. Dear students, I am Zheng, the Left Minister of Rights. This year's joint examination of the 3 provinces will be overseen by me as the chief examiner. In this examination, We will use a point system to determine the final rankings. Zheng stood in midair, his posture upright, his voice deep and powerful, resonating clearly throughout the venue, each word seemingly carrying an undeniable authority. The provincial governor was merely a second-rank official, while a third-rank official from the Central Ministry of Rights could be considered a high-ranking minister in the Great Xia Kingdom. No wonder even those distinguished individuals in the Central Pavilion fell silent at this moment. The methods for earning points are mainly twofold. The first is to kill monsters. We have already precisely marked all the monsters in the area. As long as you successfully kill them, you will earn corresponding points. Different types of monsters possess varying strengths, and the points will differ accordingly. The second is survival points. As time progresses, the designated area will continue to shrink. The longer you stay within the area, the more points you will earn. Individual scores and team scores will be displayed in real time on your watches, allowing you to keep track of your own and your team status. Chapter 142. Voldemort. Zheng glanced at Yang Guang again and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. This year's examination won't be as rigid as in the past. I've specially prepared some surprises, and there will be significant variables during the examination." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the projection in midair. The projection was divided into many neat squares, displaying real-time images from the snowy mountain wilderness. Some of these images came from the monitors on the students' watches, while others were from surveillance devices set up in advance in the wilderness, allowing everyone present to get immediate updates on the examination situation. The cold wind was biting, like a sharp blade, cruelly cutting into Zheng Yu's face, making him shiver involuntarily. The snowy mountain wilderness truly lived up to its name. The air was extremely cold, as if it could freeze a person's blood, and it was filled with a bone-chilling, icy aura. Each breath felt like inhaling ice shards. Zheng Yu immediately mobilized the spiritual power within him, slowly circulating it. As the spiritual power flowed, a warmth gradually spread throughout his body, resisting the unbearable cold. As with previous years' joint examinations, once the teams entered the wilderness, they were instantly dispersed, with students from the same school scattered in different corners. Chapter 143. Treasure Chest 0 points? Everyone was stunned for a moment, their faces filled with disbelief. Half an hour had already passed, and the students in the wilderness had accumulated some points, with 0-point individuals being few and far between. Moreover, this person was from the strong Zheng, which was very strange. People began to speculate whether this person had encountered a powerful monster and had already been eliminated. In the Zhang family's pavilion, Zhang Xiu also noticed this anomaly and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong with Zheng Yu? How does he have 0 points right now? That shouldn't be the case." Gao Chang became a bit anxious and hurriedly pulled out a tablet to check. Although there were several large projections above Anzhou, they were managed by specific personnel, and he couldn't manipulate them freely. Fortunately, the joint examination was live-streamed online, and each student had their own exclusive live broadcast room. Gao Chang swiped the screen and quickly switched to Zheng Yu's exclusive perspective, enlarging it. "Where is he?" the head of the Zhang family said in surprise. The screen only showed a vast expanse of white snow, with no sign of a person, as if no one had ever been there. "Look, Zheng Yu should be here." Gao Qian pointed to a small white dot in the center of the screen. Looking closely from above, one could indeed see a blurry figure. If not for the careful observation, it would be impossible to notice. Chapter 144. Lucky this team uniform should belong to Weiyang High School. Zheng Yu quickly recalled the school of the approaching person in his mind. He had an incredible memory since childhood, and after fully refining his heart, his memory had improved even further, reaching a photographic memory level. Just yesterday, he spent merely half an hour memorizing the designs of all the school's uniforms. In previous joint examinations, eliminating students from other schools did not yield points, but some schools would actively target students from other schools to improve their own rankings. Over time, an unwritten rule formed. Students from the same province would try to eliminate students from other provinces first to enhance their overall ranking. Weiyang High School was from Xining Province, perfectly fitting the target. Zheng Yu silently adjusted his breathing, his muscles tensing like a cheetah ready to pounce, waiting for the best moment to strike. When the gray-clad youth approached without any defenses, Zheng Yu suddenly sprang out from the snow, moving as fast as lightning and kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. His hands instantly gathered a bronze light, unleashing the long-unused iron sand palm. Although this was only a second-tier martial skill, its power was on a completely different level when executed by the now much stronger Zheng Yu. Chapter 145. Point surpassed. Black filthy blood slowly seeped into the pure white snow, staining the surroundings into a mess. Wan Chong supported himself on his knees. Gasping heavily for air, sweat continuously sliding down his forehead and instantly melting upon hitting the snow. In front of him, the already dead giant python was still twitching slightly, its massive body seemingly narrating the fierce battle that had just occurred. This first-tier king-level beast was indeed formidable, bringing Wan Chong great trouble. However, the rewards after its defeat were equally impressive, directly increasing Wan Chong's points by 350. Now I should be far ahead of you, right? Wan Chong's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile as he eagerly opened his watch to check the rankings. However, when he saw the rankings on the screen, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his expression became incredibly dazed. First place, Zheng 1150 points, Mian Du No. 9. Middle School 2nd place. Wan Chong 1110 points, Qiming High School 3rd place. Sikong Nin 890 points. Muyang Middle School. Zheng Yu's score had unexpectedly surpassed his in the blink of an eye. Wan Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that this guy just killed his second-tier king-level beast? Chapter 146. Encounter. Yes, this guy is named Zheng Yu. His divine abilities have undergone 2 mutations. He is 15 this year and was originally a first-year high school student. Due to his outstanding strength, he was temporarily drafted into this exam, Wang Bowen said, a faint smile on his face. In fact, he was not fully aware of Zheng Yu's true strength. His trust in Zheng Yu was entirely based on his trust in Luo Qian. Fortunately, Zheng Yu not only did not disappoint his expectations, but also performed even better. Now, with Zheng Yu's rapid scoring, the overall score of the number 9 middle school team has also quickly risen, already ranking first. Upon Wang Bowen's words, the few people present looked at Zheng Yu on the screen with a few more unusual glances. A 15-year-old genius and a 16-year-old genius, although only a year apart. On the path of cultivation, this one-year gap often means a world of difference, based on the strength Zheng Yu is currently demonstrating. If he participates in the college entrance examination next year, number 9 middle school might even have a chance to claim the national champion position. Since he decided not to be Voldemort, and with the newly obtained key information, Zheng Yu began to confidently wander around, wanting to quickly reunite with his teammates. However, perhaps due to his bad luck, after searching for a small while, he encountered several waves of enemies but did not meet a single teammate. Chapter 147. Race against time. After all, the strength of number 9 middle school is comparable to Mu Yang and Qiming. If these two joined forces, we would definitely not be their match. When I came here earlier, I already saw people from Mu Yang heading this way. If we don't retreat now, we will probably be surrounded, Zheng Yu said quickly. We should retreat first. Unknowingly, Zheng Yu had become the backbone of number 9 middle school. The members of No. 9 looked at each other, slightly nodding in agreement. They glanced at Wan Chong, their eyes filled with unwillingness, and then turned to leave quickly. Are you saying that Zhu Kai is the trump card Wang Bowen prepared? After number 9 left, Wan Chong furrowed his brow and asked seriously. Yes. I saw him eliminate Chen Xin earlier. With a wave of his hand, the 5 organs divine palace emerged, indicating he should have already achieved the 5 organs connection. Zhang Qian replied with a serious expression. The 5 organs connection is a separate realm within the 5 organs realm, and only a very small number of people can sense the opportunity and successfully reach it. Reaching this realm indicates that one's cultivation has reached the limit of the 5 organs realm, far surpassing ordinary people. No wonder he is the principal of No. 9 middle school. I thought that Zhao Xian was really their captain, but it turns out he is just a target to draw fire. Chapter 148. The battle begins. Zheng Yu looked at the score display on his watch. Number 9 middle school score had already reached 18,000 points, while Qiming High School in 2nd place had only 11,000 points. This huge point difference allowed number 9 middle school to achieve a significant lead. Seeing this result, his tense nerves finally relaxed. From the small layout of entering the Snow Mountain wasteland, he had finally reaped the rewards. Next, we won't go out. Everyone rest for a while and prepare for the final battle, Zheng Yu said. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the previous series of attacks, everyone was a bit tired. Zhu Kai was about to say something when a sharp whistle shattered the sky. Everyone immediately stood up, alertly looking in the direction of the sound. They saw Chun Yu, who was responsible for lookout duty outside, stumbling back with a panicked expression. Behind him were the Qiming forces led by Wan Chong and the Mu Yang team led by Zhou Huowu. The two camps instantly confronted each other, and where their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly. A shocking battle was about to break out. Indeed, you all worked hard and saved me a lot of time. Wan Chong slowly clapped his hands, a confident smile on his face. Chapter 149, Trump Card with a loud bang. The fiery blade of the infernal judgment collided violently with Zhao Xian's phantom dance blade net. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, and hot waves surged, with powerful energy fluctuations spreading like roaring sea waves. The surrounding ground trembled under this powerful force, cracking as fissures extended into the distance. Flying sand and stones filled the air, blurring people's vision. Zhao Xian initially thought that with his third-level blade technique, combined with the support of Shun Yuxing's divine abilities, he could withstand Wan Chong's near-shocking blow. However, Wan Chong's strength far exceeded their expectations. Amidst the blazing flames, Wan Chong's figure flickered, and his aura actually rose again during the battle. The fiery blade surged like a frenzied fire beast, constantly striking Zhao Xian's blade net. Although the blade net was resilient, it gradually showed cracks under the immense power of the infernal judgment. Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming force coming from the large blade, numbing his arms, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered and displaced. Despite gritting his teeth and trying his best to mobilize the spiritual energy within him to maintain the defense of the blade net, that force grew stronger and stronger, gradually making him feel overwhelmed. Chapter 150, Desperate Situation. The energy beam struck the palace fiercely, emitting a dazzling light that stung everyone's eyes. Surprisingly, the palace easily blocked Wan Chong's attack infused with spiritual bone power. Not only that, but the palace's doors slowly opened, and colorful spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, gathering in the air to form a mysterious purple glow, charging toward Wan Chong like a fierce wild beast. The entire venue was instantly in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Zhao Xian, who had fought fiercely with Wan Chong before, was stunned at the moment. His eyes filled with shock. This was because Zhu Kai was demonstrating the manifestation of the five organs connecting, a realm that only existed in legends, rarely reached by anyone. Once the five organs were connected, it would lay an unparalleled foundation and provide great assistance for future cultivation. Although Zhao Xian had sensed a hint of the opportunity for the five organs connecting before, he had never truly grasped the path to it. No one expected that Zhu Kai, who usually presented himself as a military strategist, was hiding such astonishing strength. Thanks to Zhang Qian's reminder, Wan Chong was already prepared. He stabilized his stance, muttering incantations, and activated his divine ability once more, starting to frantically absorb the power of the female student behind him. Chapter 151. Zheng Yu's scheme. Just when everyone outside the arena thought this match was settled, an unexpected scene occurred. "We can't win, brothers. Retreat. Don't get entangled." With Zheng Yu's shout, the student from the 9th middle school seemed to have agreed upon a plan and began to rush towards the safety zone. Zhu Kai immediately activated a martial skill to disengage from the battle with Wan Chong, his figure flashing like lightning as he swiftly picked up the heavily injured Zhao Xian and also quickly left the safety zone. Shen Yu had initially planned to leave with the others, but at the moment she turned around, Zheng Yu was quick to grab her arm, keeping her behind. "What are you doing?" Wan Chong's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Don't you know? If you're eliminated in the safety zone, you can keep all your points and exit the match." Zheng Yu smiled, saying, "I thought everyone knew this." Upon hearing this, Wan Chong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, almost spitting out old blood. He wasn't eliminated because he was outside the safety zone, so how could he have known such a hidden rule? Chapter 152, Instant Kill. Wan Chong's eyes flickered. Upon hearing Si Kong Nan's words, he retreated with the Qiming students. Yielding the position, Huiyan Pao led a large group of Qiming students toward Zheng Yu. Watching the approaching crowd, a fierce battle intent suddenly surged within Zheng Yu. He had done enough sneak attacks. Today he hadn't had a real face-to-face battle yet. Sneak attacks were just a strategy and didn't represent his true strength. It had been a while since he fought, and Zheng Yu was feeling a bit restless, now that the 9th middle school had securely taken 15,000 points. And with the teleportation talisman given by Zhu Kai, he could finally let loose and have a good fight. "Let you all witness the 4th realm's 10,000 blade technique." Zheng Yu muttered softly, licking his dry lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor reflecting the purest desire for battle. In the next second, his body shone brightly, with lightning-like silver snakes wildly dancing and flashing around him, making crackling sounds. At the same time, various phenomena, such as shrimp eyes, ox mouths, dog noses, catfish whiskers, lion manes, snake tails, fish scales, and eagle claws appeared on him, each exuding a unique aura, intertwining to make him seem like a humanoid dragon beast. Chapter 153. Overbearing Zheng Zhao Xian had been practicing the 10,000 blade technique for over half a year, pouring countless efforts into it, and had only managed to cultivate it to the third realm. But looking at Zheng Yu, whose cultivation was lower and practice time shorter, he had already reached the fourth realm. This huge disparity filled Zhao Xian with envy and unwillingness, his heart feeling like a spice jar tipped over, with various flavors intertwining. At the same time, Zheng Yu's spectacular performance sparked exclamations among the crowd observing in Anzhou town. This kid, he must be hacking. How can he be so fierce? My God, he killed that fifth-tier monster with one move. Is this really something the Five Organs realm could do? I always thought Wan Chong was invincible, but unexpectedly, a surprise contender has emerged. Whose subordinate is this that is so powerful? Don't you remember? He asked the one who was previously the floor demon. I've been keeping an eye on his perspective. Oh, so it's him. I said little, you must be capable. Did you see that? Gao Qian was so excited that she was dancing with joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Wait, did he really kill that monster? Zhang Xiao was in disbelief. Chapter 154. Starry Battle Armor. After pondering for a moment, Xin Yu finally made up her mind, and a sudden air of solemnity and sanctity appeared in her clear eyes. She gently waved her finger like a green shoot, and countless tiny starlights rushed towards her like fireflies. These starlights no longer flickered gently, but erupted with dazzling brilliance, completely enveloping Shen Yu. The starlight grew increasingly bright, almost illuminating the entire dark battlefield, making Shen Yu appear like a fairy coming from the stars. In the center of the light, Shen Yu's body began to undergo strange changes. Her form gradually became transparent, transforming into countless twinkling starlights. These starlights arranged and combined in a wonderful pattern, extending toward Zheng Yu. In the blink of an eye, the flow of starlight enveloped Zheng Yu. Under the cover of the starlight, a miraculous starry battle armor gradually took shape. This armor was woven from countless twinkling starlights, each emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. The patterns on the armor twisted like the trajectories of stars, as if containing the mysteries of a universe. At the moment the starry battle armor fully covered Zheng Yu, his momentum suddenly soared. His previously somewhat tired gaze instantly became sharp as an eagle, and the starlight flickered in his deep eyes, enhancing his striking appearance. Chapter 155. The third evolution of Thunder God's divine ability. Wan Chong was in disbelief, slowly turning his head, only to meet Sikong Nan's cold expression, quietly looking at him. What are you doing? We're teammates. Wan Chong exploded in anger. Sorry, but I can't guarantee taking down Zheng Yu right now. The 9th middle school score is too high. We can only have a chance to surpass them by taking you down, Sikong Nan said calmly. You know our principal is competing with the 9th middle school's principal. This time, we can only inconvenience you. The others from Muyang had obviously received the signal long ago, and at the same moment Sikong Nan acted, they appeared behind the unsuspecting Qiming students and unhesitatingly launched sneak attacks. These Qiming students had no time to react at all and were quickly subdued. According to the competition rules of the 3 provinces joint exam, once subdued by the enemy, and if the enemy possesses the ability to kill them, they can be considered eliminated, and the victor can gain half of their points. The Muyang students harvested a large number of points from the Qiming students, and their team's scores skyrocketed like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Muyang's score surpassed the 9th middle school, leaping to first place. Chapter 156. Taking a disciple? The projection above Anzhou town changed unpredictably before suddenly disappearing. A crowd of onlookers was stunned by the sudden turn of events, as if time had frozen at that moment. What kind of attack is this? The surveillance cameras have been destroyed. Zheng Yu is too abnormal. Are the students all right? The avalanche is coming. Countless people looked up towards the distant snow-capped mountains, and even from afar, they could see the snow tumbling down like a flood breaking through a dam, forming a torrent of white. The snow collided, rolled, and swept everything in its path, growing more and more powerful. A purple figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly appearing atop the snow-capped mountains. It was Zheng, who quickly formed hand seals with both hands and chanted incantations. A vast surge of golden spiritual power erupted around him, shining like a brilliant golden sun. This spiritual power formed an invisible giant wall, firmly blocking the raging avalanche. Under the shelter of the golden spiritual power, the snow waves gradually calmed, the rocks stopped falling, and the originally chaotic scene slowly restored peace. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as the heavy weight in their hearts finally lifted. Chapter 157. Results of the competition. Zheng Yu was momentarily stunned, his brain racing as he quickly thought about how to respond. After a moment, he was the first to bow respectfully to Zheng and said, "Lord Zheng, I'm very grateful for your kindness. However, I already have a master. A good disciple can also bring a significant impact to their master." Zheng valued Zheng Yu, and with a bold wave of his hand, he confidently said, "Who is your master? Tell me, maybe I know him. At that time, I'll have him transfer you to me. Aren't you practicing knife techniques?" "Just right. I have also practiced knife techniques, and I can guide you well." There are no prominent families with the surname Zheng in the Great Xia Kingdom, and Zheng Yu came from the relatively remote southwestern region. Zheng thought that as long as Zheng Yu's master heard his name, he would voluntarily give him up. As for practicing knives, he used to be an incredibly talented knife practitioner, but had to switch his training direction due to encountering an extremely abnormal opponent. However, teaching Zheng Yu should be more than enough. "Deputy Zheng, I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of changing masters. My master's name is Luo Qian." Zheng Yu said, "Luo Qian?" Zheng was momentarily taken aback, and then turned to Wang Bowen and said, "Who is this person?" "Principal Wang, could you introduce me?" Chapter 158. News from the principal. "We won. We are the champions." As the good news came, the area where the team from Mian Du 9th Middle School was located was instantly drowned in cheers. In this joint examination of 3 provinces, they successfully claimed victory, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive championships, perfectly defending the glory of 9th Middle School. Winning against 2 opponents is no easy feat. Zhao Xian's voice was filled with excitement. "Yes, but to be honest, this time, it's all thanks to Zheng Yu," Zhu Kai said, gently shaking the folding fan in his hand. His admiration for Zheng Yu evident in his words. He was originally a secret weapon carefully arranged by the principal, but didn't he play a significant role in the competition? In the end, it was Zheng Yu who turned the tide and became the anchor of the team. "I knew my judgment was correct. Wan Chong is just a fool. Following him, what good result could there be?" Chen Yu said with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately agreed. Looking back at the entire competition, Zheng Yu is undoubtedly the most dazzling presence. However, Xikong Nan, Zhu Kai, Zhao Xian, and others also performed admirably, at least having aspects worth boasting about. Only Wan Chong, from beginning to end, was toyed with by different people, ultimately sliding down to 5th place with Qiming, which was truly lamentable. Chapter 159. Purple Dragon Armor. This is a piece of dragon scale, which contains a martial arts secret technique called Purple Dragon Armor. You've already practiced the 10,000 blade decision quite well, but this knife technique has too much skill and not enough power. In my opinion, the most important thing about knife techniques is to enhance strength to break through all methods with one strike. The Purple Dragon Armor can greatly enhance physical strength and power. You can give it a try. At this point, Wang Bowen unusually scratched his head and added, "Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You can also ask your master. He is much better than I am." Zheng Yu took the scale, feeling eager to try. A similar viewpoint was also shared by Yan Ling, and this purple armor technique is indeed worth practicing. "Thank you, Principal. I think what you said make a lot of sense." Zheng Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude and then asked, "By the way, how do I use this scale?" "This scale comes from Long Yuan, and the martial arts are engraved inside. It has already lost its toughness. If you want to use it, just grind the scale into powder and swallow it," Wang Bowen answered. "There's one more thing. My appointment in Chang'an has basically been settled. What are your plans at 9th Middle School? I can help you arrange it before I leave. Do you want to transfer directly to the 2nd year and participate in next year's college entrance examination? Or do you want to take a leave of absence to attend the youth class at Jixia?" Wang Bowen asked. Chapter 160. The Law of Death. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Zheng Yu said, both amused and annoyed. "Still saying you're not dating? I clearly heard a girl's voice. You better confess." Uncle Zheng Qi squinted his eyes, looking very gossipy. In the Great Xia Kingdom, It is completely normal for someone Zheng Yu's age to date. To his uncle, if Zheng Yu were to date, it would add more excitement to the family atmosphere. I already said, she's my classmate. Seeing that his mother seemed to want to ask too, he quickly found an excuse. It's getting late. I'm going to Gao family to pay New Year's greetings. I'll talk to you later at home. After saying that, he hurriedly left the house. Zheng Yu arrived at the Gao family, bringing carefully prepared gifts as a junior, and chatted with Gao Chong for a while. In fact, with his current identity and status, he had already far surpassed Gao Chong, but he never forgot the help that the other party had given him. The two had a pleasant conversation, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Gao Qian sat beside them, smiling gently, her eyes full of warmth. After that, Zheng Yu visited familiar faces like Li Yingjie and his middle school homeroom teacher, Huang Ying, one by one. Later, he even specially went to the bottom of the fortune building at 9th Middle School to bring some delicious roasted goose to the senior Jiao Long. Listening to him recount his glorious past. Chapter 161. Spiritual kidney repair. Do you know why people with spiritual kidneys are so precious? Luo Qian asked. Master, what time is it? Please don't keep me in suspense, Zheng Yu said anxiously. The scene before him was truly frightening. Could his kidney be worse than he imagined? Okay. The reason why people with spiritual kidneys are precious is that the spiritual kidney is actually a manifestation of innate laws, Luo Qian explained. You don't need to understand too much about innate laws. You just need to know that it is something even God-level powerhouses dream of. Those so-called divine abilities. Even the top divine abilities on the divine list are merely small functions of innate laws. Your original spiritual kidney should be an embodiment of the innate devouring law and has nurtured the ability of devouring as a concrete manifestation. However, it has been damaged by someone and has fallen silent. My original plan was to prepare some methods to help you restore it and form the acquired devouring law. However, when I learned that you possessed the thunder divine ability, I sensed something was amiss. Although your spiritual kidney was damaged, it had once nurtured the innate laws of devouring. Even if a divine ability emerged, it should have been of a special nature and could never be a natural elemental divine ability like thunder. Chapter 162. The task that reappeared in desperation. Zheng Yu had no choice but to seek out Luo Qian again. Master, I really have no way out. I need your help to think of a solution. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qian offered his guess. It should be that the devouring law is too strong. After all, it's one of the top-level laws. The filthy essence and organ treasures you ingested are too low in rank and can no longer affect it. Master, is there any other way? Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. It's no longer just a simple matter of repairing the spiritual kidney. If he couldn't complete the underworld, his cultivation would remain stuck at the 5th realm of the 5 organs. Nearly 3 months had passed since the tri-province joint examination, and his former teammates, such as Zhu Kai and Zhao Xian, had successfully entered the 6th organ realm, not to mention his many enemies. Zheng Yu had to hurry to improve his cultivation. There are 2 more methods, Luo Qian said slowly. The first method is to rely on time to gradually wear it down. Your death law is no less than the devouring law and will eventually wear it down bit by bit. Master, that's too slow. Time waits for no one, Zheng Yu said reluctantly. The second method is to consume more powerful beast essences and organ treasures to allow the death law to absorb stronger death energy, Luo Qian continued. But the problem is that your current cultivation is too low. If you rashly consume high-rank beasts, it could have irreversible effects on you. Chapter 163. The 2 Women Long Yuan is located in the northwest direction of the Restoration Province. After the plane landed, teacher Long Tu, who had received the news in advance, picked up the 2 at the airport and brought them to Haida City at the foot of Long Yuan. Due to some special reasons, the opening ceremony has been postponed to the day after tomorrow. During this time, the 2 students can move around freely. Haida City has many specialty foods. You could go try some, the teacher said. Students, please do not enter Long Yuan unless absolutely necessary. And even if you do, be sure to pay attention to safety and return early. After the teacher finished explaining the precautions, he left the room keys and departed. The accommodation provided by the Long Tu class was quite good, a top-notch star-rated hotel in Haida City, with a single room for each person. Zheng Yu, do you want to go out for a meal? As soon as Zheng Yu set down his luggage, Xinyi knocked on the door. Forget it. I'll practice my sword for a while, Zheng Yu said, waving his twin blades without turning his head to decline politely. Suddenly having 2 extra days made him relax a bit. But as soon as he thought about the cultivation value he would gain after completing the task. He couldn't wait to see if this cultivation value could help him successfully repair his spiritual kidney and then enter the sixth organ realm. Chapter 164. Rong Sheng in such a large place. Zheng's words were suddenly cut off as if something had caught in his throat. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, because he actually saw Zheng Yu here, the young man who had left a tremendous psychological shadow on him during the Tri-Province joint examination. What's wrong? Do you know him? A silver-haired young man beside him asked in confusion as Zheng suddenly stopped. Young Master Rong, I know him. That girl in red is Zhou Cheng's sister, Zhou Huwu, Zheng said deliberately, his eyes turning. The failure in the Tri-Province joint examination had hit him hard. Afterward, he reflected for a long time and felt that he lost because he relied too much on strength and didn't think enough. Since then, he had begun to deliberately change himself, learning to think more and trying to use strategies more. Now was a good opportunity to test what he had thought. He wanted to provoke a conflict between Zheng Yu and Rong Sheng to avenge the humiliation of the Tri-Province joint examination. Oh, upon hearing this, the silver-haired young man, Rong Sheng, suddenly became interested. He carefully looked towards Zhou Huwu in the direction Zheng pointed. Today, Zhou Huwu was wearing a fitted red sweater that perfectly outlined her impressive curves, paired with a black leather miniskirt. A pair of long, straight, beautiful legs peeked out from her the skirt, and she wore a pair of black stilettos that made people unable to help but look a few more times. Chapter 165. Task completed. Zhou Huwu shook her head and said, Rong Guang isn't coming this time. It is said that the Rong family found him a wind essence treasure land, and that guy is refining his own spiritual energy, wanting to advance to the second grade spiritual energy. He just entered the sixth organ realm not long ago, right? And he's already at second grade spiritual energy? Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of the Devouring King, this progress is a bit too fast. After entering the sixth organ realm, practitioners need to absorb spiritual energy crystals to refine the six organs. During this process, the absorbed spiritual energy crystals and the practitioner's talent will affect the quality of their spiritual energy. Spiritual energy quality is divided from high to low into first to ninth grades. Even if ordinary sixth organ realm practitioners successfully refine all six organs, they can at most elevate the quality of their spiritual energy to the fifth grade. Rong Guang had only entered the sixth organ realm for 3 months. His cultivation should be between the second and third realms of the sixth organ. At this time, he had already begun to push for second grade spiritual energy, which was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was the first among the younger generation. Of course, he has the devouring divine ability, a genius with a whole area of spiritual bones. Even someone like my brother admires him. Enough, let's eat. Zheng Yu suddenly interrupted Zhou Huwu's words. The two women were momentarily stunned, and then noticed that Zheng Yu's emotions seemed a bit off. Chapter 166. The finally repaired spiritual kidney for the uninvited guest that intruded into their territory. The green wolves emitted low growls, revealing their sharp fangs, and unhesitatingly launched a fierce attack. Zheng Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the lightning transformation. In an instant, his speed surged, and he darted through the wolf pack like a ghost. He cleverly dodged the attacks he could avoid. When he couldn't evade, he swung the long knife in his hand, its cold light flashing as he slashed forward. Amidst the flashes of blades, blood splattered, and many green wolves howled and fell to the ground, moaning in pain. During this time, Zheng Yu had consumed a massive amount of filthy essence and organ treasures. Although his realm had not improved, his total spiritual energy and physical quality were no longer comparable. After several bouts of fighting, Zheng Yu finally broke free from the encirclement of the green wolves. However, before he could catch his breath, he suddenly saw a resting long-horned giant python not far ahead, making his heart tremble. Just a glance made Zheng Yu feel his heart race, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The aura of this giant python was too terrifying, its strength clearly far beyond his own, and it might have already reached the 6th-tier royal quality. What to do now? Zheng Yu silently lamented. He had only traveled halfway and had already encountered such a powerful beast, and the road ahead was likely to be even more difficult. Chapter 167. The 5 organs connected, my God. Was that a dragon just now? Until Huazhang teleported Zheng Yu outside the valley. His heart was still racing violently in his chest, unable to calm down. The pressure and the dragon might formed in the cliff dream were identical. and it seemed that there really was a giant dragon hidden inside Long Yuan. In the distance, one could still faintly hear the angry roars like rolling thunder, shaking people's eardrums painfully. The infusion was successful, and the system map had vanished. Zheng Yu hurriedly took out the map he had previously drawn by hand, walking briskly, almost jogging away from Long Yuan. Once he exited Long Yuan, the tension in Zheng Yu's nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Raising his hand to touch the huazhong on his chest, his eyes filled with heartache. The jade pendant, originally warm and lustrous, now appeared noticeably dimmer. On this adventure, he had not only used the 7th-tier radiant sword inside, but also the invaluable 8th-tier teleportation talisman. Fortunately, all the sacrifices were worth it. Zheng Yu licked his dry lips. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him surged like roaring waves, tumultuous and restless, a powerful force unlike any he had experienced before crashing through his body, as if wanting to break free from the confines of his mortal form. Chapter 168. The white-haired boy upon stepping into the realm of the undead. The essence of fire seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, instantly transforming into a nimble fire snake, heading straight for the Southern Divine Palace. The moment this overwhelming power reached the Southern Divine Palace, the palace immediately shone with brilliant light. The already enigmatic palace was now illuminated as if it were daytime, the blinding radiance even making Zheng Yu himself hesitant to look directly at it. The power of fire continuously flowed into the Southern Divine Palace, and with each influx of energy, the palace trembled slightly, emitting a deep and distant humming resonance, as if ancient deities were chanting. Zheng Yu could clearly feel that under the nourishment of this powerful force, the Southern Divine Palace was undergoing a wondrous and profound transformation. An unprecedented sense of strength spread from deep within the palace, quickly enveloping his entire body. Moreover, a faint red light flickered deep within Zheng Yu's gut, a symbol of having successfully unlocked something. Congratulations on successfully breaking through the realm. The godly rich system has been upgraded. Just as Zheng Yu stepped into the 6 organs realm, a crisp electronic voice rang out at the perfect moment, like a celestial sound. Zheng Yu licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with fiery anticipation, eagerly looking towards the godly rich system. Chapter 169. The handsomest person, you reckless fool. Who let you enter Long Yuan? Long Yuan, Long Yuan. Without a dragon, can it still be called Long Yuan? Can't you use your brain a little when doing things? Are there places you can just waltz into? The huazhong was given to you to save your life, not for you to take risks. Through the bronze mirror, Zheng Yu could sense Luo Qian's anger. However, he knew his master was also concerned about him, so he quickly replied, Master, the loan to class has delayed the start of school, and there's nothing to do. So I thought I'd go in and take a look. I didn't plan to go deep, but somehow I was guided there. And I really don't know how it happened. Zheng Yu couldn't explain the system, so he made up a reason, hoping his master would believe him. After a while, a reply came from the bronze mirror. Lucky for you, kid. The place you went to should be the burial ground of the former Tianhe War, where many beasts and human corpses from that year are buried, exuding a rich and high-level death aura. I asked your master ancestor, and if you want to break through quickly, it's best to find a similar place. I received news and planned to find such a place before telling you. But who knew this lucky kid would find such a treasure on his own? Chapter 170. Another battle with Wanzhong. You have a foul mouth. Rongsheng scolded angrily. Right? Who are you? Your mouth is really foul. Wanzhong, who was beside Rongsheng, immediately stepped forward and retorted. Who am I? I am your master. Song Ho, with slanted eyes and a face full of disdain, glanced at Rongsheng and Wanzhong. At this, the group brought by Rongsheng all showed anger, and the atmosphere became tense. Rongsheng, leading the group, was so enraged that he laughed in anger. He pointed directly at Song Ho and shouted, You are also from Feiyan sect, right? I see it clearly. You guys rely on having an ancestor backing you and don't put anyone else in your eyes, using the Tiger-S power to intimidate others. That's exactly you. Song Ho, looking puzzled, asked, We're just gathering here peacefully, and you guys came over looking for trouble. Who can we blame? Rongsheng was completely provoked, unable to suppress his anger any longer, and shouted, I have always respected your ancestor from Feiyan sect, but you are too arrogant. We are all peers. Don't keep bringing up elders. If you have guts, come out and have a battle with me. If you lose, you will bow and apologize in front of everyone. Chapter 171. The quality of spiritual energy, a massive force of thunder, quickly condensed within Zheng Yu. This powerful force caused a third eye to slowly appear on his forehead. Zheng Yu fully unleashed the power of the divine Thunderheart Eye. A dazzling purple light shot out from the third eye on his forehead like lightning, accurately breaking Wang Zhong's big knife. Wang Zhong was greatly alarmed. He never expected that even without Zheng Yu's assistance, Zheng Yu's divine ability would still be so terrifying and powerful. He had no time to think further, quickly forming hand seals and immediately using his divine ability, the spirit swallowing technique. Countless gray lines surged out, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy floating in the air to enhance Wang Zhong's strength, while also attempting to absorb the spiritual energy within Zheng Yu for his own use. However, what happened next terrified Wang Zhong. The power of his divine technique, upon approaching Zheng Yu, seemed to be swallowed by a mysterious black hole, quietly disappearing without a trace. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Ever since he repaired his spiritual kidney, he felt as though he had gained many wonderful abilities, but most of these abilities were still in a vague state, and he couldn't fully control or utilize them. Chapter 172. The importance of spiritual energy quality. The spiritual energy emanating from both of them instantly dissipated, as if being forcibly pressed back by a pair of invisible hands. Everyone looked up, only to see a lean middle-aged man with sharp, eagle-like eyes striding over. Behind him followed a group of people, exuding an extraordinary presence. What is going on? How deep is the grudge that you want to fight as soon as you meet? The middle-aged man said sternly. No. This person clearly hasn't finished what Sang Ho said, when Zheng Yu suddenly covered his mouth. The newcomer was obviously a teacher or leader from the Longta class, and his senior brother was being indiscreet and overly arrogant. They must not cause any more trouble at this moment. The middle-aged man glanced at Sang Ho, slightly taken aback, then subtly withdrew his gaze. Li Sheng, we just wanted to spar a bit, nothing else. Rongsheng clearly recognized the newcomer and hurried to explain, his tone carrying a hint of respect. I don't need to hear reasons. I only have one requirement. Competition is prohibited within the Longtu class. The middle-aged man said decisively, you are all prodigies selected by various major forces, and there will be plenty of time for competition later. During this time, focus on your studies. If you want practical combat, we will arrange specialized courses later. Everyone should behave themselves. Chapter 173. Detection. Li Simin raised his hand and waved it, and a glowing mass of spiritual energy appeared in an instant. He casually flicked the spiritual energy out, and a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the strands of hair and corners of clothing of the students with very weak force. This is the first-level martial skill, gentle breeze technique, which I performed using 9th grade spiritual energy. Its effect is just like this. As soon as Li Simin finished speaking, another mass of spiritual energy appeared in his hand, radiating a pure white light, very dazzling. He flicked it out again, and in an instant a violent wind surged, causing everyone to stagger and sway, needing to exert effort to steady themselves to avoid being blown over. This is the gentle breeze technique performed with 3rd grade spiritual energy. In terms of the total amount of spiritual energy used in both demonstrations, the martial skills are the same, and the effects are evident to everyone. I believe now everyone should have an intuitive understanding of the importance of spiritual energy quality. I hope you all understand the focus of learning at this stage. Alright, today's class is about to conclude. There's one more thing. At the end of the study, we will release comprehensive grades, which are linked to the graduation exam results, but there will also be daily scores. The daily scores are mainly under my control, aside from discipline. I have one strict requirement. By the time of graduation, each person must at least improve the quality of their spiritual energy by 1 level. If someone fails to do so, I will directly mark them as unqualified and report the results to your respective sects and families. Chapter 174. The role of the underworld after completing the spiritual energy test. Today's class can be considered over. Zhou Hu pulled Zheng Yu to go shopping again, while Zheng Yu and Sang Ho headed towards the hotel. What are you thinking about? Sang Ho asked. Senior brother Sang. I'm thinking about how to improve the quality of my spiritual energy, Zheng Yu said. Today's class had a significant impact on him, especially since there was a gray spiritual energy within him, and he had no idea how to continue cultivating afterward. Just ask your master if you have questions. Sang Ho shot a glance at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu scratched his head and said, I feel like my master has been quite busy lately. I've troubled him with many things, and I can't help him at all, so I feel a bit embarrassed. Song Ho was slightly taken aback. In a place where Zheng Yu couldn't see, his expression softened a bit and said, "Since you are master and disciple, it is almost like father and son. Between fathers and sons, there is no need to be too formal. If you have questions, just ask. If you need help, just say so. I believe Elder Luo Qian will provide you with answers. He is your master, and it is his responsibility to care for and teach you. Don't overthink it." Zheng Yu chuckled and said, "Senior brother Song, I have never experienced the bond of father and son, but I think you make a lot of sense. Let me tell you, my master is really good to me." Chapter 175, Cultivation Master. Why does it feel like the gold and wood attribute spiritual energy I converted are quite strong, but the fire attribute is lacking a lot, and the water attribute has hardly changed? Zheng Yu continued to throw questions at Luo Qian. There was a dragon in the underworld power you absorbed in Longyuan, which is suppressed in the Eastern Divine Palace. The Eastern Divine Beast is the Azure Dragon, and the two attributes match, thus activating the wood attribute. Moreover, the wood attribute promotes growth and vitality, so naturally, it becomes strong after being stimulated. You mentioned a big tiger entering the Western Divine Palace. The Western Divine Beast is the white tiger. Under this compatibility, the gold attribute was also activated. Gold represents dominance and slaughter, so its power is naturally strong. Although the Southern Divine Palace lacks the vermilion bird-esque suppression, you absorb the crystallization of fire when entering the six organs realm, which also activated a certain level of power. However, compared to that, it lacks the presence of a divine beast, so its power is slightly weaker. As for the Northern Divine Palace, it neither has a divine beast to settle nor has crystallization to nourish it. Among the five elements, water represents nourishment and descends. In such a situation, the water attribute is naturally the weakest. Zheng Yu nodded, recalling his experiences in Longyuan, still feeling a bit dazed. He vaguely felt that he not only replenished his spiritual kidney, but might have also gained a significant opportunity, though the effects have yet to fully manifest. Chapter 176. Zheng, however, the effort has yielded rich rewards, and the results are quite good. In 21 days, the godly rich system accumulated nearly 2 million cultivation points. These 2 million cultivation points directly propelled Zheng Yu's realm upward like a rocket and successfully opened his gallbladder. After careful comparison, Zheng Yu found that the increase in cultivation points was roughly equivalent to his 20 days of hard training. In other words, with the presence of the godly rich system, it was as if he had an extra avatar helping him cultivate, greatly improving his training efficiency. After confirming that he didn't need to go to a special location for infusion, Zheng Yu chose to directly infuse the cultivation points he obtained each day into his body every night, steadily enhancing his strength. "Thank you, Senior Brother Song." Zheng Yu cautiously took the huazhong from Song Ho's hands. A few days ago, Master Luo Qian asked him to give the huazhong to Song Ho, and it was only returned today. "Thank you for what? We are all disciples of the same sect. Your master is really good to you," Song Ho said with a beaming smile. "Look here, I sent it back to our sect, and Elder Luo Qian should have helped you repair it. This is a top-grade protective artifact. Elder Luo Qian is truly generous." Chapter 177. The test of Zhou Cheng. Zhou Huowu's eyes lit up. She was the most eager for her brother Zhou Cheng and Zheng Yu to get along well. Sensing that this was an excellent opportunity, she stepped aside, retreated to Moon Li's side, and looked at the two with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. "Hello, it's truly a pleasure to meet you," Zhou Cheng said, his gaze as solid as substance, directly staring at Zheng Yu, while extending his right hand with a perfectly measured, faint smile on his face. Zheng Yu, being sharp, instantly picked up on the hidden meaning in Zhou Cheng's words. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then reached out to shake Zhou Cheng's hand, saying, "I have long heard of the great name of the Wall King. It's just a false name." Zhou Cheng slowly leaned closer to Zheng Yu, lowering his voice, his lips almost touching Zheng Yu's ear, and said, "By the way, young Master Zheng, Ronggu asked me to send his regards to you." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu's body shook violently, his pupils constricting instantly, as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. The fact that Zhou Cheng could say this undoubtedly proved that he had entered the sight of Rongguang or the Rong family. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yu raised his head and looked directly into Zhou Cheng's eyes, saying, "There is no need for greetings. After all, I haven't been living well these years. If we have the chance to meet, I will seek him out for advice in person. Chapter 178. The Captain S-Spot Teacher Lee. This is too difficult. A student couldn't help but complain. Have a little confidence in yourself. If you don't have confidence in yourself, then please have a little more faith in your teammates. Lee Si-min said discontentedly. No one is asking you to go alone. We've divided into 3 small groups, with 7 people in each group. What's so hard about that? It's just a royal grade monster. You are all the best among your peers. What is wrong with challenging a little difficulty? Upon hearing this, the murmurs among the crowd gradually quieted down. What Lee Si-min said made sense. If one person couldn't win, there was still hope with 7. They had been geniuses since they were young, so there was still a bit of pride in their hearts. They just hadn't reacted well upon suddenly hearing about a royal grade monster. Additionally, for the sake of ease in command, we have selected 3 captains after evaluation. Lee Si-min said. Many eyes immediately lit up. Being chosen as a captain by Lee Si-min was, in itself, a form of recognition. At the very least, in Lee Si-min's eyes, the 3 captains should be the strongest 3 individuals at present. Some lower-level disciples began to look around, not because they wanted to be the captain, but because they were considering who to follow for the highest win rate. Chapter 179. The disciple of the 1,000 rulers, Emperor Zheng, saw the golden soft sword darting toward him like a poisonous snake, but he remained calm. He squinted slightly, carefully observing the trajectory of the soft sword, and a purple light flickered in the depths of his eyes, having already opened the Thunderheart eye. At the moment the soft sword was about to touch his throat, Zheng slightly tilted his body, perfectly avoiding the sword's deadly strike. The Thunderheart eye possesses the magical ability to see through illusions, allowing one to perceive subtle fluctuations in surrounding energy and the weaknesses of enemies. However, Zheng was indeed skilled. He had already mastered the golden light technique to perfection. Just as the 2 figures crossed each other, he flicked his wrist lightly, and the sword blade that Zheng had already evaded suddenly shot out 3 beams of sword light, like 3 meteors heading straight for the back of Zheng's head. This attack had an extremely tricky angle, and on the sidelines, Shou Huowu couldn't help but cover her red lips, her eyes filled with worry. She had just learned some secret information from Li, and her feelings were complex and hard to understand. But it was undeniable that she had a special fondness for Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu remained composed, mobilizing the spiritual energy within him to unleash the thunder transformation. Chapter 180. Sacred artifact Golden Wheel. The golden shield flickered with light, showing signs of collapsing under the powerful impact. Seeing this, Zheng hurriedly increased the output of his spiritual energy, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, barely managing to block this strike. Zheng Yu swung his sword again, and Zheng rushed to meet it. The 2 exchanged blows, and the battle became increasingly intense. The atmosphere in the martial arts hall growing ever tenser, as if the air itself had ignited. Zheng Yu was actually fighting rather casually. He was using this battle to summarize and organize the results of his recent cultivation. Meanwhile, Zheng was gradually sweating profusely as he looked at Zheng Yu across from him, his eyes increasingly filled with shock. Zheng Yu seemed like an unfathomable deep pool. He couldn't find the bottom. No matter what technique he used, Zheng Yu could easily respond. He had become stronger again. Below, Yu Li's eyes shimmered as she watched Zheng Yu move, unable to help but whisper to herself. After her last defeat, she had devoted herself to intensive training in her family for several months, greatly increasing her cultivation, and her spiritual bone power had become even more refined. She had originally thought to find an opportunity this time to teach Zheng Yu a good lesson and take revenge for the earlier humiliation. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yu's strength had progressed so dramatically that the Thunder Spear, which she had used as a trump card last time, had now turned into a simple technique he could use at will. Chapter 181. The disappearing Song Ho had seemed quite stalemated, but the 2 sides were clearly not on the same level, and the result soon emerged. Although the Thunder Spear was extinguished, a red blade of light broke through the defense of the golden wheel and struck Zheng. Zheng felt a tightness in his chest as a powerful force impacted his internal organs, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood that drew an arc in the air, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. Crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, Zheng and the others were silent, their eyes wide in disbelief, not expecting that even Zheng's trump card technique would be broken by Zheng Yu. Shen Yu, on the other hand, jumped up excitedly, repeatedly cheering. while others couldn't help but discuss. Rongsheng had really embarrassed himself this time. He usually acted so superior, so it was good to see him get taken down a notch. Zheng Yu was quite fierce. He had also cultivated fire attribute spiritual energy, which seemed to be of considerable grade. I can't agree with that. Mentor Lin Feng had previously advised him to specialize in thunder, and now he was practicing fire attributes, which was completely unnecessary and a pure waste of his innate abilities. Go help young Master Rong down. Chapter 182. The flame prison dragon python Zheng Yu was truly furious. He had indeed planned to arrange for someone to impede the progress of the other two teams. But the one to carry out this task was definitely not Song Ho. Since morning, Song Ho had seemingly evaporated from the world, and he couldn't get in touch with him. Zheng Yu went to ask Mentor Lin Feng, but Lin Feng stammered and couldn't clarify Song Ho's whereabouts. Damn it, Zheng Yu cursed inwardly. If it weren't for stabilizing the emotions of the people in the team, he would have wanted to expose Song Ho's actions to the public for everyone to criticize. At this moment, above Long Yuan, a few white clouds were drifting leisurely. These were not ordinary clouds, but flying magical tools carrying representatives from various factions. On the central white cloud, Song Ho pointed at Zheng Yu below, a look of satisfaction on his face, and said, "Everyone, do you see? This is my good disciple, still thinking of helping his master out at this time." Li Simin looked helpless and replied, "Your Majesty the Thousand Rulers, I think your disciple probably wants to beat you up instead." Song Ho was actually the Thousand Rulers Emperor. Luo Qian, Zheng Yu's good master. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My disciple has always respected his teacher and has never disrespected me. How could he have any thoughts of beating me? Chapter 183. Zhou Cheng's interference. A teammate practicing swordsmanship couldn't contain his impulse at this opportunity and rushed forward, swinging his long sword. "Don't go." As soon as Zheng Yu's voice fell, the seemingly panicked flame prison dragon python, as if it had eyes in the back of its head, suddenly swung its tail and struck this teammate at an extremely fast speed, directly sending him flying. The teammate spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Are you out of your mind? This is a royal grade monster. It has already cultivated its spiritual consciousness. Do you really think it's blind? Zheng Yu shouted angrily. After monsters cultivate spiritual consciousness, they can perceive the surrounding world without relying on their senses. This person was clearly too eager to perform, momentarily losing his rationality and throwing the previously established plan out the window. The flame prison dragon python slithered its body, closing in on the crowd. A long-haired youth anxiously asked, "Zheng, can I release it now?" His name was Zhou Yun, and half of his head was made of spiritual bone, inherently possessing ice-cold power, so he specialized in ice attribute spiritual energy. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the 6 viscera, he had already cultivated to the 5th grade of ice spiritual energy and was a core player in the team. "Release," Zheng Yu decisively ordered. Hearing his command, Zhou Yun immediately waved his hands, and streams of ice blue energy erupted from his head. Chapter 184. Chun Lizzie. Zheng Yu's expression was somewhat strange. It seemed Zhou Cheng had already been following them closely and had heard what he said earlier. "You might be disappointed. Our captain did not go to find the first team," Zheng Yu said. "I advise you to go back now and help your teammates kill the monster. Otherwise, the first place will be handed over to the first team." Zhou Cheng frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. "Don't think you can interfere with me. Once I've made up my mind, I won't easily change." After saying that, he raised his shield and swung it violently at Zheng Yu. Bang! The handsome young man in blue raised his hand to block Luo Qian's ferocious strike. No, this great battle is about to break out. We cannot have internal strife." Li Simin quickly stepped forward, trying to stop Luo Qian. Luo Qian pushed Li Simin aside, glancing sideways at the young man in blue, and sneered, "Chun Lizzie, do you dare to appear before me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot?" The handsome young man in blue was none other than the great sage Chun Lizzie, who was also Zheng Yu's biological father. Chun Lizzie's expression remained calm, unaffected by Luo Qian's imposing presence, and he replied lightly, "We have no grievances or enmity between us. Why does the Emperor Qian Kuei want to kill me?" Chapter 185. The weighty identity. After Zheng Yu donned the starry battle armor, his aura surged violently like a roaring tide. The powerful and heart-stopping presence made Zhou Cheng's heart tremble. His brow slowly split open, and with strands of light spilling out, a third eye revealed itself. With this third eye, Zheng Yu's perception became extraordinarily sharp, Every subtle movement of the flame prison dragon python was magnified in his sight, clear and distinct. He focused intently on the flame prison dragon python's body and soon discovered a flickering, indistinct light about 1/3 of the way down its abdomen. Seeing this, Zheng Yu's heart stirred. Although the flame prison dragon python was an imperial-level beast, it was still essentially a snake. The saying, "strike the snake at its 7 inches," refers to the heart of the snake. Could this flickering light be where the flame prison dragon python's heart is located? Chapter 186. The hidden purpose of the dragon chart class little green dragon. How laughable. Watch his eye. Emperor Luo, suppress you. Luo Qian was unafraid, waving his right hand. The spatial power at his fingertips transformed into ancient runes that intertwined and flickered in the air, emitting a blinding light. In an instant, black spatial rifts appeared out of nowhere, resembling the gaping maws of ferocious beasts. Wherever they passed, the space shattered like broken glass, twisting and collapsing. They rushed swiftly towards the toxic wave emitted by the green dragon, which was ruthlessly devoured the moment it made contact with the spatial rifts, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed. Li Simin followed closely behind, his clothes billowing wildly in the wind. Surrounding him was a swirling force of azure wind that danced around him like lively sprites, producing a faint whistling sound. As he chanted a spell, countless wind blades appeared out of thin air. These wind blades glimmered with a chilling light, sharp and regular in shape, like a storm of blades, surging towards the green dragon. As the wind blades struck the green dragon's incredibly hard scales, they instantly sparked brilliant flashes of light, leaving visible white streaks on the green dragon's surface, provoking furious roars that echoed loudly, as if to shatter the entire world. Chun Lizzie and Lin Piao stood on either side, providing cover for Luo Qian and Li Simi. Chapter 187. Dragons slaying the battle continued, with Luo Qian moving like a brilliant streak of light cutting through the dark night sky, his speed akin to lightning, skillfully weaving through the swirling toxic mist and the dragon's massive claws. Each time he swung his arm, the surrounding space seemed to be manipulated by an invisible and powerful hand, creating bizarre and distorted ripples. The poisonous mist in the air was instantly shattered into nothingness upon contact with this distorted space. Li Simin sumunata ulingala. The wind elements seeming like ferocious beasts completely tamed by him, obeying every command. The roaring wind, carrying countless blade-like wind blades, surged forth like a well-organized army, rapidly attacking the green dragon. The wind blades struck the green dragon's hard scales, instantly generating dazzling sparks, leaving clear white marks on its body, drawing forth furious, earth-shattering roars from the green dragon, as if it aimed to break the heavens. Chapter 188. Dragon blood in the blink of an eye. The dragon's head was severed cleanly by the wind blades. Li Simin waved his hand, collecting the dragon's head into his storage bag. Then he waved again, sending a powerful wind force toward Zheng Yu and the others, slowly pulling the white clouds closer. Zheng Yu and the others stepped out of the clouds, gazing at the ravaged battlefield, unable to suppress their astonishment. At this moment, the sun struggled to pierce through the lingering gloom, shining down on the scarred battlefield. The ground, once shrouded in the green dragon's toxic mist, was still enveloped in a faint dark green haze, shimmering under the sunlight with an eerie and enchanting glow, as if whispering tales of the brutal battle that had just concluded. The soil around was torn apart by the aftermath of the battle, riddled with deep gashes, resembling the earth's ghastly wounds, shocking to behold. The distant mountains were not spared either. A corner of the mountain was mercilessly sliced away by the green dragon's attacks, with debris scattered like raindrops, piling into small hills at the foot of the mountain. Beside the massive body of the green dragon, there was a pool formed by the dragon's true blood. The dragon blood was thick and dark green, bubbling as if it had life, gently writhing. The land surrounding the blood pool had turned black and shiny due to the seepage of dragon blood. Chapter 189. Chun Lizzie's heartache after starting the training with the purple dragon armor. Zheng Yu felt a torrent of surging, violent heat continuously flowing into him from the outside, rampaging within his body. Wherever this heat went, his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart by its brute force, sending waves of intense pain through him. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging, veins on his forehead standing out like angry little snakes, sweat beads rolling down his cheeks and dripping into the blood pool. instantly submerged by the dragon blood. True dragon blood is indeed precious, but absorbing it is extremely difficult. Others would carefully apply it on their bodies and slowly absorb it. But Zheng Yu, having activated the purple dragon armor, was recklessly sucking it in. He concentrated all his spirit, trying to guide this power along the operational route of the purple dragon armor. As time passed, the dragon blood in the pool began to ripple gently, as if stirred by an invisible hand. Centered on Zheng Yu, the dragon blood began to slowly spin. Initially, the speed was very slow, but as Zheng Yu's control over the purple dragon armor grew more adept, the spinning accelerated, gradually forming a small vortex. Chapter 190. Recognizing Kin? The vortex spun rapidly around Zheng Yu, producing deafening roars. The attracted dragon blood transformed into a rushing blood dragon, wildly circling around Zheng Yu, continuously being absorbed by his body. In just a blink of an eye, before Chen Lizzie could react, the dragon blood in the pool had been completely absorbed into Zheng Yu's body. At this moment, Zheng Yu's aura completely merged with that of the green dragon, radiating unmatched dragon might. Chapter 191. Oath. At this moment, a pungent stench of decay permeated the land, emanating from the recently deceased poison dragon, making one feel nauseous. The ground still bore the large ruts left by the poison dragon's struggles, crisscrossing in all directions. The surrounding trees were also eroded by the toxins, exhibiting a bizarre black-purple color, with branches and leaves twisting as if silently recounting the brutal battle that had taken place not long ago. Although Zhou Cheng's figure was small, he radiated a firm and heavy aura at this moment. He looked at Zheng Yu and said, "I want to concern myself with the matters of the previous generation. But if you want to challenge Brother Rome, you'll have to get past me first." What a deeply loyal brother, Zheng Yu clapped sarcastically. "You say you won't concern yourself with the past, but if I kill your mother, can you just ignore that?" Zhou Cheng's expression changed instantly, a flicker of anger flashing his eyes as he replied. At that time, Brother Rome had just been born. What did he know? Some things are not what he desired, but he possesses them and enjoys them. That is an objective fact. Zheng Yu coldly retorted. "I'm not Zhou Cheng trying to explain. Come on, enough with the nonsense. Let me see what you're made of." Talking so much is less effective than having a fight. Chapter 192. Jinmu Zheng Yu sensed danger and immediately activated Thunder Transformation. His speed surged, and he transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving between the rock spikes with ease, avoiding most of them. Due to the density, a few rock spikes grazed Zheng Yu's body, but under the solid green armor, they were instantly ground away, leaving only a few minor scratches. "Cowering turtle, you dare to challenge me?" Zheng Yu called out, attempting to provoke Zhou Cheng, while condensing a thunder spear in his hand and hurling it toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng remained calm, unhurriedly waving his hand to summon a dirt ball. The dirt ball quickly expanded, steadily blocking the thunder spear's attack. "Since that's the case, what's the point of fighting? Just hide in there and be done with it." Zheng Yu continued to provoke, while attacking with his blade. Zhou Cheng remained silent, steadfastly holding his defense unwavering. As an excellent tank, he maintained a stable mindset, rarely swayed by words. He even seized the opportunity when Zheng Yu was switching strength, occasionally launching counterattacks. Truly the Wall King, Li Simin couldn't help but exclaim while observing the situation. Zhou Cheng lacked divine powers and spiritual bones, yet he had earned his current reputation, partly due to the Devouring King and partly due to his solid fundamentals and stable mindset. Chapter 193. Dragon. You could transform too. Just so happens I can as well. So let us see what you've got. Zheng Yu licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After cultivating the purple dragon armor to the Unity realm, he felt that the flood dragon body seemed to have a marvelous connection with the purple dragon armor. The two had merged into one, forming a dragon-shaped seal within him. Zheng Yu activated the dragon-shaped seal, and in an instant, a powerful force erupted from within him. In the next moment, his body rapidly transformed, with his bones cracking and popping beneath his skin, as if undergoing a complete rebirth. Following that, patches of bluish-green scales quickly emerged from his skin, meticulously arranged like finely crafted armor. The scales shimmered with an eerie glow, seemingly containing endless power. His limbs rapidly elongated and thickened, his fingers transforming into sharp dragon claws that glinted like fine swords. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Yu had truly transformed into a majestic green dragon. The dragon's body coiled and twisted, measuring several meters in length, and with a gentle flick of its sturdy tail. A gust of wind was stirred up, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the green dragon that Zheng Yu had transformed into, with cold, killing intent flickering in its eyes, charged unhesitatingly towards Zhou Cheng. Chapter 194. Teacher, thus imparting the Tao and resolving doubts, Li Sheng. You truly are my senior brother. Your photo is hung at the entrance of Jiuzhong, and I recognize you from the start, Zheng Yu said. At first, I thought you found my strength lacking and were unwilling to acknowledge me, so I hadn't brought it up. Li Ximin waved his hand, explaining, not at all. It was merely because I was previously a teacher at the Longtu class, and you were a student, so it was inappropriate for me to show you any special treatment. I spent 3 years at Jiuzhong. It holds my youthful memories, and I have deep feelings for it. Since you are also a student of Jiuzhong, you are naturally my junior. Zheng Yu immediately climbed up the ladder, smiling as he said, Senior, if I have any matters in the future, you must help me. Zheng Yu's words were a bit abrupt, but Li Ximin understood his background and quickly grasped his underlying meaning. I can't directly support you, as sometimes I'm also powerless. But rest assured, if you need me to speak for you in the future, I won't hold back and will do my utmost to help you. Li Ximin pondered for a moment before responding. Zheng Yu and Li Ximin didn't have much of a relationship, so receiving this promise out of the blue left him quite satisfied. Chapter 195. 3 months, disciple. This question is too distant from you. Much like the world of the dead in your spiritual kidney, Luo Qian said calmly. For now, don't think about these things. Focus on your current plans for the time being. Zheng Yu scratched his head, unable to help but mutter to himself. Master said he would answer any question, yet he remains so mysteriously vague. After venting his frustrations, Zheng Yu began organizing his thoughts. According to his original plan, he was supposed to participate in the youth class at Jixia to seek opportunities to restore his spiritual kidney. But now that the spiritual kidney had been successfully restored, there was no need for him to go to Jixia in the short term. Zheng Yu calculated the time and said, Master, I plan to focus on my cultivation for 3 months and then take the college entrance examination. At this time, it was March, and only 3 months remained until the college entrance examination in June. Oh, with your current situation, it seems unnecessary for you to take the exam. Are you sure you want to do this? Luo Qian asked. Rongguang is going to take the exam, Zheng Yu replied succinctly, clearly stating his reasoning in just a few words. Luo Qian understood immediately. After some thought, he said, I was originally quite worried about you. But now that you have the world of the dead, defeating Rongguang should not be a problem. Chapter 196. Gift the waiter brought over coffee. And seeing Zheng Yu lost in thought, Li Yingjie couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Half jokingly and half seriously, he asked, Hey Lao Zheng, what are you daydreaming about? You haven't reached the 6 organs realm, have you? He was both worried about his brother's struggles and the possibility of his brother driving a Range Rover. Zheng Yu didn't hide anything and honestly stated his cultivation realm. He had indeed reached the 6th level of the 6 organs realm. He had no intention of boasting. With the college entrance examination coming up, Li Yingjie would find out sooner or later. Now it was Li Yingjie's turn to be stunned. His mouth dropped open in disbelief, and he stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Zheng Yu's speed of cultivation was truly astonishing, beyond what ordinary people could imagine. If you remember correctly, a year ago, Zheng Yu was still struggling in the physical realm. Congratulations! When I saw you lead the second-year students to victory in the provincial exam, I knew I would never catch up to you. But this is just too abnormal. Ding Zhong thought that even if you reached the 6 organs realm, you'd be at most at the 1st or 2nd level. If he knew your current level, he'd probably lose sleep over it, Li Yingjie said, coming back to his senses. Chapter 197. The opening of the college entrance examination the next day. Zheng Yu returned to the Mian City number 9 middle school after a long absence. However, he didn't go to class, but headed straight for the principal's office. Since he had made an appointment in advance, the principal's assistant quickly led him to the reception room. Before long, accompanied by hearty laughter, Zhang Qing strode in. Since Wang Bowen left, Zhang Qing had taken over as the principal of the number 9 middle school, becoming the school's leader. Zheng Yu, I've finally been looking forward to your return. Zhang Qing called out from a distance, enthusiastically extending his hand, his face beaming with a rare warm smile. Zheng Yu stood up, reached out his hands to shake Zhang Qing's right hand, and humbly said, It's the student's fault for not being able to visit you more often. When Zheng Yu had just returned to Mian City, he had sought out Zhang Qing to report in, but afterwards, He had been focused on home cultivation and hadn't returned to school. "You kid, what are you talking about?" Before Principal Wang left, he repeatedly instructed me to take good care of you, Zhang Qing said, pulling Zheng Yu to sit down, feeling emotional. "You are the pride of our Nine middle school, but it's a pity that I haven't had much interaction with you." Chapter 198. Zhao Xian's thoughts. The college entrance examination was of high importance. The governor personally made the opening introduction, followed by the vice governor in charge of the ceremony department, explaining the competition rules. Each province's competition rules were consistent, using a round-robin elimination format. In Shifeng Province, a total of 1,000 people entered the provincial exam, starting with the preliminary round where these 1,000 candidates were randomly divided into 10 groups, with 100 contestants in each group competing in round-robin matches. In each match, the winner received 3 points, the loser 0 points. And in case of tie, both received 1 point. After the matches, the top 10 contestants in each group, based on points, would advance to the semifinals. If there were ties in points, the advancement would be determined in a specific order, first by the win-loss record in matches against each other, then by total match time, with the shorter time advancing. Ultimately, the 10 groups would select the top 100 contestants to advance to the finals for the final competition. "You mean I don't have to participate in the preliminary round?" Zheng Yu, holding his examination permit, looked surprised at the staff in front of him. The staff respectfully returned Zheng Yu's examination permit, explaining, "Yes, you won the individual points championship in the 3-province joint exam. According to the nature of the event, this award is classified as a major provincial level, so you can directly participate in the top 100 finals." Chapter 199. Zhao Lei. "Great, the sooner we finish. The sooner we can wrap up," Zheng Yu said, looking at the draw results with a relaxed expression, quite satisfied with the arrangement. However, his uncle, Zheng Qi, wore a worried expression. "Zheng Yu, you must be careful. I just took a close look, and there are no duplicate names. That Zhao Lei you're up against is the currently popular Thunder Prince, the dark horse in the preliminary round." Zheng Yu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Recently, he had been focused on researching how to advance his Thunder Spirit Qi to the 2nd level, and he hadn't paid much attention to other competitor situations. "Don't worry, uncle. It's not a big deal," Zheng Yu said with a smile. But this only made Zheng Qi anxious, as he felt Zheng Yu's luck was terrible, running into the strongest opponent right after entering the competition. Zheng Qi knew Zheng Yu's strength was considerable, having won the 3-province joint exam championship. However, he had also watched the entire competition and, like many others, believed that it was Zheng Yu's abilities that played the biggest role. Now, in the college entrance examination, Zheng Yu couldn't rely on others to win again, could he? Meanwhile, the viewing livestream was also buzzing with excitement, with comments flooding in like a tide. Chapter 200. Zhao Lei's Thunder Technique. The 2 contestants' palms frequently made contact, colliding multiple times in just a few seconds, producing a series of dense and rapid explosions that made the surrounding audience's eardrums ache. Powerful spiritual energy waves centered around the 2, surging outward like roaring waves, causing gasps from the audience below. Having consumed numerous precious internal treasures and absorbed blood essence from the flame tiger mineral vein, and even bathed in dragon blood, Zheng Yu's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, he merely executed a simple 2nd-level iron sand palm, forcing Zhao Lei to turn red-faced like liver, stumbling backward in defeat. After these 2 brief yet intense exchanges, not only was Zhao Lei profoundly shocked internally, but he also stood frozen in place. The livestream chat room fell into an eerie silence. The previously frantically scrolling comments seemed to freeze in shock at this astonishing scene. And only after a while did a few scattered comments cautiously start to appear. "Wait, why does it seem like Zheng Yu is fighting so effortlessly? Indeed, the martial technique Zheng Yu just used looks a bit like the iron sand palm, right? No way. Can the iron sand palm really contend head-on with the king-level martial technique, the Mad Lion Palm?" Chapter 201. Genius just meets my threshold. How is this possible? Zhao Lei stood there in shock. He could not accept the unbelievable scene before him. "What's impossible?" Zheng Yu said casually, shrugging his shoulders with a calm expression. The reason for this outcome was, of course, because he had previously consumed hundreds of 7th-level purple cloud tree thunder fruits, which had already given him the ability to withstand the corrosion of lightning. As for the divine power within this heavenly thunder, it was quietly eliminated by the mysterious obliteration ability from the world of the undead. Impossible. I am a genius who has awakened divine powers. Zhao Lei remained immersed in his own world, mumbling to himself, clearly unable to accept the reality of being so easily suppressed by Zheng Yu. Genius? Zheng Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he chose not to say more. He gently shook his hand, and a thunder spear instantly formed in his palm, crackling with lightning, as if it could strike at any moment. Go! Zheng Yu shouted, suddenly throwing the thunder spear, which shot through the air like a lightning bolt, with an unstoppable momentum toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei couldn't dodge in time and only saw a purple light flash before his eyes. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he was directly pinned to the protective net behind him by the thunder spear, unable to move. Chapter 202. The Master's Fanboy After a Simple Lunch. The afternoon matches began on time. The first round was an elimination match. After a fierce battle, 7 competitors successfully broke through, joining the 13 who advanced in the morning, making up the top 20 of Shifeng Province. Next was the 20-10 match that determined who could enter the national exam. When the results came out, Principal Zhang Qing breathed a sigh of relief because Zheng Yu's first opponent was a girl from an out-of-city school. This girl clearly understood that this match was crucial for qualifying for the national exam. As soon as she entered the arena, she unleashed all her power, trying her best to defeat Zheng Yu. However, in the face of Zheng Yu's absolute strength, her efforts ultimately went in vain, and she was defeated. After that, the competition moved to the 10-5 stage, and Zheng Yu's opponent in this round happened to be Zhao Xian. I don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky, Zhao Xian said with a bitter smile while standing on the stage. He understood that his strength was far inferior to Zheng Yu's, but deep inside, he couldn't suppress the urge to battle Zheng Yu. Perhaps this was the unspoken competitive spirit in a man's heart. The girl I like, why doesn't she like me but likes you? Chapter 203. 1 against 2? The one who eliminated the talents was a young girl named Chun-Li. Like Zheng Yu, she had won a significant award in a provincial competition and advanced directly to the provincial exam finals. Her realm had already reached the 6th level of the 6 Viscera, making her the highest-ranking competitor in the provincial exam so far. Moreover, her mastery of water attribute spiritual energy had reached an astonishing 3rd rank, making her an exceptionally strong competitor and a strong contender for the championship. Zheng Yu, you must not let your guard down. This Chun-Li comes from Qing City Experimental High School, and according to the information I've obtained, she possesses bone power. Once unleashed, it can alter the terrain and create a home ground advantageous to her, Principal Zhang Qing said solemnly, standing beside Zheng Yu and advising him. If Zheng Yu can win the championship of Shifeng Province, it will undoubtedly add glory to Mian-Du No. 9 Middle School, defending the school's honor as the top school in Mian-Du City and even Shifeng Province. Zheng Yu's achievements are crucial to Zhang Qing and could very well be his first significant achievement since becoming principal. Don't worry, Principal, I have it under control. Zheng Yu nodded slightly. Come on, old Zheng. Don't let someone with bone power defeat you, Li Yingjie said with a wink. Chapter 204. The Ocean Transformation Realm. Everyone's reaction was very excited, and most hoped that the big shots above would agree, allowing them to witness a remarkable 1 against 2 feet. Only Principal Zhang Qing, upon hearing this, felt dizzy and almost fainted. Is this what Zheng Yu meant by having it under control? There is no control at all. If he fights them 1 by 1, the chances of winning the championship are very high. Isn't this just adding variables for no reason? How can an old man like me handle such stimulation? Soon, the referee returned with the leader's instructions, agreeing to Zheng Yu's request, allowing him to fight 2 opponents to decide the match's outcome. This response did not surprise Zheng Yu. The ministry this year allowed students who had won significant awards to directly enter the provincial exam rematch without testing, aiming to establish a model and promote representatives of the younger generation. Naturally, the officials of Shifeng Province would follow suit. As this news spread, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, with countless audiences nervously following the match's progress through the screen. At 4:30 p.m., in the martial arts hall, the lights were dazzling, as bright as day. Go Zheng Yu. Chapter 205. Victory. This is Chun-Li's spiritual bone power, which can alter the terrain and create an oceanic battlefield. The water elements in the ocean battlefield will automatically attack enemies. Last time, Chun-Li made Zhao Lei drink a bellyful of water. Her water attribute spiritual energy was already at the 3rd rank, and now with the terrain boost, Its power was approaching the second rank. Zhou Ling also possessed water elements, perfectly able to enjoy the battlefield enhancement. This time, Zheng Yu was in trouble. As the audience discussed, Zhou Ling seized the opportunity and decisively struck again. She waved her illusion silk ribbon with practice skill, unleashing a water-based martial skill, with blue water droplets shooting like meteors towards Zheng Yu. The giant dragon Zheng Yu transformed and showed no fear. He first emitted a green mist towards the seawater. Then he dove underwater, suddenly disappearing, leaving those flying blue water droplets to only strike the water surface, creating ripples. Why can't he be trapped? Could it be that he also cultivated water, attribute spiritual energy? Chun-Li's expression changed, filled with suspicion, as she could clearly feel that the water elements in the ocean transformation realm had no strong impulse to attack Zheng Yu. This could only indicate one thing. Zheng Yu had also cultivated water, attribute, spiritual energy, and his rank might not be inferior to hers. Chapter 206. The Whereabouts of Gao Qian. Wow, that's amazing. You want us like that? Why do I feel like Chun-Li and Zhou Ling are a bit weak? A bit weak? You should see if you can last 3 rounds when you go up. To be honest, Zheng Yu is just too strong. I suddenly feel a bit eager for him to participate in the national exam. Is our Shifeng province going to produce a national champion? I admit Zheng Yu is strong, but that sounds a bit too much. I've recently seen competitions from other provinces, and some strong provinces in the north like Chaos Han already have students at the Enlightenment realm. That's right. Let's not forget that the famous Devourer King is also participating in the college entrance examination this year. Zheng Yu's dominant victory was like throwing a giant stone into a calm lake, sparking heated discussions. While everyone praised him, they also eagerly imagined his brilliant performance in the national exam. Principal Zhang Qing was undoubtedly the most excited one, with Zheng Yu taking on 2 opponents. Showcasing his powerful strength, he not only smoothly secured the championship of Shifeng province, but also successfully defended the honor of number 9 middle school, making him see more possibilities. It seemed that the door to achieving great merit had opened a crack for him. Chapter 207. Goodbye, Jiangxia. Everything your father has will eventually be yours. But you must go to Menkou. Gao Chong said earnestly, the youth of a girl is so short. If you don't seize the time to go to a good university, work hard in your cultivation, do you really plan to be a housewife in the future? Gao Chong's words seemed to be about academics, but they had deeper meaning. Zheng Yu could no longer sit still and had to leave in a hurry. Before leaving, Gao Chong expressed his apologies, saying that he had to take Gao Qian to Menkou City, so the 2 of them could not go to support Zheng Yu during the national exam. Zheng Yu understood the reason and nodded without saying much. The next day, Zheng Yu packed his luggage and officially set off for Chang'an. As the capital of the Daxia Kingdom, Chang'an is both an economic and political center, holding an extremely high status, shining like a brilliant pearl on the national map. Talented individuals from all over the country were gathering here, and an unparalleled battle was about to begin. Zheng Yu initially planned to book a hotel himself, but after getting off the plane, his master, Luo Qian, called and told him to go directly to Fei Yun's sex office in Chang'an. Chapter 208. Jiangxia's past concerns. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu was taken aback. In middle school, in order to practice his iron sand palm, he had indeed secretly bought a small bucket filled with iron sand and practiced quietly when no one was around. Because he was shy, he had always been cautious, fearing that others would discover it, but Jiangxia actually knew about it, which puzzled him greatly. Are you very surprised? Jiangxia seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled sincerely for the first time today. I also know that you sold pancakes at Tianmei Square. The basic version with pork tenderloin was 8 credit points. Oh no, at first you sold lamb skewers. But you chose to start on a hot day and went out of business after half a month. I know you used to live in the living room, sleeping on the sofa as a bed, without even having your own room. The more Jiangxia spoke, the more shocked Zheng Yu became. These were extremely secret details of his past life that very few people knew. In his impression, Jiangxia had little interaction with him back then, so logically, she should have known nothing about his matters. How do you know? Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. My grandfather likes to wear a gray duckbill cap, a wool coat, has a scar on the left side of his face, and always walks with a tilt in his waist. Jiangxia did not answer directly, gesturing as she asked. Do you remember? Chapter 209. Jiangxia's background. Jiangxia glanced at Zheng Yu and said, I knew very early on, or rather, I knew before I met you. Zheng Yu was greatly shocked, his mouth slightly agape, unable to speak for a moment. Your story was told to me by my grandfather. So when I first came to Mian City, I already knew about a poor boy who was abandoned by his father, had his kidney taken by others, and supported his family by selling pancakes. Do you know why my grandfather told me this? Because, like you, I was also rejected by my father since childhood. He told me your story in hopes that I could be like you. Zheng Yu was stunned, unconsciously gazing into Jiang Xia's eyes. In the depths of those clear eyes, he caught a glimpse of a vulnerability he had never seen before. Miss Jiang, with your talent and beauty, how could you be rejected by your own father? Zheng Yu said. Jiang Xia did not heed Zheng Yu's comfort and continued to speak about her background. My father has a mutation in his left breastbone, naturally possessing yang power, while my mother has a mutation in her right breastbone, naturally possessing yin power. It is said that when two people with such special physiques combine, the next generation is highly likely to possess spiritual lungs and be born with extraordinary talent. Chapter 210. Love nourishes flesh and blood. Zheng Yu continued. Suffering itself has no value. It only brings pain and torment. If I could choose, I would prefer to have a happy childhood rather than struggle for survival. Jiang Xia softly replied, It's okay, it's all in the past. At this moment, the moon rose above the branches, casting a silvery light. The streets were filled with more and more pedestrians, bustling with activity. The shops along the roadside lit up, and the soft light intertwined with the moonlight, sketching a dreamlike night scene. Melodious music drifted from the buildings, adding a touch of romance to Chang'an's nightlife, as if the entire world awakened at that moment. Zheng Yu looked at the beautiful scenery before him and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. He hesitated for a moment and then asked Jiang Xia, Did you really like me? If you did, why didn't you tell me all along? I'm not sure if I really liked you. Jiang Xia slightly lowered her head and said, Perhaps it's because of our similar backgrounds, or maybe influenced by my grandfather. I always unconsciously paid attention to you. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when I'm lying in bed alone, your figure will also unconsciously appear in my mind. Chapter 211. Zixiao Tree. Zheng Yu's expression suddenly became somewhat stiff. He did not expect that every move he made was being observed by his master. We're all grown men. When I was your age, I'd already dated 7 or 8 people. What's there to be embarrassed about? Luo Qian said casually. Master, it's really not what you think. Zheng Yu was still trying to argue. What we have is a pure revolutionary friendship. Why don't you just say she's your sister? Luo Qian couldn't help but laugh. Zheng Yu helplessly scratched his head and sat down on a nearby chair. He first poured a little wine for his master and then poured a glass for himself, drinking it down. His mood was quite complex at this moment. He had always set a principle for himself not to date. Whether it was Gao Qian, Zhou Hu, or Shen Yu, he had never felt any fluttering feelings while interacting with them. However, Jiang Xia's confession was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, completely shattering the tranquility in his heart. Indeed, the so-called principle of not dating was ultimately just a form of self-comfort before meeting the right person. However, Zheng Yu was now truly finding it difficult to define his relationship with Jiang Xia. After hesitating for a moment, he laid out the conversation he had with Jiang Xia today. Chapter 212. Opening the aperture realm finally, with a rumble that seemed to come from ancient times. The top of the Zixiao tree connected with the sky. A dazzling light poured down from the heavens, like a brilliant galaxy hanging upside down. The light flowed down the branches of the Zixiao tree like a lively stream, illuminating the entire underworld. The originally dark corners were filled with light, and those drifting spirits seemed to become peaceful in the light. They no longer wandered around but quietly hovered in midair. As the Zixiao tree perfectly connected with the heavens, a tremendous force surged from the underworld, sweeping toward Zheng Yu and drilling into his organs. Zheng Yu was currently cultivating the Sanjiao, triple burner, and during this time, the Sanjiao had already refined 90% due to the constant infusion of cultivation values from the godly rich system. In this moment, it directly reached perfection. The last organ he was cultivating was the bladder, and at this moment, under the infusion of the powerful force from the Zixiao tree, the bladder was also instantaneously refined. Zheng Yu was only one step away from the next major realm, the opening the aperture realm. The surprise did not stop there. Zheng Yu clearly felt that the thunder spiritual power within him was undergoing an astonishing transformation under the nourishment of the Zixiao tree. Chapter 213. The day of the college entrance examination, perhaps the speed of this breakthrough in realm was just too fast. The system hadn't even had time to issue tasks before new effects were activated. Zheng Yu first took a glance at the content of this improvement. The first thing that caught his eye was that his wealth value had significantly increased again. He had now become a man earning 800,000 a day. And the speed of this wealth growth was truly frightening. Secondly, the efficiency of acquiring martial skill points had also skyrocketed, but the most crucial aspect was the cultivation value. In the third-level system, he could gain 1 cultivation point with each heartbeat, but now it had directly doubled to 2, which meant Zheng Yu essentially had 2 avatars helping him cultivate day and night. As for the newly appeared energy value, Zheng Yu speculated it might be a new way to enhance his spiritual power. With his master beside him, he didn't plan to use it for now, intending to experiment with the energy value later. Well, with your current strength, you can basically sweep through the younger generation of Blue Star, Luo Qian said with relief. At this moment, there was a rare hint of fatigue in his tone. After all, both helping Zheng Yu tame the holy-level Zixiao tree and assisting him in enlightening his mind were extremely exhausting tasks. Chapter 214. Summer Competition O? What realm is he in now? The 5th realm of the 6 Viscera. TCH, the strongest in Shifeng province, is at this level? In Chang'an, that's only considered average. You can't just look at the realm. His spiritual energy quality is quite high. What spiritual energy quality does he have? 3rd grade Thunder spiritual energy and 3rd grade Fire spiritual energy. Our Devouring King already has 2nd grade spiritual energy. The Thunder King even has divine abilities. I can tell you're definitely from Shifeng province. Who doesn't have divine abilities? Our Devouring King is even ranked 5th on the divine list. Can he compare? On both sides of the long street, the onlookers were endlessly discussing. The 45 bronze war chariots moved slowly, taking half an hour to finally stop in front of the training ground at Xuanwu Gate. Above Xuanwu Gate, the 4 gilded characters Chang'an Martial Academy appeared hazily in the morning mist, each stroke cast from incredibly precious meteorite iron, exuding an ancient aura. On the city wall, prominent figures from all over the country, as well as some from foreign and extraterrestrial forces, were quietly conversing. Sitting in the center was Emperor Xiahong of the Great Xia Kingdom, dressed in a dragon robe and wearing a crown with a faint smile. Chapter 215. The examination begins. Dear examinees, I am Wang Bowen, the Right Minister of Rights, responsible for today's examination details. I will now explain the examination rules. The man who appeared was Wang Bowen, the former principal of No. 9 High School. After leaving No. 9, he was promoted to Right Minister of Rights, becoming a powerful 3rd grade official. This competition will take place in the 9-Dragon Cauldron, and the specific rules are as follows. Wang Bowen said with a serious expression and a loud voice. First, in this examination, the use of any disposable items is prohibited, unless made temporarily by oneself. Second, alliances are prohibited in this examination. The use of external forces and non-integrated weapons is also prohibited. Third, this competition uses a point system. Eliminating 1 enemy earns 1 point. If you are eliminated, your points are retained, and the final ranking will be determined based on points. With the announcement of the competition rules, all the students in the training ground changed their expressions. These rules were completely akin to a gladiatorial arena model, a true survival of the fittest. Moreover, unlike previous college entrance examinations that involved strategies like point gathering and transportation, this year's examination had almost no room for tactics and tested pure individual strength. Chapter 216. Points. The burly examinee felt he was incredibly unlucky. How could he run into such a fierce opponent right at the start of the competition? His own cultivation was not low, having reached the 5th realm of the 6 Viscera. If he hadn't encountered Zheng Yu, he might have been able to score some points. Now, he realized it was too late. Zheng Yu shrugged. After entering the Enlightenment realm, unless someone's spiritual power far exceeded his, it was generally difficult for others to see through his true strength. So what if you're in the Enlightenment realm? Do you think I have no trump cards? The burly examinee revealed a sinister smile. He endured the intense pain in his body and struggled to rise from the ground, raising the long sword in his hand that shimmered with a cold light. Zheng Yu paused slightly, curious to see what tricks he could still pull. After all, anyone who could make it from the county city to participate in the national examination should have some skills. Then he saw the burly youth flash with a green light, instantly appearing 10 meters away, moving so fast it was like a ghost. Clearly, he had activated some extremely powerful movement technique. Are people nowadays so cunning and dishonest? Zheng Yu sighed helplessly and shook his head lightly. Chapter 217. Tang Yunyan. Since parting at Long Yuan, The two had not seen each other again, and Zhou Huwu had not reached out to him on chat software. Rong Guang was his mortal enemy, yet he was also Zhou Huwu's close friend. Zhou Huwu must be feeling incredibly conflicted and distress caught between them. Zheng Yu glanced at her, feeling a mix of emotions, and ultimately turned to leave. He had always regarded Zhou Huwu as a true friend, and she had indeed helped him many times in the past. Although their relationship had become somewhat delicate due to differing stances, he would never take the initiative to harm Zhou Huwu. Hey, you're leaving just like that? If you want to fight me, you should practice more. Zheng Yu, are we still friends? Of course, always will be. Zheng Yu stopped and said earnestly. Remembering his master's previous reminder, he hesitated for a moment and then said, if you see your brother, remember to let him be careful of Rongguan. This kind of divisive tactic is a bit too low-end. You might as well consider marrying me. Zhou Huwu finally managed to force a smile, extending her delicate finger to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to use humor to mask her complex emotions. Chapter 218, Surprise Attack? Classmate, it's still early. It's not suitable for us to engage in battle now. Why don't we part ways here? Tang Yunyan said, his tone carrying a hint of testing. If you want this person, I can let you have him. The rules of this college entrance examination were extremely unfavorable for the twin pillars of Yinzhou. They were twins, and their spiritual bone power had a strong, combined effect. Now that the rules did not allow teaming up, Tang Yunyan just wanted to preserve his strength as much as possible, avoiding strong enemies and aiming to eliminate weaker examinees to earn more points. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. The Tang Yunyan before him was well known, and his strength must not be weak. His primary goal was still to find and defeat Rongguan, so he also needed to preserve his strength. All right, I'll leave immediately. Classmate, your aura is extraordinary. You must not be an ordinary person. May I ask your name? Tang Yunyan cupped his hands in salute and asked politely. My name is Zheng Yu. As soon as Zheng Yu finished speaking, he keenly sensed a strange glint in the other person's eyes, which immediately raised his alertness. However, Tang Yunyan did not make any other moves, just nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Ling, aren't you going to admit defeat quickly? Otherwise, just wait until I beat you to a pulp. Chapter 219, Cloud Fan. The poison attribute spiritual energy that Tang Yunyan cultivated was only of the 3rd rank, which was inferior to Zheng Yu's 2nd rank thunder spiritual energy. What was worse was that he had been secretly releasing toxins, but as soon as those toxins approached Zheng Yu, they vanished instantly like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, as if they had no effect at all. With this little strength, you dare to plot against me? At this moment, Zheng Yu had activated Thunder Transformation, with spiritual power surging around him, and purple lightning danced around him, illuminating the dim battlefield. The lightning enveloped Zheng Yu, making him appear like a thunder god descending to earth, exuding a chilling authority. Zheng Yu, you're being too arrogant. You're only relying on your higher realm. If we were both at the same level, you might not be my opponent. Tang Yunyan's face was filled with unwillingness. He felt that one of the main reasons he couldn't withstand Zheng Yu's attack was that he had not entered the Enlightenment realm. Without entering the Enlightenment realm, he could not use mental strength, and during the battle, he would occasionally be attacked by Zheng Yu's divine sense, with no way to defend himself. Ha! You should reflect on whether you are too weak. I rarely fight with people of lower realms as I walk my path. Zheng Yu laughed heartily. Chapter 220, Spiritual Bone Combined Attack. Oh, are the siblings joining forces? The college entrance examination clearly states that teaming up is not allowed. Zheng Yu raised his eyes and looked at the person approaching not far away. He saw a petite figure dressed in a snow-white dress that fluttered gently in the wind, like a white lotus swaying in the breeze. Her skin was fairer than snow, appearing even more translucent against the dim yellow sand, with crescent-shaped brows and eyes exuding a playful aura. This person was none other than Tang Yunyan's younger sister, Tang Yumiao. We are not collaborating, Zheng Yu. I just simply dislike you and want to eliminate you. Isn't that okay? Tang Yumiao said, not even glancing at her brother, as she gripped her staff with both hands and began to wield it. In an instant, a more powerful ice spike formed and shot toward Zheng Yu with a howl. Playing dirty? Huh? Even if you want to team up against me, can't you find some stronger people, or just directly call Rongguang over and all attack together? Zheng Yu's voice was cold, carrying a hint of chill. At the moment the ice spike was about to hit him, his right palm suddenly enlarged, with green scales appearing on it, like ancient battle armor. He exerted force and slammed down hard on the ice spike. Chapter 221. Fury, this is interesting. Zheng Yu licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a peculiar power of spiritual bones. Before he could act, several heads suddenly appeared not far away. Yu Li, Wan Cheng, Rong Sheng, and several unfamiliar faces appeared around him, surrounding him completely. Once these people showed up, they immediately launched their martial skills, with various brilliant and powerful spells raining down on Zheng Yu. Yu Li crazily mobilized the ice attribute spiritual energy within her body, enhancing Tang Yunmiao's ice mountain, providing more power to the ice spikes and poisonous beasts. At the same time, she also activated the power of spiritual bones, and a powerful sealing force instantly appeared beside Zheng Yu, attempting to control him tightly and render him immobile. On the city walls of Xuanwu Gate, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Wang Bowen's expression was serious as he hurried to the center and said to the third prince, "Your Highness, several people are attacking Zheng Yu together. How should we handle this?" Xia Yin stroked his chin, and before he could speak, Chun Lizzie, slightly farther away, interjected, "This situation arises simply because Zheng Yu is arrogant and has drawn others' attacks. I don't think it counts as teaming up." Chapter 222. Rong Guang. Zhou Cheng. Do you mean I'm not capable right now? Where's your brother Rong? If you have the guts, take me to him, and I'll let you witness how I take him down. Zhou Cheng looked at Zheng Yu, hesitated for a moment, and finally, he really took the initiative to step forward and lead the way. "Since you and brother Rong are destined to battle, let us see who can win," he said. "Then I advise you to stay a bit farther away later, or you might get splattered with blood," Zheng Yu replied. "Zheng Yu, Hu told me about you. But I think you are overthinking it. Brother Rong and I have been good friends for over a decade, and he would never harm me." Zhou Cheng was unconvinced. "Do as you wish. I don't care, but are you just worried about Hu being sad?" Zheng Yu said. "Zheng Yu, do you like my sister?" Zhou Cheng suddenly stopped, turned, and asked. "No, we're just friends," Zheng Yu replied calmly. As Zheng Yu and Zhou Cheng walked step by step toward Rong Guang's location, the live broadcast room seemed to have been hit by a heavy bomb, instantly causing a huge uproar. Zheng Yu was simply too extraordinary. That last operation was almost like single-handedly facing 10 people, right? This strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 223. Argument. Zheng Yu calmly looked over. The two half-brothers stared at each other, their gazes exceptionally indifferent, as if the other were just a stranger. Even their indifferent expressions were somewhat similar. "You are Zheng Yu, the previous son of the old man?" Rong Guang broke the silence first, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "My surname is Zheng. Yours is Rong. Your father's name is Chun Lizzie. Are you sure he really has a son?" Zheng Yu replied. Upon hearing this, many prominent figures on the Xuanwu Gate couldn't help but chuckle. Chun Lizzie's face instantly darkened like ink, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the force, clearly furious. "It's just a name. Why mock someone over such trivial matters? Your mind is too narrow-minded," Zheng Yu said after a moment of silence, then smiled and continued. Yes, how grand you are, young Master Rong, growing up in luxury and wealth. I suppose you've never suffered, right? As the saying goes, those born in hardship are cunning, and the rich grow kind-hearted. I certainly can't compare to you." Rong Guang shook his head and said, "Look at all this resentment you have. Isn't it just because I took your devouring ability? Is it really worth being so angry about?" Chapter 224. Shooting the Phoenix. Rong Guang's attack was as fast as lightning, coming in fiercely, leaving Zheng Yu no chance to evade. The sword energy and mental power struck simultaneously. This fierce assault was enough to completely crush a peak 6th-level powerhouse in an instant. With this move, Rong Guang showcased his profound background, causing Zheng Yu, who was watching from the side, to feel shocked and amazed. Such powerful strength, truly worthy of the renowned devouring king. The sword energy tore through the sky and, almost in the blink of an eye, arrived above Zheng Yu's head like a ghost. However, facing Rong Guang's storm-like, ferocious attack, Zheng Yu's expression remained calm as water, showing no signs of disturbance. He leisurely drew the Yanling Qingdao from his back, his movements smooth and natural. As the long knife was drawn, a flash of cold light cut through the sky like a bolt of icy lightning, illuminating the surroundings with a breathtaking brilliance. Then, Zheng Yu stepped forward, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suddenly struck out with the knife. The light of the knife shimmered like a silver snake joyfully leaping, flashing wildly. A tremendous blade aura mixed with a chilling knife intent, roared forth like a ferocious beast, precisely countering the sword light that Rongguang had unleashed. Chapter 225. Abundant spiritual energy attributes. The first spear struck like a sharp arrow, directly shattering the left wing of the phoenix. The flames on the left wing extinguished instantly, turning into countless sparks scattered in the air. The second spear followed closely, accurately dispersing the right wing of the phoenix, which also extinguished like it had been blown out by a fierce wind, disappearing without a trace. The third spear was even more aggressive, aimed at the phoenix's forehead, and with an unstoppable force, it completely shattered it. The once majestic phoenix seemed as if it had never existed. The onlookers were all astonished. In Zhou Huo's eyes, excitement sparkled. She never expected Zheng Yu to be so powerful, truly able to withstand the fierce attack of the devouring king. "Come to battle," Zheng Yu shouted, wielding the Yinling knife as he charged at Rongguang. Rongguang's expression was icy, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword to meet him. The two began a head-on clash, exchanging blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had engaged in several rounds of combat. The powerful shockwaves generated by their collision created a small vacuum zone between them. The surrounding air was wildly stirred, producing a sharp, whistling sound, as if it were groaning in pain. Chapter 226. Break for me. A massive black cloud slowly emerged from Rongguang's body, obscuring the sky like dark clouds. Having absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, the devouring divine ability was extraordinarily powerful, seemingly aiming to devour Zheng Yu and everything around him. As it passed, the space appeared distorted by an invisible giant hand. A terrifying aura spread like a plague, making everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. It was clear to everyone that Rongguang was about to unleash his true killing move, attempting to defeat Zheng Yu in one fell swoop and end this battle. So this is the legendary devouring divine ability? Xin Yu watched Rongguang's actions with curiosity. This was originally one of Zheng Yu's abilities. If it hadn't been taken by Rongguang, I wonder if it could have matched her Star Essence divine ability. The Devouring King is going all out. I think Zheng Yu is going to lose this time. Some onlooking students, gazing at the slowly advancing black cloud in front of Rongguang, couldn't help but show strong apprehension in their eyes. Last year's Northern Joint Examination, at the last moment, Rongguang relied on this devouring divine ability to single-handedly battle 10 peerless talents of the same rank, ultimately establishing his undefeated reputation. Chapter 227. Your strength itself is a form of arrogance. No wonder he is the devouring king. Indeed, impressive. I'm truly ashamed. I have been in the sacred stage for many years, and now I have only mastered 80% of the fusion with my sacred weapon. It seems I'm truly being overtaken by this new generation. What a spectacular battle. I haven't seen such a back-and-forth contest in a long time. On the city walls of the Xuanwu Gate, many people praised Rongguang. After all, achieving 100% fusion is still incredibly difficult. However, Luo Qian wore a meaningful smile as he looked at this scene. What does it matter if one achieves 100% fusion? Looking at the long sword floating in front of Rongguang, radiating a brilliant light, Zheng Yu curiously asked, "Rongguang, you rely on my devouring divine ability at one moment and the might of your weapon at another, all depending on external factors. Don't you have any true abilities of your own? This is the Fujian Shui Lu sword that I have refined day and night, finally achieving 100% fusion. How is it not my ability? Zheng Yu, if you are afraid, it's not too late to admit defeat now," Rongguang shouted, casting a spell with his hand. Then Hung Sura Changjian, dark red long sword, named Su Chui Lu, vanished like an illusion, appearing beside Zheng Yu in the blink of an eye, stabbing towards his throat. Chapter 228. Hard Resistance. As the red lotus sacred fire flew towards him like a ferocious beast, Zheng Yu's brow began to twitch violently. It was his consciousness giving a frantic warning. Zheng Yu let out a long howl, his voice reverberating through the clouds, and his momentum suddenly changed. His bones cracked, his body rapidly swelled. Scales grew swiftly from beneath his skin, shimmering with a cold light. At the same time, a pair of enormous wings spread from his back, blocking out the sun. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Yu transformed into a majestic, giant green dragon. Blue light flickered on the green dragon, indicating that Zheng Yu had switched his spiritual energy to the water attribute. He opened his massive mouth, unleashing a dragon breath filled with immense water spiritual energy. like a blue torrent spraying towards Rongguang. This dragon breath presented a brilliant blue hue. Wherever it passed, the suffocating heat in the air was instantly suppressed. However, before the terrifying red lotus sacred fire, this dragon breath was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, instantly extinguished, leaving only wisps of faint water vapor. Not good. Rongguang's move is too powerful. What ability is this? Shenyu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry, and she couldn't help but want to rush forward to assist. Chapter 229, Rongguang, where clear blood gushed forth from Zhou Cheng's chest like a flood breaching a dam. The fierce sword energy struck precisely at his most vulnerable heart, and Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in shock. His body uncontrollably leaned forward, heavily kneeling on the ground. "Brother!" Zhou Huowu exclaimed, hurriedly kneeling down, extending her trembling hands to carefully support Zhou Cheng's body. Her hands frantically pressed against Zhou Cheng's chest, trying to stop the blood that continuously flowed out, but the crimson blood seeped mercilessly between her fingers, instantly staining her hands red. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Zhou Huowu's cheeks. "Xiao Wu, don't cry." Zhou Cheng gently stroked Zhou Huowu's head, his voice weak and hoarse. Then he raised his arm, his trembling index finger pointing at Rongguang, filled with confusion and bewilderment, asking, "Brother Rong, why? Why did you attack me?" At this moment, there was not a trace of anger in his eyes, only deep confusion, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. "What reason is there? When I handed you the seed of Jianmu, it was to cultivate it using your body. I originally planned to wait until Jianmu matured to harvest it, obtaining the key to ascend to godhood." Chapter 230, First Grade Death Energy before the Red Lotus arrived. Zheng Yu's face was already illuminated with a layer of red light. Facing the pitying gazes of the crowd, Zheng Yu smiled faintly and said, "Isn't it just first-grade spiritual energy? Who doesn't have it?" After speaking, Zheng Yu suddenly stepped forward, and in an instant, the sky seemed to be covered by a massive black cloth, darkening significantly. The dark clouds surged in like a tide, quickly enveloping the world. Wailing, a massive spiritual energy vortex, stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly coalesced above Zheng Yu, eventually gathering densely above his head. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations roared like ferocious beasts, sweeping across the area. The sky over the Nine-Dragon Cauldron was suddenly divided into two distinct colors. One side was an extreme, vibrant red, as if it would burn everything, while the other side was a deep, oppressive gray. This extraordinary phenomenon left people trembling in fear. Some students who were fighting in the distance involuntarily stopped their actions, turning their gazes toward this place. On the Xuanwu Gate, many prominent figures were also taken aback, their eyes filled with shock. They never expected to witness the simultaneous emergence of two first-grade spiritual energies in a single day. Chapter 231, Rong Peijin. The prohibition against using protective artifacts in the Nine-Dragon Cauldron was originally written in by the Rong family to eliminate Zheng Yu. Unexpectedly, today it became the direct cause of Rongguang's death. The deadly hand passed through Rongguang without hindrance. He didn't even have time to leave a final word before turning to ashes under this terrifying force, vanishing without a trace. The aftermath of this power spread rapidly with a tremendous impact, causing some affected students to spit blood. Many were injured, and several were sent flying like kites with cut strings, losing their combat ability entirely. At this moment, in the center of the arena, only a shining fiery red organ and a black orb remained, quietly hovering in midair, emanating a mysterious glow. "My child." The incident happened too suddenly. Shen Lizzie couldn't react in time. When he finally saw everything on the screen, he felt darkness envelop him, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. Nearly fainting, although others were also shocked by the sudden outcome, that Zheng Yu could kill Rongguang so decisively. More people's attention was drawn to what Rongguang had left behind. Chapter 232, Confrontation. As soon as the words fell, Luo Qian's aura erupted like a surging tide. A vast and fierce presence centered around him, spreading wildly in all directions. Immediately, a massive white tiger phantom appeared around him. This white tiger was vivid and lifelike, shimmering with strange light, and the terrifying aura that accompanied the appearance of the white tiger phantom spread like a tangible force, causing the surrounding air to tremble, making it hard for everyone to breathe. "Shatter for me." Luo Qian's voice thundered like rolling thunder, exploding in this space. He suddenly opened his right hand, then slowly brought his 5 fingers together. The motion seemed slow, yet contained an irresistible power. With his movement, numerous pitch-black spatial cracks suddenly appeared around the scorching fireball. These cracks were like giant mouths, ravenously devouring everything nearby, and the originally formidable fireball vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Then, with a cold look in his eyes, Luo Qian did not hesitate to strike again. Crack! At that moment, it was as if the entire world was shaken by this whip, and a faint yet incredibly clear cracking sound echoed in the sky. Chapter 233. From today onwards, there will be no asking Dao sect under this starry sky. The man's expression was dark, his eyes slightly reddened. He was Rong Peijin's father, Rong Jia, the head of the Rong family, and the one who had initially brought Chun Lizzie into the Rong family. Feeling his daughter's pain in his arms, Rong Jia's heart surged with a hint of ruthlessness. After contemplating for a long time, he cupped his hands towards Xia Yun and said, "Third Prince, the Flying Cloud sect has wild ambitions. For years they have crazily expanded their power in our great Xia country. And last year, they forcibly occupied the mining veins of the Starry sect in Nanping City. I request that the Flying Cloud sect be expelled from Blue Star." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They had just been discussing Zheng Yu's killing of Rong Guang, yet the topic suddenly shifted to the Flying Cloud sect. However, everyone present was intelligent and quickly understood. Zheng Yu could be safe and sound entirely because of the protection of Luo Qian and the Flying Cloud sect. If the Flying Cloud sect were to fall and be expelled from the Great Xia country, then Zheng Yu would naturally be at the mercy of the Rong family. What boldness, you old fossil! Do you also want to expel my Flying Cloud sect? Luo Qian looked at Rong Jia with piercing eyes, and a force of consciousness instantly transformed into countless blades, pressing down on Rong Jia fiercely. Qian Kuei Emperor, this is Blue Star, not the Flying Cloud sect. You should not be too arrogant. Rong Jia's body instantly emanated a faint water aura, which was incredibly agile and mixed with the force of consciousness, transforming into a shield that easily blocked Luo Qian's mental attack. Chapter 234. The appearance of the imperial weapon, the head of the Asking Dao sect, Wen Tian soared into the sky with his sword, confronting the 17 golden-bodied elders of the Flying Cloud sect from afar. "Xia Jing, you Flying Cloud sect, what are you trying to do? Do you intend to provoke a war between the two sects?" Xia Jing, dressed in a meticulously tailored purple-gold gown, her waist, which could barely be held in one hand, appeared even more slender under the gown, yet not lacking in voluptuous beauty. She looked at Wen Tian and said, "In accordance with the sect master's order, today we will annihilate the Asking Dao sect. You Asking Dao sect has committed numerous evils over the years. It is time to pay the price." As Xia Jing's voice fell, the 17 golden-bodied elders of the Flying Cloud sect acted simultaneously, dazzling magical lights shooting up into the sky, as if they were about to illuminate the entire universe. The Flying Cloud sect was already the most powerful secondary force in this starry sky, and these 17 golden elders were seasoned powerhouses at this moment. Their joint attack was terrifying. Wen Tian made a swift decision and immediately joined forces with several supreme elders stationed in the sect. They fully activated the Mountain Protection Formation, and a massive light curtain instantly enveloped the entire planet, with flickering runes on the curtain emitting powerful defensive forces. Xia Jing and others disregarded everything, launching consecutive attacks. And under their relentless assault, the Mountain Protection Formation ultimately could not withstand the burden. Chapter 235. The crazy Rong Peijin, although the ancestral dragon phantom was powerful, it ultimately fell short in rank before the imperial weapon. Zhao Fan gripped the axe handle tightly, raised the axe high, and then swung it down fiercely at the ancestral dragon phantom. This strike contained the might of splitting heaven and earth. The space was directly torn apart beneath the axe, and a massive black crack spread rapidly toward the ancestral dragon phantom, centered on the axe blade. A huge crack appeared on the body of the ancestral dragon phantom, and as the crack spread, the ancestral dragon phantom gradually shattered, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the imperial weapon axe, after breaking through the ancestral dragon phantom, maintained its momentum, carrying endless might, and continued flying toward the 17 golden elders. Just as the imperial weapon rampaged, The cracks in the void it created spread like gaping wounds. A primitive and ancient aura emanated from the end of the universe. An elder dressed in a gray robe, surrounded by strands of chaotic energy, seemed to have stepped out from the ancient times. His figure appeared illusory, yet gave an incredibly real and unshakable feeling. The old man looked calm, slowly raising his withered right hand and extending it forward. In an instant, the space that had been chaotic due to the ravages of the imperial weapon began to twist and reverse at a visible speed, as if an invisible immense force was reshaping the rules of this world. Chapter 236. The means of Rong Peijin, just as everyone was on edge. The space suddenly twisted like a shattered mirror, and a giant dragon claw tore through the fabric of space, followed by a massive dragon flying into the nine-dragon cauldron. The dragon emanated a terrifying and powerful pressure, its immense momentum overshadowing the presence of everyone present, making them feel as if their breath was caught and their souls trembled under this overwhelming force. "Uncle Wang, why are you here?" The third prince was taken aback for a moment. Then his face revealed a blend of shock and joy as he quickly approached to greet him respectfully. "Don't call me uncle. Stay away. I don't like your Xia family." Wang Kai opened his bloody maw, his tone icy and devoid of any emotion. "Wang Sheng, you successfully advanced?" Wang Bowen exclaimed excitedly as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the two newly grown dragon horns atop Wang Kai's head, filled with surprise. "Got lucky, absorbed a strand of pure dragon qi, slept for 4 months, and finally advanced successfully." Wang Kai glanced at Zheng Yu and continued. "I only learned about your plans after I came out. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have avenged Brother Kong myself." Chapter 237. The death of Rong Peijin. "Zheng Yu, if you don't want them to die, then you better die yourself now." Rong Peijin screamed madly. At that moment, 2 spatial rifts suddenly appeared around Zheng Qi and Zheng Qin, seemingly wanting to take them away. However, Rong Peijin had long been prepared. The necklace on her chest flashed with light, and she almost instantly transported Zheng Qin and Zheng Qi dozens of meters away. "Zheng Yu, this is a gift from your master." Rong Peijin's eyes were bloodshot as she summoned a fireball with a wave of her hand and threw it viciously. The fireball struck Zheng Qin and Zheng Qi, instantly igniting them in flames, causing them to roll in agony and emit unbearable wails. Luo Qian frowned, a divine whip appearing in his hand, while Wang Kai also raised his palm, ready to take action. Seeing this, Rong Peijin immediately shouted, "That dragon, and you, don't move. I know I'm no match for you. If you make any move, I will take these 2 with me to die. Zheng Yu, I will count to 3. If you are not dead, I will perish with them." Rong Peijin's face was twisted with emotion. 3, 2, everything happened too quickly, leaving Zheng Yu no chance to react. Chapter 238. People from the mysterious sect go ahead. These souls are irrational. He is no longer the person you knew. Luo Qian blocked Wang Kai and said solemnly. At this moment, Zheng Yu seemed to have lost his senses. The densely packed souls stirring restlessly as if they were about to attack everyone present. The atmosphere inside the nine-dragon cauldron was tense to the extreme. "Impossible. This is my brother Kong." Wang Kai shook his head frantically, disbelief etched on his face. After finally seeing Brother Kong again, how could he bear to harm him? All of you die." Zheng Yu let out a low roar, terrifying gray mist gathering around him, faintly converging into a massive pillar of light. This pillar shot into the sky, piercing through the nine-dragon cauldron, and the immense energy fluctuation surged directly beyond the blue star. The army of souls roared like a grayish-white flood rushing towards Luo Qian, Wang Kai, and the third prince. The scene resembled the onset of the apocalypse. In a distant star domain, Zhao Fan watched everything happening in the nine-dragon cauldron in astonishment, saying, "Is this the aura of death? There are actually people cultivating this kind of spiritual energy? If the mysterious sect does not intervene now, the rules of this universe will truly be gone." Chapter 239. Striking Heaven? Zheng Yu finally snapped back to reality, but he did not respond. Instead, he stared blankly at the ground not far away. There, the bodies of his mother and uncle had once lain, but with the reckless trampling of the army of souls, they had now disappeared, as if they had never existed. "Speak." Lu Ming's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in Zheng Yu's ears. Zheng Yu propped himself up, barely standing, and he struggled to lift his head, his tone cold and detached. "What do you want to say? Who do you think you are to judge me?" His mother and uncle were dead, and he had avenged them. he now felt untethered. In the divine chariot, a menacing aura surged, and a radiant light erupted like a volcanic eruption. However, in midair, this radiance was halted by an old man. The old man was surrounded by chaotic energy and appeared ordinary, but the aura emanating from him contained a profound Tao rhythm. He merely raised his hand slightly and managed to block the terrifying radiance that could easily defeat a god-level powerhouse. The Mountain Emperor of Feiyun's sect appeared. Mountain Emperor, are you going to stop me? The voice from within the divine chariot shook the heavens, filled with rage. This is my disciple. The Mountain Emperor spoke succinctly. Chapter 240, Secrets You Can Try. I also want to see how much heavenly Tao power you can afford to waste. Luo Qian responded without backing down. This land has my seal. With your heavenly Tao power entering, you will have at most 1 part left. Do you want to play a game with me? The golden armored man was furious, his eyes burning with anger. But after a moment of silence, he ultimately abandoned his intention to strike. After all, the heavenly Tao power was too precious to waste here. Now that the spiritual liver was in hand, that kid couldn't possibly survive. The golden armored man glanced at Luo Qian one last time before turning and entering the divine chariot, vanishing in a thin air accompanied by celestial music, leaving behind a silent void. Once the golden armored man disappeared, Luo Qian could no longer wait. He instantly appeared beside Zheng Yu and hurriedly embraced his weak body. Zheng Yu's face was devoid of any color, like a blank sheet of paper. His body had already been shattered by the power of the spirit world, and after encountering the breakdown of the heavenly Tao power, he was on the brink of complete collapse. Luo Qian quickly reached out, his spiritual energy surging wildly, continuously striking Zheng Yu's body in an attempt to sustain his life. Chapter 241. The inscription. Luo Qian couldn't help but sigh, if it weren't for the mysterious sect intervening. Even if Zheng Yu had used the powers of the spirit world, he would have had a way to save Zheng Yu's life. Unfortunately, Zheng Yu's body had suffered divine retribution and was now beyond the possibility of recovery. Even the mysterious sect was not afraid. The ancestral master was indeed too formidable. Thinking of the Mountain Emperor facing the imperial weapons alone, directly confronting the golden armored man, Zheng Yu nodded sincerely. How formidable! Yet still sealed by the mysterious sect using celestial regulations, Luo Qian said. Zheng Yu frowned and asked, Master, is the ancestral master okay? To be honest, he was also startled. The legendary invincible ancestral master had actually been sealed directly. Luo Qian waved his hand and said, It's fine. Your master ancestor intentionally let the Piao Miao sect lock him up, with the purpose of comprehending the cosmic runes. After 3 years, when our Fei Yun sect passes the trial and ascends to a first-level planetary force, we can challenge the Piao Miao sect directly according to the cosmic rules. Once the Piao Miao sect falls, they won't be able to grasp the power of the heavenly Tao. By then, I will definitely hang that golden armored man up and beat him. Master is so domineering, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. Zheng Yu said with a bitter smile. Chapter 242. No need to come. This year's college entrance examination caused a huge uproar. Whether it was the mysteriously disappearing videos or the various phenomena appearing over Chang'an City and even the Blue Star, they became the focus of public discussion. Afterwards, the Daxia Kingdom issued an official conclusion citing the betrayal of the Rong family and detailed numerous crimes committed by them, including taking lives indiscriminately, misappropriating social security funds, embezzling public property, and so on. Zheng Yu's final strike using Death Aura not only killed Rong Guang, but also eliminated many students, ranking first in points and becoming this year's college entrance examination top scorer. To shift the focus of public opinion and evoke empathy, the officials, with Zheng Yu's consent, wrote an article about his background and spread it widely. A positive image of someone who bore humiliation and ultimately avenged his enemies while exposing dark forces came to life on paper. The Rong family became like rats crossing the street, while Zheng Yu became a figure of great renown. The Tianmei Square, where he once set up a stall, has now become a popular check-in point, with countless people coming to visit and make wishes every day. And the nearby shop owners are all smiling from ear to ear. Some people said so. Zheng Yu nodded. Luo Qian had shaped this body based on his appearance. Aside from a slight difference in skin color, it was almost identical in every other aspect. Chapter 243. I don't know how long the Yellow Springs Road is in the afternoon. Zheng Yu stepped into the palace for the first time and saw Xin Yu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. I still can't believe all this is real. Xunyu looked at Zheng, clearly having lost quite a bit of weight after several days apart. You already know? Zheng was a bit surprised. My uncle's name is Kong Fan, and Uncle Wang Kai is my godfather, Xunyu explained. A few days ago, I wanted to come find you, but he persuaded me not to. Zheng suddenly realized that Xunyu was actually the daughter of that Confucian sage's sister. No wonder she had the ability to directly enter the Lung to class back then. Is Senior Wang Kai all right? Zheng asked, as the attack from the golden armored man had also injured Wang Kai. His injuries are very light, and he has already recovered, Xunyu said, looking at Zheng, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zheng smiled slightly and said, Xunyu, if you want to say something, just say it. Xunyu bit her lip. Zheng, we're done here. After you leave, I will continue to search for someone who can match my divine abilities. Zheng understood that Xunyu's pursuit of him back then was largely because the Thunder divine ability could match the Star Essence divine ability. And it was normal for her to react this way now. Chapter 244. Vitality. Jiang Xia's body trembled slightly. The actual time they spent together was very short, but perhaps because they shared the same suffering, they had secretly become each other's emotional support long ago. Please don't do this. Zheng felt as if something was blocking his throat. You care about me? If you have the ability, don't die, Jiang Xia stubbornly said. Zheng was at a loss for words. He looked up at the blue sky and realized for the first time that he also couldn't face death so calmly. Time passed second by second, and the two of them were closely pressed together, talking a lot, as if they wanted to say all the words they never had a chance to say in one go. As they spoke, Zheng speech gradually slowed, and his consciousness began to blur. Luo Qian returned and told them there was no time left. Zheng struggled to get up, hugged his master, and then took the white flower prepared by Jiang Xia. He walked to his mother's grave, closed his eyes, slowly fell down, curling his body, waiting for her to come pick him up like she used to after school when he was a child. Emperor, is there really no way at all? Jiang Xia asked softly. If he can hold on for a month, perhaps there would be a way, but with his current level of divine consciousness. 10 days is already the limit, Luo Qian said. Dad once divined, and the result was a sign of great misfortune, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 245. Piao Miao Universe. The Piao Miao Universe, a distant universe that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Over the long river of time, countless forces have risen like brilliant stars, only to disappear like meteors. It wasn't until thousands of years ago when the earth-shattering war came to an end that various forces gradually found stability amidst the turmoil, forming the current pattern. Today, the Piao Miao universe has a total of 8 second-level planetary forces, each occupying the 4 cardinal directions, operating independently and not interfering with one another. These second-level planetary forces are extraordinarily powerful, managing several star domains, and their strength is only second to the 3 first-level planetary forces in the mysterious Piao Miao immortal realm. No, strictly speaking, there should only be 7 second-level planetary forces left now. More than 10 days ago, all 17 golden elders of the Fei Yun sect led hundreds of thousands of disciples and, with a thunderous momentum, defeated the headquarters of the One Dao sect in one fell swoop. In this battle, the Fei Yun sect killed a large number of high-ranking members of the One Dao sect and plundered countless precious resources. The once glorious One Dao sect still retains the nominal status of a second-level planetary force, but in reality, it has ceased to exist, and at the next force rating conference, its position will definitely be replaced by another sect. In addition to these super forces, there are also many peculiar creatures in the Piao Miao universe. Chapter 246. The Mountain Emperor asks. As soon as the words fell, the seemingly impenetrable 7-colored light shield slowly cracked open a gap, and a gentle yet irresistible force surged out, pulling Luo Qian and the flying boat inside. Zheng felt his vision go dark, and in the next second, he found himself on a cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. This place was like a fairyland, with a thatched cottage built against the mountainside, and in a small pool beside it, several colorful fish were swimming happily. An old man with completely white hair stood quietly in front of a stone table. Welcome to the Fei Yun sect, the old man said kindly, looking at Zheng. This person was the Mountain Emperor. Disciple, hurry and greet the master ancestor. Luo Qian urged from the side. Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Then, without hesitation, he bowed down. Although at this moment he was just a phantom, he still respectfully knocked his head 3 times. Get up, you've managed to hold on until now. You really are a lucky kid." The Mountain Emperor's voice was soft. It seemed to contain endless depth, carrying a hint of insinuation. Zheng Yu was startled, feeling as if he had been completely seen through. "Master Ancestor," Zheng Yu, was about to speak. Chapter 247. Ancestral Dragon with a strong will to survive. Zheng Yu gradually stabilized his form, and his breathing began to calm down. Although the dragon's might was extremely terrifying, Zheng Yu had previously experienced a similar scene in the dream space while practicing the 10,000 blade technique with martial arts points. After withstanding the first wave of overwhelming pressure, he was finally able to barely endure the subsequent waves. The phantom of the ancestral dragon seemed to sense the strong will within Zheng Yu's heart. The dragon whiskers gently floated, and the enormous dragon head submerged before disappearing into the clouds. "Disciple, give it your all," Luo Qian said with a satisfied expression as he stepped forward. "Back in my day, I came here specifically to cultivate the 10,000 blade technique, using the ancestral dragon's phantom to refine my sword intent. I was only 18 then, full of vigor, but I nearly couldn't withstand it the first time. Yet you, kid, managed to endure it solely with your spirit, without embarrassing your master." Zheng Yu's heart stirred, and scenes from when he practiced the 10,000 blade technique using the system's martial skill points resurfaced in his mind. That vague figure that occasionally appeared in his dream space. Could it be his master? What kind of miraculous existence was this godly rich system that could so vividly implant his master's training scenes and feelings into his mind? Chapter 248. The return of the spirit. The ancestral dragon was a divine beast from ancient times, possessing strength that was nearly against the heavens. It once roamed freely between heaven and earth, ruling over all beings. However, at the time of its fall, much of its flesh and blood had already been consumed, leaving only a small part that was divided among various major powers. After enduring the erosion of countless years, what remains today is indeed very few. The piece of ancestral dragon flesh in the Mountain Emperor's hands is the last treasure of the Flying Cloud sect. This piece of flesh was acquired by the Mountain Emperor using a significant amount of his contribution points. He initially planned to use it to create a clone for Luo Qian, but later, after Luo Qian found the corpse of the Canyan White Tiger on Blue Star, he decided to keep this piece of ancestral dragon flesh. The Mountain Emperor stood still, gently inhaling, his chest slightly expanding. The surrounding violent airflow seemed to stagnate due to his inhaling action. Immediately thereafter, his 10 fingers moved swiftly, forming a series of complex seals in an instant. Each seal that formed would summon some strange runes, which flickered with light, some of which even appeared somewhat similar to the runes that sealed the Flying Cloud sect that day. These runes seemed to possess life, intertwining and merging, exuding an ancient aura. Chapter 249. Summoning the Tide Mermaid accompanied by the Mountain Emperor's call filled with supreme power. Zheng Yu's eyes slowly opened. At first, his gaze was filled with confusion, as if he had just awakened from a long dream, and then gradually clarity washed over him, with all memories returning like a tide. Zheng Yu turned to look at the Mountain Emperor and Luo Qian, filled with gratitude, and half knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Master." "Ha! Get up. Put on your clothes first," Luo Qian said with a teasing smile, tossing him a robe. Zheng Yu instinctively caught the garment, paused for a moment, then looked down, his face instantly turning bright red. After hurriedly putting on the clothes, Zheng Yu clenched his fists, feeling the abundant power in his palms, filled with joy. The difference between having a physical body and not having one was like heaven and earth. At this moment, he felt like an ark adrift in the vast ocean for a long time, finally finding a harbor to dock. A sense of unprecedented stability surged in his heart. The Mountain Emperor smiled and introduced, "Your will is indeed strong. This time your physical body shaping is quite good. Now, you possess the cultivation of the 4th realm of the 6 organs, with only the gallbladder and stomach yet to be completely refined." Chapter 250. The Mountain Emperor's thoughts. The Mountain Emperor shook his head when Yuelon joined the Flying Cloud sect from the Endless Abyss. One of her conditions was to allow her freedom without excessive restrictions. "I have no power to force her to teach Zheng Yu." Just before the sealing, the sect happened to have a batch of newcomers arrive, and in 10 days, it will be the selection day for the peaks. At that time, let Zheng Yu apply to join the 7th peak. Whether he can gain Yuelon's approval will depend on his own fortune. Luo Qian's brows knitted into a frown. Yuelon was very strong, and her standards were exceedingly high. The people from the seventh peak were all quite proud, sometimes even disregarding golden body elders. Due to certain special reasons, the seventh peak was actually very independent, basically unaffected by the rules of the Flying Cloud sect. Even during the selection conference held every 3 years, if they did not encounter suitable disciples, they might not even accept anyone. If Zheng Yu was not favored, it would be troublesome. Dad, can't you help out a bit? As long as you say something, Yuelon will definitely not refuse, Luo Qian said. Master, it's fine. Let me try, Zheng Yu proactively said. The Mountain Emperor glanced at Luo Qian and replied, Haven't I cleaned up enough messes for you already? Chapter 251. The selection since they planned to let Zheng Yu join the Flying Cloud sect while hiding his identity, Luo Qian naturally could not appear directly. He entrusted Zheng Yu to an elder from the ninth peak, asking this elder to take Zheng Yu to participate in the selection conference. Your name is Luo Yu? Asked Renjing, the elder from the ninth peak. Yes, Zheng Yu nodded. Almost all high-level members of the Flying Cloud sect knew his name, and to prevent Elder Yuelon from discovering it, Luo Yu was a new name given to him by Luo Qian. Are you a relative of Emperor Qian Kuei? Renjing asked. No, I'm not. Oh, I see Emperor Qian Kuei treats you well. It may be because I helped him with a small task when I was on Blue Star, Zheng Yu replied. Before he came, Luo Qian had repeatedly emphasized that Zheng Yu must not reveal his true identity. Zheng Yu thought his master was worried that if Elder Yuelon found out, she would be unwilling to take him in, so he agreed. Oh, I see. Elder Renjing's attitude suddenly cooled a bit, seeing that this kid's surname was Luo and that Luo Qian had been quite affectionate towards him. He thought he might be a distant relative of Luo Qian. If this kid had ties to Luo Qian, that would be significant, as Luo Qian's relatives were indeed relatives of the Mountain Emperor. Chapter 252. Lu Su. As soon as Zheng Yu said this, many elders were stunned, and then curiosity and admiration appeared in their eyes simultaneously. These people were all high-level members of the Flying Cloud sect. The disciples waiting at the square were all trembling upon seeing them, fearing that they might say something wrong. Yet Zheng Yu dared to step forward, speaking boldly and fearlessly volunteering for a challenge. The demeanor he displayed was indeed somewhat extraordinary. At the same time, Zheng Yu's words provided Elder Renjing with a solution to the problem. He glanced at Zheng Yu. On the way here, he had already checked Zheng Yu's cultivation, which was at the 5th realm of the 6 organs. Among the disciples in the square, although he was not the most outstanding, he was certainly not the worst. If Zheng Yu could perform well in the sparring, winning the favor of a certain elder, it could directly help him solve his dilemma. I think it's feasible. Elder Zhou, what do you think? Renjing looked at Zoya. Not bad. I have no objections. No wonder Elder Renjing values him. He indeed has some courage. If the other elders have no objections, why not let him give it a try? Zoya looked around, asking for the opinions of the other elders. None of the representatives from the 19 peaks spoke. Chapter 253. Dragon Seed. Lu Su's pupils constricted sharply. Wanting to evade was already too late, and she could only watch as that fist drew closer. At the moment when Zheng Yu's fist was about to touch Lu Su's chest, he suddenly stopped, showcasing his tremendous control over power. Although his fist did not actually make contact with Lu Su, the immense force carried by the punch struck Lu Su like a heavy hammer. Lu Su let out a scream, instantly flying away like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably propelled. The entire venue fell into astonishment. Although Lu Su ranked 71st in the newcomer competition, he was still considered outstanding among the 800 disciples. Moreover, he was at the same cultivation level as Zheng Yu. No one expected that he couldn't withstand even one round, and was decisively defeated by Zheng Yu's punch. Is this the bloodline of the dragon? An elder fixed his gaze on Zheng Yu and said. Usually, Zheng Yu could conceal his aura, but at this moment, he unleashed his full strength, and the unique aura of the dragon bloodline could no longer be hidden, naturally radiating outward. He hadn't even reached the divine level yet, but he could already take human form. It seems this Luo Yu's bloodline is quite high. Another elder exclaimed in awe. Chapter 254. Moonstone. Everyone focused their attention on Zheng Yu, thinking he would give up. To their surprise, after a slight pause, Zheng Yu turned to Kai Qing's son and said, Senior Sister Kai, I have long admired the 7th peak. May I be allowed to join the 7th peak? Upon hearing this, many elders frowned slightly, some displeased, retracting their previously released auras. They felt that Zheng Yu's attitude, while understandable as determination, was somewhat disrespectful to the other peaks. "I don't like you. You should choose another peak," Kai Qing's son stated bluntly. Zheng Yu came from the 9th peak, Renjing, and even though he showed exceptional talent, Kai Qing's son still did not have a good impression of him. "I only wish to go to the 7th peak. I hope senior sister can give me a chance." Zheng Yu insisted resolutely. If he couldn't go to the 7th peak, he felt it would be better to return to the 9th peak where his master was. At this point, all the elders, including Zoya, retracted their auras. After all, if they insisted on recruiting Zheng Yu at this time, it would be somewhat degrading to their status. Kai Qing's son frowned, her tone becoming a bit impatient. "Our 7th peak has its own selection criteria. We recruit according to a set plan each year." Chapter 255. Oddity. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a sudden change occurred. The moonstone suddenly resonated with a series of string music, the sound ethereal and beautiful, as if flowing down from the clouds above. At the same time, the sound of tides also flowed through the moonstone, resembling the waves of the sea. In a daze, the crowd seemed to see an illusion, a graceful and extraordinarily beautiful figure quietly sitting by the shore, gazing dreamily at the bright moon hanging in the sky, as if expressing endless affection. "This Luo, you can actually make the moonstone emit celestial music." Even the calm Renjing couldn't help but show shock, feeling waves of emotions rise within. For the first time, he felt a hint of regret in his heart, thinking he shouldn't have obeyed the command of the 1,000 Heroes Emperor. After all, with the talent Zheng Yu exhibited, if he could be brought under the peak, in time, the 9th peak would surely gain an extraordinary elder. The fishing elder could only make the moonstone hum softly. How did this Luo Yu achieve that? An elder couldn't help but murmur, full of admiration. The fishing elder was a well-known philanthropist in the ethereal universe. Chapter 256. Somersault Cloud, you don't need to worry about me. You should take care of yourself first. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, "Although you defeated Lu Su, don't get too complacent. Remember, there are always people better than you and heaven beyond heaven." Seeing Zheng Yu's attitude, Zheng frowned slightly and continued. This time, 800 disciples participated in the selection, and only 12 were admitted to the 9th peak, and I am one of them. Although the 1,000 Heroes Emperor said he wouldn't take disciples anymore, with my talent, if he were to change his mind and make an exception, you should be able to imagine the value in that, right? If you don't know the 1,000 Heroes Emperor, you must have heard of the Mountain Emperor, right? He is a big shot whose every stomp makes the entire flying cloud sect tremble. As for the relationship between the 1,000 Heroes Emperor and the Mountain Emperor, I want to get into that, but let me tell you, our sect is quite deep, so I advise you to be cautious. Watching Zheng act as if he understood everything, Zheng Yu, recalling that he had called him brother a few times earlier, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, I see you and I are from the same family. I kindly advise you, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you will regret it later." Chapter 257. Azure Blue. Not knowing how long they had flown, the clouds parted, and a magnificent scene appeared before Zheng Yu and the others. They saw dozens of towering peaks arranged in a circular formation, skillfully building several wide platforms among them. Countless large halls were scattered like stars, with numerous figures bustling about like busy ants. At the highest platform, atop several giant peaks, was a huge rock resembling a wooden harp. On the rock, a few uniquely styled buildings were scattered, radiating a mysterious aura under the sunlight. Kai Qing's son raised her hand to signal and introduced. "This is our 7th peak's residence. Below are the living areas for ordinary disciples and outer disciples, along with some markets and various halls for storing weapons, techniques, and other resources. You can visit there in the afternoon to familiarize yourselves with the environment. As for us, we will follow Elder Azure Blue to stay at the top of the harp platform. Everyone, follow me." The 5 newly admitted disciples of the 7th peak looked at the well-arranged buildings below, unable to suppress their excitement. Becoming inner disciples of the Flying Cloud sect meant they had finally made it. Chapter 258. What is virtue? Kai Qing's son's heart skipped a beat before she even returned. The fact that Luo Yu had caused the moonstone to resonate had already reached her master's ears. Fortunately, she had brought him back. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. "Master, this is him. His name is Luo Yu. Not only did he make the moonstone shine with colorful light, but he also made it emit celestial music." Kai Qing's son pointed to Zheng Yu and introduced him to Azure Blue. "Indeed, a talented child. This is the spiritual sound refining technique. Take it and practice. Azure Blue glanced at Zheng Yu and casually took out a blue shell. With a gentle wave of her hand, the shell floated towards Zheng Yu. The spiritual sound refining technique was the special method mentioned by her master that could enhance spiritual power. Zheng Yu was momentarily stunned, not expecting to receive it so smoothly. Meanwhile, Kai-Ching Sun felt a sense of relief. The spiritual sound refining technique was the signature secret method of the seventh peak, known throughout the entire Flying Cloud sect. Generally, newcomers had to practice for 1 or 2 years within the peak before the master would impart this technique. Now, Zheng Yu had received it immediately upon entering, clearly showing he was favored by Azure Blue. "Thank you, Elder Azure Blue." Zheng Yu respectfully accepted the shell with both hands and bowed slightly. Chapter 259, Victory or Defeat. This is Yang Chunbaiwe. Brother Zhou Huai came out with a powerful move right away. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Yang Chunbaiwe is a royal-grade piece of music." Zhou Huai has immersed himself in it for many years and has already practiced it to a very high level. The sound of the guqin is melodious, and several sharp notes cut through the air like blades, creating a strong wind. The surrounding air seems to be torn apart by this fierce sound. Nearby flowers are blown askew, and some larger leaves and blossoms even show signs of cracks due to the powerful music. Sitting in a reclining chair, Wei Lan looked at the flowers with a slightly furrowed brow. Zhou Huai's attack was strong, but Zheng Yu was not afraid at all. He stepped forward with a light pace. As he advanced, his hands quickly danced in the air, sending forth fierce gusts of wind, forming small whirlwinds that surrounded the blade-like sound of the guqin tightly. As the music dissipated, the raging wind also suddenly stopped. Zhou Huai's first wave of attack vanished into thin air under Zheng Yu's gusts. Everyone was startled, not expecting Zheng Yu to so easily neutralize Zhou Huai's attack. Chapter 260, Reward Brother, I Admit Defeat. Your pieces of music are truly extraordinary. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to seek your guidance. Zheng Yu said sincerely, raising his hand. Zhou Huai was somewhat stunned. The victory came too suddenly, leaving him momentarily at a loss. What are you still dazed for? If you won, hurry up and get out, and prepare well for next year's assessment, Wei Lan said, slightly opening her lips. Zhou Huai finally came to his senses, glanced at Zheng Yu with a complicated look, and hurriedly turned to leave. You actually damaged my flowers. You really have no brains, Wei Lan said while casually pointing her slender fingers in the air a couple of times. Spiritual energy fell like a gentle drizzle, specifically targeting the injured flowers and trees. The damaged leaves instantly returned to their original state, and the wilted flowers bloomed with vibrant life again. Luo Yu, you did well, knowing to hold back and not harm my plants, Wei Lan said with a hint of meaning. This is for you. Go to the weaponry and exchange it for a royal-grade instrument. People from our seventh peak can't just rely on their fists to fight. After saying this, Wei Lan tossed a token to Zheng Yu, who caught it with a smile. Chapter 261, Spiritual Sound Refining Technique. Zheng Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly pressed his ear closer. As he did, the sound of the tide became clearer and gradually grew louder. He tried to immerse his mind in it, and before long, he felt a slight dizziness in his mind. In the next second, Zheng Yu suddenly opened his eyes and found himself unknowingly standing barefoot on a stretch of beach. The scorching sand rubbed against the soles of his feet, bringing a different kind of sensation. Looking out at the horizon, he saw an endless ocean, the dark blue surface of the sea roiling with waves, crashing against the shore with a dull sound. The sea breeze howled past, carrying a salty and damp aura. Beautiful music wafted up from the depths of the sea, the sound ethereal and otherworldly, as if someone was truly singing sweetly in the depths of the ocean. Upon entering this strange world, Zheng Yu instantly understood that this so-called spiritual sound refining technique seemed to originate from that mysterious piece of music from the sea. If he wanted to cultivate this method, he would have to muster the courage to dive into the water, striving to hear it more clearly and continuously honing his mental will in the process. Zheng Yu looked towards the unfathomable seabed, and an indescribable fear surged within him. Chapter 262, Agreement? I'm new here and don't know anything yet. If there are any fun events or important news in the future, I will definitely share it with you first, senior sister, Zheng Yu said. The little bit of anger in Kai-Ching Sun's heart dissipated easily under Zheng Yu's few words. She thought perhaps the master was overthinking it. Zheng Yu might just have that kind of personality and didn't have the intention of trying to build a good relationship by chatting with her. Let's go in and take a look at your room, Kai-Ching Sun said. Senior sister, my little room is too simple. How about we sit outside instead? Zheng Yu tried to stop her. However, Kai Ching-sun walked straight in. After looking around, she disdainfully said, "Not just simple. This is too sloppy. Not to mention building a quaint little bridge and flowing water. At least you could have constructed a wooden house with a bit of character. Look at this cave. It's like a wild person's dwelling." Zheng Yu just smiled and calmly replied, "A mountain isn't high. It gains fame from the presence of immortals. Water isn't deep. It gains spirit from the presence of dragons. This is a humble abode, but my virtue is fragrant." The Blue Star culture had not yet spread in the Feiyun sect, and upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, Kai Ching-sun couldn't help but repeat them twice, and her gaze toward Zheng Yu softened even more. Chapter 263. Has it become? Although his physical body had transformed into a dragon, Zheng Yu still felt deep down that he was essentially still a person. The master once said that humans cannot cultivate the spiritual sound refining technique. So Zheng Yu speculated that this might be the reason why he had such difficulty when he entered the water to cultivate before. However, after spending some time with the godly wealth system, he had gained some understanding of the system's special abilities. With the assistance of the method value, he couldn't guarantee anything else, but he should be able to enter the beginner stage of the spiritual sound refining technique within 2 months. What would I lie to you for? If you can truly cultivate to the beginner stage, it will be time to choose your musical instrument in peace, Kai Ching-sun said. The master has already given you a chance to choose your instrument. If you can reach the beginner stage of the spiritual sound refining technique within 2 months, I will give you another royal grade piece of music. Zheng Yu smiled and agreed, then asked, "Senior sister, when will you enter seclusion? Before you enter seclusion, can you take me to choose an instrument?" Kai Ching-sun waved her hand and said, "No need to rush. You haven't even entered the beginner stage of the spiritual sound refining technique yet, and even if you got an instrument, it wouldn't be of any use." "All right, senior sister, then while you're still here, may I try to cultivate again? Can you help me and give me some pointers?" Zheng Yu asked. Chapter 264. Suena no. "No, how did you do it?" Kai Ching-sun gasped, reaching out and grabbing Zheng Yu's arm. Her small hand was long and proportionate, her fingers slender like green onions, with round, pink nails that exuded a soft and charming luster. Zheng Yu couldn't help but look at them a little longer. "Luo Yu, you must answer me quickly," Kai Ching-sun urged. "Senior sister, I'm not quite sure either. I just heard the music and unconsciously dove in," Zheng Yu said innocently. "Then how did you breathe? Didn't you feel any pressure? How deep did you dive?" Kai Ching-sun asked, still unable to believe it. Zheng Yu's previous state was almost comparable to hers, who had cultivated for 4 years and had already reached the 4th realm. But Zheng Yu had only been cultivating for a few days. "I'm not really sure. There was pressure, but it didn't feel too great. As for how deep I dove, I didn't pay attention. It was just pretty deep," Zheng Yu replied. Kai Ching-sun sat dazedly in her chair, as if she had suffered a huge blow. Zheng Yu's cultivation efficiency is so high that even the tide-calling mermaid, who invented the spirit sound forging divine technique, might not be able to surpass him. But he is clearly a dragon. Chapter 265. The story of Elder Li. Kai Ching-sun brought Zheng Yu to the registration desk at the front of the 3rd floor, first greeting the disciple on duty, then knocking on the wooden door of the office behind the registration desk. "Come in," a steady voice came from within. After receiving permission, Kai Ching-sun pushed the door open and entered with Zheng Yu. Inside the wooden door was a private office, where an elderly man with hair as white as snow was sitting at a desk, playing with a copper mirror. "Elder Li, this is our new inner sect disciple from the 7th peak this year. Master has granted him an opportunity to choose a royal grade weapon, and he has selected this Suona to register with you," Kai Ching-sun said. Elder Li raised his head, his eyes bright and full of spirit, with a gentle smile on his face. "Oh, it's little Ching-sun, a royal grade musical instrument. Wei Lan is as generous as ever. Could this kid be the one who drew the musical stone to produce celestial music during the peak selection? In just half a day's time, Zheng Yu's outstanding performance during the peak selection had already spread throughout the entire Feiyun sect like it had grown wings. "Hello, elderly, I am Luo Yu." At Kai Ching-sun's gesture, Zheng Yu stepped forward and respectfully handed over the Suona. Chapter 266. Results as night fell and the world fell silent. Zheng Yu sat in his cave dwelling, holding the copper mirror, preparing to report to his master Luo Qian about everything that had happened today. However, before he could even speak, Luo Qian began praising him for his performance in the peak selection and his strategy against Zhou Huai. Clearly, the Emperor of the Thousand Heroes had been paying close attention to his beloved disciples' every move and did not need Zheng Yu to say anything himself. After chatting for a while, Luo Qian told Zheng Yu that he had suggested to the sect to significantly increase the rewards for the first place in this Qinyan trial, and was even considering setting up a hidden task. Zheng Yu understood, realizing that his master was taking the opportunity to give him gifts, and immediately expressed that he would work hard to strive for first place in the trial and bring glory to his master. After ending the conversation, Zheng Yu normally flipped through his chat with Jiang Xia and then went to sleep. The next day, Zheng Yu took the initiative to invite the 5 newcomers who had come to the 7th peak with him to explore around. The 5 newcomers admired Zheng Yu's strength greatly, and Zheng Yu also intentionally tried to get closer to them, creating a very harmonious atmosphere during their interactions. After spending a day building relationships with his fellow disciples, Zheng Yu fully devoted himself to his cultivation. Chapter 267. Elder Human. This is Elder Human, who will lead you to the Qinyan trial this time. Elder Wei Lan introduced. The gentlewoman, named Human, slightly nodded in acknowledgement, her movements graceful, causing the disciples to quickly bow respectfully upon seeing her. Elder Wei Lan looked at everyone and continued. According to the rules of past Qinyan trials, the 6 of you will be placed in the same small team. If you encounter any problems during the trial, Luo, you will organize and coordinate everything. This statement from Elder Wei Lan undoubtedly set the captain's choice. Feng Yi and the other disciples nodded in agreement, as Zheng Yu's strength was evident. However, they couldn't help but secretly sigh, realizing that Zheng Yu truly had the favor of the heavens and was deeply cherished by Elder Wei Lan. Following this, Elder Wei Lan inquired about the cultivation progress of several newcomers, understanding each individual situation before waving her hand, signaling them to leave. Elder Human stood up and led everyone out of the small courtyard. Everyone, come on. The location of this Qinyan trial is in the Misty Forest, which is not close to our 7th peak, so it's better for us to set off early. Elder Human's voice was very gentle, and as she spoke, she raised her hand to summon her Nimbus Cloud. Chapter 268. I hear people praise me, my God. Luo Yu, you've entered the Enlightenment realm? I must be seeing things. Your cultivation speed is too fast. Lu Su exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as Zheng Yu approached. 2 months ago, during the peak selection conference, he was at the 6th level of the 6 organs realm, while Zheng Yu was only at the 5th level. Now, 2 months later, he remained at the 6th level, while Zheng Yu had already stepped into the Enlightenment realm, a difference in cultivation speed that was truly astonishing. However, this was also very normal. Starting from the Enlightenment realm, some things cannot be solved by time and resources. Some people may spend their entire lives stuck at the 6th level of the 6 organs realm. Others may exhaust countless precious herbs and treasures, but cannot even touch the threshold of the holy stage. Effort determines the lower limit, while talent determines the upper limit. The 6 organs realm is already the ceiling of effort for many people, thanks to the support of the Peak Master and the Elders. I just recently managed to break through, Zheng Yu replied. Well, you can resonate with the Moonstone. The 7th peak will definitely support you strongly. Lu Su couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Compared to her sister Lu Fei, Lu Su's talent was indeed much more ordinary. And since the first peak recruited many disciples each time, he was really an inconspicuous presence there, not receiving much resource allocation. Chapter 269. Zhou Yu in response to Zheng Heng's praise. Lu Fei rarely took over the conversation. That's because Zheng Yu used power beyond his own body, strictly speaking. It doesn't count as normal strength. However, defeating an adversary with a spirit liver and devouring divine ability head-on is indeed quite remarkable. Lu Fei clearly had heard many rumors about Zheng Yu, and admiration flickered in her beautiful eyes, tinged with a hint of regret. So what about now? Is he still in the Blue Star? Brother Zheng Heng, have you seen him? Since the first disciple is so outstanding, why is the Emperor of the 1,000 Heroes unwilling to take on more disciples? Lu Su pressed. One can only say that heaven is jealous of talent. Because he cultivated deathly spiritual energy, he violated the rules of heaven and has passed away, Zheng Heng said. It is precisely for this reason that the Emperor of the 1,000 Heroes feels that taking on disciples would bring too many troubles. So he publicly announced that he no longer wishes to accept disciples. What a pity, Lu Su shook her head in regret. Although she had never seen Zheng Yu, just hearing these snippets was enough to imagine what an extraordinary figure he must be. Hey Luo Yu, why have you been so quiet? Have you heard any rumors about Zheng Yu? Zheng Heng turned and asked. Chapter 270. Ghost Orchid Star Leafgrass Master is clearly leaking the questions. Zheng Yu was secretly amazed, but on the surface, he didn't show any unusual reactions. He discreetly glanced at Zheng Heng, who was eagerly rushing ahead, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy had previously boasted that appearance didn't matter, yet he didn't know that Master Luo Qian was indeed a real face control. With his looks, he would have been eliminated long ago. However, this also made Zheng Yu feel inexplicably relieved. It seemed that Master had no plans to accept another disciple. And what Zheng Heng said was likely just his own wishful thinking. Luo Yu, what kind of spiritual plants are we looking for? Zhang Quan asked. Zheng Yu took out the 6 spirit plant cards he had just received, which clearly recorded 6 types of spirit plants, including the blue star leafgrass. Zhang Quan and others took the cards and passed them around to take a look. Has anyone been to the Misty Forest? Do you know where these spirit plants might be located? Zheng Yu inquired. I haven't been there. Neither have I. Everyone shook their heads. The Misty Forest is a restricted area of the Feiyun sect, and outsiders find it difficult to enter. They had no qualifications to come here before. Feng Yi, this is your time to shine, Zhang Quan said. Chapter 271. Hujia 18 Beats Roar. The terrifying roar of the monster echoed, causing the nearby lake's surface to dent under the sound waves, followed by towering waves rising several meters high. Then, the monster pushed off the ground and charged towards Zheng Yu and the others. Its movements appeared clumsy, but in reality, it was incredibly agile, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, moving at an astonishing speed. Be careful! Zheng Yu's inner alarm rang loudly, and he quickly shouted a warning. At the same time, he took out the golden phoenix Suona and blew into it with all his strength. The intricate patterns on the Suona suddenly lit up, radiating dazzling brilliance. Visible sound waves spread out in rings towards the front, causing the space to tremble slightly where the waves passed. Feng Yi and the others were astonished at the sight. The fact that the instrument could emit such powerful sound waves indicated that Zheng Yu had already cultivated the spirit sound refinement technique to the 3rd realm. It was worth noting that he had only been at the 9th peak for a short 2 months. This rate of cultivation was indeed quite extraordinary. The sound waves spread like a tide, finally forcing the monster to reveal itself. However, although it was compelled to show up, it easily shattered the sound waves with its sharp claws. Its dark claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight, as if they could tear anything apart. Chapter 272. I reveal my cards. The black armor contained incredible power, and the sound wave transformed into long ropes instantly shattered, dissipating into streams of light in the air. Then, it vanished again at a terrifying speed, turning into a black lightning bolt charging towards Zheng Yu. It was clear that the monster had recognized Zheng Yu as the biggest threat in the group. When the monster was only 10 zhang away from Zheng Yu, it opened its massive mouth, and a foul stench assaulted the senses, making one feel nauseous. Its giant mouth revealed sharp fangs, as if it could swallow Zheng Yu whole. Seeing this, the teammates were terrified and wanted to assist, but the monster's speed was too fast, and coupled with the exertion from earlier, they were momentarily caught off guard. Just at this critical moment, Zheng Yu surprisingly stowed away his weapon, the golden phoenix, into his storage token. He slightly sank his body, standing firmly on the ground like a resilient pine tree, exuding a sense of unyielding strength. I originally wanted to interact with you as a musician, but I didn't expect you to want to attack me up close. I'm done pretending. I reveal my cards. I'm a body cultivator. Chapter 273. Clues Boom. A dull rumble suddenly echoed through the dense forest. A massive leopard lay on the ground, twitching slightly on the brink of death. Feng Yi excitedly picked a cotton-like hard object from a nearby tree and placed it on the spirit plant card in his hand. This was the orchid fruit, the 5th spirit plant collected by Zheng Yu's team, leaving only one more to reach their final goal. That's right. Why hasn't any fireworks appeared? It seems no one has gathered all the spirit plants yet. We have a good chance of winning first place. Feng Yi said, somewhat excited. According to the rules, if someone gathered all the spirit plants, the sect would celebrate by setting off fireworks. The absence of fireworks now meant that no one had completed the task. At this moment, there was still an hour left until the trial ended, and their team was only missing a 5th grade spirit plant, the starflower. It seems a bit difficult, The star flower prefers to grow in high places, but there are no mountains nearby. Zheng frowned and sighed. At our current pace, even if we don't get first place, we should at least be in a mid-level position. Should we look for hidden tasks? Someone suggested. Chapter 274. The Hidden Master's teachings. The scorpion on the field was a royal grade monster, the earth clamp scorpion, with exceptional defense and considerable strength. However, even so, it was no match for Zheng and his group, retreating steadily. The team Zheng belonged to came from the 9th peak, which was directly overseen by Elder Luo Qian, known for recruiting only the most elite and talented disciples. In their team, there were 3 disciples in the Enlightenment realm, making their strength significantly superior to Zheng Yu's team. Don't be afraid. The enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. We have a chance. Zheng Yu said, listen to my arrangements. We will act swiftly, take them down, gather the spirit plants, and then complete the hidden task. Zheng Yu's gaze was firm as he raised his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and then pulled it down forcefully. Only children make choices. I am already an adult dragon. I want both the champion position and the return to origin bottle. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood as Zheng stood still, slightly panting with a long knife in hand. The earth clamp scorpion before them had indeed given them quite a bit of trouble. Although its attack power was not top-notch, its defense was astonishing, and they had to expend considerable effort to subdue it. Chapter 275. Battling Zheng. Seeing Zheng prepare strike, several disciples from the 9th peak rallied together. Standing behind him, Feng Yi, Zheng, and others cautiously emerged from their hiding spots in the bushes. They appeared somewhat nervous, their eyes fixed on the opponents with a hint of trepidation. Following the prearranged plan, Zheng Yu successfully rendered one of the opponent's Enlightenment realm teammates incapacitated. However, their task was not complete. Another black-haired girl in the Enlightenment realm was merely injured and had not completely lost her combat ability. Thus, if a fight broke out, the odds were not in their favor for the 7th peak. A dead camel is larger than a horse, even if that black-haired girl is injured. Her strength in the Enlightenment realm is not something a few disciples in the 6th realm can easily contend with. Zheng Yu quickly thought of a countermeasure and then said, Zheng, how about this? Let's have a one-on-one duel. Whoever wins gets the Stargrass. What do you think? We are all disciples of the Feiyun sect. Although the Qingyun trial does not prevent competition, we should try to avoid hurting our camaraderie. Zheng thought this suggestion was good, as he was confident in his strength. Chapter 276. Zheng's divine ability. Seeing Zheng launch a series of attacks, Zheng Yu simply began to play Hu Jia 18 beats. Waves of sound transformed in mid-air into ropes, like a group of lively spirit snakes, binding towards Zheng. Zheng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly swung his long knife, aiming to cut the rope. His momentum was fierce, and the blade flashed. But the rope was made of sound waves. Even if it was cut into 2 segments, under Zheng Yu's continuous playing, new notes quickly reconnected the severed rope. In the blink of an eye, 18 ropes tightly bound Zheng. This was a powerful offensive capable of restraining even a 3rd-grade Imperial beast. And Zheng found it difficult to break free for a moment. Brother Luo Yu is too strong. Zheng couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, fighting beyond his rank, especially against someone like Zheng, who had taken 2nd place in the newcomer competition. Zheng Yu's performance was indeed outstanding. Strong as he is, the outcome is still uncertain. Have you forgotten how Zheng won 2nd place in the newcomer competition? Feng Yi said with a serious expression. Zheng was taken aback for a moment, and a look of fear quickly appeared on his face. Zheng, why don't you admit defeat? Zheng Yu said while continuing to play the Swana. Chapter 277. Making friends. Dust flew as a massive pit was smashed into ground, and the surrounding earth cracked like a spider web. Zheng looked at the giant pit beside him, his eyes flashing with shock. He never expected Zheng Yu's strength to be so formidable. That earlier head smash was a unique technique granted to him by the Rhino Beast, with power comparable to high-grade Imperial martial arts. It was easily shattered by Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu advanced again. When he was in Blue Star, he practiced several martial arts using martial skill points. Although some techniques couldn't be executed due to his physical limitations, his rich combat experience and skills were still successfully retained. Zheng Yu's offensive was like a storm, forcing Zheng to retreat step by step. After several exchanges, Zheng's breathing became increasingly rapid, his chest heaving violently. If it weren't for the powerful protection provided by the Rhino Beast, he might have already been defeated. I don't believe it. Zheng Hangzhou, gathering all his remaining mental energy for a final attack against Zheng Yu. At this moment, Zheng Yu's mental energy was nearly exhausted, and facing Zheng Hang's sudden attack, everything went dark before his eyes. But with his tenacious will, he still managed to control his body and quickly retreated. Chapter 278. Nine-tailed fox. Zheng Hang held the beneficial fruit, hesitating for a moment, and said, "Is this okay? This isn't something we picked ourselves." "Stupid," Zheng Yu scolded first, then snatched the beneficial fruit from Zheng Hang's hand and casually placed it on a nearby tree branch. "Then how about this? You go take it now. Doesn't that mean you picked it yourselves? It can be done this way?" Zheng Hang was still a bit hesitant, while the black-haired girl couldn't hold back any longer. According to the rules of the Qingyun trial, if they didn't collect all the spirit plants, the final results would be based on the number of spirit plants collected by the team. With this beneficial fruit, they were just one spirit plant short. It could be said that this beneficial fruit was crucial for their final score. There was no time for hesitation. "Thank you, Brother Luo Yu, we won't be polite." The black-haired girl smiled sweetly, took the beneficial fruit from the tree, and stored it in the spirit plant card. "You're welcome." Zheng Yu smiled and waved his hand. It was just the cost of a 4th-grade spirit plant. He could clearly feel that the people from the 9th peak suddenly became much friendlier towards him. After all, these were his junior brothers and sisters, and he naturally wanted to take care of them. Chapter 279. Confirming the task, could it really be a nine-tailed fox? Zhang Quan swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "That's a super divine species. How could we possibly win?" "Yeah, forget about the nine-tailed fox. Even if a 7-tailed holy level fox came, we wouldn't have any chance." Someone echoed. "Below the holy level, they're all ants, even if we have a large number of people. In the face of absolute power, we are merely like a mantis trying to stop a car." "Everyone relax. The sect would never give us an impossible task." Zheng Yu said solemnly. "Let's go ahead and take a look. If anything feels off, we'll leave immediately. The sect master and Elder Luo Qian are definitely watching us. If we really encounter a life-and-death crisis, they will surely come to our aid. After all the trouble to find this place, is everyone willing to leave now?" Zheng Yu's words brought some comfort to the crowd. So, they cautiously followed the direction in which the fox had disappeared. After a while, the previously thick mist gradually thinned. At the same time, the sound of flowing water became clear ahead. The group navigated around an area filled with scattered rocks, and a clear bottom stream appeared before them. Chapter 280. Seven-tailed fox. Though this statement seemed humble, it carried a strong air of pretentiousness, making everyone else swallow hard. They had all participated in the newcomer competition and had witnessed Zheng Hang's strength firsthand. At least everyone present, except for Lu Fei, considered themselves not a match for Zheng Hang. Zheng Yu's realm was lower than Zheng Hang's, yet he could still defeat him. That was somewhat exaggerated. "Since you can defeat Zheng Hang, then we might as well give it a try." Lu Fei nodded slightly, her expression serious. She had previously misjudged Zheng Yu's strength. Since he could defeat Zheng Hang, then perhaps they could team up to defeat this 7-tailed fox. Since they had finally found a hidden task, no one wanted to return empty-handed. "How do we divide the returning yuan bottle?" Zheng Yu asked. "Everyone can look at it. Whoever contributes the most gets it," Lu Fei said without hesitation. "That seems a bit difficult to define, doesn't it?" Zheng Yu said. Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, "If we follow Elder Zhou Ya's words, calculating victory by the last hit, then everyone would definitely hold back, and instead of working together, they would scheme against each other to try and land the final blow. The opponent is a peak enlightenment realm beast. If we can't work together, we definitely won't be able to take it down." Chapter 281. Enchantment. Lu Fei's expression also became serious. Although her long sword successfully pierced through the firewall, the firewall obstructed her view, making it impossible for her to accurately judge the direction. The next moment, a tremendous force suddenly came from the opposite side of the long sword. This powerful impact nearly made her unable to hold on her sword, and she was uncontrollably forced back several steps. This 7-tailed fox, as expected, was a peak enlightenment realm beast, easily shattering everyone's first wave of attacks with just one move. Zheng Yu and Lu Fei exchanged glances, and a rare understanding appeared in their eyes. The 7-tailed fox was too powerful. The other teammates could only be considered as support, and the key to victory in this battle would still fall on the two of them. "Lu Fei, I'll take the front to withstand it. You look for the right moment to strike," Zheng Yu shouted and the ground beneath him exploded. In the next second, he transformed into an arrow, shooting towards the seven-tailed fox with the force of thunder. Facing the aggressive Zheng Yu, the tail of the seven-tailed fox began to dance, transforming into a nimble long snake that reached out. Zheng Yu's fist collided violently with the seven tails, producing a series of dull thuds. Chapter 282. Fate. The passionate sound of the Suona was like rolling thunder, sweeping towards the fox spirit with overwhelming momentum. Where the sound waves passed, the mist was instantly dispersed, and the decaying leaves on the ground were blown into the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently under the impact of the sound waves. The fox spirit let out a sharp scream, clearly suffering under the pressure of this powerful sound wave. It retreated repeatedly, and the flames that had been burning fiercely on its body now dimmed somewhat. Its momentum noticeably weakened. Zheng Yu's movements did not stop for a moment, and the tone he played suddenly changed. The sound began to become melodious and beautiful, with the notes pouring out from the Suona, transforming into ropes that violently entangled one of the tails behind the seven-tailed fox. Then, Zheng Yu pressed down hard on the Suona. With a piercing scream, blood gushed out like a spring, as one of the seven-tailed fox's tails was forcibly torn off by the rope made of notes. Blood mist surged, and the seven-tailed fox's aura also wilted, its body trembling slightly, clearly suffering a heavy blow. Lu Fei's long eyelashes trembled, her expression momentarily dazed. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? This continuously increasing mental power is simply terrifying. Chapter 283. The Power of the Golden Phoenix. It was a critical moment, and yet you are still here, continuing to play music and dance. Lu Fei looked at Zheng Yu's actions and felt that he was completely overestimating himself, going mad for the return vessel. Even she, a Lake Realm expert who had already awakened her fate, couldn't he take down this seven-tailed fox? Could Zheng Yu, who had just stepped into the Square Pond realm, have any tricks up his sleeve? Zheng Yu was unaware of Lu Fei's thoughts. He was fully concentrated, exerting all his strength to play the Suona. The sound of the Suona echoed through the mountains and forests, as Zheng Yu continuously infused it with spiritual energy and mental power. The golden instrument seemed to be imbued with life, gradually radiating brilliant light. The patterns engraved on its surface appeared to come alive, with a liquid flowing within that resembled jade, exuding a powerful aura. Then, with a high-pitched, passionate cry, a vividly lifelike golden phoenix and a flock of lively birds flew out from the Suona. The golden phoenix spread its wings and soared high, flames burning fiercely around it, igniting the surrounding air and creating a sea of fire that rushed towards the seven-tailed fox. At this moment, the seven-tailed fox, having already been exhausted from several rounds of fierce battles, was nearly out of strength. Chapter 284. Controversy indeed. The younger generation is formidable. To be able to unleash the full power of that royal-grade Suona with the cultivation of a Square Pond realm, this kid's talent is extraordinary, Zhou Yu said, suddenly revealing a look of realization. Oh, I remember now. Zoya told me some time ago that someone had activated the Moonstone, producing a resonance of celestial music. It must be this kid. This is a rare good seed. To guide the Moonstone to emit celestial music, one must either be an extremely pure person or have great virtue. Given Zheng Yu's age, it's unlikely he has accumulated great virtue, which only indicates his pure heart. A pure heart means mental clarity, providing a unique advantage in cultivation. He is indeed a talent worth nurturing by the sect. Luo Qin deeply agreed and nodded repeatedly. In order to pursue the seven-tailed fox, Zheng Yu and the others ventured deep into the heart of the misty forest, making them one of the furthest teams from the starting point. Thus, when they returned to the starting point, all personnel were officially gathered. Zoya stepped forward and announced, "All right, the data has been compiled and reported to Sect Master Zhou Yu and Elder Luo Qian for approval. I will now announce the results of the competition." Chapter 285. Rewards. Please. A wave of excitement surged among the crowd. The rewards were so enticing that it drove people mad with jealousy. Not to mention the already announced return vessel. The two high-grade, king-grade magical artifacts that could be chosen at will were equally drool-worthy. Wasn't he just completing a hidden task? Why should they receive such an absurdly generous reward? Silence. Silence. Zoya shouted twice loudly, but still couldn't he suppress the discussions rising like a tide from the crowd. At a critical moment, Zhou Yu finally appeared. He floated in midair with an imposing expression and said, If anyone is confident they can take down a peak enlightenment realm seven-tailed fox, I, Zhou, can promise to give them a holy grade magical artifact. Perhaps it was the sect master's deterrent power, or perhaps the words peak enlightenment realm struck like a heavy hammer, waking everyone up, and the crowd quieted down. The seven-tailed fox that Luo Yu and the others killed was not only at the peak of the enlightenment realm, but had also fallen from the sacred rank, its strength far exceeding that of ordinary demon beasts. Now, think about it. If it were you going, would you be sure to kill it? Zhou Yu added. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples exchanged glances, lowering their heads. Chapter 286. Two peaches kill four dogs now. Let us discuss how to allocate those two king-grade weapons. Once they walked out of the azure courtyard, Zheng Yu turned to the other four and said, after completing the hidden task, their team had earned the opportunity to choose two king-grade weapons, and Zheng Yu intended to resolve this matter first. I propose an auction method. If anyone wants to choose a weapon, they can bid with spirit stones and contribution points, and the highest bidder will win. Those who do not get a weapon will receive corresponding spirit stones and contribution points as compensation, Zheng Yu said. Zhang Quan licked his dry lips, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but ultimately couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Luo, how should we allocate the return vessel? Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes and said, this return vessel is my personal reward. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing Zheng Yu's expression grow increasingly cold and exuding an undeniable aura, Zhang Quan couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. However, the temptation of the return vessel was too great, making it hard for him to let go. He steeled himself and said, Senior Brother Luo, I have always admired you and know that you contributed the most in this task. Chapter 287. Kai Qingsu in surprise, no, you can't do this. The king-grade weapons are also part of my share. Zhangquan Shoutaludli. Luo Yu, I acknowledge that the return vessel is yours, and I won't ask you to take turns using it. But let us allocate the king-grade weapons according to the plan you mentioned earlier. At this point, Zhang Quan no longer hoped to get the return vessel. Having a king-grade weapon would be good enough. It was too late to say these things now. Zheng Yu smiled and said, the allocation plan for the two king-grade weapons has been finalized. Who is in favor? Who is against? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Run, Zhang Cheng, and Zhou Yao all raised their hands in unison. They were now beneficiaries, having become Zheng Yu's allies, and naturally stood firmly on his side. Opusing Zhangquan. Zhang Quan's face turned ashen. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, a hint of fear finally appeared in his gaze as he looked at Zheng Yu. This fellow disciple not only possessed great strength, but also had cunning methods. The offensive he had painstakingly created was easily resolved by him. All right, let's meet at the weapon hall in the afternoon to collect our rewards. It's settled then. Zheng Yu clapped his hands and turned to leave. Chapter 288. Rival of the Master? At the entrance of the weapon hall, there was a bustling crowd, with numerous figures bustling about, creating a lively scene. When Zheng Yu arrived at the agreed location, Marun, Zhang Cheng, and the others had already been waiting at the entrance. Perhaps due to the events that had transpired in the morning, their expressions towards Zheng Yu were respectful, yet somewhat flattering. Zheng Yu did not put on airs. Instead, he took the initiative to approach them, chatted for a bit, and then led them into the weapon hall together. After completing the registration at the front desk, Zheng Yu received 2 tokens. These tokens were rewards from the Qingyan trial, and possessing them allowed one to freely choose and exchange for a king-tier magical artifact. After handing the tokens to the 3, Zheng Yu turned and walked towards Elderly Qing's office on the 3rd floor. The front desk informed him that all the allocation of Saint-tier treasures in this weapon vault was managed by Elderly Qing. Gently knocking on the door, Zheng Yu entered after receiving Elderly Qing's permission. You're here to collect the return to origin bottle, right? Young man, you've got some skills. Elderly Qing sat at the desk, tugging at his long white beard as he spoke. I also have to thank Elderly Qing for the golden phoenix Swona you sent me. Thanks to it, I was able to resolve a major issue at the crucial moment, Zheng Yu replied. Chapter 289. Indestructible Golden Body Senior Sister. What is this? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Kai Qing-san explained, this is one of the signature techniques of our Feiyun sect, the Indestructible Golden Body. It greatly enhances the defensive power of the practitioner, and once cultivated to perfection, it can even withstand attacks from god-tier experts, making it the pinnacle of defense. Previously, some well-meaning individuals conducted a statistical analysis of various Saint-tier techniques, and our Indestructible Golden Body ranked first among them. However, This technique has a very high cultivation difficulty, with strict requirements on the practitioner's talent, willpower, and opportunities, so few can master it. Kai-Ching Sun turned to look at Zheng Yu, her gaze filled with expectation. You have a foundation in body refinement. So, when you cultivate the spirit sound, refining divine technique to the fifth realm, you could try practicing this technique. So this is the legendary indestructible golden body. Zheng Yu couldn't help but take another careful look. It is said that this technique was created by the founding ancestor of the Feiyun sect, and the currently famous 18 golden body elders of the sect are named after this technique, illustrating its status and influence within the sect. The two of them bypass the statue of the golden body, and a massive wall appear before them. Chapter 290. Tiger Jumping Gorge. The return to origin bottle can produce a pot of spiritual energy water every 3 days, which possesses various miraculous effects, such as restoring physical strength and calming the mind. If faced with a crisis, the return to origin bottle can also produce more spiritual energy water in a short time to alleviate urgent needs. In addition, it can nourish spiritual energy, and if worn for a long time, it can subtly enhance the wearer's physique and strengthen their cultivation foundation. Moreover, Zheng Yu vaguely felt that the return to origin bottle also possessed some other undiscovered abilities, but due to the current low fusion level, he had not yet been able to grasp them. Zheng Yu held the return to origin bottle's body, circulated his spiritual power, and absorbed it into his body, leaving a faint mark on his arm. This is a unique function of Saint-tier magical artifacts, allowing them to merge with the human body. This way, not only is it convenient to carry, but over time, it also helps to enhance the fusion with the artifact. After handling the return to origin bottle, Zheng Yu took out a shell that contained Plum Blossom 3 strikes. He drew upon spiritual energy, ignited a flame, and placed the shell above the fire. The shell gradually twisted and deformed in the flame, then ignited, and at the same time, a series of shimmering musical notes floated out from the shell. Chapter 291. Human relationships. Lu Fei and the others quickly noticed Zheng Yu, and Lu Su even excitedly rushed out, waving her hand and shouting, "Hey Luo Yugo, why are you here? I'm here to catch the Rui cloud." "Huh, didn't you say you wouldn't come recently? I received a temporary mission and might have to go to the north. To make it convenient for going out, I thought I'd catch the Rui cloud. Are you also going to the north?" Lu Fei stood up upon hearing this. Zheng Yu's heart stirred as he remembered that Senior Sister Kai had mentioned earlier that this mission was undertaken jointly by the first peak and the seventh peak. Could it be that Lu Fei would participate as well? "Yes," Zheng Yu replied. "I also received a mission to go, so we can look out for each other." Lu Fei nodded slightly. After experiencing the Qingyun trial, she had acknowledged Zheng Yu's strength, and the small dissatisfaction she had felt when Zheng Yu injured Lu Su had long since dissipated. "No problem," Zheng Yu said, turning to look at Zheng, who was shrinking back in the crowd, and deliberately asked, "Zheng, are you also here to catch the Rui cloud? Did you receive a mission to go to the north as well?" Zheng's face showed an awkward expression. He wasn't particularly keen on seeing Zheng Yu, because he had previously boasted that the return to origin bottle was specially prepared for him by Luo Qian, only to have it taken away by Zheng Yu, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Chapter 292. The unique little yellow cloud. Lu Fei's hands danced rapidly in the air, her spiritual power surging around her, condensing a dazzling golden ribbon in her palm. This ribbon was entirely composed of spiritual power, shining brightly as if it were a lively dragon. The ribbon quickly spread out, heading straight for the front, where a yellow cloud resembling a crown was floating. The cloud suddenly made a turn, causing the ribbon to brush past it. Lu Fei was not discouraged. She quickly changed her hand seals, and the ribbon flexibly twisted in the air, once again wrapping around the crown-shaped cloud. This time, the ribbon accurately ensnared a corner of the cloud. The crown-shaped cloud struggled hard, trying to break free, but under Lu Fei's continuous output of spiritual energy, it was gradually pulled closer. Lu Fei took out the cloud-catching bag, gave it a gentle shake, and successfully captured it inside. "Princess Fei, your speed is too fast. Aren't you going to look for more?" Zheng asked. "No, I really like this one." Lu Fei shook the cloud-catching bag in her hand, revealing a hint of joy on her face. Her fate was originally a crown phantom, and this cloud also resembled a crown, which made her feel a sense of familiarity, so she simply decided on it. Chapter 293. Small ones are cute too. Zheng Yu held the cloud-catching bag and lightly landed on the ground. "Luo Yu, the Rui cloud you chose is a bit too small, isn't it?" Zheng couldn't help but speak as he looked at Zheng Yu. I think it's quite special. Zheng Yu replied. At this size, what could be special about it? It's fine, I like it, Zheng Yu said, weighing the bag in his hand. What good is liking it? This Rui cloud is so small, it probably only qualifies as yellow tier, Zheng pouted. The consensus that the bigger the Nimbus cloud, the better, has formed. He feels that Zheng Yu may have given up because he has never seized that red Nimbus cloud. Not necessarily. The energy fluctuations it emitted just now were quite strong, Lu Fei said. She did not blindly believe in the saying that bigger is better. The crown-shaped Nimbus cloud she had previously captured was not particularly large. Indeed, perhaps Luo Yu was just lucky. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Zheng immediately changed his attitude. Although he still did not quite recognize Zheng Yu's choice, what Princess Fei said made sense. At this moment, most people had already caught their desired Nimbus clouds and were walking towards the exit of the Black Gate. After another slight dizziness, Zheng Yu and the others successfully returned to the entrance of the canyon. Chapter 294. Yangxing, the short-haired boy, was stunned, as he had never encountered such a powerful fluctuation before. Even the Earth-level Nimbus clouds he had seen in the past were far from this terrifying power. Could it be that he was fortunate enough to witness the birth of a heavenly-level Nimbus cloud? Amidst the light, the small yellow cloud began to change shape continuously, sometimes resembling a dragon leaping through the skies, and sometimes like a kunpeng soaring for miles. Each transformation was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations, as if showcasing its unparalleled potential. Finally, as the light gradually faded away like a receding tide, everyone was shocked to find that this small yellow cloud had transformed into a turtle shape. Although its size was not large, it exuded an incredibly heavy and ancient aura, as if carrying the weight of time. Senior brother, what level is my Nimbus cloud? Zheng Yu curiously asked. It's stronger than any Earth level I've seen. I suspect it might be a heavenly level Nimbus cloud, the short-haired boy said, suppressing his shock, his voice trembling slightly. No need to doubt. It is indeed heavenly level. A slightly weathered voice suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look and saw an old man with white hair descending from the distant cliff. Chapter 295. Sibling conversation, no need to be polite, Yangxing said. Then turned to greet Kai-Ching's son before turning to leave. Wei Lan had once done him a favor. He gave Zheng Yu the token, partly to repay that favor and partly because he had a good impression of Zheng Yu. He had been drawn over by the powerful fluctuations when the heavenly level Nimbus cloud appeared, and now that he had witnessed it, there was no need to stay. After Yangxing left, the short-haired boy looked at Zheng Yu with envy and said, Luo, junior brother, you are truly fortunate. Elder Yang rarely sees outsiders. In fact, not just outsiders, even they, the disciples of the third peak, rarely had the opportunity to consult Elder Yang in person. After all, Yangxing was indeed the second person of the third peak. I still need to thank senior brother for helping me get baptized, Zheng Yu said as he cautiously placed the token into his pocket. He had now gathered a total of 4 tokens from his master, the peak master, Elder Qing, and this Elder Yangxing, and he wondered how many he would have by the time he left the Feiyan sect. Ha ha ha, mainly because your vision is unique, the short-haired boy said with a beaming smile. My name is Deng Lin. If you want to find Elder Yang, you might as well come to me first. I'll take you to his residence. Chapter 296. Northern Tragedy. Lu Su paused slightly, then waved her hand dismissively and said, Hey sister, you don't have to think too much. We have both entered the Feiyun sect. Who would still care about that throne? If we can become immortals, who would want to be an emperor? That's different. The throne was originally yours. Elder Xiaojing hopes that I can improve my fate through the coronation ceremony, which is just a nominal title. The position will still be given to you, Lu Fei explained. Oh, your fate power can still be improved. That's great news, Lu Su said happily, completely unconcerned about the so-called throne. To be honest, the throne of a secular nation is actually not as noble as the identity of a direct disciple of the Feiyun sect. Only Lu Fei cared so much about her brother to place such importance on it. Elder Xiaojing said there is a good chance. She also said that if I succeed in my promotion, Master Zhou might take me as a disciple, Lu Fei said. Sister, then what are you hesitating for? Relax. Once you become the sect master's disciple, I can truly enjoy a good life, Lu Su said with a smile. Lu Fei pursed her lips, looking at Lu Su with a doting gaze. They were actually half-siblings, with Lu Fei's mother being the empress, and Lu Su's mother being a small maid beside the empress. Chapter 297. gluttonous demon ape. After 2 days of travel, Zheng Yu and the others finally arrive at a small town near the southernly kingdom. The originally clear and sunny sky had, at some point, been covered by a layer of haze. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting down a few rays. And the entire small town was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. When the flying boat landed in the small town, what greeted everyone was a scene of devastation. The town's walls were riddled with holes, bricks were peeling off, exposing the mottled earth beneath. The city gate was half ajar, creaking loudly in the howling wind, and a strong, pungent smell of blood rushed towards them, making them nauseous. Looking around, the streets were filled with collapsed buildings, and among the ruins, some decaying bodies could be faintly seen. Weilon appeared in midair, her brow furrowed, as she flew alone towards the city. Zheng Yu and the others dared not delay, quickly disembarking from the flying boat, summoning their nimbus clouds, and began searching for clues in various corners of the small town. They soon discovered that the houses seemed to have been overturned by a tremendous force, leaving behind huge and chaotic footprints on the ground. Each footprint the size of a grinding wheel, deeply embedded in the earth. Chapter 298. The firm Feiyun sect in the southernly palace, resplendent and luxurious. The intricate carvings and decorations displayed opulence. A spirited middle-aged man, accompanied by a large group of officials, stood before the main hall. Upon seeing Gu Hao and others arrive, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Welcome, elder from the upper sect, to inspect us. It truly brings glory to our southernly kingdom." Elder Xiejin from the Feiyun sect southernly kingdom branch introduced, "Elder Gu Hao, this is the regent of southernly kingdom, Shunkun, who is currently responsible for all affairs in the kingdom." Gu Hao nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, not placing any importance on the leader of this small country. Although Gu Hao's attitude was cold, Shunkun did not mind, still warmly ushering them into the main hall. Inside the hall, a variety of exquisite delicacies had long been prepared, along with the southernly kingdom's specialty yellow peach wine, which was meticulously brewed from a rare spirit peach local to the area. It could not only enhance the recovery speed of spiritual energy in a short time, but also had a rich and smooth taste that left a lasting impression. Even Gu Hao could not help but drink a few more cups. After 3 rounds of drinks, Regent Shun Kun stood up, his gaze falling on Lu Su beside Zheng Yu, and said, "Today, it is truly our southernly kingdom's fortune to host such esteemed guests." Chapter 299. Night Raid. The monks of the floating temple have always adhered to the principle of compassion, tirelessly rushing to save people and spreading the notion of good and evil being rewarded. With this sincerity and kindness, the floating temple has become one of the few special existences that can move freely among the major powers. If I remember correctly, the king of the southernly kingdom also passed away during that unfortunate event, Elder Gu Hao added. Lu Su pursed his lips and silently nodded. The king of the southernly kingdom was indeed his father. That pitch-black night 4 years ago felt like a nightmare. He witnessed his once high and mighty father being easily killed by that demon bat. In that moment, his entire world collapsed. It was also from that time that Lu Su realized that so-called status and power were nothing but a joke in the face of strength. That was why he embarked on the path of studying abroad and eventually joined the Feiyun sect. After chatting for a while longer, they prepared to return to their rooms to rest. Just before leaving, Lu Su intended to go to Zheng Yu's room to play a little longer, but was pulled back by Lu Fei. "Stay away from Luo Yu," Lu Fei advised in a low voice. Chapter 300. Green-eyed demon ape. Zheng Yu recognized that this was Yangchun Baishue, a highly rated royal piece of music, which could not only help heal wounds, but also significantly enhance the recovery speed of spiritual energy. As the demon ape's offensive slowed, Zheng Yu immediately took out the golden phoenix Suona. In the next second, the piercing sound of the Suona echoed through the night sky, momentarily overpowering Kai Qingsuan's flute sound. The continuous sound waves transformed into ropes, wrapping around the demon apes. Some demon apes didn't even have time to react before being ensnared by the soundwave ropes, lifted high, and quickly suffocated in their struggles. Lu Fei and her brother quickly joined the battle. Lu Fei waved her long sword with great vigor, leaving shocking blood marks on the demon apes. Meanwhile, due to his relatively lower realm, Lu Su did not dare to confront the enemy head-on and could only look for opportunities to assist from the side. He seemed to have cultivated a technique that could conceal his aura, skillfully blending into the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike a demon ape unexpectedly. Although the damage he caused wasn't high, it successfully disrupted the enemy's movements. However, the good times didn't last long. Chapter 301. Plum Blossom 3 Variations. Lu Fei caught a glimpse of Zheng Yu struggling fiercely with the green-eyed demon ape and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although Kai Ching-sun was assisting from the side, Zheng Yu's displayed combat power was truly astonishing. It should be noted that the green-eyed demon ape opposite them was a terrifying beast almost at the saint level, its strength not inferior to the seven-tailed fox they had encountered earlier in the Qingyan trial. Just a few days after the Qingyan trial ended, Lu Fei felt that Zheng Yu's combat power had increased significantly. Zheng Yu fought more passionately as the battle went on, unleashing his power without reservation. The armor formed from the somersault cloud perfectly shielded him from numerous injuries, while the illusory spring generated by Kai Ching-sun's high mountains and flowing water continuously restored his mental strength, and the returning essence bottle within him spun gently, continually replenishing his energy. With these many favorable conditions supporting him, even facing such a fierce green-eyed demon ape, Zheng Yu did not fall behind at all. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy came from above, like surging waves spreading outward. Zheng Yu's expression changed, and he instinctively looked up. He saw the great saint demon ape finally engaging with Gu Hao and Hu Man, their figures seemingly vanishing into endless void, making it hard to see, with only the intertwining spiritual flames shining brightly, illuminating the night sky in a dazzling array of colors. Chapter 302. Request for Help Explode. Realizing the plum blossom had formed, Zheng Yu no longer hesitated and shouted loudly. With this shout, it was as if a thunderclap exploded above the battlefield. The plum blossom imprint on the green-eyed demon ape simultaneously detonated, 3 blood flowers bursting forth like brilliant fireworks from the demon ape's head, abdomen, and back. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the green-eyed demon ape let out an extremely mournful scream, its body uncontrollably staggering backward. Just as Zheng Yu was about to pursue and completely eliminate the green-eyed demon ape, he caught sight of a figure darting out from the left front. Lu Su's eyes turned red as he tightly gripped his long sword, gritting his teeth and charging toward the fallen green-eyed demon ape. The attack from this demon ape earlier had instantly reminded him of the unbearable fear he experienced 4 years ago, and his heart was flooded with hatred like a surging tide. At this moment, seeing the green-eyed demon ape fall, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and wanted to take revenge himself. However, just as he got close, the fallen green-eyed demon ape forced itself to stand up again, opening its mouth wide to unleash a green wave. Compared to the previous 2 times, this green wave was much thinner, but its lethality was still not to be underestimated. Chapter 303. Save the person. Zheng Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly cursing in his heart. Lu Fei is really arrogant at first, and then humble. Luo Yu, if you use the returning essence bottle to help Lu Su, the bottle will be affected and will be dormant for at least 3 months, Hu Man reminded. During these 3 months, you won't be able to use the returning essence bottle, and it won't continue to produce spiritual energy water. Of course, Elder Ge Hao was not wrong. The returning essence bottle was indeed better for healing than the soul solidifying pill in my hand. However, the difference in effectiveness wasn't particularly significant, at most reducing Lu Su's recovery time from a year to 3 months. Hu Man had a good impression of Zheng Yu, as he had given her a bottle of spiritual energy water a few days ago, so she spoke quite frankly at this moment. In her view, it was better to let Lu Su recuperate for a few more months than to let Zheng Yu's returning essence bottle be dormant for 3 months. Luo Yu, please help my brother. Lu Fei's tone unconsciously carried a hint of pleading, although Hu Man's words made sense. How could she bear to see her brother lie on the sickbed for an extra 6 months? Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. Of course, people needed to be saved, and he was not the kind to be stingy with his help. Moreover, although he didn't have much fondness for Lu Fei, he had a fairly good impression of the straightforward and familiar Lu Su. Chapter 304. High-level divine stage sister, you should use the soul solidifying pill. No one expected that the first words Lu Su said after waking up would be this. It was evident that although he had been in a coma, his consciousness had not completely faded. It's fine, as long as you're okay. Lu Fei hugged Lu Su, finally relieved. Luo Yu, thank you. Lu Su turned back to Luo Yu and said, you're welcome. Just be more careful in the future and don't be so reckless, Zheng Yu reminded. The small courtyard was filled with a strong smell of blood, a scene of chaos. Next, everyone began to assist the other injured. The sudden arrival of these gluttonous demon apes, coinciding with the late night, left many people injured, and unfortunately, 3 outer disciples lost their lives. Elder Gu Hao was furious and immediately sent messages to several nearby sect branches. By the time the first gentle rays of sunlight fell upon the earth in the morning, 5 elders of the Feiyun sect, including Gu Hao and Human, had gathered in the small courtyard. All 5 elders were powerful beings at the saint level, and one of them had even reached the great saint level. This was the deep foundation of the Feiyun sect and the fundamental reason for its transcendent status on this continent. Chapter 305. Wei Lan takes action. Wei Lan was dressed in a long emerald green gown, resembling a celestial being, exuding an extraordinary aura. She glanced calmly at the scene below, remaining silent, only elegantly flipping her jade hand to reveal an ancient 7-string guqin in front of her. The guqin's body shimmered with a warm, jade-like luster. Wei Lan gently raised her hand, her fair fingers fluttering like lively butterflies, landing on the strings. A melodious sound flowed out, resembling the clear stream in the mountains or the gentle breeze in the woods. In an instant, the domain released by the gluttonous demon ape shattered like glass. Zheng Yu and the others felt their shoulders lighten, and their previously immobilized bodies were finally able to stand freely. The sound of the guqin gathered above the valley, and amidst the flickering light, a massive character for suppress suddenly appeared. The originally restless, gluttonous demon apes began to slow their steps under the influence of the music, as if bound by invisible ropes, and they stumbled to the ground, too afraid to move. Only the giant, gluttonous demon ape in the center continued to resist stubbornly, trying to struggle and escape. Chapter 306. The True Culprit. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and the Nali Imperial Palace was bustling with activity. Because they had successfully found the murderer of the city slaughter, the entire Nali kingdom was immersed in a sea of joy. The Feiyun sect deliberately exaggerated Lu Fei's role in this incident, causing her to gain a wave of public support. In such a fervent atmosphere, the coronation ceremony was also being held in full swing. Junior brother, why do you look so worried? Kai Qingsun nudged Zheng Yu's arm and asked. The coronation ceremony had reached its halfway point. Lu Fei was dressed in a luxurious golden robe embroidered with gold thread, wearing a dazzling crown, walking toward the high platform amidst the cheers of the crowd. Senior sister, don't you feel something is off? Zheng Yu whispered. Are you talking about this mission? Kai Qingsun replied. Hey, just relax. Master has personally taken action. What do you have to worry about? Zheng Yu pondered for a moment, looked around, and asked, where has the Empress of the Nali Kingdom gone? Have you seen her? Are you talking about Lu Su's mother? She definitely wouldn't want to come. Kai Qingsun whispered some gossip. Although we cultivators don't care much about these worldly matters, the common people, still value the succession of the throne. Chapter 307. Li Qing's assistants. The screeching cries of the bats pierced the air, directly penetrating into Zheng Yu's eardrums without any hindrance. Zheng Yu involuntarily trembled. Fear, like wildly growing vines, wrapped around his heart, gradually consuming him and making it almost impossible to extricate himself. At the critical moment, a cool feeling emerged from his chest, and the silent, returning yuan bottle emitted a faint yet clear reminder. Zheng Yu suddenly woke up, activated his spiritual energy, and swiftly dashed toward the outside of the Buddhist tower. The descending bats, seeing that the sound wave attack had failed to subdue Zheng Yu, flapped their enormous wings and dove toward him like black lightning at great speed. They extended their sharp claws, aiming directly at Zheng Yu's most vulnerable neck. Zheng Yu hurriedly dodged to the side, unleashing his mental energy, which transformed into a transparent shield that enveloped him tightly. The claws of several bats scratched against the shield, producing a piercing and grating sound. The mental energy shield soon showed cracks under the fierce attacks of the demon bats, and Zheng Yu's situation became increasingly dangerous. Fortunately, he had approached the entrance of the Buddhist tower and could even see a sliver of light seeping through the crack of the door. Chapter 308. A critical situation. With a low shout from Li Qing, the stick in his hand instantly grew larger, stretching dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Like a towering pillar aimed straight at the claws of the soul-devouring demon bat. The claws and the stick collided with a thunderous roar. Li Qing staggered back a few steps, his brows furrowed as gray mist surged from the point of contact toward him. This was the ultimate death energy, faintly, Li Qing could hear piercing screams as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in agony in the darkness. This level of death energy was already a threat to his life. Li Qing took a deep breath. A dazzling golden aura enveloped him, and he suddenly grew larger, his skin appearing to be coated with a layer of golden paint, exuding a righteous energy. Indestructible golden body. This was the signature technique of the Feiyun sect, and at this moment, it was unleashed by Li Qing, showcasing immense defensive power. That righteous energy spread out, finally temporarily driving away the terrifying death energy. The soul-devouring demon bat was enraged. It flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a fierce wind filled with countless black fragments, attacking Li Qing like hidden weapons. Li Qing skillfully dodged the attacks, then leaped high, raising the golden stick with tremendous force to smash down on the soul-devouring demon bat. Chapter 309. Luo Qian's maneuver if Wei Lan and Li Qing were to be defeated. The citizens of the entire Nali Kingdom would likely face a life-threatening crisis. Zheng Yu calmed his tense emotions, using all his strength to throw the wooden box in his hand with great effort. The wooden box drew a brilliant arc through the air like a shooting star, and then with a crisp sound, it shattered into countless pieces. Blinding multicolored light erupted from the broken wooden box like a volcanic eruption, dazzling to the point where one could hardly open their eyes. Amidst the radiant light, a tall young man appeared. The newcomer was Luo Qian, with a handsome face, a high nose, and slightly upturned lips that bore a hint of a rebellious smile. His long black hair casually fell behind him, yet it appeared not messy at all, adding a touch of breezy elegance. This sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Wei Lan. She was genuinely curious about how Zheng Yu managed to summon both Li Qing and Luo Yu simultaneously. It should be noted that the difficulty of such cross-domain teleportation was immense, and creating a teleportation token would cost astronomical amounts. Even she had only made one, which she gave to Kai Qing's son as a life-saving item. Chapter 310. Heavenly Dao's reward. As energy was infused, the long whip emitted a buzzing sound, and the immense energy caused the surrounding space to faintly shake, as if unable to withstand this powerful force. The long whip flickered with strange colors as Luo Qian extended his hands, gripping it tightly and pouring all his strength into it without reservation. "Damn it, Dai!" Luo Qian shouted, swinging the whip with force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the whip tore through the void and appeared before the soul-eating bat. The soul-eating bat wanted to resist, but was bound by the small world formed by the words ice sealing the heavens. It could only open its mouth wide, and a more intense aura of death surged forth. The aura of spiritual energy collided with the whip, producing a blinding light. The light was so dazzling that it caused Kai Qing's son and others, who were rushing over not far away, to uncontrollably shut their eyes. After a long time, the light dissipated. The long whip had deeply pierced the top of the soul-eating bat's head, and its body convulsed continuously before it fell heavily to the ground. "Is it dead?" Zheng Yu gasped heavily, staring at the soul-eating bat. This was the most powerful demon beast he had ever seen, and at one point, he thought he would lose his life here. "I've even taken its divine essence. It's definitely dead." Chapter 311. Questioning Peak Master. "May I have a word?" Zheng Yu's expression was calm, and he looked firmly at Wei Lan. When he decided to summon Master Luo Qian, he anticipated this scene and had prepared some words in his heart. Wei Lan lightly raised her right hand, and the star-patterned bracelet on her wrist flickered slightly. Invisible divine power surged forth, instantly forming a crystal-clear shield that enveloped her and Zheng Yu. "Luo Yu, I've activated the protection. Feel free to speak," Wei Lan said calmly. "Peak Master, I apologize." Zheng Yu slightly bowed, his attitude extremely sincere. "Before this mission, Elder Li Qing found me and solemnly handed me a chess piece. He told me that if you encountered danger, crushing the chess piece would allow me to seek his help. Initially, I was reluctant to agree, but Elder Li Qing was adamant and earnest, and since I was also worried about your safety, I ultimately accepted it. Because Elder Li Qing repeatedly instructed me not to inform you, I failed to report in time. I hope the Peak Master will forgive me." Wei Lan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing her eyes. She naturally knew of Li Qing's feelings for her, but this kind of behavior truly crossed her bottom line. "And where did you get the token from Elder Luo Qian?" Wei Lan immediately followed up with a question. Chapter 312. Qinghe Square. After everyone took a moment to rest, Wei Lan looked at Zheng Yu again. Speak, Luo Yu, what reward do you want? Our Feiyun sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments and will never treat those who have made contributions unfairly. Zheng Yu cupped his hands and said, Disciple has no other requests. Everything will be according to the peak master's orders. Wei Lan nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before solemnly saying, Zheng Yu, would you be willing to be my disciple? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Gu Hao's eyes were filled with envy. If Zheng Yu became Wei Lan's direct disciple, his status would rise significantly, and the resources and support he could enjoy would be incomparable, even potentially surpassing that of him as an intersect elder. Kai Qin-sun had predicted this early on. She knew Master had a high regard for Zheng Yu and had the intention of accepting him as a disciple. Zheng Yu paused slightly, then shook his head to refuse. Thank you for your kindness, Peak Master, but I already have a master. It is indeed difficult for me to comply. You have a master? Who is it? Wei Lan asked. I come from Blue Star. And my master is someone I met while on Blue Star, Zheng Yu replied. You silly child. How can your master from Blue Star be compared to the Peak Master? Hurry up and agree, Hu Man anxiously advised. In her view, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Zheng Yu should not miss. Chapter 3:13. Competing for resources, how many purple gourds does our branch consume daily? Zheng Yu scanned the shelves and asked. Including you, the branch master. We currently have 134 people in the 8th branch, and we can produce about 130 sound gourds daily. Over a month, we can produce around 4,000 finished products. Zhang Wei introduced. Zheng Yu nodded, memorizing these figures, and was then led to the production workshop by the riverbank. Inside the workshop, more than 50 disciples of the Feiyun sect, dressed in uniforms, were busily focused on their tasks. They had porcelain basins filled with spiritual water in front of them, and the purple gourds in their hands were being repeatedly tempered in the spiritual water, their movements skilled. Branch Master Luo, after the gourds are washed, we seal the bottle mouth with yellow sand to complete the prototype of a sound gourd. The disciple from the 7th peak will then record the music, and the sound gourd will be truly completed, Zhang Wei said, handing over a sound gourd that had just completed its basic production. Zheng Yu took it with interest, removed the stopper, and gently rubbed it in his palm. In an instant, a gentle melody flowed from his palm, like a clear spring in the mountains, ethereal and pleasant. Zhang Wei and another deputy branch master exchanged glances, both unable to hide their shock. Although they belonged to the 11th peak, due to work reasons, they were quite familiar with the 7th peak's ultimate skill, the spiritual sound refinement technique. Chapter 3:14. Elder's attention? Shen Shu's expression remained calm, and his tone was unhurried and indifferent as he said, Branch Master Luo is new here and may not understand some situations yet. The yellow sand mines are extremely rare. In the past, we were able to purchase some from other forces, but now that the Feiyun sect has been sealed, all our supply channels have been completely cut off. Not just your 8th branch, but now all branches' yellow sand quotas have been significantly reduced. This statement seemed reasonable, but it was merely an excuse. The Feiyun sect had been sealed for several months, and according to the information provided by Zhang Wei, Qinghe Square had already estimated the yellow sand production for the next 2 years last month and had made unified adjustments, cutting down on all workshops' expenditures. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for quotas to drop significantly at this point. Zheng Yu was accustomed to being polite before resorting to force. He contemplated for a moment, took out a bag from his pocket, and handed it along with the bag containing raw materials to Shen Shu. Manager Shun, could you please count again and see if you can help us coordinate a bit more? Shen Shu was slightly taken aback, instinctively reaching for the bag, using his divine sense to probe inside, only to find it contain a box of spirit stones. Chapter 3:15. Want to play? After Mo Guang finished speaking, he slightly turned sideways, intentionally or unintentionally revealing the token hanging at his waist, which clearly bore the word Zoya. While this sounded somewhat unfair, it was indeed an unwritten rule of the Feiyun sect. An intersect elder giving you a token indicated that they held you in high regard. If you were doing business within the sect, others had to give you special attention upon seeing the token. Of course, the sect also had clear requirements. Intersect elders could issue a maximum of 5 tokens and were strictly prohibited from issuing them indiscriminately. Oh, you mean this thing? I have one too. Zheng Yu's expression was as calm as water as he took out a token from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Shen Shu and Mo Guang were both taken aback, then quickly looked over. The token was covered with a layer of ethereal white clouds that flowed like water. and within it faintly formed the words Yang Xing was the Grand Elder of the Third Peak, in charge of the Tiger Jump Gorge, an absolute big shot. Shen Shu was merely an outer sect manager and did not even have the qualification to meet Yang Xing. At this moment, seeing the token, she was suddenly flustered. If Yang Xing casually sent a message to Zhou Wei, she estimated she would have to pack her things and leave. Oh dear, my Master Luo, since you are Elder Yang's person, why didn't you say it earlier? This month, I can allocate another 2,000 caddies of yellow sand for you. How about that? Shen Shu said with a tone of request. Chapter 316. Yellow Sand Mine. Mo Guang felt the overwhelming force coming from the sword opposite him, and he couldn't help but shiver slightly, his expression quietly changing. He truly did not expect Zheng Yu's strength to be so terrifying, far exceeding his previous estimates. Isn't this kid from the 7th peak? Why does he seem more like someone from the 11th peak's body refinement? Which peak are you really from? Mo Guang asked aloud. Zheng Yu paused slightly and smiled, saying, if you want to listen to a tune, just say it. After that, he took out the golden phoenix and placed it to his lips, giving a gentle blow. The powerful sound of the suona soared into the sky, playing Hujia 18 beats. The dancing notes transformed into 18 long ropes, rushing towards Mo Guang with an undeniable force, like a spirit snake wrapping around him rapidly. Mo Guang snorted coldly and stomped down hard. A jewel-blue cloud appeared out of nowhere, and then this cloud scattered, turning into a rain curtain that poured down heavily. Tiger roars in the vast sea, Mo Guang shouted, as rich water element spiritual energy surged out, wrapped in powerful mental force. Amidst the rain curtain formed by the cloud, this spiritual energy quickly condensed into towering waves. Among the rolling waves, a faint white tiger phantom could be seen, exuding a chilling aura. Chapter 317. The reward has finally arrived. Since it is due to significant contributions to the sect, it is reasonable for them to enjoy more resource allocation. Zheng Yu said after pondering for a moment. TCH, I thought you were impressive, Mo Guang sarcastically retorted. Master Luo, you probably don't know, but many disciples from the 1st and 2nd sects don't work at all. After receiving the raw materials, they immediately hand them over to disciples from other forges to make sound gourd, then take a cut of the profits. Aren't you so impressive? Don't you seek fairness and justice? Why don't you take care of this phenomenon? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu frowned. He turned to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's eyes flickered, clearly avoiding his gaze. Zheng Yu immediately understood that what Mo Guang said was likely not unfounded, and that it was quite probable there was some truth to it. On the way back, Zheng Yu pulled Zhang Wei aside and asked in detail. Seeing he couldn't hide it, Zhang Wei revealed everything he knew. Just as Mo Guang said, the raw materials obtained by the 1st and 2nd sects were extremely abundant, more than they could ever use. As a result, many disciples began to think of crooked ways, directly handing over the raw materials to disciples from other forges to make sound gourd. Chapter 318. Master, I want to share too, Zheng Yu said. Master Zhou, you might as well send someone to investigate thoroughly. I heard that currently, there are almost no people in the workshops of the 1st and 2nd sects. After their disciples receive the raw materials every month, they outsource them to disciples from other sections. To put it nicely, this is called utilizing resources wisely. To put it harshly, this is embezzling sect property. Zheng Yu spoke sharply, without any reservations. Zhou Wei's expression grew increasingly serious. Over the years, he had focused solely on cultivation, hoping to break through to the holy stage and enter the divine stage, which led him to pay little attention to the specific affairs of Qinghe Forge. As long as the people below could deliver the sound gourd on time and in quantity every month, he wouldn't ask too much. But if the situation was as serious as Zheng Yu said, he could no longer sit idly by. Master Luo, I will look into this matter deeply. However, there are 2 things I must inform you of in advance. First, handling this matter will not be easy. The 1st and 2nd sects have several intersect elders backing them, and if we really want to investigate thoroughly, it will definitely have repercussions, Zhou Wei stated bluntly. Chapter 319. Difficult to handle, Master. Your behavior is simply stealing from yourself, Zheng Yu said indignantly. He was a golden body elder, and his father was the unquestioned mountain emperor of the sect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fei Yun's sect belonged to the Luo family. Zheng Yu truly couldn't understand his master's involvement in this matter. This story is long, Luo Qian sighed helplessly. About 7 years ago, old Zhu from the 13th peak found me and persuaded me to invest some money, claiming there was a good business opportunity that was guaranteed to be profitable, with a substantial amount of spirit stones to be shared every year. I didn't think much of it at the time and invested some money. Over the years, I have indeed received a steady stream of spirit stones. If you hadn't mentioned this to me yesterday, I would still be in the dark. Master, this is too much. Zheng momentarily lost his words, not knowing what to say. He felt that his master was indeed too carefree. How could he not investigate such matters thoroughly? Zheng even suspected that these dealings might be operating under his master's name. No wonder those people were so arrogant. I already spoke with old Zhu yesterday, and he promised to have the people below start handling this matter immediately, Luo Qian said. Chapter 320. Super large yellow sand mine as a result. This question truly startled Zheng. Starstones are products of stellar explosions, extremely rare, with a value of up to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and they cannot be exchanged for contribution points. Zheng carefully counted the assets he had on hand and found that he still had more than 20,000 low-grade spirit stones left. By this calculation, he could at most purchase 2 star stones, which was clearly far from enough. After pondering for a moment, Zheng decided to use the spirit stones accumulated from the godly wealth system. Since coming to Fei Yun's sect, he hadn't extracted funds for a long time due to the abundance of cultivation resources. Zheng opened the system screen and found that he had accumulated a total of over 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked to extract. Checking environment, please wait a moment. The system paused for a moment, and Zheng quickly recalled various situations from the past when extracting wealth. The system had once made him buy lottery tickets, virtual currencies, and even dig for gold underground. Now that he was in Fei Yun's sect, he didn't know in what peculiar way this wealth would be released. However, based on Zheng understanding of the system, it certainly wouldn't just throw these over 200,000 spirit stones in front of him out of nowhere. Chapter 321. Handing over? What? A super large yellow sand mine? How big? Luo Qian's voice was filled with unmistakable surprise. Because the discoverer of a mine vein can obtain 30% ownership. Many people tirelessly search for mine veins throughout Fei Yun sect every day. However, those who truly make a discovery are extremely rare. Luo Qian truly did not expect that his disciple could discover a mine vein, and it was the most precious yellow sand mine vein. Yes, master. As for how large this mine is, I really find it hard to tell. Why don't you come and take a look yourself? Zheng said. All right, wait for me. I'll be there right away. Luo Qian quickly replied. If the news is true, it would definitely be great news for Zheng. Half an hour later, Luo Qian arrived smoothly. The master and disciple immediately began measuring the mine together. After a rough estimate, the total storage of this yellow sand mine turned out to be nearly 300,000 tons. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying number, roughly equivalent to half of the total storage of all yellow sand mines currently owned by the Fei Yun sect. Damn, it seems that the Xuanwu really left a huge deposit here. Luo Qian stroked his chin, marveling. I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you really found it. Chapter 322. Zhu, you brat. You actually managed to gain something here? Li Qing said in astonishment. As a participant in the South Li country incident, he had heard Zheng refuse Wei Lan's request to take him as a disciple in person, and he knew that Wei Lan had arranged for Zheng to work at King of Fang, which carried a hint of reprimand. However, he truly did not expect Zheng to make such a big stir in this seemingly remote place. Just lucky, Peak Master. I want to donate this yellow sand mine to the sect, but I'm not quite clear on the process, and I hope the Peak Master can help me coordinate. Zheng stated his prepared words. Let me confirm. You mean to give up 30 of the ownership of this yellow sand mine and donate it directly to the sect? Yes, I confirm. Do you know what this yellow sand mine means? To be honest, its total value should exceed that of a divine artifact. I'm sure, but the sect has given me much more than this yellow sand mine, Zheng replied. Hu Man and Li Qing exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Wei Lan also looked deeply at Zheng and seeing his calm expression, slowly nodded and said, Okay. I will personally contact Master Zhou later to report this matter and will definitely strive for a satisfactory response for you. Chapter 323. The temptation of Zhu Da's intentions were obvious. He was implying that he was following the Mountain Emperor and that Luo Qian was his close friend. The implication was that he had someone backing him, while subtly hinting that Zheng had been schemed against by Zhou, suggesting there was no need to hand over the mine to the sect for handling. However, What Zhu did not know was that Zheng Yu was not only Luo Qian's direct disciple, but also someone who had met and communicated with the Mountain Emperor. When the Mountain Emperor was in power, such regulations might have existed. But that did not mean the Mountain Emperor would support Zhu Da's actions that prioritized personal gain over the interests of the sect. Not to mention, just yesterday, Master Luo Qian had sent him a message, informing him that the Mountain Emperor was already aware of the mine donation and was very pleased with it, encouraging him to work hard in his cultivation and strive for good results in the upcoming competition. Elder Zhu, I believe since I have contributed the mine, the sect will not treat me unfairly, Zheng Yu responded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Da's smile faded a bit, and after a long silence, he continued, Luo Yu, I heard you still do not have a formal master. If you are willing to transfer the ownership of the yellow sand mine to me, I will take you as my disciple and gift you a divine weapon for protection. Plus, I can guarantee with my reputation that I will help you step into the divine realm in the future. Chapter 324, The Holy Sun Master. I have made up my mind to donate the yellow sand mine to the sect, Zheng Yu replied without hesitation. All right, come forward to sign the agreement. Zhou Yu waved his hand, and an ancient piece of parchment appeared in the air, on which the details of the agreement, including the donor and the donated item, were already written out in detail. Due to the rules set by the Mountain Emperor, everyone in the Feiyun sect places great importance on rules and the spirit of contracts. Even the Mountain Emperor himself had to abide by the sect's regulations. Zheng Yu stepped forward, quickly glanced at the general content of the agreement, then extended his finger. He used his mental power to create a small hole at the tip of his finger, using it as a pen, and wrote his name in a flamboyant style on the parchment. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the contract officially took effect. Under Luo Qian's lead, the elders present all applauded, expressing their praise for Zheng Yu's actions. Zhou Yu put away the parchment, smiling as he said, Luo Yu, the sect has always been generous to those who have made contributions. In light of your selfless act of donating the yellow sand mine, the sect has decided to grant you the following rewards. First, the disciple of the ninth peak, Luo Yu, will receive another great commendation. Chapter 325, Cultivating the Star-Splitting Blade. You don't need to worry about that. Even if it's a Mo fan, everyone should accept it calmly. We can't just strip him of his right to become the Holy Sun because his master is Zhou Ge, right? When my father was the sect master, I didn't compete with Zhou Ge for the position of sect master either, Luo Qian said bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent. It wasn't that they thought Mo Fan was unqualified, but they felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for the sect master's disciple to continue being the Holy Sun. Moreover, Zhou Yu was young and strong, and there seemed to be no need to select the Holy Sun in advance. The Holy Sun is the face of the sect and can even represent the sect in external affairs. For the Feiyun sect, its status is revered, not inferior to that of the Golden Body Elders. However, due to the special nature of the Holy Sun's identity, the Feiyun sect has not selected a new Holy Sun for over 100 years. This matter is significant, so let's discuss it again at tomorrow's Elders meeting, Zhou Yu concluded. The Elders meeting is a small meeting composed of the 18 elders of the Feiyun sect and the sect master, totaling 19 people, and is the highest decision-making body of the Feiyun sect, specifically responsible for handling various major affairs of the sect. That works. I look forward to seeing Elder Zhu's expression tomorrow, Luo Qian said with a smile. Chapter 326, Mo Fan in the Sky, as blue as a gemstone. A cute little yellow turtle was traveling alongside a cloud as white as snow. The long-missed Kai Ching Sun, dressed in a flowing green long dress, had a slim waist that could be grasped with one hand, showcasing her graceful figure. She turned to look at Zheng Yu beside her, smiling brightly as she asked, Junior brother, how is it? Do you have confidence in this competition? Senior sister, with you participating in the competition, how can I dare to talk about confidence? Zheng Yu smiled and said, I was wondering why senior sister had not broken through to the holy stage for so long. It turns out you were building up for this competition. Kai Ching Suan's little face instantly turned red, because the reason she had not been able to break through to the holy stage was mainly due to her own abilities not being sufficient, not because she was deliberately waiting to shine in this competition. So although my strength is pretty good, there is still quite a gap compared to other experts in the sect. Like senior sister Xiaoling and brother Hu Yu, they're all top experts. Not to mention that freakish existence of brother Mo Fan. Kai Ching Sun said truthfully, then hurriedly added. However, Senior sister should still have no problem dealing with you. Chapter 327. Exaggerated rewards. So, this is Master Zhou's direct disciple, Brother Mo Fan? Zheng Yu's gaze was locked on the remarkable young man in the crowd. His eyes filled with curiosity, unable to resist asking. He had heard his senior brother's name mentioned several times by his master. Indeed, it was senior brother Mo Fan. Kai Qingsuan's eyes flashed with admiration, and his tone carried a hint of respect. Mo Fan's strength was exceptionally powerful, consistently leading among the many disciples. And his character was quite similar to that of the sect master Zhou Yu, gentle and humble, showing great care and consideration for both the junior brothers and sisters of the first peak and the disciples of other peaks. Senior brother Mo Fan's popularity was indeed astonishing. Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel emotional, his gaze following Mo Fan. And he noticed several disciples who were originally standing alone with their eyes closed in meditation, now quickly gathering around Mo Fan, like stars surrounding the moon. Senior brother Mo Fan's popularity was indeed high, and it was rumored that the sect intended to select a holy son this time. Given the current situation, his chances were great. If Mo Fan really became the holy son of our sect, he would surely be the successor to the sect master in the future. Qing Sun eagerly shared the insider information he had gathered. Chapter 328. Card drawing results. As soon as Luo Qian's voice fell, the entire venue fell silent. All present stunned by the unexpectedly generous rewards. Immediately afterward, a tidal wave of heated discussions erupted. No way, did I hear that right? Just one round, and you can get a holy level technique? That's too exaggerated. If that's the case, if I win twice, can I choose a holy grade treasure? This reward is simply unimaginable. Oh my god. It seems the reward for the first place in previous competitions was only a quasi-divine weapon, right? And now it's this rich. No, you guys are focusing on the wrong thing. Isn't the most important thing the rewards for the top three? Those are all peerless treasures, real divine weapons. Many elders probably don't even have them. This reward is practically tempting us to fight desperately. By the way, does anyone know what the blood of the ancestral dragon really is? It sounds incredibly powerful. I don't know, but I know the ancestral dragon is an exalted existence. Even its ordinary flesh and blood can be considered a divine-level treasure, let alone its essence. Everyone was excited, their faces flushed, unable to contain themselves. Although everyone had long heard that the sect was going to open the floodgates and provide more resources to prepare for the upcoming Great War in the past year, many sect tasks had indeed offered significantly richer rewards. Chapter 329. Encounter with Lu Fei, the Azure Blue Peak Master. This competition is about survival of the fittest. Even if Kai Qing Sun doesn't encounter Hu Yu now, she will eventually run into him, said Zheng, the master of the first peak. She was dressed in a black Chong Sam, her figure graceful, exuding the charm of a mature woman, contrasting sharply with the pure-looking azure blue in a green dress. Elder Zheng, your first peak has Zhou Master overseeing it and outstanding disciples like Mo Fan. So there's really no need to worry. We as masters have limited abilities and naturally have to worry more for our disciples. Azure Blue replied, seemingly calmly. Worrying should be done in advance. If Kai Qing Sun had Mo Fan's abilities, Elder Azure Blue wouldn't be so worried, would she? Jing raised an eyebrow lightly, responding leisurely with a hint of sarcasm in her words. Hee. Our seventh peak is not as popular as your first peak, nor do we have as many resources. I suggest you look for the reasons within yourself. The two female peak masters sparred verbally, refusing to give way. The other golden body elders exchanged glances, breaking out in a slight sweat, with many elders giving Luo Qian meaningful looks. Chapter 330. Intense clash. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll pay you back later, Lu Fei hurriedly said. Over the past year, she had accumulated some wealth as the empress, more than enough to repay Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu waved his hand. When he initially asked her for money, it was more to establish a position. If he truly cared, he would have gone to collect the debt long ago. No more chatting. Get ready for the competition. Luo Qian's voice descended from clouds. Zheng Yu nodded calmly, while Lu Fei's expression became more serious. Yesterday, Master Zhou Yu had already promised her that as long as she could win a round in today's competition, he would accept her as a disciple once Mo Fan advanced to the holy level. Therefore, for Lu Fei, this round of competition was one she could only win. She must not lose. The two exchanged glances, and the next second, the battle suddenly erupted. Lu Fei lightly raised her jade hand. and a long sword was swiftly drawn from her waist. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a holy level sword named Qing Wan, a reward she received during the Qingyan trial. After more than a year of careful refinement, it had now merged with her 80%. Luo igreku, em sore. With a clear shout, Lu Fei lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her figure like lightning, suddenly stepping forward. Chapter 331. Terrifying Mo fan Lu Fei was aware of Zheng Yu's abilities and had prepared accordingly. Her mental energy instantly transformed into a solid shield, rising up. Petals of plum blossoms fell on the shield, creating ripples. However, as time passed, Lu Fei's eyes gradually filled with disbelief. The plum blossoms before her seemed endless, continuously falling like snowflakes. How is this possible? Lu Fei instinctively clenched her fists, her face turning pale as her mental energy rapidly depleted. At that moment, she suddenly heard a roaring sound in her ears. Lu Fei's pupils dilated as she looked behind Zheng Yu, only to see a bizarre sight of a blue sea of waves. Luo Yu. You have actually reached the 5th level of the Enlightenment stage? Lu Fei said in shock. During the peak selection conference, Zheng Yu's strength had not even been taken seriously by Lu Fei. At that time, because Zheng Yu defeated Lu Su, she even considered teaching him a lesson. However, in just under a year, Zheng Yu's strength had skyrocketed, even surpassing her. Lu Fei, who had always been somewhat proud, found it hard to accept this reality. Chapter 332. Sound cultivation? Body cultivation. Disciples who have finished, step down. Those who drew and ate, come up. Luo Qian's voice echoed in the venue. Zheng Yu's expression was calm as he walked steadily onto the platform. As soon as his figure landed steadily on the platform, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted around him, and the sudden noise made Zheng Yu pause in surprise. He then saw Hu Yu, bare-chested, frowning, sighing helplessly, and walking towards him with big strides. Zheng Yu looked at Hu Yu, who wore a simple smile, feeling somewhat surprised. Their 7th peak truly had a deep connection with his senior brother Hu Yu. It's over. I've run into senior brother Hu Yu again. Our peak's luck is just too bad. Kai Qing Sun sighed, looking helpless. She couldn't defeat Hu Yu by herself, so she naturally didn't expect Zheng Yu to win against Hu Yu either. Above the clouds, seeing the two meet below, the originally tense face of Wei Lan finally couldn't help but smile. Luo Qian, now I believe you didn't cheat. The other elders were left puzzled, completely unaware of what she meant and why it seemed like the 9th peak was having bad luck while their peak master was smiling. Chapter 333. The help of the return to origin bottle this. How is this possible? Hu Yu is recognized as the strongest disciple in body refinement. How could Zheng Yu, a sound cultivator, possibly push him back? Yes, really very good. I didn't expect that in our sect, besides our 11 peaks, there would be such a genius in body refinement like you. Hu Yu was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with surprise. He hadn't expected that in Fei Yun's sect, besides the disciples of their 11 peaks, there was actually a hidden master of body refinement like Zheng Yu. Although it was just a brief contact, he had already clearly sensed the surging power within Zheng Yu, like an ocean of strength. This terrifying force he had never felt even among the many disciples of the 11 peaks. Senior brother is overpraising me. I actually haven't focused on body refinement techniques. The strength of this body comes merely from some talent, Zheng Yu said. His words were not false. The terrifying power of this body came entirely from the blood and flesh of the ancestral dragon. However, Hu Yu misunderstood Zheng Yu's meaning, his expression slightly darkening, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, thinking Zheng Yu was intentionally mocking him. Chapter 334. The flower of the deep sea, yeah. If it weren't for it, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now, Zheng Yu said calmly. Hu Yu's indestructible golden body was too terrifying. Every attack that landed on him felt like hitting iron, the rebound force making Zheng Yu's arms go numb. If it weren't for the return to origin bottle continuously replenishing his energy, he would have exhausted himself long ago. Damn, junior brother, you are too insidious. Secretly using a cheat, then I won't hold back anymore. Hu Yu was both angry and annoyed. He thought it would be a fair and passionate duel, but he didn't expect Zheng Yu to have such a hidden trick. He angrily twisted his neck and then took out a pair of boxing gloves. These gloves looked quite unusual, seemingly made from the fur of some powerful creature, stained with old bloodstains. An inexplicable pressure spread from the gloves. causing Zheng Yu's heart to race and his pupils to suddenly constrict. Hu Yu was going to use the white tiger gloves. Kai Ching Suin's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself. The white tiger gloves were not simple. They were a powerful artifact custom-made for Hu Yu by his master, possessing spiritual intelligence, and were already a quasi-divine weapon. It was said that a piece of fur from the white tiger sovereign was used in their creation, thus their terrifying power, making them Hu Yu's strongest means. Chapter 335. The Six Strong Dam. Luo Yu actually won. How terrifying. I feel like I am witnessing history. This is truly a super dark horse. What do you think? Did senior brother Mo Fan finally meet his match? There is a bit of hope, but not much. The blue flower summoned by the spirit sound, forging divine art, should be Luo Yu's strongest move, but I have seen senior brother Mo Fan in action. Luo Yu probably still can't defeat him. Regardless, Luo Yu has only been in the sect for a little over a year, and to have such strength is already very impressive. Standing aside, Lu Fei couldn't quite believe what was happening before her eyes. Zheng Yu actually possessed such terrifying abilities, able to defeat the renowned Hu Yu. If this momentum continued, and if Zheng Yu still had hidden cards, could he really flip Mo Fan over? Thinking of this possibility, various complex expressions kept changing on Lu Fei's face. In the depths of her beautiful big eyes, there was a hint of daze that even she herself had not noticed. Her heart filled with mixed feelings. Luo Yu, you are amazing. Seeing Zheng Yu come off the stage, Kai Qing's son excitedly rushed over. Chapter 336. Lin Qingyu after Mo Fan and Xie Ling determined the winner. It was the exciting duel between Yi Qing of the 9th peak and Lin Qingyu of the 13th peak. This match was equally captivating, not for any other reason, but because both competitors were renowned beauties within Feiyun's sect. Yi Qing wore a light pink skirt, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with laughter like two clear springs, full of vitality. Her light brown hair was braided and fell beside her, with a light pink ribbon tied in her hair, fluttering in the wind, adding a touch of liveliness and playfulness. Standing opposite her, Lin Qingyu appeared much cooler. Her eyes were long and slender, slightly upturned at the corners. Her fair skin, under the sunlight, looked like warm and delicate mutton fat jade. Her expression calm, yet giving off a sense of distance. Senior sister, who do you think has a greater chance of winning? Zheng Yu asked. From the few battles he had seen earlier, it seemed that Yi Qing and Lin Qingyu were evenly matched in strength, not much different. This is hard to say. I have seen Yi Qing many times, and because of the friction between our two peaks, we have even fought a few times, so I know her relatively well. Chapter 337. Qualification of the Saint's son Yi Qing. There's no need to put on an act here. Who needs you to let me win? Do you think I really can't defeat you? As soon as the words fell, Lin Qingyu's aura suddenly surged. Brilliant golden spiritual power and invisible mental power erupted around her body. The two intertwined and fused, ultimately transforming into a liquid with a metallic texture. This liquid slowly covered the green blade in Lin Qingyu's hand, instantly turning it into a light sword exuding powerful pressure. The light sword shimmered, as if containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Qingyu held the light sword and fiercely slashed down at Yi Qing. Where the light sword passed, space seemed to be cut like paper, shattering inch by inch, revealing shocking cracks. Yi Qing's expression changed drastically, wanting to evade. She was horrified to find her movements severely restricted, as if an invisible and powerful force had locked her in place. In a hurry, she summoned the greenwood shield again, which was originally a small holy technique-level defense secret, but now facing this terrifying light sword, it seemed utterly inadequate. With a crack, the shield instantly shattered, turning into specks of spiritual light that dissipated in the air. Chapter 338. The Blue Sky Bag. While the two were confronting each other, the discussions from the audience once again erupted. Luo Yu is waiting for the opportunity. That's a huge advantage. Doesn't matter. In the end, it still comes down to strength. I bet $10 that senior brother Mo Fan will definitely win. I also think senior brother Mo Fan has a greater chance of winning. I really hope a woman can become the saint son of our Feiyun sect. Everyone shared their opinions, but what happened next left everyone in shock. After the battle began, Lin Qingyu did not take out the long sword she had used earlier. She sat down on the ground, and a blue cloth bag suddenly appeared in front of her. At first glance, this bag seemed ordinary, but for those well-versed in knowledge, it was clear that it was extraordinary. This bag was made from the extremely rare 9 nether silkworm silk, which is derived from mysterious silkworms found in the 9 nether realm. Its toughness is beyond imagination, and ordinary weapons cannot harm it in the slightest. The 7 star-shaped bronze rings at the opening of the bag were forged from 10,000-year-old meteorites, refined by the power of the stars over millennia, making them extremely rare. Chapter 339. MO Fan lost, although this spear was merely an ordinary Imperial-level magical artifact. At this moment, under MO Fan's full effort, it actually broke the seal of the divine weapon and launched a deadly attack on Lin Qingyu. MO Fan's strength was truly terrifying. Many people's breaths quickened instantly. If this hit could severely injure Lin Qingyu, she would surely be unable to maintain the seal of the Qing Kong bag, leading to MO Fan's victory in this battle. At this moment, whether Lin Qingyu could perfectly block this attack had become the key to the outcome of the match. Watching the spear rapidly enlarge in her vision, Lin Qingyu felt a chill run down her back. This attack was MO Fan's desperate gamble, condensing all of his energy and spirit, and its power was immensely great. If it had been 2 days ago, Lin Qingyu would have undoubtedly lost to this strike. Fortunately, the night before the competition, Zheng had prepared a powerful trump card for her. Just as the spear was about to land on Lin Qingyu's head, a palm-sized golden wheel suddenly appeared in front of the spear. The surface of this light wheel shimmered with holy power, emitting brilliant radiance, resembling a small sun that illuminated the entire arena. Chapter 340. Zheng Yu's offensive Lin Qingyu moved gracefully, her long sword dancing like a swimming dragon, and the sharp sword light swiftly slashed towards the left. This strike seemed to contain endless sharp intent, directly forcing the concealed Zheng Yu out of hiding. Zheng Yu's expression was calm, and his aura suddenly burst forth. He raised his arms sharply, and his clenched fist, carrying overwhelming power, heavily struck the back of the sword. With a loud thud, the immense force transmitted through the sword, causing Lin Qingyu's arm to go numb, and the long sword nearly flew out of her hand. She staggered back 3 steps, barely managing to dissipate the overwhelming power. Before she could stabilize herself, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her brow, as if an invisible blade was stirring deep within her consciousness. At the same time, a vivid plum blossom appeared on her forehead, its color bright and seemingly alive, gently trembling on her brow. The onlookers were filled with shock at this scene. They did not expect Zheng Yu's attack to be so fierce and his mastery of the 3 plum blossoms to be so high. Just then, 2 more plum blossoms unexpectedly appeared on Lin Qingyu's cheeks. Chapter 341. Saintess? On the golden wheel, spiritual power and spiritual energy intertwined, as the liquid-like holy power flowed over its surface, emanating a chilling aura. After blocking Zheng Yu's fist, the golden wheel paused slightly before rotating on its own. Although its speed was slow, it was filled with an unstoppable, overwhelming intent, causing the surrounding air to boil and ripple. Soon, a massive vortex of spiritual power, centered on the golden wheel, surged towards Zheng Yu's face. This was the might of a divine artifact. Wherever the vortex passed, the space seemed unable to withstand this ultimate power, showing signs of being torn apart with black fissures, a sign of space being sliced. As he resorted to using a divine artifact, Zheng Yu licked his lips and took out the golden phoenix Suona, placing it to his mouth. His body slightly twisted, as if resonating with the spiritual energy in the world. Then, mysterious and melodious music emanated from both his Suona and various parts of his body. The sound seeming to come from ancient times, yet also close at hand, like a marvelous duet. As the music played, 2 deep blue flowers slowly emerged in the void, radiating a ghostly blue light, each petal seemingly containing endless mysteries. Chapter 342. Repeating the mistake? Many Golden Body elders began to congratulate Zhu de. Zhu de was always generous, and over the years, he had formed deep friendships with many Golden Body elders by operating several small circles based on mutual interests. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Qingyu could secure first place in this competition, Zhu de would definitely have the ability to help her obtain more than half of the votes. What is there to be happy about? This holy power, whether Mo Fan or Luo Yu, will eventually possess it. Although it seems like Lin Qingyu has the advantage now, in the long run, it might become a disadvantage. Elder Xia Jing said, with a calm expression, if there are future battles of saints, do you think Lin Qingyu can represent the sect to achieve victory? Even if Lin Qingyu wins, I do not support her becoming our sex saintess." Upon hearing this, many people immediately fell silent. In fact, those with keen insight were well aware that Lin Qingyu's talent, compared to Mo Fan, was lacking, and even when compared to Hu Yu, she fell short. The reason she has come this far is entirely due to timing and circumstances. Elder Xia Jing, your statement is not accurate. Qingyu's divine ability can merge two different energies. Now she can merge spiritual power and spiritual energy. Given time, she might even merge holy power and the power of the small world. Isn't that an advantage? Chapter 343. Exposure Something's Not Right. Zhu Da's eyes were fixed on the trembling bag in the sky, and his voice unconsciously carried a hint of seriousness. At this moment, the other elders also sensed this unusual situation, their spiritual consciousness precisely converging around the bag like threads. Continuous hissing sounds emanated from the bag, and the bulging part became increasingly prominent. In a daze, everyone seemed to see a sharp blue blade, ready to break free from the bag. The faintly emanating blade intent was so fierce it seemed capable of slicing through space. Such a sharp blade intent. Could Luo Yu really be a sword cultivator? One golden body elder couldn't help but say. Of course, the one feeling this blade intent most profoundly was Lin Qingyu. At this moment, even as she frantically infused holy power into the Qingkong bag, she still felt a sense of helplessness, unable to sustain it. You need to pay attention. It can't be contained anymore. I want to let him out. A deep reminder suddenly came to Lin Qingyu's ear, and her expression changed drastically. For this familiar voice was that of the soul of the Qingkong bag. How is that possible? You are a divine artifact. How could you not contain a small cultivator in the enlightenment realm? Lin Qingyu questioned, her voice filled with disbelief. Chapter 344. Victory. We're all from the same sect. So calling someone an undercover is too harsh, Wei Lan said. Besides, Zheng has done a lot for you, fighting for the flags and benefits. Luo Qian retorted. Due to Zheng Yu's appearance, the Seventh Peak indeed accomplished many significant deeds this year, earning numerous honors, and ultimately gained the qualification to share the Huangsha mine. Wei Lan sighed softly and fell silent. So, Zheng Yu isn't a dragon seed. He just used the flesh and blood of the ancestral dragon to shape his body, which is why he has such a strong dragon aura, Zhu said slowly. Elder Luo Qian, you're overthinking this. The first prize of the ancestral dragon essence blood must also be prepared for your good disciple Zheng Yu, right? Old Zhu, there's no need to be sarcastic. If my father were willing, I would have given this drop of ancestral dragon essence blood directly to my disciple already, Luo Qian said, glancing sideways. As for now, naturally, whoever wins will take the championship reward. Before the match, even if you all knew that Luo Yu is my disciple Zheng Yu, how many would have thought he could win the championship? Luo Qian continued. Many elders nodded slightly. Before the competition, almost everyone believed Mo Fan would undoubtedly take first place. Chapter 345. Another round? As the dust slowly settled, Lin Qingyu raised her head and saw a handsome face, momentarily lost in thought. Although today was her first meeting with Zheng Yu, she had heard his name mentioned several times before from her master. However, she never expected that the name she had casually heard would defeat her at the finish line, just one step away from victory in this crucial final. If it weren't for Zheng Yu, Lin Qingyu would have already defeated Mo Fan and become the contemporary saintess of Fei Yun sect, enjoying all the honors. Yet even so, when she looked into the deep eyes of the boy before her, she felt no resentment. All her means had been exhausted, and she lost willingly. Moreover, if it weren't for Zheng Yu's help at the last moment, Lin Qingyu might have perished. Hey, junior sister, can I come down now? Zheng Yu shrugged and said with a teasing tone. Lin Qingyu, coming back to her senses, realized she was still in a princess carry position in Zheng Yu's arms. Startled, she jumped down like a frightened deer, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Luo Yu junior brother. I thought I was going to die here, Lin Qingyu said. Chapter 346. Who supports, who opposes? Well, Mo Fan, what do you think? Are you willing to fight again? Shude interrupted Luo Qian, smiling at Mo Fan. If Mo Fan personally proposed a rematch, it would make the matter more justified, and more elders would likely support it. Mo Fan withdrew his gaze from the shattered meteorite fragments on the ground and calmly surveyed the golden elders around him. Then said with a composed expression, I would actually be very willing to have another match, as I would like to personally experience junior brother Luo Yu's strength. But the rules are set, and I have already lost. there's truly no need for another match today. Junior brother Luo, you has only been in the sect for just over a year and has such profound cultivation. I sincerely support him in becoming the Holy Son. This statement from Mo Fan caught the attention of many. Luo Qian nodded in satisfaction. However, there were still some of Mo Fan's staunch supporters who couldn't help but shout, Mo Fan, don't give up easily. The position of Holy Son isn't just about strength. It also requires contributions to the sect. Since you joined the sect, you've cared for your fellow disciples, respected your elders, and earned many honors, even receiving precious accolades twice. Chapter 347 Zhou Yu's speech at the peak of the mountain. A serene atmosphere enveloped everyone, all of whom were immersed in the shock brought by Luo Qian's earlier words. Every disciple of Fei Yun's sect understood the preciousness of the Huangsha mine. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a top disciple like Mo Fan had fantasized about how fortunate it would be to accidentally discover a Huangsha mine. Yet at this moment, such a tremendous opportunity had genuinely fallen to Zheng Yu, who without hesitation handed over this incredible fortune to the sect, leaving many disciples feeling ashamed. At this point, facing Zheng Yu, who held 3 prestigious accolades, many disciples were genuinely convinced. Luo Yu also turned his gaze to Zhu De and the other golden elders. Whether Zheng Yu could ascend to the position of Holy Son depended not only on the opinions of ordinary disciples, but also crucially on the attitudes of these golden elders. Come on, everyone vote. Those who support Zheng Yu becoming the Holy Son, please raise your hands, Luo Yu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Lan and Xia Jing raised their hands almost simultaneously, exchanging looks filled with unspoken sparks. Following that, the peak master from the 2nd peak, 8th peak, 11th peak, and 16th peak, who had close ties with Luo Qian, also raised their hands one after another. Chapter 348 The Holy Son's Order. Of course, everyone should not feel disheartened. With the Mountain Emperor present, we shall fear no one, not even the mysterious sect. The Mountain Emperor is the only one in the Supreme Realm, and even the Heavenly Calamity Venerable is no match for him. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed a bit. Zhou Yu continued, hands clasped behind his back. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. The Mountain Emperor is our solid backing, our confidence. But what truly determines how far we can go and whether we can successfully advance depends on you disciples. Disciples are the future of a force. If the disciples are strong, the sect is strong. If the disciples are weak, the sect is weak. Moreover, in the upcoming Force Advancement Competition, there is a crucial match called the Dragon Gate Competition. Only disciples below the divine level from each sect can participate, and the results directly affect whether a force can successfully advance. For the evaluation conference a year from now, for the future of Fei Yun's sect, and for your own futures, I hope you can seize this last year to work hard and strive to win the championship in the Dragon Gate Competition. I know this is difficult, and the sect can only help you in 3 ways. Chapter 349 Changes in the Blue Star. That's right, this is the ancestral dragon essence blood. Luo Qian leisurely crossed his legs, sitting on a soft sofa. The rewards for the competition were already extracted from the armory 3 days ago. The ancestral dragon essence blood is crucial for you. Even if you don't take first place, I plan to add some precious items and find a way to obtain it from Mo Fan. I didn't expect Zhu De to scheme so well and have Lin Xingyu defeat Mo Fan early, which instead gave you this opportunity. Zheng Yu frowned and said, somewhat unconvinced, Master, I won with real strength. How can you say I took advantage? Luo Qian glanced at Zheng Yu and said, you have outstanding talent. In just over a year, you have achieved your current level. I am very pleased and truly admire you. But to speak of absolute strength, I must honestly tell you that compared to Mo Fan, you are still somewhat inferior. Mainly because you haven't fought him before and cannot truly experience the terror of that guy. Luo Qian leaned slightly back, nestling his body into the soft sofa, a hint of sighing in his eyes. Even with his proud nature, he had to admit that Mo Fan's foundation was astonishingly deep. Even if he returned to the Enlightenment stage, he would most likely not be Mo Fan's opponent. Chapter 350 Refinement in the Magnificent Hall. Luo Qian was adding various rare materials into an ancient bronze alchemy furnace. Fire cloud fruit, millennium spirit ginseng, 9 nether flower, enlightenment marrow, chaos stone, these rare materials, seldom seen in the outside world, were all carefully placed into the furnace. Below the furnace, flames of 5 colors, formed by the melting of Kuinpeng spirit fat, burned fiercely, making the furnace glow bright red. This five-colored flame had an extremely high temperature and carried the power of Kuanpung, allowing for better refinement of the materials inside the furnace. As the liquid inside the furnace gradually changed to a reddish-golden color, Luo Qian finally clapped his hands in satisfaction. He turned to Zheng Yu and said, "All right, disciple. You can go in now." "Master, are you sure I can handle it?" Zheng Yu looked at the swirling reddish-golden liquid, which was emitting a misty white vapor, and couldn't help but swallow. He naturally wasn't afraid of ordinary high temperatures, but the materials inside the furnace were too astonishing. Even the spiritual energy fluctuations faintly radiating from above made him tremble with fear. Zheng Yu even suspected that as soon as he entered, he would be torn to shreds by that frenzied power. "What are you afraid of? Does the bride still want to be married?" Luo Qian feigned dissatisfaction and said. Chapter 351. Seal removed in the spacious hall, Luo Qian paced back and forth. Although he had made thorough preparations for Zheng Yu to merge with the blood of the ancestral dragon, the blood of the ancestral dragon was, after all, a divine object originating from the respected realm, and the immense power it contained was unfathomable. He still worried about whether Zheng Yu could successfully absorb it. "Disciple, you must work hard, get through this tough hurdle, and the road ahead will be smooth sailing." Luo Qian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze never leaving Zheng Yu, with his eyes full of expectation. At this moment, Zheng Yu's body still had faint black cracks on its surface, and beside him, 9 dragon-shaped phantoms were swirling and roaming. These dragon-shaped phantoms were condensed from the vigorous ancestral dragon's blood, exuding a powerful aura, as if telling of the ancestral dragon's former supreme majesty. Just as Luo Qian was worried, he was pleasantly surprised to see one of the dragon-shaped phantoms suddenly writhing and then transforming into a stream of golden liquid, slowly flowing into Zheng Yu's body through the cracks on his skin. Seeing this, Luo Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This phenomenon indicated that Zheng Yu had begun to absorb the power of the ancestral dragon's blood, and the most difficult hurdle had finally been crossed. Chapter 352. Preparing to go to Blue Star on a wide platform halfway up the 9th peak, over 100 disciples were orderly standing in front of the teleportation portal, whispering to each other. The 3 figures at the forefront were also talking softly. "It's been almost a week. Why are we still delaying departure?" Kai Qing-sun frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. After not seeing each other for half a year, she still looked radiant, wearing a well-fitting green long dress that perfectly outlined her beautiful figure, inadvertently attracting many disciples' secret glances. "I also hope we can set off soon. My junior brothers and sisters are out there fighting fiercely, and here I am, as the senior brother, just staying on the peak, which is quite embarrassing." Mo Fan scratched his bald head and said helplessly. His head still had no hair, but the chilling aura that once surrounded him had completely vanished at this moment. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal without any aura fluctuations. Only those whose realms were far above his could perceive the terrifying power hidden within him. "Yeah, our new junior brothers from the peak have gone out adventuring. I really don't know what we're waiting for." Kai Qing-sun couldn't help but complain. Chapter 353. Awakening the matter regarding Blue Star is crucial. How can I handle it alone? "Elder Wei Lan, you are powerful, so I must recommend you to go with me," Luo Qian said with a smile. "You clearly know I don't like going out. Yet you insist on forcing me to do these things I don't want to do, right?" Wei Lan's tone remained calm, without much emotional fluctuation, but one could hear the helplessness in it. "Oh, don't just think of yourself. Think about that kid Zheng Yu too. His girlfriend is about to be snatched away. As his master, shouldn't you go support him?" Upon hearing Luo Qian's words, Wei Lan pursed her lips and said, "Zheng Yu is your disciple, not mine. Don't get it wrong." Luo Qian waved his hand and said, "That's not right. Zheng Yu is the only one in our Feiyun sect besides you who has cultivated the Lingyin segment divine technique to its ultimate realm. If he isn't your disciple, then whose is he?" Wei Lan sighed helplessly and, after a moment, couldn't hold back any longer. "What happened to that kid? Is he still in seclusion? It's been almost half a year." "Oh, don't mention it. I'm worried too," Luo Qian said with a face full of grievances. "For this kid, I've nearly spent all the money I saved for marrying a wife. Even my coffin funds are almost gone." Chapter 354. Is it too late to cultivate now? Let us go. Let us go. Now we don't have to wait for Zheng Yu anymore. That kid might not have broken through to the holy rank, so he is too embarrassed to come out. Kai-Ching Sun looked at the spiritual energy flow gradually constructing the rough frame of the teleportation portal and couldn't help but mutter again. That shouldn't be the case. I see Zheng Yu as exceptionally talented, and after being promoted to the Holy Sun, the sect will definitely provide a lot of resources to support him. He shouldn't have not broken through yet. Mo Fan shook his head. As the two were conversing, the teleportation portal in front of them had gradually taken shape, and it would be able to pass smoothly once the Feiyun sex people on the barren planet completed their setup. TCH, I don't believe it. Kai-Ching Sun's voice was suddenly interrupted by a sudden sound wave. She instinctively looked up and saw a red stream of light, like a roaring giant dragon, carrying a chilling dragon might, tearing through the sky and racing towards them at an unstoppable speed. This astonishing commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention. All eyes unconsciously converged as they watched the brilliant figure land steadily on the platform ahead. Chapter 355, 3 Steps to Cultivate the Golden Body Cough, Holy Sun. Our teleportation portal is now open. It will last at most 3 minutes. If you only start cultivating now, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. The elder guarding the teleportation portal couldn't help but remind him. 3 minutes is enough. Zheng Yu took a deep breath, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Since his mother and uncle passed away, Jiang Xia and his master had become the most important people in his life. He had solemnly promised Jiang Xia that he would return. How could he give up because of this small teleportation portal? Just thinking about Jiang Xia made the usually calm Zheng Yu feel a surge of impatience. After speaking, he took out the indestructible golden body sculpture he had obtained earlier and activated it with sacred power. In an instant, a complete set of cultivation techniques appeared in his mind. Following that, Zheng Yu slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his sea of consciousness, calling forth the godly rich system. During his absorption of the ancestral dragon's blood to advance to the holy rank, the godly rich system also completed a new round of upgrades. As the master of the godly rich system, as long as your heart is still beating, wealth will flow in like a river. As a true wealthy individual, one must not only possess endless wealth, but also have an extraordinary demeanor, unfathomable strength, and extraordinary energy. Chapter 356. Current situation of Blue Star. Is this the power of the heavenly Tao? Weilon hesitated to speak. Yes, it's obvious, Luo Qian said, looking up, a sharp light flashing in his black eyes. Although he had sensed it earlier, it was still the first time he had witnessed the impact of the heavenly Tao power so directly. Memories of what the Mountain Emperor had vaguely mentioned about Zheng Yu echoed in his mind, causing him to feel a bit more anxious. Zheng Yu opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and carefully felt the powerful force surging within him like an ocean. Moments later, he raised his head and looked at the elder guarding the teleportation portal, asking, "Elder, do you think this is sufficient?" The elder was already stunned, instinctively nodding his head. This was not just sufficient. It was more than enough. Cultivating the indestructible golden body to the first level of the Copperskin realm was enough to withstand spatial turbulence, and Zheng Yu had actually reached the 4th level. Even if his physical body came into direct contact with spatial turbulence, he would not suffer any harm. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Not only was the elder guarding the teleportation portal shocked into speechlessness, but the other disciples were also deeply stunned, remaining silent. Chapter 357. Conversations earlier. When passing through the teleportation portal, Zheng Yu and his group unexpectedly encountered the onslaught of spatial turbulence. Fortunately, all 9 of them had cultivated the indestructible golden body, and ordinary spatial turbulence was not enough to pose a threat to them. However, Yi Qing's luck was quite poor. She not only fell into the vortex of spatial turbulence, but also coincidentally encountered a dimensional rift. If she accidentally fell into this dimensional rift, she could potentially be transported to a completely unfamiliar realm, and during this process, her body could easily suffer severe injuries. At this moment, Zheng Yu had already cultivated the indestructible golden body to the 4th level, his strength remarkable. In a critical moment, he acted swiftly, throwing a punch to disperse the nearby rampant spatial turbulence, forcefully helping Yi Qing escape the powerful attraction of the dimensional rift, successfully avoiding her being pulled into it. "It's nothing. I was just closest to you earlier. It was just a coincidence," Zheng Yu said with a smile, then added, "Also, there's no need to call me Holy Sun. Just call me Zheng Yu. We're all fellow disciples. No need for formality. By the way, It was your master Elder Zheng who brought me to the peak selection conference. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to join the 7th peak later. Chapter 358. Like returning to an old friend, Shen Yu was Zheng Yu's classmate when he was on Blue Star. They initially met in the 9th middle school and later participated in the provincial joint examination and the dragon slaying incident together. Due to her Xingyu divine ability matching Zheng Yu's thunder divine ability, there had been a brief entanglement between them. Overall, Xingyu had pursued him because of his outstanding talent. Xingyu was the daughter of the crown princess of the great Xia kingdom, and her uncle was the god-tier powerhouse senior Wankai, so her background was quite impressive. But at this moment, she was imprisoned in a cage with heavy shackles on her shoulders, looking every bit the part of a prisoner. Zheng Yu did not expect to encounter an old friend here before even stepping in a Blue Star, and since his friend was in deep trouble, how could he just stand by? Kai Qingsun looked at the girl in the prison cart and saw her face pale as paper, her spirit looking listless. Nevertheless, she still couldn't hide her pure and radiant aura. Even without makeup, it was clear that she was a remarkably beautiful girl with outstanding temperament. I just said that, and we haven't even reached Blue Star yet, and I've run into my sister. Kai Qingsun couldn't help but bite her silver teeth, as anyone could see that Zheng Yu was heading straight for the girl in the prison cart. Chapter 359. Easily defeated, the indestructible golden body gave Zheng Yu an extraordinarily domineering physique, making him fearless of the attacks from the man before him. Moreover, amidst the overwhelming blood energy, there was an invisible yet extremely terrifying dragon might. At the moment Zheng Yu reached out, the middle-aged man was frightened by his aura, as if struck by lightning, becoming stiff and unable to move a muscle. Too weak, Zheng Yu lightly uttered 3 words and then released his hand. The middle-aged man staggered back, while Zheng Yu stepped forward, casually placing his palm on the middle-aged man's chest and giving it a light pat. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like thunder on a clear day, and the middle-aged man flew backward like a kite with a broken string, blood spewing from his mouth, drawing a shocking line of blood in the air. The surrounding guards were immediately alarmed, rushing over. Each of them stared at Zheng Yu, with fear etched on their faces. Their eyes filled with terror. Zheng Yu, what is your cultivation level now? Shen Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The scene before her was far beyond her imagination. Zheng Yu had actually defeated a holy rank powerhouse so easily. Chapter 360. Rescue Operation Senior Wankai is locked up in there? The handsome young man, who is Zheng Yu, asked. Not long after successfully rescuing Shen Yu, he learned that Senior Wankai had been captured by Xianfeng Valley and was being used for various cruel experiments. So he specifically brought everyone to rescue him. Yes, right inside. Shen Yu pointed to the tallest building in the desolate mountain and said, "This is a small branch of Xianfeng Valley. I was previously imprisoned inside, and today I was just being escorted out, preparing to be sent away." All right. Zheng Yu nodded, then turned to the others and said, "Elders, senior brothers and sisters, please assist us later." Zheng Yu, no problem. Just give the order, they replied. Odisong, you are too polite. I've long found Xianfeng Valley displeasing. It's just the right time to stretch my muscles. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then followed Zheng Yu towards the desolate mountain. Luo Qian and Wei Lan leisurely chatted as they casually hung at the back of the group. Zheng Yu and the others' actions quickly drew the attention of the people in the desolate mountain. Many figures soared into the air like startled birds, trying to block their path. Chapter 361. Battle with the great sage. The man in green, Xue Dao, saw the sound wave rope following him closely, and his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly drew out a long knife. His holy power surged out like a torrential flood, infusing into the long knife. Under the enhancement of a holy power, the surface of a long knife shimmered with a dazzling light, radiating an extremely sharp brilliance, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Immediately afterward, he gripped the long knife tightly with both hands, raised it high, and struck fiercely at the sound wave ropes. Accompanied by a heart-stopping collision sound, some of the sound wave ropes were successfully severed under this fierce knife momentum, dissipating into strands of energy in the air. However, how could Zheng Yu allow him to easily break free from his restraints? Almost instantly, more sound wave ropes surged toward Xue Dao like a roaring tide, enveloping him completely, with faint light flickering on the ropes, resembling agile spirit snakes. Determined to bind Xue Dao tightly. Friends of Fei Yun's sect, spare me. The painting god is my uncle. Seeing this, Xue Dao quickly pleaded loudly. Who is your friend? Zheng Yu's expression was cold and unmoved, his hands slowly clenched in his sleeve, his gaze as frosty as ice. The sound wave ropes seemed to sense their master's will, rushing toward Shui Dao at an even faster speed, as if they wanted to completely engulf him. Chapter 362. The fisherman. The melodious music entered Shui Dao's ears, and the sound seemed to have a magical power that made his movements freeze instantly, his eyes showing a moment of confusion. When his gaze refocused, he only saw a green knife continuously enlarging in front of him, its blade flickering with a cold light. Shui Dao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly formed a layer of black shield in front of him, trying to block this fierce blow. But the green knife was accompanied by a flash of starlight, which was the perfect combination of Zheng Yu's star-splitting knife technique and the power of the goose feather. With a crack, the black shield was instantly shattered, and the green knife struck directly at Shui Dao's chest. Unable to dodge in time, Shui Dao was hit by the green knife. Although Zheng Yu flipped his wrist at the last moment, using the back of the knife, the immense power still made Shui Dao grunt, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Zheng Yu descended from the air and walked toward Shui Dao. Once again, sound wave ropes appeared beside him, like agile spirit snakes, quickly binding Shui Dao tightly. This time, Shui Dao could no longer resist, only able to stare at Zheng Yu with a gaze full of resentment. "You little bastard, how dare you hurt me? My uncle will never let you go." Shui Dao gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 363. The purpose of Jiang Xia staying on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai was genuinely surprised. His eyes filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Xia is your girlfriend?" Zheng Yu was slightly taken aback, then nodded, reminiscing, "Yes, do you know her?" After more than a year, hearing that familiar name from someone he knew brought a ripple of emotion to Zheng Yu's heart, even though he was usually calm and composed. "I know her, the heart of 7 apertures. How could I not know her?" Wang Kai replied with a puzzled expression. "But she told me before that her boyfriend is already dead." Zheng Yu's expression stiffened slightly, and his thoughts instantly drifted back to that time. At that time, due to restrictions, he couldn't maintain contact with Jiang Xia through the copper mirror, and in the end, he could only rely on the power of the Mountain Emperor to send out a difficult message. "Jiang Xia, I am alive. Wait for me." Now it seemed that this message did not successfully reach Jiang Xia, so she mistakenly thought he was dead. Just thinking about this possibility made Zheng Yu's heart twitch. "I am indeed her boyfriend. As you know, my physical body was destroyed, and I went to the headquarters of Feiyun's sect to find a chance to be resurrected. So Jiang Xia might have mistakenly thought I had passed away," Zheng Yu explained. Chapter 364. Wedding dress. The Holy Sun speaks heavily. The Holy Sun is being polite. "Senior brother Zheng Yu, you must introduce Sister Jiang Xia to me later." The other elders and Yi Qing immediately responded enthusiastically. Thank you all. Later, Jiang Xia and I will treat everyone to a meal." Zheng Yu clasped his hands together, sincerely expressing his gratitude to everyone. "A meal is not enough. It's best to drink." "Yes, it would be even better if we could drink at a wedding." "Haha." Everyone chimed in, dispersing the previously tense atmosphere. A bit further away, Shen Yu, who had already dismembered Shui Dao, stopped and quietly gazed at this warm scene before her. In her heart, a moment of regret suddenly flashed. If that year she hadn't said those resolute words to Zheng Yu, would Zheng Yu today have come because of her? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Time cannot flow backward, and what has been missed has ultimately been missed. Blue Star, Daxia Nation, Chang'an City, number 180, West Street. The tall and solid city walls stretched from afar, surrounding an extraordinarily large manor. Just a few more steps would allow one to clearly see the solemn and majestic gate of the Daxia Nation's royal palace. Chapter 365. The coronation ceremony. Chang'an City was bustling with people. Today was the grand day of the Daxia Nation's prince, Xia Yun, ascending the throne, and it was also the day he welcomed the empress. The entire Chang'an City was immersed in an extraordinarily lively atmosphere, with streets and alleys adorned with lanterns and colorful banners, red silk fluttering, and a festive spirit permeating every corner. Xia Yun's status was not simple. He was not only the future emperor of the Daxia Nation, but also the direct disciple of Zhao Fan, the leader of the first-level planetary force, Xianfeng Valley. With this identity, those aliens who were used to being arrogant on Blue Star had to restrain their sharpness and behave themselves upon arriving in Chang'an. The square in front of Xuanwu Gate was heavily guarded. Troops were lined up neatly, Soldiers stood tall, exuding a sharp aura, guarding the Xuanwu Gate like a copper wall and iron bastion. In addition, there were also disciples dressed in Xianfeng Valley attire assisting in the defense nearby. Such a solid defense was impenetrable, and even a fly wouldn't be able to get in. Standing on Xuanwu Gate and looking out, one could see that outside the fence of Xuanwu Gate, a sea of people surged like a tide, completely surrounding the area. Chapter 366. I did not support this marriage. Next, the Emperor Xiaoyun will welcome Jiang Xia as the Empress. Please welcome Jiang Xia to the stage. Li Ximing, holding a jade scepter, read aloud in a loud voice. The high platform made of white jade emitted a soft, shimmering light under the sunlight, extraordinarily beautiful. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting, a stunning young girl in a wedding dress descended from the sky. Her wedding dress was a masterpiece. With a skirt flowing like a galaxy, countless tiny diamonds and pearls carefully embedded within, each reflecting brilliant light. While the wedding dress was undoubtedly beautiful, what was even more stunning was the girl wearing it. Her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, and against the backdrop of the pure, white wedding dress, she appeared even more crystal clear. Her eyebrows resembled crescent moons, perfectly arching above her eyes, with the tips slightly raised, naturally giving off a cold and aloof aura that made people hesitant to approach her easily. In the originally noisy arena, the moment the girl appeared, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill, falling into a moment of silence. Countless gazes converged on this stunning figure that made the world lose its color. And everyone was shocked by her beauty. Even Tai Tan, who usually scoffed at feminine charms, couldn't help but sit up straight and stare at her a few more times. Chapter 367. The final reunion. Li Ximing originally intended to step forward immediately to stop this audacious young man who dared to cause a scene during the emperor's ascension and the queen's wedding ceremony. However, when his gaze swept across the other party's face, he seemed to have been hit by a petrifying spell, involuntarily halting his actions, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was a senior of Zheng Yu, also an alumnus of Zheng, and had personally witnessed Zheng Yu's thunderous destruction of the once mighty Rong family. Therefore, even though Zheng Yu's appearance had slightly changed, he recognized him instantly. Due to Li Ximing's hesitation, the arena suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone's attention was drawn to this unexpected turn of events, their breaths quickening. On the city wall of Xuanwu Gate, Zhang Hua's gaze was sharp as an eagle. Scanning the surroundings, his eyes deep as a dark pool, making it impossible to guess what he was truly thinking. Lu Fen continued to swing her legs, smiling and saying, "Great, it looks like there's a good show to watch." Beside her, Tai Tan excitedly licked his lips, his eyes burning with intensity as if they could shoot fire, fixated on the suddenly appearing youth in the green shirt on the square. Chapter 368. Duke of Ingua on the city wall of Xuanwu Gate. An old man with white hair descended like a flash of black lightning. His brows were tightly knitted together, resembling two entangled caterpillars. Looking at Zheng Yu with a face full of dissatisfaction and a gaze filled with intense anger. It was the Duke of Ingua. Now that the Duke of Ingua had intervened, that arrogant young man was finally going to face the consequences. Damn it. How dare he cause trouble in our Chang'an city? Does he really think there's no one in the great Xia kingdom? Outside the railing, the crowd was instantly filled with indignation, shouting one after another. Xiaoyun had a pretty good reputation in the great Xia kingdom, and many people mistakenly thought that Zheng Yu was from an extraterrestrial force, specifically here to cause trouble, so they were filled with resentment towards him. As for the identity of the Duke of Ingua, it was also not simple. He was a sworn brother of the previous emperor, having served through 3 reigns, and had held the position of Minister of Rights multiple times over his more than 90 years of service. Renowned for his integrity and dedication to the people wherever he went. It was only earlier this year, after successfully reaching the 2nd level of the sacred realm and seeing a glimmer of possibility to touch the divine realm, that he voluntarily stepped down from the high position of Minister of Rights. Zheng Yu naturally recognized this famously upright old official and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Duke of Ingua, I'm also a citizen of the great Xia kingdom. May I be allowed to finish speaking?" Chapter 369. Power revealed with a furious roar from the Duke of Ingua. The originally clear sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. A huge crack opening up, and the light of the sun and moon poured down like a flooding river, coalescing into an immense pillar of light in midair, carrying a world-destroying momentum and fiercely smashing down towards Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu's expression turned grave, fully aware that this strike was no small matter. He activated his indestructible golden body with all his might, a layer of golden shield appearing around him, tightly protecting him within. Then, he took a deep breath and finally unleashed his sacred power without reservation, 2 lotus flowers slowly appearing behind him. With the emergence of the lotus flowers, Zheng Yu's aura suddenly surged, the power within him continuously flowing towards the green blade in his hand. At that moment, the green blade radiated an overwhelming green light, and the shadow of stars faintly emerged on the blade's surface. Star-crushing blade technique, shattered star. Zheng Yu leaped like a black lightning bolt, pouncing towards the massive pillar of light. With the green blade raised high, he suddenly slashed down fiercely, the green light colliding with the pillar of light in mid-air, erupting with a deafening roar, as if the entire world trembled at that moment. Chapter 370. Formation. The dark clouds surged like torn black silk, wildly churning above the sky. The once lively square instantly fell into dead silence, and everyone was shocked to see a colossal dragon, covered in crimson gold scales, appearing from the clouds like a moving golden mountain. Its dragon horns were sharp as swords, glinting with a cold light, and its dragon whiskers whipped through the air like steel whips, especially those enormous dragon eyes, burning red like smoldering coals, radiating endless fury. Xia Yun, you didn't expect me to return, did you? The dragon's voice roared like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully. I thought you truly cared for the common people. So I tolerated your poisoning of your doting father and endured your assassination of your beloved brother. But I didn't expect you to be deceiving me all along. The dragon let out an enraged roar, and the crowd in the square erupted in chaos. Is this the legendary Senior Wang Kai? Yes, I wouldn't mistake it. I still have his statue at home. Didn't the legends say Senior Wang Kai died? How would he be here? Are you stupid? Haven't you understood yet? Our emperor is a foolish ruler, a villain. Chapter 371. One man destroys 4 sparrows. The deep blue flower enveloped the spirit lion, the petals swirling around it like living creatures. The spirit lion let out an unwilling roar, its strong claws frantically scratching at the petals, producing sparks that shone brightly in the blue light. Yet could not break free from the deep blue flower's restraints, although it had trapped one spirit lion. This brief suppression made Zheng Yu's form momentarily stagnant, exposing a fatal flaw. Another spirit lion seized the opportunity, pouncing towards his back like a flash of lightning. Zheng Yu suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness surge from behind, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Just at that critical moment, a graceful figure swooped past like a startled swan, blocking in front of him. It was Jiang Xia, her silver accessories jingling, and her pure white wedding dress fluttering in the wind, resembling a fairy descending to earth. She raised her jade hand gracefully, and a phantom white light fell upon the spirit lion like a shooting star. A strange occurrence took place. The spirit lion's body began to twist and deform, as if time were flowing backward on it. Its body rapidly shrank, soon transforming into a pure spirit energy, reintegrating into a bronze lion on the west side of the square. Zheng Yu caught a glimpse of the 3 splendidly blooming lotus flowers behind Jiang Xia and couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 372. Luo Qian appears as soon as the words left his mouth. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, falling into an eerie stillness. The flow of time came to an abrupt halt, the wind no longer blowing, the clouds no longer drifting, and even the sound of people's breathing seemed to have frozen in the air. In the next second, a figure flashed like a ghost, Zhang Hua suddenly appearing in front of Jiang Xia. This was not a supernatural power of time-stopping, but rather his speed had reached its peak, making it seem as if he transcended time in that instant, rendering everything around him so slow. The space seemed to freeze into solid ice, and Zhang Hua could even clearly see every strand of Jiang Xia's hair slowly drifting backward, as if in a slow-motion scene from movie. His expression was cold and stern as he slowly extended his hand, containing immense power in his palm, striking towards Jiang Xia's chest, as if to completely erase her vitality. However, an unexpected event occurred. Jiang Xia, who appeared motionless in the still world, actually slowly closed her eyes. In this critical moment, she swiftly brought her hands together in front of her chest, using her frail body to block Zheng Hua's strike that contained terrifying power. Chapter 373. Zheng Hua's small world unexpectedly. An event occurred that caught Luo Qian off guard. Upon seeing him appear, Zheng Hua not only showed no surprise, but instead coldly laughed, his smile filled with disdain and mockery. Luo Qian, do you think that after killing all the elders and disciples of my Xianfeng Valley on the desolate mountain, I wouldn't know you were coming? I had already left a painting at the foot of that desolate mountain as reconnaissance, and I have long since discovered your movements. Since you've thrown yourself into the trap, today I shall take revenge for the tens of thousands of disciples of my Windazong. After speaking, a simple ancient brush suddenly appeared in Zheng Hua's hand. The brush looked ordinary, but its tip emitted a strange glow, as if it contained endless mysterious power. He skillfully waved his wrist, drawing profound lines in the air, those lines swirling as if they had a life of their own. As the brush moved, grotesque demon shadows began to materialize in the void. First, a giant python the size of a mountain appeared, its body coiling for dozens of yards. Then a three-headed, six-armed demon emerged, each arm wielding a weapon that glinted with cold light, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Though these demons were created from the painting, they exuded a real, terrifying aura, making one feel as if they were in the hell of Azura. Chapter 374. The Chang'an map as the indestructible golden body as purple gold shadow merged into his body. Luo Qian radiated a dazzling golden light, as hot as the sun, seemingly dispelling all darkness. His skin became as hard as golden metal, gleaming with a metallic luster. His size instantly tripled, muscles bulging, resembling steel lines, showcasing immense power, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Luo Qian shouted angrily, his golden fists striking out like meteors, each punch containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The chains that bound him were all snapped under this immense power, shattering into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the space around him suddenly twisted, as if an invisible force was tearing and reshaping it. A small world slowly unfolded behind him, where the sun, moon, and stars flickered, emitting a mysterious and gentle light. Mountains and rivers appeared, rolling and flowing endlessly, and an infinite pressure radiated from it, instilling awe in all. This newly emerged small world completely crushed Zheng Hua's painting space into fragments. Countless people were left dumbfounded. Entering the respectful realm allows one to create their own small world. But most people, like Zheng Hua, only dare to create a small world from familiar environments, such as a painting studio or a small courtyard. Chapter 375. Wei Lan makes her move. Zheng Hua's expression was indifferent. Although he did not dare to kill Luo Qian recklessly, as long as he could capture Luo Qian, the Mountain Emperor would certainly be cautious. At that time, if he could set up a clever trap to kill that supreme being, the Feiyun sect would lose its backbone and become fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. As the greatest contributor, he might even gain the key to the Mountain Emperor's journey to the outer universe. In fact, at his level, the revenge against the Windazong was merely an excuse. Everything stemmed from interests. So-called emotions were merely illusions in the face of absolute benefits. Once he left this broken universe, the sky was high and the sea was vast. Wouldn't he be free to roam? Zheng Hua's heart was filled with fantasies about the future and thinking of the wonderful events that might happen. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he intended to take Luo Qian, who was trapped in the painting, away. However, just as he was about to do so, a Zhengyan white tiger suddenly appeared beside the already solidified Luo Qian within the painting. The white tiger's eyes sparkled with piercing light, like two burning flames, seemingly able to see through everything. Smoke suddenly rose from its position, with strands of white flames emerging from it, containing what seemed to be the hottest power in the world. Chapter 376. A twist in the twist. Let us take him down together. I want to go back to sleep, Wei Lan said, looking at Luo Qian. She didn't like going out, and since she hadn't slept well last night, she just wanted to quickly deal with the matter at hand and return for a good sleep. No, fine, I'll let Zheng Hua off easy then. Luo Qian started to speak, but changed his wording under Wei Lan's threatening gaze. The two then looked at Zheng Hua, who was now completely flustered, trembling legs almost turning to run away. But just as Luo Qian and Wei Lan were ready to act, a new twist occurred. Buzz. A melodious and mysterious bell sound came from afar, as if a kind of sacred sound resonated through heaven and earth, capable of penetrating the soul and stirring the heart. Fairy Wei Lan, Emperor Qian Kuei, please do not continue fighting. A gentle yet penetrating voice came from afar, seemingly carrying an irresistible magic that made everyone present shudder. Following the sound, they saw an old man slowly floating down from the horizon. He wore a simple blue robe, his hair white, but his spirit vigorous. Holding what seemed to be an ordinary fishing rod, the famous fishing elder from the Piao Miao universe. Chapter 377. The qualification to enter the ruins. The most crucial point is that these ruins are almost a recreation of the ancient blue star. The ancient blue star was a powerful existence that surpassed the first-level planetary strength, filled with fragments of laws. And these fragments are essential items for stepping into the divine tier. For every holy tier cultivator, they possess a deadly allure. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian's brow twitched slightly. Clearly intrigued, he had also received related news yesterday, stating that a super-large ruin from the blue star would soon appear. If he could let Zheng Yu enter it, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to advance to the divine tier sooner. Not enough. After a moment, Luo Qian slowly shook his head and said, Emperor Qiankui, please feel free to say whatever conditions you have. Just name them. The fishing elder smiled and said. Luo Qian rubbed his chin, his gaze falling on Chang'an City below. I think that painting Zhang Hua created earlier is quite good. If he can give me that painting, I might consider letting him off the hook. Luo Qian, you're simply dreaming. Zhang Hua was so angry that he almost spat out blood. That painting of Chang'an City was a masterpiece he had spent 100 years of effort to complete, incorporating countless precious artifacts, almost equivalent to his entire fortune. How could he bear to give it away? Chapter 378. Preparing to kill Jiangshang. Hello everyone. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Xia. Zheng Yu stood up and introduced her to everyone with confidence. At this point, the relationship between him and Jiang Xia had finally settled down and was completely confirmed. Hello everyone. Jiang Xia's small face flushed slightly. The coldness in her eyes from before had completely dissipated, and at this moment, she was filled with joy mixed with a hint of shyness. Good. Wei Lan's face was full of affection, and Luo Qian was the first to applaud. The expressions of the others varied. Mo Fan looked on with envy. After all, Jiang Xia was not only beautiful with fair skin, but her displayed strength during the day was also quite impressive. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted and maintained her smile. As for Kai Qing's son, her expression was much more complicated, her hands unconsciously intertwined, forcing a smile on her face. Wei Lan glanced at her foolish disciple and sighed inwardly. When young, one must avoid encountering overly stunning individuals. All right, back to business. Luo Qian put away his smile and said seriously, during this time, Wei Lan and I have the task of re-establishing the branch of Feiyun sect on Blue Star. Chapter 379. Zhang family's divine river. As he read the details about Jiang Xia and the bronze mirror, Zheng Yu's heart was enveloped by a strong sense of tenderness. He gently walked in front of Jiang Xia, his gaze unconsciously falling on her luscious red lips, and finally could no longer hold back, leaning down to kiss her. After a soft murmur, Jiang Xia finally woke up completely. She widened her eyes in surprise, instinctively pushing Zheng Yu away, a charming flush instantly appearing on her face. Hey, why did you do that so early in the morning? Jiang Xia pouted. You were just too beautiful. I couldn't help it. Zheng Yu said with a grin. All you do is sweet talk. What was up with that senior sister Kai yesterday? I felt like she was treating you differently. Jiang Xia pretended to be angry. And what about that junior sister Yi Qing, calling you Zheng Yu senior brother so affectionately? Zheng Yu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that jealousy was indeed a woman's nature. Even a girl like Jiang Xia couldn't avoid it. After the two of them teased each other for a while, they finally sat down to discuss serious matters. Jiang Xia took out a stack of documents and said, Zheng Yu, Jiangshang is not an easy character to deal with. If we want to kill him, we must be fully prepared. Chapter 380. Breaking in Su Ping. Have you contacted Zhuxiao sect yet? The old man asked. He was Jiangshang, the actual controller of the Zheng family. Although he appeared to be just a frail old man, he was actually a powerful figure in the Great Sage realm. Master, Zhuxiao sect has not responded yet. The guest named Su Ping quickly stood up and said respectfully, Sai. In the past, when we were sitting in our own well, looking at the sky, while the Qian family and Xiao family were busy flattering those extraterrestrial forces. I looked down on them. I didn't expect that today we would have to suffer the consequences. Jiangshang sighed with regret in his eyes. Back then, the ban on the surface of Blue Star had not yet been lifted, and extraterrestrial beings could not easily enter Blue Star, only able to choose representatives from within to support. At that time, among the four major families of the Daxia Kingdom, the Qian family, Xiao family, and others chose to ally with an extraterrestrial force. Only the Zheng family remained aloof, calculating their own interests. Father, you can't blame yourself entirely. At that time, it was said that the ban would take another 10 years to lift. Who would have thought it would disappear so quickly? Zhang Xi said. At that time, the Zhang family's idea was to be a fence-sitter, waiting for the best opportunity to join the strongest force and gain the maximum benefit. Chapter 381. Jiangshang's cultivation. Moreover, during the rescue of Li Lei, Jiang Xia discovered claw marks from a frost giant bear behind him. Mian City has a hot climate and cannot sustain a cold attribute beast like the frost giant bear. So this bear must have been specially brought in by someone to carry out an assassination. Li Lei was just a retired old man, with no wealth or enmity with others, who had the ability to command such a rare frost giant bear, and who would go through such trouble to send it to kill him. The answer is obvious. Your father is a waste. And I didn't expect you to be such a disgrace. Jiang Xi finally couldn't contain his anger. The holy level spiritual energy rapidly gathering in his palm into a dazzling golden light, which he hurled at Jiang Xia like a cannonball. I'll play with you. Mo Fan, stroking his bald head, stepped forward with an easy demeanor. He calmly reached out, grabbing that ball of golden light, and then squeezed it tightly with his fingers. With a pop, that powerful golden light was extinguished. Then, Mo Fan's figure flashed, and he rushed forward, engaging Jiang Xi in a fight. Chapter 382. The power of the seven-hearted Ling Long, the Zhang family's divine river emerged, and the river flowing from the bronze mirror seemed to connect to another world. A shadow like a ghost emerged from the whirlpool. It resembled a giant centipede, but had 9 lion heads filled with fangs, each mane entwined with eerie blue flames. Exudinga Shidinyoha. Its body scraped against the ground, producing a sharp sound like metal clashing. And it was none other than the 9-headed poison centipede capable of controlling fire and poison. This 9-headed poison centipede was covered in red and green lotuses, showcasing its cultivation at the 2nd level of the Holy Realm. Damn it! The 9-headed poison centipede blocked Zheng Yu's path to support Jiang Xia, and he couldn't help but curse. However, he quickly suppressed his impatience, and holy energy erupted around him, filling the air with a powerful aura that made the atmosphere tremble. With the Yenling blade in hand, he raised a 3-zhang blade light like a brilliant rainbow. The starlight on Zheng Yu's arm flickered, and several strands of blade energy instantly shot out, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, heading straight for the 9-headed poison centipede. The 9-headed poison centipede reacted extremely quickly, 3 lion heads simultaneously opening their large mouths, spewing out rolling toxic smoke that formed thick gray fog, acting as a solid barrier to block Zheng Yu's incoming blade energy. Chapter 383. The North Sea Giant Bear. The moment the hourglass hit the ground, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. Jiangshang's raised sleeve froze in midair. Even the arc of his cold smile was locked in place. Jiang Xia, however, flashed and disappeared from her original spot. In the next second, she appeared right in front of Jiangshang. A star blade reappeared in her hand, her eyes filled with determination, directly stabbing towards Jiangshang's forehead. As the great revenge was about to be avenged, a sense of exhilaration appeared in Jiang Xia's eyes, a feeling of long-suppressed hatred about to be released. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Jiangshang's pupils suddenly contracted in the frozen time and space, as if sensing a fatal crisis. Immediately after, dazzling green light erupted around him, and his sleeves suddenly exuded a viscous substance like asphalt. Countless tiny black holes appeared like greedy termites, frantically gnawing at the void. Crack! In an instant, the condensed time and space was shattered, as if a mirror had been violently smashed. Jiangshang's withered palm swept through the void, carrying a force of destruction that crushed the starlight sword blade Jiang Xia had swung. Then, he suddenly extended his right foot and kicked heavily towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's body shimmered with a faint light as she activated her rewind ability, seemingly reversing time. And in an instant, she returned to her original position, dodging Jiang Shang's attack. Chapter 384. Battle with the Bear. Yi Qing followed closely. A rich holy power erupted from her palm, transforming into a green energy ball. The green energy ball landed on a human-faced spider, and countless roots burrowed out, viciously stabbing into the spider's body. The human-faced spider shrieked in pain, struggling frantically to break free from the roots, but to no avail. A melodious flute sound began to play as Kai Qing's son joined the battle to aid everyone. With the help of a few, Zheng Yu successfully broke through and rushed towards the beaming giant bear. Watching Zheng Yu advance rapidly, Kai Qing's eyes revealed a hint of worry. The beaming giant bear was a divine-level monster. The difference between divine and holy was like a chasm that could not be crossed. She felt that Zheng Yu could not possibly be a match for the beaming giant bear, and upon entering the divine level, it would certainly wield the power of laws. The power of laws was a high-level energy, and if Zheng Yu were to be eroded by this power, it could even damage his foundation. Thinking of this, Kai Qing's son felt a surge of anxiety and immediately spoke up. Senior brother Mo Fan, let's unleash our full strength and then go help Zheng Yu and the others. Mo Fan and Yi Qing nodded, their faces also filled with solemnity, as they were all too aware of the terror of divine-level beings. Chapter 385. The reappearance of the death law. Zheng Yu hurriedly twisted his body, and a faint string sound suddenly resonated in the air, as if coming from the distant horizon. A deep blue flower suddenly appeared at the feet of the beaming ice bear, blocking its deadly stomp. Then, Zheng Yu threw out a green bottle. As soon as the bottle was released, streams of water poured out from its mouth. These streams of water, like agile water snakes, rapidly coiled around the beaming ice bear, quickly forming a gigantic water sphere that wrapped it tightly. The beaming ice bear struggled madly within the water sphere, its fur standing on end as it let out an angry roar. This attack was an ability Zheng Yu acquired after fully mastering the Return to Origin bottle, possessing a powerful effect for trapping enemies. Although it was his first use, the effect was quite remarkable, even managing to trap the divine-level beaming ice bear for a moment. However, this attack evidently also thoroughly enraged the beaming ice bear. Even within the water's confinement, it was still possible to see snowflake-like patterns appearing on its fur. These patterns spread rapidly like living creatures, and in the blink of an eye, they froze the entire water sphere into a gigantic ice block. With a loud bang, the ice block cracked open on its own, and the beaming ice bear escaped. Chapter 386. Promotion of Divine Weapons. Star Plucking. Zheng Yu seized the opportunity, raised the goose feather blade high, and executed his strongest move. A massive meteorite mixed with mysterious gray mist fell from the sky like a star of destruction, crashing heavily down towards the beaming ice bear. The beaming ice bear attempted to turn and counterattack, but found its movements had become incredibly slow. The gray mist had enveloped most of its body, and it had lost sensation in the areas covered. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the beaming ice bear's massive body was forcefully pressed down by the meteorite. The ground instantly collapsed, forming a huge pit, and the surrounding buildings fell under the powerful impact. Zheng Yu darted forward, appearing like a phantom in front of the beaming ice bear, raised the goose feather blade, and stabbed fiercely at its vulnerable eye socket. The beaming ice bear let out a chilling howl, blood spraying out like a fountain, instantly soaking Zheng Yu's clothes, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. Mo Fan, Gai Sun, and the others had just finished battling other monsters in the Divine River and were preparing to come to Zheng Yu and Jiang Xia's aid. When they turned to see this scene, they were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 387. The Underworld. Jiang Shang's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. He slowly raised his right hand, seemingly wanting to do something, but ultimately fell heavily, breathless, and lost his life. Jiang Xia, father. A mournful cry came from afar. A woman in a dress, resembling Jiang Xia to some extent, was stumbling towards them. She fell onto Jiang Shang's corpse, crying out loud. Jiang Xia involuntarily took 2 steps back, looking at the woman before her with a complicated expression. She was her mother. Jiang Xia, how could you be so cruel? He is your grandfather. How dare you kill him? The woman sobbed, her voice filled with grief. What did he do? Don't you know? Jiang Xia coldly replied. Grandpa Li is my true grandfather, and he saw blood relations merely as tools for profit. If I hadn't awakened the 7 apertures Linglong heart, If Grandpa hadn't fought to protect me, I might have been killed by him long ago. And now, how dare you come to blame me? Where were you when he beat me and others bullied me? A hint of blood rose in Zheng Xia's eyes, her teeth clenched tightly on her lip, almost biting through it. Chapter 388. A noteworthy opponent. After hearing this, Zheng Yu felt his heart race. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the ordinary world, spiritual energy was already thin, let alone fragments of laws. A normal cultivator wanting to ascend to the divine level would either spend a long time accumulating and refining the extremely rare law fragments by continuously compressing the quality of spiritual energy, or obtain them from some ancient relics, which were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Of course, there is also a key issue. What kind of law would you choose as the foundation for your divine crystal? Luo Qian sat up straight, looking directly at Zheng Yu, her expression becoming serious. The divine crystal will be the core for building your small world in the future. Because of the ancestor dragon, you currently possess first-grade spiritual energy. And due to the spirit kidney, you also have first-grade death energy. First-grade spiritual energy is very close to the power of laws. So if you choose the death law or the power law as your foundation, and with enough law support, you should be able to refine the divine crystal quickly. Of course, if you want to choose a different law, it is not impossible, but it will be much more difficult to initially contain the law power. Zheng Yu fell into deep thought. Chapter 389. Wang Chuan? Is the divine river's purpose merely to nurture monsters? Zheng Yu frowned, gripping the bronze mirror, lost in thought. After several days of tempering, he had basically mastered the characteristics of this bronze mirror. This mirror had no other complicated effects. Its main function was to carry the mysterious divine river within. This divine river was quite magical, capable of binding contracts with monsters and aiding their growth. However, Zheng Yu always felt that there seemed to be some secrets behind this divine river that he had yet to discover. The reason lies in the fact that when he first refined the bronze mirror, he clearly felt an inexplicable tremor in his inner spiritual kidney. That moment of strangeness has lingered in his heart, refusing to fade away. Should he go in and explore it further? Zheng Yu furrowed his brows and examined the bronze mirror several times from different angles. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind to infuse it with holy power to activate it. As the holy power was continuously injected, the bronze mirror began to enlarge gradually, and ripples appeared on its surface, spreading out in circles as if it were the entrance to another world. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and stepped inside. Chapter 390. Various forces 300 miles west of the capital Chang'an in the Great Xia Kingdom lies an endless stretch of the Taibai mountain range. This mountain range is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, with rugged and perilous terrain rarely visited by anyone. However, on this particular morning, a number of people began to gather on a peak on the eastern side of the mountain range. These individuals occupied different corners, whispering to each other, creating a lively atmosphere. As time passed, the sound of wind breaking through the air could be heard from above, and more people rushed to the scene. Whoosh! Another large group of figures swept in like a gale, causing many to cast fearful glances. This group was none other than the people from the Feiyun sect, led by the rebellious-looking Luo Qian, with Zheng Yu, Jiang Xia, and others among them. There are too many people, right? Didn't the old fisherman say there were only 20 spots to enter? Zheng Yu looked at the densely packed crowd on the cliff platform, somewhat astonished. Firstly, that old man must have lied. The number of spots to enter is definitely more than 20. Luo Qian remained indifferent and said, secondly, once this ancient relic is opened, there will inevitably be a large number of fragments of laws overflowing. So even if we don't go in, we can still benefit greatly from cultivating nearby. Chapter 391. Long time no see. Zhou Zheng Yu's expression instantly turned to one of shock, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. The flowing red dress, the graceful figure, and the charming yet affectionate gaze. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Huowu. 2 years had passed, and her appearance had not changed much, but her temperament had become much more restrained, adding a touch of mature charm. Zheng Yu, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Zhou Huowu said, her eyes slightly reddening as she looked at the young man before her. During the college entrance examination years ago, Zhou Cheng had severely injured himself by voluntarily severing his internal Jinmu to cut ties with Rong Guang, making it nearly impossible for him to cultivate. To make up for his foundation, Zhou Huowu, took Zhou Cheng to the northern universe to embark on a journey to find a world tree. At that time, the situation was urgent, and she chose to leave without saying goodbye. It was only later, once things stabilized, that she learned from Shunyu about Zheng Yu's death. Over the past year or two, every time she thought of Zheng Yu, her heart ached. Until not long ago, when news of Zheng Yu causing a scene at the Xuanwu Gate spread, she realized that not only was Zheng Yu alive, but he had also become the holy son of the Feiyun sect. Yes, I was lucky. When I left Blue Star, I intended to find you, but you had already left, Zheng Yu said with emotion. Chapter 392. Confrontation. Luo Qian's sharp words made the atmosphere even quieter. One could only say that the Qian Kuei emperor truly lived up to his name, showing no room for compromise. Zhao Nuoshan's expression darkened instantly, and he snapped his folding fan shut with a loud clap, breaking the brief silence. Luo Qian, you are being too arrogant, Zhao Nuoshan exclaimed angrily. Aren't you just relying on having a good father? If it weren't for the Mountain Emperor protecting you, you wouldn't even know how many times you've died. Zhao Nuoshan was filled with fury, pointing at Luo Qian and reprimanding him loudly. As a respected figure, how can you be so vulgar, cursing with every breath? Is this your cultivation? Is this the quality of your Feiyun sect? Luo Qian laughed disdainfully and replied leisurely, Zhao Nuoshan, let's not beat around the bush. You must have cursed me countless times in your heart. Why pretend to talk about quality here? I just say whatever comes to mind. Well, you can only keep it bottled up inside. And don't bring my father into this. If you really have a problem, just come and clash with me now. Before his words fell, Luo Qian snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly surged. A powerful and suffocating pressure rushed toward Zhao Nuoshan like a tidal wave. Chapter 393. Relic activation. Xie Kun's fists tightened in his sleeves, his nails almost digging into his palms, his heart burning with anger. The Xianfeng Valley indeed had not yet determined the Holy Sun, and his status was slightly lacking, but Zheng Yu's words were truly hurtful. Xie Kun originally knew about the conflict between Xia Yun and Zheng Yu and planned to let Xia Yun take the stage while he reaped the benefits. But at this moment, Zheng Yu's words had completely stirred up his killing intent. If they truly encountered each other in the relic, he might really have to strike first. After waiting a while longer, the remaining forces also arrived one after another. In an instant, the cliff was bustling with people, various auras intertwining. Soon, visible ripples began to appear in the air above the cliff. Everyone near the mountain peak became restless due to this change, their gazes intensely fixed on the distorted space. After all, they had witnessed the opening of several relics in the past, but the commotion from this relic was undoubtedly the most significant. The terrifying fluctuations spread through the sky at an astonishing speed, and faintly, everyone saw the dark land through the continuously twisting space. Chapter 394. Zombies? Everyone followed Zheng Yu's gaze and saw a dozen figures swaying towards them, their movements extremely eerie. The actions of these figures were strange, as if their joints were uncontrollable, yet they advanced at a considerable speed, like phantoms. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. They raised their heads, revealing faces as pale as paper, and the most bizarre thing was that their eye sockets were hollow, as if consumed by darkness, with a trickle of black, foul blood seeping out. My God, what kind of monster is this? Yi Qing looked at the zombie-like creatures before him, his face instantly showing extreme disgust, as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Zheng Yu's expressions turned grave, their eyes fixed tightly on these strange beings. Their long nails gleamed with a cold light, and an extremely powerful wave of energy was continuously emanating from their bodies. It was clear that these creatures were anything but ordinary. Zheng Yu, with a mind to test, took the initiative to strike. He twisted his wrist sharply, and in an instant, enchanting strings of music resonated in the air, as if countless spirits were dancing among the notes. Several ropes formed from the notes, like agile spirit snakes, flew accurately towards one of the creatures. Chapter 395. Golden Core. Everyone engaged in a heated discussion again, but no definitive conclusion could be drawn. After all, this cultivation method should be a unique product from the ancient times of Blue Star, and Mo Fan and the others had never heard of it before. Regarding its specific mysteries, everyone could only speculate. All right, we will study it after we go out. Who wants this golden Dan? Zheng Yu asked. The golden Dan contains the law of gold, while Zheng Yu needs the law of strength or the law of the undead. So he has no need for this golden Dan. There are many people practicing the 5 elemental laws, which means that the difficulty of going further on this path is higher. Moreover, compared to some special laws, the power of the 5 elemental laws is not particularly outstanding. Therefore, the few people present did not speak immediately and fell into a brief silence. After a moment, it was Kai Ching-sun who spoke up. Then let me take it. I will give it a try. Senior sister, aren't you going to choose the wood law? Zheng Yu asked in confusion. If no one needs it, it can be kept for now and exchanged for other things later. This kind of law crystal should be quite popular. Kai Ching-sun's true form is a spirit bamboo shoot. So logically speaking, the wood law would be the most compatible with her, and Zheng Yu did not want her to settle. Chapter 396. The powerful zombie. Since a decision was made, everyone no longer hesitated. They quickly organized themselves and flew towards the pit together. As Zheng Yu and the others gradually approached, the originally lost and chaotic zombies suddenly all raised their heads in unison. Their movements synchronized, and they stared blankly at them. Fishing songs in response. Kai Ching-sun decisively placed the jade flute to her lips and began to play. In an instant, a melodious sound wave filled with immense power surged forth like a tide. This sound wave seemed to possess a mysterious magic, as many of the zombies that heard the music appeared to be controlled by some invisible force, turning to attack the zombies next to them. This was a holy level piece of music, one of Kai Ching-sun's trump cards, and in such a group battle, its effect was outstanding. War Ancient Tree. Seeing this, Yi Qing also refused to be outdone. She waved her hand, and 3 seeds radiating strange light were instantly thrown from her hand. At the same time, she did not hesitate to infuse holy power into the seeds. The seeds seemed to sense the abundant power growing in the wind, and as soon as they hit the ground, they quickly took root and sprouted. In the blink of an eye, 3 towering giant trees sprang up from the ground. Chapter 397. The unique ability of the bronze mirror. This is too tough. Although damage was successfully dealt, Yinling let out a dissatisfied buzzing sound. Just now, it had displayed its indestructible characteristic, thinking it could directly chop off the zombie's arm. But in the end, it only shaved off some flesh. The toughness of this zombie's flesh is probably comparable to that of some elementary divine-level powerhouses. It's fine, let's do it again. Zheng Yu was quite satisfied with this result. As long as he could break through its defense, he had a chance to defeat this zombie. Looking at the mindless zombie that was once again charging at him madly, Zheng Yu flicked his wrist, and the starlight on his right arm gradually lit up, gathering like countless stars. Star split blade technique. Zheng Yu shouted loudly, swinging his arm, his footsteps flowing like clouds and water, the holy power around him surging, bringing the star split blade technique to its peak. In an instant, the blade light flickered, as if the stars were shattering, emitting a chilling aura. Although the male zombie had tough skin and flesh, under Zheng Yu's fierce attack, it had to retreat repeatedly. However, Zheng Yu's offensive was astonishing, and the zombie still relied on its terrifying physical strength to withstand this round of attack. Chapter 398. Enemies on a narrow road. Zheng Yu thought for a moment and activated the bronze mirror. The surface of the bronze mirror immediately rippled, like a calm lake disturbed by a stone. Then, the mirror surface suddenly enlarged, directly sucking the female zombie inside at a speed that left no time to react. This is the bronze mirror that the Zheng family obtained. It actually has this ability? Mo Fan asked in surprise. This bronze mirror was originally taken from Jiang Shang, so he recognized it at a glance. I just discovered that the two resonate with each other, Zheng Yu replied. He couldn't help but recall the stone engraved with Wang Chuan in the river. If what his master said was true, that this relic is the location of the underworld, then this river might originally be part of this relic, but for some unknown reason, it was included in this bronze mirror. Not long after the female zombie entered the bronze mirror, Zheng Yu quickly noticed a faint connection between him and her. He shook the bronze mirror, and in the next instant, the female zombie reappeared. However, by this time, the killing aura on her body had completely dissipated, standing beside Zheng Yu like a loyal guard. Wow, the killing intent on her is gone. Zheng Yu, can you control her? Mo Fan asked in astonishment. Chapter 399. Direct Confrontation. Titan. How did you, a saint of the Heavenly Evil Hall, become a lackey of Xianfeng Valley? If your brother finds out, won't he beat you up? Mo Fan looked at Titan, a bit puzzled. Xianfeng Valley and Heavenly Evil Hall are both first-level planetary forces, and their relationship is usually not harmonious. Tai Tan's obedience to Xie Kun's instructions was really unexpected. Don't say anymore. Saying too much brings tears. Tai Tan waved his hand, his face full of helplessness. Not long ago, Xie Kun killed a super zombie and fortunately obtained a rare golden Dan containing the law of emotions. This law of emotions is what Tai Tan has always dreamed of, so to get that golden Dan, Tai Tan reluctantly agreed to Xie Kun's request to follow his orders during this relic exploration. Are you sure you can stop me? Mo Fan's expression became serious. Let's give it a try. Tai Tan shrugged. He indeed had never defeated Mo Fan before, but now he was at the Great Sage Realm and had initially grasped part of the law of emotions. Mo Fan was only at the second level of the Holy Realm. He didn't believe he had no chance of winning just based on a difference in realm. Don't come crying to your brother if you lose. Mo Fan smiled gently and then turned to Zheng Yu. Chapter 400. The situation is difficult at this moment. The battle between Mo Fan and Tai Tan had also entered a heated stage. Tai Tan was fully activating the law of emotions, trying to disturb Mo Fan's mental state with this bizarre law power. Surrounding Mo Fan, the space seemed to be twisted by an invisible giant hand. Various negative emotions transforming into colorful light, overwhelming and rushing towards Mo Fan. Red anger, black fear, purple arrogance. All kinds of emotions intertwined, forming a powerful mental shock. However, Mo Fan's expression remained calm and his gaze firm. Relying on his profound mental state cultivation, he was completely unshaken. Tai Tan, is that all you can do? Mo Fan shouted loudly, and as a shout fell, he thrust his spear forward violently, the spear tip shimmering with a cold light, like a lively dragon. Charging towards Tai Tan's throat with unstoppable momentum, Tai Ganshin was suddenly startled, not expecting that his initially effective emotional law would have no effect, and hurriedly dodged this fierce attack. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black aura surged towards Mo Fan like a fierce wolf. Mo Fan reacted quickly, raising his spear to block it. The aura collided with the spear, producing a piercing sound akin to metal grinding, making one's eardrums ache. Chapter 401. Gratitude. As they gradually approached, Zheng Yu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and then a look of surprise instantly appeared in his eyes. Because this group of figures consisted of 4 handsome men and beautiful women, 2 of whom were Zhou Huowu and Zhou Cheng. Zheng Yu. Zhou Huowu was also somewhat surprised to see Zheng Yu. Their group had originally been heading towards the center of the ruins when they heard the sound of intense battle from this direction. So they came to see what was happening, not expecting to coincidentally encounter the person she had been longing for. With just a glance, Zhou Huowu understood the current situation. Without any hesitation, she quickly drew her whip and swung it with force. The whip moved like a lively fire snake, spitting out a huge fireball straight towards Xie Kun. Zheng Yu, I'm here to help you. Zhou Huowu remained as righteous as ever, without hesitation extending her hand to assist. Upon seeing this, Xie Kun's expression instantly turned a bit unpleasant. He first dodged the attack of the fireball with a quick movement, and then said to a girl in colorful clothing among the newcomers, Princess Keiwei, are you from the Zhuge clan planning to intervene in our battle with the Xianfeng Valley and Feiyun sect? Chapter 402. 10 Halls of Yama. That being said, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to act without reason. These 4 golden pills can be considered our token of gratitude. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment and took out 4 golden pills he had obtained earlier. Gratitude should be expressed through action. As the Tiansha Hall and the Xianfeng Valley joined forces, Zheng Yu still needed to complete the task assigned by his master to deal with the Zhou sect. This meant that the Feiyun sect would have to confront 3 level 1 planetary forces almost by itself. So he hoped to establish a good relationship with the Zhuge clan now that he had the opportunity. The power of the Zhuge clan was not inferior to that of level 1 planetary forces, and at a critical moment, they could definitely become a great support. Oh, then we won't be polite. Keiwei was somewhat surprised, but a smile immediately appeared on her face as she graciously accepted the golden pills Zheng Yu offered. Helping was one thing, but her earlier action had objectively offended Xie Kun. If Zheng Yu hadn't made any gesture, their friendship would probably end there. However, since Zheng Yu was so emotionally intelligent, it was possible that the 2 families could cooperate during this exploration of the ruins. After a round of warm exchanges, the people of the Zhuge clan took the initiative to step aside, giving Zheng Yu and the others space to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 403. Meeting Wang Chuan. Although the Zhuge clan was powerful, The competition in the ruins was extremely fierce, so it was undoubtedly wise to seek a reliable ally in advance. I'm very willing. Zheng Yu readily agreed, while his heart was also greatly shaken. Was the long river blocking the way that Keiyue mentioned the legendary Wang Chuan? If there really was Wang Chuan in the underworld, then what exactly was the mysterious long river in his bronze mirror? The 10 halls of Yama were located in the middle of the ruins. As Zheng Yu and the others made their way to their destination, they cleared out the zombies they encountered along the way. During this process, they encountered several powerful zombies, whose strength was no less than that of the man and woman they had met in the pit earlier. Unfortunately, the originally miraculous bronze mirror seemed to have lost its effect at this moment, showing no reaction to these zombies. This completely dashed Zheng Yu's plan to subdue a batch of powerful zombies to sweep through the ruins. However, fortunately, everyone worked together and successfully killed these batches of zombies, accumulating a considerable number of golden pills. Even the person with the least gains had around 10 golden pills. Chapter 404. The Path of Laws. Jiang Xia nodded seriously and said, "You can rest assured to cultivate. As long as I am here, no one will disturb you." "Thank you." Zheng Yu gently hugged Jiang Xia again before quickly letting go. In this mysterious ruin, there was no distinction between day and night as in the ordinary world. However, at specific time nodes, a huge cylindrical object would appear in the sky. This cylindrical object was unimaginably large, and upon its appearance, it would emit a faint red light, illuminating the dark earth like a dream. During this time, Zheng Yu and the others regarded the appearance of this cylindrical object as the beginning of night. The eerie red light sprinkled on the ground added a touch of mystery to this already enigmatic area. In a simple house built of mud, Zheng Yu sat cross-legged, concentrating. He took out 2 golden pills from his pocket and placed them in his palm, gently rubbing them, examining them closely. One of the golden pills was entirely translucent white, resembling a jade carved from sheep fat, obtained from killing that male zombie. It contained the law of strength, radiating a warm glow. The other golden pill was a deep blue color, its surface uneven, as if time had left unique marks upon it. Chapter 405. The Great Sage Realm. This process was undoubtedly much more painful than before, as if countless iron hands were continuously squeezing every part of his body, each inch of skin bearing immense pressure. Zheng Yu gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, large drops sliding down his cheeks and falling to the ground. He felt as if he was immersed in a vast ocean of power, with the surging energy crashing against his body and consciousness like raging waves. Fortunately, Zheng Yu maintained a firm grip on the situation with a strong will, guiding the gathering of energy. Time quietly passed in tension and tranquility. After an unknown period, Zheng Yu's consciousness gradually became clear. He was pleasantly surprised to see a crystal-clear square crystal appear above his sea of consciousness, resembling a fine piece of art, emitting an enticing glow. At this moment, there was a thin layer of clear water at the bottom of the crystal. Though the amount was scarce, it seemed to contain endless, terrifying power. Good. Zheng Yu excitedly clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This square crystal was the divine crystal, and the liquid inside was the manifestation of the law of power. Chapter 406. Difficult to cross the river. Greetings, Lord Keiyue. The man in colorful clothing approached and respectfully bowed. The Zhuke clan places great emphasis on bloodline inheritance, and there is a strict hierarchy within. His name was Zhu Ling, and most of their information came from him. Keiyue first introduced Zheng Yu, then turned to Zhu Ling and asked, "How is it? Can we go in now?" Zhu Ling shook her head helplessly and replied, "Not yet. But yesterday, the people from the Jiuxiao sect figured out. This bridge is called the Naiha Bridge, and it seems it won't open until a certain number of people gather." "Naiha Bridge?" Jiang Xia couldn't help but voice her surprise. Zhu Ling glanced at her and nodded. "Yes, someone used special means to discover this name on the bridge yesterday." Jiang Xia was slightly taken aback, lost in thought for a moment. As a local from Blue Star, she had naturally heard legends about the underworld, and the name Naiha Bridge was indeed well known in those tales. Zheng Yu had mentioned some related content to her before, and she thought he was joking. She never expected that the famed Naiha Bridge would appear before her now, which made her feel a bit dazed. Let's go see what's going on. Chapter 407. Summer's refusal under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zheng Yu and the others walked straight towards the people from Xianfeng Valley. This scene surprised quite a few people. After all, just a few days ago, Kun was making a big fuss, claiming that he almost drove Zheng Yu and the others out of the ruins. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that Fei Yun's sect was taking the initiative to provoke a conflict. Could the friends from Xianfeng Valley move a bit to the side? You guys are so few. It seems you occupy too much territory, Zheng Yu said with a smile. This remark quickly spread, causing a stir among the disciples of Xianfeng Valley. Many of them had fierce looks in their eyes, and after a moment of commotion, a figure radiating blinding lightning, carrying a murderous aura that seemed capable of tearing through space, slowly stood up. It was Kun, whom they hadn't seen for a few days. Zheng Yu, are you determined to seek death? Kun's voice was cold, filled with endless killing intent. I'm not seeking death. I'm just looking for you, Kun. Want to try and see who dies first? Zheng Yu replied calmly. He was intentionally provoking a conflict. If he could eliminate the people from Xianfeng Valley first, he could then focus on dealing with the people from Jiuxiao sect. Chapter 408. Intense confrontation. Stop barking like a dog. You only know how to twist the truth. Zheng Yu shook his head in response. Huh. Kun sneered, no longer speaking, and took the first strike. A black lightning bolt shot out like a flash, so fast it almost exceeded the visual limits of the crowd. Lightning swirled around Kun, and with each step, it was as if he was stepping on jumping lightning, pushing his speed to the extreme, leaving behind phantoms like illusory bubbles. This is the Thunder Radiance flowing step, someone in the crowd exclaimed softly. Xianfeng Valley had a super god-level sect master who specialized in thunder laws, and the Thunder Radiance flowing step was his signature technique. That sect master was named Du Yao, who happened to be Kun's master. And the purple Thunder Radiance armor, someone next to him added. Just as they finished speaking, Kun had already appeared before Zheng Yu like a ghost. In an instant, a dazzling purple armor covered his entire body. The armor was formed from an incredibly violent thunder power, emanating a terrifying energy fluctuation. This purple Thunder Radiance armor was also Du Yao's signature technique. He had once withstood the attack of an imperial weapon with it, showcasing its immense power. Chapter 409. The power of a fist. The dark blue flowers slowly bloomed, and a layer of blue energy barrier unfolded, resembling a boundless blue ocean, facing the raging Jiuxiao thunder punishment. Thunder and seawater collided violently, with purple lightning twisting like fierce electric dragons amidst the blue waters. They intertwined and flashed, erupting with deafening explosions, as if they were going to tear this space apart. Ultimately, the energies canceled each other out, forming a chaotic energy current in mid-air like a massive vortex, exuding a heart-pounding aura. I wonder how many times you can block me. Seeing his attack successfully countered by Zheng Yu, Kun did not get angry as everyone imagined. Instead, he smiled coldly. His realm was far higher than Zheng Yu's, and if it came to a competition of the richness of holy power, he could easily exhaust the latter countless times. This kind of energy consumption battle was naturally something he was most pleased to see, just as the cold smile on Kun's face faded. The lightning surrounding him began to gather in a strange manner, quickly forming into a flock of vividly alive birds. Each bird was made of pure thunder power, flashing with blinding lightning, and their sharp beaks and claws seemed capable of tearing apart everything in the world, emanating astonishing lethality. Chapter 410. Thunder Leopard Pearl. As Kun exerted his full strength, the light orb erupted with a dazzling radiance, and countless thunder laws quickly intertwined to form a gigantic electric net, which then transformed into lifelike thunder leopards, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced fiercely towards Zheng Yu. Every thunder leopard seemed to possess earth-destroying power, causing ripples in the space they passed through. Has Kun really been forced to use the Thunder Leopard Pearl? Tai Tan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, couldn't help but look up at the jewel radiating brilliant purple light, his eyes filled with seriousness. The Thunder Leopard Pearl was no simple item. It was the remnant of the first leopard master to cultivate the thunder law to perfection in the world. Kun had unexpectedly obtained it in his youth, and over the years, he had relied on this Thunder Leopard Pearl to reach his current level. It was undoubtedly his most powerful trump card. Not long ago, Tai Tan had intended to forcibly seize the golden pill containing emotional laws from Kun, but was forced back by Kun using this Thunder Leopard Pearl. At this moment, Kun took out the Thunder Leopard Pearl, clearly determined to fight Zheng Yu to the death. facing the increasingly severe situation before him. Zheng Yu's eyes also revealed a hint of caution. Chapter 411. Seizing the Thunder Leopard Pearl, What Pure Power Laws? The masked man among the disciples of Xianfeng Valley said softly, "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you? It's just power laws. Who doesn't have them?" Xia Kun's face twisted as he sensed a strong threat from the approaching punch. He knew this was the strike that would decide victory or defeat. So he poured all his holy power into the Thunder Leopard Pearl without holding back. As a massive amount of energy surged in, the rotation speed of the Thunder Leopard Pearl suddenly accelerated, emitting a sharp whistling sound. It seemed to sense an unprecedented danger. The giant leopards that were originally circling outside quickly retreated, densely covering the thunder space where Xia Kun was, trying to form multiple barriers. Boom! At the same time, under the gaze of countless eyes, the fist finally crashed into the space formed by the Thunder Leopard Pearl with a world-destroying momentum. Sizzle. At the moment of impact, the expected thunderous sound did not occur. Instead, the external barriers of the Thunder Leopard vanished like bubbles, and then the fist passed through that purple space without obstruction, ultimately disappearing into the distance. Xia Kun froze in midair, motionless, as if time had stopped at that moment. Chapter 412. Meng Po and the black and white impermanence. Regarding Zheng Yu's words that contained a blatant threat, Xia Yun remained indifferent, merely smiling faintly and saying, "This is my senior brother, Xia Kun's possession. Why should I hand it over to you? Then will you return it to him?" Zheng Yu countered. Xia Yun chuckled lightly, but did not answer. How could he easily give away a treasure that was already in his hands? His previous restraint in not acting was indeed a wise choice. Zheng Yu and Xia Kun had both suffered injuries. Ultimately, this Thunder Leopard Pearl would not become a bargain for him. I'll say it again, give it to me. Zheng Yu's eyelids drooped slightly, and deep within his pupils, a gray light seemed to surge. Now that Xia Kun had been defeated, if they gathered the strength of the Zhuke clan, they might be able to eliminate the people from Xianfeng Valley right here. Xia Yun's pupils contracted slightly, and he stared intently at Zheng Yu. For some reason, a chill suddenly surged within him. "Oh, then come and see who wins and who loses," Xia Yun said after a moment of silence. Even if Zheng Yu was the holy son of Fei Yun's sect, he shouldn't think he could force him to back down with just a few words. Xia Yun was a person with a system, a man determined to become the master of the universe. Moreover, he had long prepared a grand gift for Zheng Yu. If it really came to a fight, he would make Zheng Yu suffer a great loss. Chapter 413. The power of Meng Po's soup. The scene fell into a moment of silence as everyone analyzed the information contained in Meng Po's words. "Lady Meng Po, this is Xia Yun, who has long admired the heavenly palace. May I ask how I can join you?" At this moment, Xia Yun suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully. Meng Po's murky eyes brightened slightly as they fell on Xia Yun. "Oh, you actually know me?" Meng Po and the black and white impermanence were renowned. And how could Xia Yun not know? He wore a broad smile. As a native of Blue Star and the emperor of the great Xia kingdom, he knew far more ancient secrets than Zheng Yu and Jiang Xia, naturally understanding the power of the three before him. "Very good. Excellent." The black and white impermanence let out a strange laugh, their voices echoing in the air and sending chills down people's spines. The others looked at Xia Yun in astonishment, as they did not expect him to win the favor of the three with just a few words. At this moment, everyone understood that although these three resembled Yuan Wei, Li Chang, and Zhao Yin, those three had long since died. What stood before them were, in fact, the local beings of this ruin, powerful souls that had been left behind countless years ago, occupying the bodies of those three. Chapter 414. The level of the guide, then can I drink it directly? Insu dared not look into Meng Po's eyes any longer and lowered his head, trembling as he asked. "Yes, just open your mouth," Meng Po replied indifferently. Insu hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and opened his mouth. Meng Po gently waved the spoon in her hand, and the murky liquid in the spoon instantly transformed into a thin stream, flowing into Insu's mouth. Countless concerned gazes turned toward him, as Insu's reaction would directly determine their next actions. Would he drink this Meng Po's soup and become a member of the underworld to compete for the treasures of the 10 halls of Yanluo? Or would he retreat to preserve his life? Or would he draw his blade and unite the strength of the crowd to fight against these three strange beings to the death? The moment the Meng Po's soup entered his mouth, Insu's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying. Immediately after, His whole body began to tremble violently, with small snake-like runes appearing on the surface of his body, flickering with an eerie glow. In less than 2 seconds, he violently spat out a mouthful of filthy water, which was mixed with strands of blood, and then he stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 415. Past Life? Hello, Senior. I would like to give it a try, Siakun said to Mengpa. Mengpa did not hesitate, indicating for him to open his mouth, and then directly scooped a large spoonful of soup to feed him. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. Another wave of gasps arose in the crowd. It must be said that Xianfeng Valley truly deserved its reputation as a first-class planetary force. Although Siakun had lost to Zheng Yu, he was clearly not living up to his name. According to the earlier conclusions drawn by everyone, Siakun had evidently passed the underworld's assessment. However, the matter was not over yet. Siakun's body was surrounded by flickering runes, his figure swaying unsteadily. Yet he stubbornly remained upright. Even Mengpa couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in her eyes. Finally, after another 20 seconds, Siakun slowly opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of murky water, and staggered back 2 steps. Congratulations, you persisted for 30 seconds and have become a member of our underworld. Mengpa presented another light token. However, unlike the first white light token, this one was resplendent in purple. Thank you, Siakun nodded slightly. Although he could not recall what had just happened, he could clearly feel that his cultivation had improved. Chapter 416. Want to drink another spoonful as the life of this strong person unfolded in Zheng Yu's mind. Zheng Yu's own aura underwent a wonderful and astonishing change. His whole being's momentum grew increasingly robust, and the divine crystal finally welcomed the long-awaited nourishing rain. Strands of the power of the laws of the undead flowed in like clear water, continuously gathering within. These powers intertwined and fused, causing the divine crystal to become even more full and radiate a gentle glow. Time quietly passed second by second, and everyone stared intently at Zheng Yu. At this moment, 30 seconds had already passed, yet he showed no signs of waking up, his aura incredibly stable, without a hint of turmoil. It looks like we have another contestant who might obtain the Golden Guide. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but murmur. Before this, only Xia Yin had persisted for a minute and successfully obtained the Golden Guide. This was understandable. Everyone had just seen how formidable this brother was. Indeed, he was the direct disciple of the 1,000 Champions Emperor, and it was reasonable for him to have such performance. As the crowd whispered, time continued to flow mercilessly forward. Chapter 417. The first hall after leaving the Naya Bridge, Zheng Yu initially planned to wait for Jiang Xia and others to enter together. However, not long after, a thick fog spread out, like a massive curtain, completely blocking the path. Left with no choice, Zheng Yu could only feel his way forward, and then saw the eerie white paper lantern before him. Hello, Zheng Yu politely greeted, then took out the Golden Guide given by Mengpa. The Golden Guide emitted a soft glow in the mist, like a beacon in the dark, giving a sense of inexplicable comfort. Oh, not bad, young man, you actually have a Golden Road Pass. The white paper lantern spun around Zheng Yu and said, in our underworld, there are a total of 10 Yama Kings. Those who hold the Golden Road Pass can choose to join any one of them. Which hall do you wish to choose? What are the differences? Zheng Yu asked curiously. This question is too complex. Didn't you do your homework before joining our underworld? The white paper lantern continued to circle Zheng Yu as it spoke. Given that you have a Golden Road Pass, I can give you a hint. The first Yama King is King Qin Guang, who masters the laws of death and is destined to have a connection with you. Chapter 418. The effect of the Red Road Pass. Zheng Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although he had been testing the waters just now, he didn't expect this ghostly messenger to be so easily defeated, turning to ashes with just a light touch. A sense of vigilance arose in Zheng Yu's heart as he locked his gaze tightly on King Qin Guang, who remained expressionless and coldly said, Congratulations on passing the 4 trials. Now we proceed to the final trial. After saying this, he raised his hand and lightly waved it forward, and a huge copper mirror appeared out of thin air before Zheng Yu's eyes. Please look directly at the copper mirror in front of you and recognize your true self. King Qin Guang's emotionless voice echoed again. Zheng Yu focused on the copper mirror, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, and it began to project his past experiences like a film. Glorious moments, the face of Rong Pei Jin, and those demon beasts he had personally killed seemed to come back to life, appearing in the mirror with claws bared. Zheng, you have such a cruel heart. Return my life. Return my life. The air suddenly filled with low whispers, as if countless wronged souls were collectively accusing him. The surface of the copper mirror rippled, and then pairs of black hands suddenly reached out from the mirror, like sharp hooks, fiercely grabbing at Zheng. Chapter 419. Secret News. Zheng pondered for a moment, put away the token, and cautiously stepped into the passage. If that King Qin Guang wanted to harm him, he would have been dead long ago. So, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. Zheng had many speculations about this underworld, and it was a good opportunity to clarify things. Inside the passage, the stalactites hanging from the ceiling were entirely carved from white bones, each one inscribed with tiny runes that emitted a faint white light. Zheng walked a long distance along the passage and finally reached the end. The end was also a great door, composed of two huge bronze doors engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. After observing for a moment, Zheng reached out and pushed the door open. What came into view was a dim palace, with only the candle flames on the walls emitting a weak glow, barely illuminating this mysterious space. Zheng looked up and saw a transparent giant, about the size of a palm, sitting cross-legged on a golden throne. Countless illusory tentacles stretched out around him, rooting from the throne to the ground, looking both terrifying and eerie. Hello, welcome to the division of heaven and hell. I am the current head of the underworld division. King Yama. The deep voice from the baby matched that of King Qin Guang earlier. Chapter 420. Xianming Crystal. King Yama. There is no need to worry. There is one thing I haven't had the chance to tell you, Zheng said seriously, although I come from the local Blue Star. I have now joined a force called Feiyun Sect. This Feiyun Sect is one of the most powerful forces in the current universe, ranking just below the 3 Level 1 planetary forces on the surface. He paused slightly, observing King Yama's reaction, and continued, Our ancestor in the Feiyun Sect is an unparalleled existence. He has always looked down on the actions of the mysterious fairyland, and has had multiple conflicts with them. I estimate that, at the earliest in a year, our two sides may erupt into a decisive battle. I am not talented, but now I am the saint's son of the Feiyun Sect, and I have some say in matters. If you are willing, I would like to ask the ancestor to help you escape this trap situation. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in King Yama's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, Unparalleled existence? Is that the harmonization realm? I'm not sure about that. I only know that the unparalleled realm is above the venerable realm. Zheng added, by the way, based on my understanding, the venerable realm should be equivalent to the nascent soul realm of your era. Chapter 421. King Yama's gift. King Yama briefly introduced Zheng to the identity of the female zombie, and then asked, Do you mind if I give her these rule impurities? Zheng was slightly taken aback. Is there such a good thing? Of course I don't mind. Feel free to use it. King Yama nodded and then waved his hand, causing the many phantoms in the air, along with the cube representing the power of the laws, to merge into her body. In an instant, a marvelous transformation occurred. Zhao Xiaowei's finger bones emitted a series of dense and crisp cracking sounds, each joint growing wildly, and sharp spikes emerged from the ends of her bones, shimmering with a chilling cold light. Her originally withered muscles swelled rapidly at a visible rate, and veins bulged under her skin like dragons. Not only that, but from beneath her decaying skin, tender green flesh buds burst forth like bamboo shoots after rain, spreading rapidly. Those flesh buds intertwined, forming a dense network of fibers, sewing the damaged skin back together like needle and thread. In the originally hollow eye sockets, crystal-like emerald eyeballs began to grow. Various laws continuously fused and collided within the female zombie's body. Sometimes she emitted dazzling golden light, sometimes rippling with emerald waves, sometimes producing deafening sounds of fists, and sometimes exuding a coldness like steel. Chapter 422. Luflin's doubt. By the way, how did you all get in this time? King Yama suddenly seemed to remember something and asked curiously. Zheng held the bronze mirror, which contained the coordinates of the underworld, so it was reasonable for him to enter this place. But how did the others get in? Zheng was slightly stunned, and after a moment of thought, he replied, With the lifting of a seal on the surface of Blue Star, several ancient relics appeared, and the underworld you are in is one of them. It was discovered by a powerful being of the celestial venerable realm, who then used it as a trial ground. That powerful being invited various talents to enter, and that's how we got in. Upon hearing this, King Yama pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. It should be that the taboos of the true monarch have disappeared. with the ability of a celestial venerable, it is indeed normal to discover this place. After all, the celestial venerable you mentioned should be a great completion nascent soul, only one opportunity away from the harmonization realm. King Yama accepted the news of the underworld being discovered, but a hint of unease suddenly surged in Zheng Yu's heart. The location of the underworld was discovered by the fisherman, and he had always suspected that the fisherman was secretly colluding with Xianfeng Valley. And behind Xianfeng Valley, there was evidently the shadow of the mysterious sect. Chapter 423. The power of the death rune. The sword collided with the petals, and a piercing metallic friction sound instantly echoed throughout the great hall. Black smoke and silver sword light intertwined, spreading throughout the hall and forming a chaos. Although this move successfully blocked the black petals, the gray mist began to surge violently, emitting a chilling low moan. Death prison. As the eerie voice fell, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless black chains burst forth from the soil, bringing with them a bone-chilling coldness, rushing towards Lufin like a bolt of lightning. These chains glowed with a faint green light, as if they were shackles from the underworld. Lufin's expression remained unchanged as she wielded her long sword, dancing it in an impenetrable manner, with sword energy radiating in all directions. She cried out. All swords returned to the origin. In the next moment, centered around her, countless strands of sword energy instantly converged into a gigantic sword of light, akin to falling stars, fiercely slashing towards the black chains. When the sword of light collided with the chains, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance that was blinding. And the tremendous impact was like a surging wave, toppling tables and chairs around them. As the dust gradually settled, Lufin stood in place, her chest heaving violently. Gasping for breath, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that the power of this specter was far stronger than she had imagined. Her two signature sword techniques could only barely defend against the opponent's overwhelming offensive, leaving her without any ability to counterattack. Chapter 424. Lufin's anger. However, after taking a closer look, Lufin suddenly felt that this puppet looked somewhat familiar. During the process of transforming Zhao Xiaowei with the impurities of laws from Zheng Yu's body, Yin Luowang had not changed her appearance. Although Zhao Xiaowei had become taller and fuller compared to before, her face had not changed much. Only the originally empty eye sockets now had emerald green pupils formed from wood laws. Zheng Yu, is it you? Lufin quickly recalled that this divine-level puppet bore some resemblance to the zombies summoned by Zheng Yu during his battle with Xiekun earlier. Connecting this to the fleeting golden light just now, she immediately directed her confused and suspicious gaze towards the mysterious person. The Feiyun sect and the Jiuxiao sect had no enmity. Zheng Yu did not respond at this moment, for of the 5 runes in his divine crystal had already been used, while the remaining rune was dim, possibly due to insufficient power from the law of death, making it temporarily unable to activate. This saintess of the Jiuxiao sect indeed had some skills. Her swordsmanship was quite high. If this continued, he would have to use his own abilities, but to avoid revealing his identity, he simply summoned Zhao Xiaowei. Chapter 425. Instant kill of Xiekun. Although Zheng Yu was desperately suppressing his aura, he was only one step away from the divine level. The rich aura of the death law within him was almost solidifying, emitting a faint presence that Mo Fan noticed at a glance. There were indeed some other gains. Zheng Yu smiled, not revealing too much. Mo Fan sighed slightly. Although he was not interested in Zheng Yu's position as a saint, he had always longed for the opportunity to spar with Zheng Yu face to face. However, since arriving at Blue Star with Zheng Yu during this time, his original confidence had gradually dissipated. Zheng Yu's combat power was not only abnormally strong, but his rate of progress was also astonishing, putting immense pressure on him. Where is Jiangxia? Zheng Yu looked around, but did not see Jiangxia's figure and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's inquiry, Zhou Huo pouted, a bit displeased, and did not speak. Mo Fan, on the other hand, chuckled and said, Jiangxia entered right behind you. She also obtained the Golden Road sign. But we haven't seen her yet. Zheng Yu nodded slightly, thinking that Jiangxia, with her clever heart and exceptional talent, was indeed capable of obtaining the Golden Road sign. Chapter 426. Battle with Xia Yun. A condensed black blade, light, shot out from the blade, seemingly capable of tearing apart space, creating a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The gray blade, light, instantly struck the thunder giant, and that seemingly powerful phantom was torn apart like fragile paper under this terrifying blade light. The blade light's momentum remained unabated, directly slashing towards Siakun. Siakun's eyes widened in terror, his face filled with disbelief as several layers of lightning barriers condensed in front of him, forming an impenetrable electric wall. No! Siakun let out a desperate scream. In the next moment, the blade light struck his body, and Siakun's form instantly shattered like broken porcelain, turning into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and for a moment, the wilderness fell silent. No, how is this possible? Did I not see it correctly? Siakun was actually killed in an instant. What was that attack from Zheng just now? I only caught a glimpse and felt a chill throughout my body. Everyone was shocked, unable to close their mouths, as what had just happened greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Just an hour ago, Zheng and Siakun were still fighting fiercely at the Naiha Bridge. Everyone had seen it clearly, and at that time, Zheng had exhausted all his efforts to barely defeat Siakun. Chapter 427. Xia Yun's strength. Many people initially wanted to mock him for overestimating himself. But when they thought of Zheng Yu's astonishing attack that instantaneously killed Siakun, they hesitated and dared not speak recklessly. If Zheng Yu could truly defeat Xia Yun again, it would indeed create history. However, it must be said that when the slender figure of a young man stood proudly in place, with the wind blowing his robe, the overwhelming aura he exuded was truly impressive. Zhou Huwu, Yi Qing, Kai Qing's son, and others all looked up, gazing at the tall figure before them, their eyes filled with complexity, especially Zhou Huwu, whose eyes were brimming with infatuation. Do you deserve it? Xia Yun sneered, like a bolt of black lightning. Charging towards Zheng Yu, and the massive phantom behind him followed suit, exuding an extremely terrifying momentum. The nearby people, seeing this, hurriedly retreated, clearing enough space for the two to battle. Zheng Yu looked at Xia Yun, who had appeared before him in the blink of an eye, and without hesitation, swung his blade towards him. A cold light flashed in Xia Yun's eyes as he suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and then, with a punch like thunder, an overwhelming divine power surged forth, the powerful fluctuation making Mo Fan and others' eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 428. Are we going to win? Bang! Bang! The blue blade and the long spear violently collided in the sky, and the terrifying force fluctuation seemed capable of directly shattering space. Extremely horrifying. Countless powerful beings looked up at the earth-shattering battle in the sky, their eyes filled with awe. Such terrifying fluctuations made some people even doubt that if they were caught up in it, they would instantly perish. Although Zheng Yu's offensive was fierce and astonishing, Xia Yun had the powerful backing of the divine and demonic phantom. After several intense battles, Zheng Yu gradually felt exhausted. If it weren't for the strong defense provided by the indestructible golden body, he might have already been defeated. I can't sit back and wait. I must take the initiative to counterattack, Zheng Yu thought to himself, then suddenly stomped his right foot heavily down, and a comical yellow little turtle instantly appeared beneath him. Following that, the little turtle's body radiated brilliant light, rapidly transforming into a sturdy armor that flowed upwards, tightly protecting Zheng Yu's entire body. Cloud somersault, many people exclaimed, recognizing the signature technique of the Feiyun sect. At the same time, Zheng Yu, aided by the power of the Nimbus Cloud, shot forward like a rocket, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow. Chapter 429. The Power of Summer's Laws. The next moment, the phantom behind Xia Yun began to shrink gradually, seemingly merging into his body. His expression became solemn and dignified, with an illusory beaded curtain and canopy hovering above his head, and an ancient, illusory seal appearing in his hand. The seal was engraved with sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, as if carrying endless years. In that moment, Xia Yun seemed to become a terrifying entity, emanating an awe-inspiring majesty. When Ku saw the seal in Xia Yun's hand, she was momentarily stunned, then suddenly seemed to realize something, her complexion turning pale as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Annihilate, shatter, Xia Yun whispered, his voice, though not loud, resonated like a great bell throughout the heavens and earth. As soon as the words fell, the once indestructible gray prison cage instantly sprouted dark spots on its surface, as if being eroded by some force. These spots spread rapidly, and after only a moment of resistance, the gray prison cage exploded with a bang, shattering into countless fragments that flew apart. Silence extinguished. Another low command echoed, as if imbued with supreme magical power. The deep blue flower in Xia Yun's sea of consciousness seemed to be tightly wrapped by an invisible force, and under the pressure of this force, it instantly perished, turning to dust and vanishing without a trace. Chapter 430, The Son of Heavenly Tao. As Lufin approached, the old fisherman first reached out above her head and then gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a hazy, gauze-like gray mist appeared, swirling leisurely in midair. Immediately afterward, he stretched out the old, worn fishing rod in his hand, seemingly casually lifting it toward the air. The next second, the fishing rod instantly extended a nearly transparent fishing line, which delicately pulled the gray mist, drawing a huge and orderly circle in the air. This circle resembled a clear mirror, emitting a faint glow, and soon, an image began to emerge upon the mirror, a vast and desolate plain, where a group of young people were looking around. This was the ascension platform of the underworld back in the day. I was fortunate enough to visit it. The old fisherman said, his eyes filled with nostalgia, reflecting on the bustling scene from years ago, when the place was crowded and lively, a vibrant tableau. Back then, I had just embarked on the path of cultivation, merely a novice in the physical realm, brought here by my elders. Now, almost all my friends and relatives have turned to dust, leaving me alone to wander this world. He sighed softly, realizing with a start how many years had passed. Chapter 431, The Powerful Chaos Runes. In the scene, Xia Yun began to use the miraculous power of the 10,000 Thing seal to break Zheng Yu's bindings and launched a counterattack, leaving Zheng Yu with no means to defend himself. Seeing this, many finally confirmed that Xia Yun was indeed the son of Heavenly Tao, clearly a rapidly growing and extraordinarily powerful son of Heavenly Tao. Zheng Yu is definitely going to lose this time, one person exclaimed. The son of Heavenly Tao is a true treasure for Xianfeng Valley. Many expressed their sentiments, while Zhang Hua and Zhao Nuoshan wore expressions of delight. Although the Mountain Emperor had openly condemned the misty immortal realm a few years ago, no one truly believed that Feiyun's sect would dare to go to war with misty immortal realm, let alone win. The misty immortal realm, as the representative of Heavenly Tao, was a terrifying existence that even the once glorious Heavenly Palace could not replace. In everyone's minds, no one thought there was a possibility of failure for the misty immortal realm. Emperor, what should we do? Li Dao said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood the mentor-student bond between Luo Qian and Zheng Yu. If Zheng Yu were to be killed by Xia Yun, their emperor would surely go mad. Chapter 432, Imperial Weapon. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the fierce confrontation between Zheng Yu and Xia Yun, a shadow appeared silently near Zheng Yu like a ghost. The figure was agile, gripping a glinting dagger in hand, its tip aiming at Zheng Yu's unguarded neck, striking with lightning speed. The shadow's presence was cleverly concealed, seemingly blending into the surrounding environment, and Zheng Yu had no clue. Zheng Yu! Kai Qingsuan's exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere. All eyes turned to see the dagger nearing Zheng Yu's head. At that critical moment, a time hourglass suddenly appeared in midair. The hourglass radiated a dreamy glow. But before anyone could react, it shattered instantly. With the hourglass's destruction, a strange power spread, and time seemed to pause for a moment. Even Xia Yun, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Xiaowei, slowed down as if caught in thick goo. In the next instant, a graceful figure appeared beside Zheng Yu like a swift wind. Chapter 433, The King of Hell Possessed. Imperial Weapon. Old fisherman, act quickly. What is going on? Outside the underworld, countless leaders were thrown into chaos upon witnessing this scene. That staff was unmistakably an imperial weapon. But how did Xia Yun come to possess such a terrifying treasure? The carrying capacity of the underworld space is limited. Xia Yun's use of an imperial weapon clearly threatened to destroy the entire underworld world. With many outstanding young talents from various forces still present in the underworld, the leaders turned their pleading eyes toward the old fisherman. Regardless of how this imperial weapon ended up in Xia Yun's hands, it represented a terrifying combat power at the level of a heavenly sovereign, and among those present, only the old fisherman had the ability to resist it. Everyone, do not panic. This imperial weapon was arranged for Xia Yun by the Misty Palace. The old fisherman said calmly. There are remnants of the heavenly palace hidden within the underworld. Once the younger generation's disciples finish their trials, it will no longer be necessary. This imperial weapon was prepared to collect the power of those heavenly palace remnants, but Xia Yun used it too early. Many exchanged glances, sensing the scent of conspiracy. A fierce light flashed in Luo Qian's eyes. Chapter 434. The Power of Reincarnation. Xia Yun's expression suddenly changed, turning as pale as a blank sheet of paper. How is this possible? This is an imperial weapon. How could Zheng block it? Meanwhile, countless onlookers were also shocked and dismayed. Who could have predicted that Zheng Yu could actually overturn an imperial weapon? On the cliffs outside, everyone stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. An indescribable shock flooding their hearts, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to react. This scene was truly too incredible. Lu Fun's rosy lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at Zheng Yu, who stood proudly in the void, her eyes filled with astonishment. Immediately, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand and murmured, with such strength, to ambush me. The holy son of the Feiyun sect is really too much. Beside her, the old fisherman frowned tightly. He realized that this should be the power left by the remnants of the underworld, but he never expected that this power would be so compatible with Zheng Yu, able to unleash such great might. Smash it. You are an imperial weapon. An exasperated Xia Yun could not accept the scene before him and shouted loudly at the imperial weapon, his voice tinged with a hint of hysteria. Chapter 435. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. It's fine. The true monarch has passed away. I no longer have any reason to exist. But rest assured, before I die, I will definitely take a lackey of the Miao Miao sect to accompany me in death. The king of hell laughed heartily, although his primordial spirit had already twisted and deformed, emanating a strange and gloomy aura. The words he spoke were full of grandeur. In the underworld, Zheng Yu, who had firmly grasped the golden rod, exerted all his strength and slammed it down forcefully. In an instant, a dazzling white, circular ring appeared out of nowhere, as if it carried the vast power of this strike, radiating light in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful force, the golden rod had most of its power absorbed, trembling violently, and numerous tiny cracks appeared on its surface, spreading like a spider web. Taking advantage of the gap, when Zheng Yu loosened his grip, it immediately tore through the void and vanished without a trace. The next second, the reincarnation wheel behind Zheng Yu perfectly fell into that white circular ring, transforming into a 6-colored beam of light, flashing away and disappearing. Zheng Yu, it seems our agreement cannot be fulfilled. In the sea of consciousness, the now grain-sized king of hell spoke with a hint of helplessness, reminding him, be careful of the Miao Miao immortal realm. They are far stronger than you imagine. Chapter 436. Treasure Robbery. Zheng Yu looked up and saw Meng Po quickly approaching him with Jiang Xia, with Heibai Wuchang, each carrying a paper lantern on either side. I'm fine, let's get out of here, Zheng Yu replied when they arrived. At this moment, the underworld had been completely shattered by the violent fluctuations from the earlier battle, with large chunks of land falling into the void like broken pieces of a puzzle. The old fisherman had already taken everyone out except for Zheng Yu and Jiang Xia, leaving only these few people in this space. Is the king of hell dead? Meng Pa asked, her lips trembling. As a native of the underworld, she naturally knew of the existence of the king of hell and could guess where the power Zheng Yu had just unleashed came from. He should be dead. Zheng Yu hesitated before responding. Logically speaking, the king of hell is dead, but in the end, his primordial spirit was absorbed by his own kidney. And I really don't know how that happened. How could this be? Why is the Miao Miao immortal realm so cruel? Meng Pa couldn't help but cry out in pain, tears streaming down her face. She had been a close friend of the king of hell for many years and was one of the few remaining disciples of the celestial palace. Meng Pa, go out first, and I'll find an opportunity to avenge the king of hell, Heibai Wuchang said solemnly. Chapter 437. Zheng Yu's problem in Chang'an City. Inside the towering Feiyun building, Meng Pa stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing through the bright glass at the bustling traffic below. Her eyes were filled with emotion and amazement, as if her thoughts had crossed the vast river of time, spanning thousands of years. She truly did not expect that in just a few thousand years, the changes in this world would be so dramatic. In their distant era, although there were early forms of mechanical civilization, compared to the convenient and developed scene before her, it was simply like heaven and earth. Now, The streets were filled with a flowing stream of vehicles, various advanced means of transportation weaving through, high-rise buildings standing in succession, modern facilities fully equipped. And all of this made Meng Pa deeply feel the immense power of the passage of time. Meng Pa, do you know what state Zheng Yu is in now? A concerned voice suddenly came from behind, and Meng Pa turned around. At that moment, Zheng Yu was lying on the bed, his complexion fluctuating, sometimes ashen like frost, sometimes purple like a bruise, his breath extremely unstable, weak and chaotic, like a candle flickering in the wind. Wei Lan and Luo Qian stood on either side of Zheng Yu with serious expressions, fully exerting their own power to stabilize the agitated holy power within him. Chapter 438. Source of Nature. At this moment, the room was filled with members of the Feiyun sect, along with Meng Pa, Heibai Wuchang from the underworld, and Ku and Zhou Huowu. Upon careful consideration, these people could be trusted. Thus, after a brief pause, Luo Qian spoke candidly. That's right. When Zheng Yu's physical body was unfortunately destroyed, it was the Mountain Emperor who used the blood and flesh of the ancestor dragon to help him rebuild his body. Later, he became the holy son of the Feiyun sect and refined a drop of ancestor dragon's essence blood. Mo Fan and Yi Qing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They had personally participated in that intense competition, especially Mo Fan, if he hadn't encountered Lin Qingyu during the match. That drop of ancestor dragon's essence blood would likely have been his. That drop of ancestor dragon's essence blood has now been successfully refined by him. Ku, is there a reason you are asking this? Luo Qian inquired. Your Majesty, to be honest, the Dragon Clan is preparing to open the Ancestor Dragon Hall, Ku replied. She had close ties with the Dragon Clan, and thus knew this major secret. Oh, Luo Qian was somewhat surprised, then narrowed his eyes, intertwining his long fingers, contemplating. Could it be that they want to recreate the Ancestor Dragon? The Ancestor Dragon Hall is the burial place of the Ancestor Dragon. Chapter 439. Taya within the Divine Crystal. Gray water, transformed from the laws of the dead, surged like tumultuous waves, while above the gray water, a six-colored wheel steadily pressed down on the divine crystal, preventing the laws of the dead water from spilling out at will. Moreover, a vibrant green vine slowly spread upward from the bottom, tightly wrapping around the divine crystal, keeping it from shaking violently. Although Zheng Yu had previously fallen into a deep sleep, he still heard some of the words from the outside. He guessed that this green vine must have been created by Ku's use of the laws of nature. You heard Princess Ku's words just now. What are your thoughts? Luo Qian asked. The essence blood of the Ancestor Dragon is now Zheng Yu's private possession, so this matter still requires his own opinion. I don't know what impact it will have on me if the essence blood of the Ancestor Dragon is taken away. Even if I really have to give it to the Dragon Clan, they must compensate me adequately, Zheng Yu said cautiously. However, this is a separate matter from whether I can ascend the Dragon Soul Mountain and use the Dragon Clan source of nature to solve the problems on my body. Master, there should be more treasures containing the laws of nature than just the source of nature, right? Zheng Yu turned to look at Luo Qian, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Chapter 440. Small Dirt Pit Open. Luo Qian shouted, his voice resonating throughout the entire small world like a bell. At the same time, a crimson golden light burst forth from his fingertip, resembling an unparalleled sharp sword, directly piercing the golden rod. The golden rod trembled violently under the impact of this powerful force. And 3 runes, skillfully guided by Luo Qian, fell towards Zheng Yu's head. Zheng Yu's consciousness instantly surged violently, as if it were facing a terrible storm. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his cheeks as he exerted all his strength to guide the runes, which contained powerful laws, into his consciousness sea. However, the already restless death laws and reincarnation wheel within the consciousness sea seemed to sense an external threat and surged wildly, fiercely blocking the entry of the 3 runes. Seeing this, Luo Qian acted again. Illusory images of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers emerged around his body, radiating brilliant light, as if gathering the power of the entire universe. A dazzling light curtain instantly enveloped Zheng Yu, and the power of the small world surged in like a rushing torrent, continuously pouring into the light curtain, helping the 3 runes break through the heavy obstacles and successfully merge with Zheng Yu's consciousness sea. Chapter 441. Debt Collection 3 years ago. The main branch of the Feiyun sect was sealed off. Due to Zheng Yu's physical destruction, Luo Qian had no choice but to hurriedly leave Blue Star with his remnant soul. Since then, under the instigation of Xianfeng Valley and various sinister forces, the various branches and influences of the Feiyun sect that had been painstakingly established in Blue Star dissipated at an astonishing speed. Gao Chong, an elder of the outer sect of the Feiyun sect, naturally could not escape this disaster. In his storeroom, a large number of storage items made from precious meteorites were completely looted overnight, and those suppliers who had paid part of the fees in advance, unable to receive their goods for a long time, were filled with indignation and would not let it go easily. Thus, they stormed into the Gao family, causing chaos. At that time, Li Dao, the person in charge of the Feiyun sect in Blue Star, was doing his utmost to maintain the core team of Chang'an. Stretched thin and unable to attend to the difficulties faced by small branches like the Gao family in Mian City. With no way out, Gao Chong could only sell his assets and struggle alone. Over the past 3 years, he had been running around, maneuvering among various parties, every step taken with immense difficulty. Chapter 442, Forced Marriage? Gao Chong trembled with rage, and before him, Deng Zhen, who was not only ugly but also fat and had been divorced 3 times at a young age, was definitely not a suitable match for Gao Qian. Thus, he glared at Deng Zhen and shouted angrily, "You little brat, you're simply taking advantage of the fire. Even if my Gao family has to sell everything, we will not push our daughter into the fire pit. Uncle Gao, I didn't complain about your family's debts. Yet you still have the nerve to complain about me." Deng Zhen curled his lip and turned to Gao Qian, saying, "Qian, you say, do you want it or not? If not, we'll have to ask you to leave. Let us not say anything else. At least this house must be vacated." Gao Qian's face flushed with anger as she replied furiously, "Deng Zhen, don't get your hopes up. I would rather die than marry someone like you." Deng Zhen, however, was unfazed and stepped forward, glaring at Gao Qian, threatening viciously, "Gao Qian, don't make me force you. If you don't agree today, I'll have someone take this house by force." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men in black suits emerged behind him, standing in a row with a fierce aura. "Let us see who dares." Gao Chong shouted loudly, his aura erupting instantaneously, sharp metallic spiritual energy wrapping around him like a substance, emanating a fierce presence. Chapter 443. The elder arrives. Gao Chong's sunken chest rapidly recovered at a visible speed, and the previously weak and languid aura significantly improved, the pale face gradually regaining color, making him look much more spirited. Once he came to his senses, Gao Chong's gaze instantly froze, staring dazedly at the young face. Although this face had long lost its youthful innocence, he immediately recalled the scene of meeting Zheng Yu for the first time. "Zheng Yu, is that you?" Gao Chong still found it hard to believe everything before him. He had always thought Zheng Yu was dead, yet he never expected to see him appear before him in such a shocking manner at this critical moment. More importantly, he clearly saw that Zheng Yu had just torn through space to arrive. Tearing through space was something only a saint-level powerhouse could accomplish. How many years had it been? Zheng Yu had actually become a saint? "Yes, Uncle Gao. Long time no see," Zheng Yu said with a smile. Seeing the admiration in Gao Qian's eyes that had never been there before, Deng Zhen's jealousy burned like a raging fire, almost consuming him and driving him to madness. "Damn it, who are you?" He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 444. Accomplished child, don't be afraid, with me here. Who dares to kill you? Deng Ai's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, carrying a reassuring power. When Deng Zhen saw his backing appear, he was overjoyed and hurriedly pointed a trembling finger at Zheng Yu, gritting his teeth. "Uncle, it's him. It's this bastard who just attacked me and even tried to kill me." Gao Chong's heart tightened at this scene. He truly did not expect Deng Zhen to have called out a divine-level powerhouse. Just the domineering way Deng Ai appeared brought him immense pressure, and a trace of worry for Zheng Yu surged in his heart. The others present also concluded that this young man was definitely facing disaster this time. After all, even if he was a saint-level powerhouse, no matter how outstanding his talent was, he would have no chance against a divine-level powerhouse. Deng Ai followed the direction of Deng Zhen's finger and quickly locked onto Zheng Yu, who was quietly standing in place. In the next moment, the intense killing intent in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. The massive white fog slowly shrank, eventually landing and transforming into Zheng AI's avatar. Zheng AI slightly cupped his hands, his expression becoming respectful, and cautiously asked, "May I ask if this is the saint son of the Feiyun sect, Zheng? Chapter 445. A matter of one sentence, are you saying that it's not Xianfeng Valley behind the scenes, but the Zheng family acting on their own?" Zheng pressed on. Zheng AI stood there, momentarily unsure how to answer. He wasn't the leader or saint of Xianfeng Valley, so he naturally did not dare to speak on behalf of the sect. But if he admitted it was the Zheng family's doing, with Zheng Yu's temper and the forces behind him, it was likely that no one else would need to lift a finger, and the Zheng family could be easily wiped out. He couldn't help but glance back at Zheng Zhen, secretly pondering that the rest were fine. But his sister-in-law and this child must not lose their lives because of this. This must be a baseless accusation. Our Zheng family absolutely knows nothing about this matter. Zheng AI glared at Zhao Weiming, and seeing Zheng Yu's increasingly grim expression, he quickly added, "Of course, our Zheng family is willing to make compensation. We are willing to reimburse the lost items of the Feiyun sect at their original price." Zheng Yu's expression eased slightly. "What about the interest?" Zheng AI's expression stiffened. He understood that Zheng Yu must have already recovered the losses from the Zhao family. What the Zheng family was offering now was merely compensation. But this saint's son was actually still demanding interest, which was rather greedy. Chapter 446. Dragon Clan. The daughter regained her senses. Gao Chong gently patted Gao Qian's shoulder. Gao Qian was standing in front of the window, staring blankly at the garden. In the evening, after they had finished dinner, they took a stroll in the garden. And Zheng Yu's figure seemed to linger in every corner, hard to shake off. Seeing that Gao Qian did not respond, Gao Chong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zheng Yu's return was originally a thing to celebrate for him, but at this moment, he felt a hint of worry. He knew his daughter too well and understood that she had deeply loved Zheng Yu all these years. He had introduced many talented young men to her over the years, but she wouldn't even glance at them, completely immersed in her longing for Zheng Yu. He had thought that perhaps time could slowly dull her feelings after she believed Zheng Yu had passed away, allowing her to start a new life. But unexpectedly, Zheng Yu returned in such a dazzling manner. Now, he was undoubtedly even more outstanding and had experienced this classic hero-saving beauty scenario today. His silly daughter would probably find it hard to forget for the rest of her life. Gao Chong did not intend to stop his daughter from pursuing true love. It was just that the gap between the two was now too vast. Chapter 447. Long Mei. What rich spiritual energy. Meng Pa closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the air, scented with grass and wood, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. What a familiar smell. The star domain where the Dragon Clan resides is one of the few places in the universe that has remained intact since ancient times. Looking at the rolling mountains and forests below, Meng Pa seemed to drift back to the years of cultivating in the heavenly palace. Memories of fighting alongside her companions flooding her mind like a tide. Senior Meng Pa, was it like this in ancient times? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Of course. In ancient times, the spiritual energy was much more abundant than now, and the growth of various trees was quite exaggerated. They could grow into towering trees in just over a decade, Meng Pa replied. The current appearance of the Dragon Clan is a true reflection of most regions in ancient times. Let us go. Everyone be careful and mind your breath, Ku reminded. They had now entered the Dragon Clan's territory, and below the ground might be a sleeping giant dragon. If they woke it up, they could very likely face an attack. The Dragon Clan was a race that loved to sleep, and their morning grumpiness was quite serious. Chapter 448. Long Men Jun and Long Mei. Don't be reckless. Ku stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Zheng Yu is the holy son of Feiyun sect, a direct disciple of Emperor Qian Kuei, and also a disciple of the Mountain Emperor. Are you trying to bring trouble to your Dragon Clan? Hearing these two titles, even the fearless Long Mei couldn't help but shrink her neck. But thinking of her brother Long Yue, she gathered her courage. Princess Ku, then let's go together. I can lead the way. It's no trouble, right? No need to trouble yourself. Ku waved her hand. I've already sent a message to Long Men Jun. He'll be here shortly. Long Mei furrowed her brows even tighter. What? The princess of the Zhuke clan won't even give me. The princess of the Dragon Clan? Face? The air was thickening with tension when suddenly a rapid sound of breaking the air came from afar. A towering figure accompanied by dozens of Dragon Clan experts stepped through the air, and from a distance he shouted, Long Mei, don't be rude. This is a guest I personally invited. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kayu's eyes instantly brightened, and she turned to Zheng Yu to introduce, Zheng Yu, this is Long Minjun. Zheng Yu looked up. Long Minjun was tall and broad-shouldered, with a square face, exuding righteousness, which gave him a good impression. Chapter 449. The requirements of the ethereal immortal realm. Thank you for your hard work. You could go down now. The old man waved his hand, his voice flat. Long Minjun was taken aback. Although he was reluctant, he still bowed and stepped back. I have met the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. My master, Emperor Qiankai, sends his regards to you. Zheng Yu stepped forward and respectfully bowed. That old guy wouldn't be so polite. The old man smiled, revealing a few yellow teeth. Pointing to the stone chair below, get up, holy son Zheng Yu. I'm Long Quan, and these are our elders. Fei Yun, Sect Zheng Igreku. Greetings to clan leader Long Quan and the three elders. Zheng Yu bowed again. Everyone, please take a seat. With a wave of Long Chuan's hand, 4 stone chairs suddenly appeared behind Zheng Yu and the others. The motion fluid and without any fluctuation of spiritual power. Meng Po instinctively clenched her hands, her heart trembling. Just a glance from the old man earlier almost triggered her internal small world to react, a reaction that only occurred under extreme pressure. The strength of this person was likely not inferior to that of the King of Hell in his prime. However, Zheng Yu sat down calmly. Although Long Quan was strong, there was still a gap compared to the Mountain Emperor, and he could handle it with composure. Kyu, thank you for this. Long Quan looked at Kyu. Chapter 450. The Mountain Emperor's visit of the 5 drops of dragon blood. 3 were successfully refined by Long Minjun, while 2 were absorbed by Long Yue. Both of these were of medium divine realm, much stronger than Chen Sheng. Only the weak divine realm? Then it can indeed be considered for him to participate. Ordinary people would not be a match for a dragon clan's outstanding talents. The middle-aged elder, whose face was flushed, also spoke confidently. The dragon clan's talents were exceptional. While they wouldn't dare to claim invincibility among the same rank, they were definitely outstanding among their peers. Especially since Long Minjun and Long Yue were top talents carefully nurtured by the Dragon Clan. The ethereal immortal realm has a large influence. And I do indeed have the idea of letting him participate, Long Quan said, but I'm worried about Chen Sheng's real combat strength. After all, he was nurtured by the ethereal immortal realm, and we must not underestimate him. If Long Minjun and Long Yue lose to someone of the weak divine realm, it would only prove that we are not as skilled. The middle-aged elder, with a flushed face, remained confident about the Dragon Clan's combat strength. After a heated discussion, everyone finally reached a consensus. They agreed to the requirements of the ethereal immortal realm and let Chen Sheng participate in the trial of the ancestral Dragon Hall. But they would try to secretly assist Long Minjun and Long Yue without being noticed. Chapter 451. Long Mei's temptation. All right, then I'll add an ancestral dragon's head to the deal. How about that? The Mountain Emperor said, Long Quan, you've been in the heavenly sovereign realm for some years now. Don't you want to take another step forward? The Mountain Emperor's words hit Long Chuan's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his eyes to suddenly shine with excitement. The ancestral dragon's head contains part of the ancestral dragon's great power. If he could obtain it, while it might not guarantee him a promotion to the supreme realm, it would at least enhance his current strength by a third. Mountain Emperor, is this true? Are you really willing to return the ancestral dragon's head? Long Quan asked excitedly. When my Feiyun sect obtained the ancestral dragon's head, it was to use the great array of the Zhou Tian to refine the malevolent energy within. Now, thousands of years have passed, and the malevolent energy inside has long been eliminated. I naturally wish to return it, the Mountain Emperor explained calmly. Good. Then I agree to let Zheng Yu join the trial of the ancestral Dragon Hall. Long Quan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If he could further improve his strength, even in this age of great conflict, he would have enough confidence to ensure the safety of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, based on his previous observations of Zheng Yu, there was absolutely no way Zheng Yu could be a match for Long Tao and the others. Chapter 452. The Ancestors' Arrangement. Zheng Yu remained unmoved. He operated the laws of death within him to the extreme, and the faint gray mist around him became increasingly solid, tightly wrapping him within. Long Mei, this is my room. Please leave quickly. Zheng Yu said, otherwise, I will have no choice but to report this matter to clan leader Long Quan tomorrow. Seeing his indifference, a flash of anger crossed Long Mei's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Thinking of the purpose of her visit, she forced a smile and said, Brother Zheng Yu, why must you keep me at a distance? I simply admire your style and wish to get closer to you. Saying this, She reached out her delicate hand, pretending to touch Zheng Yu's sleeve. "Long Mei, you've gone too far." Zheng Yu snapped, his form unmoving, but a torrent of imposing death energy surged out like a raging tide, blocking Long Mei's hand in midair. Although Zheng Yu believed he had some charm, he was not confident enough to think that Long Mei, the young lady of the Dragon Clan, would fall for him after just one meeting. There must be some hidden truth behind this. Long Mei's hand was forcefully rebuffed by the death energy, and the charm she had deliberately created faded instantly, replaced by a look of anger and embarrassment. Chapter 453. The news spreads here to cause trouble again? Zheng Yu pondered silently, his eyes slightly shifting. The appearance of Elder Long Yin seemed to indicate an extreme fear of the ancestor, which made him curious about what the ancestor had done to instill such caution in this elder. He silently noted this in his heart, then respectfully replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I will definitely act cautiously." "Brother Zheng Yu, go for it. I really want to see what level of natural source you can capture this time," Long Minjun said enthusiastically. "Is there a level distinction for natural sources?" Zheng Yu was slightly startled, as he truly knew nothing about this aspect. Seeing his reaction, Elder Long Yin began to explain. "The natural source is actually the energy that has overflowed from deceased members of our Dragon Clan, a product that merges with the natural principles comprehended by Ancestor Dachin. It can not only aid in improving cultivation, but also stabilize the foundation of practice. Truly a rare treasure. Generally, according to the cultivation level of the deceased clan members, natural sources can be divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Of course, there is also a very special existence known as the Dachin source, which is a product formed from the externalized power of Ancestor Dachin himself. Consider the most powerful natural source." Chapter 454. Entering Dragon Soul Mountain. This is Dragon Soul Mountain. Holy Son Zheng Yu, take this token, and you can enter. Elder Long Yin solemnly handed over an ancient bronze token. The token was engraved with ancient patterns and embedded with a palm-sized white dragon scale, which shimmered with a gentle glow. Following this mountain path, there will naturally be opportunities to guide you in obtaining the natural source. But whether you can seize it depends entirely on your own fortune. Zheng Yu took the token with both hands, raised his eyes, and saw a winding path in the mountains, seeming like a passage to a mysterious world. He thanked her and, without any hesitation, directly headed towards Dragon Soul Mountain. "Zheng Yu, go for it." Encouraging shouts from Jiang Xia reached his ears. Zheng Yu turned back, showing Jiang Xia a confident smile, and then his figure gradually disappeared into the forest, out of sight. "Elder Long Yin, what exactly is going on?" After seeing Zheng Yu enter the mountain, Long Minjun immediately asked impatiently. Although he had previously appeared relaxed, he was actually very concerned about the final ownership of that drop of ancestral dragon blood on Zheng Yu. Elder Long Yin frowned slightly and quietly recounted the whole story to Long Minjun. Chapter 455. The friendly spirit. The trees in Dragon Soul Mountain were much sturdier than those outside, with dark green vines coiling around the black trunks like giant pythons. The air was filled with the damp smell of soil, mixed with a strange herbal fragrance. The fallen leaves underfoot crunched softly as Zheng Yu held the feather at his waist, his gaze filled with suspicion, staring intently at the spirit not far away. Then, he cautiously took a few steps forward. Although he was very cautious, the anticipated attack still did not come. The giant spirit merely tilted its head, looking at Zheng Yu, its transparent scales gently fluttering, creating a shower of tiny light spots in the sunlight. As Zheng Yu gradually approached, it even slowly moved forward half a step, then stretched out its claw to gently touch the tip of Zheng Yu's boot. Zheng Yu's brow furrowed slightly, and the hand that had been tightly gripping the feather unconsciously relaxed a bit. He slowed his breathing and retracted the outward flowing holy power. A strange thing happened. As his breath returned, the initial timidity in the spirit's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a friendly demeanor. It circled around Zheng Yu's ankle with its large head, gently rubbing against him, looking like a giant cat being affectionate, extremely docile. Chapter 456. The moment of crisis. I'm leaving. Zheng Yu waved at the spirit in front of him and then turned to leave. As for the natural source on the leaf, he did not take it. The token given by Elder Long Yin had a formation that could detect it. According to the rules, one person could only absorb one piece of natural source, and even if there were more, it could not be taken out. The spirit followed Zheng Yu for a short distance before reluctantly returning. The fallen leaves underfoot piled up thicker and thicker, reaching his ankles. Zheng Yu walked deeper into Dragon Soul Mountain, stepping carefully as the surrounding mist thickened, and the towering ancient trees' branches intertwined to obscure the sky. Only scattered light spots filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The spiritual energy in the air became increasingly rich, yet carried a faint sense of oppression, making him unconsciously tighten his grip on the feather at his waist. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from ahead, causing the entire forest to tremble. Zheng Yu's heart jolted, and he quickened his pace. After passing through a dense thicket, the sound of rushing water reached him. Upon closer inspection, a massive waterfall hung from the cliff, the water flowing down like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens, crashing into the pool below and sending up sprays of water. Chapter 457. The power of Taya. Deep within Zheng Yu's sea of consciousness, a glowing golden rod slowly appeared. It was surrounded by strands of mysterious runes, and as the light flowed, it seemed to tell an ancient legend. This golden rod spun lazily, and with each rotation, it seemed to stir the laws of power in the world, bursting forth with a dazzling and brilliant golden light, known as the Emperor Weapon Taya. At the same time, as Taya rotated in the sea of consciousness, a gigantic goldenrod phantom appeared above Zheng Yu's head, overshadowing the sun and casting an imposing aura. As soon as the phantom appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be unable to bear the weight, rippling in layers, and then began to subtly shake, emitting a buzzing sound. As if fearing this unparalleled power, an incomparable pressure surged downward with the force of a landslide, directly pinning the creature to the ground. The creature's massive body was firmly pressed against the ground by this weight, unable to move. Although Zheng Yu could not fully utilize the power of Taya at the moment, just a slight display of its edge was enough to leave this creature, which was at the edge of the weaker divine realm, struggling to withstand it. Chapter 458. The Mysterious Monkey. After a moment, Elder Long, Yin shook her head slightly and said, "Everyone need not worry too much. Perhaps this is just a one-time powerful weapon. Moreover, the ancient formation in the Ancestor Dragon Hall can help us restrict him even if Zheng Yu truly possesses an imperial weapon. That's right, no matter what. We absolutely cannot let an outsider become the heir of the Ancestor Dragon." An elder beside her echoed softly. The so-called heir of the Ancestor Dragon is akin to the ancestor of the Dragon Clan descending to the world again. Once this identity is obtained, one can master the path of power and become a terrifying powerhouse worthy of awe. However, what troubles everyone is that Zheng Yu is not a member of the Dragon Clan. If he truly becomes the heir of the Ancestor Dragon, it will be difficult for many Dragon Clan members to accept. Sigh, everyone might as well think positively. Zheng Yu wielding such powerful strength must have encountered a very formidable creature attack. Besides, he is already heavily injured. Whether he can successfully obtain the source of nature is still uncertain. Elder Long, Yin reassured the slightly panicking emotions of the Dragon Clan elders. But she couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. At this moment, her heart had a bit more resentment towards the ethereal fairyland. If it weren't for their unexpected complications, Zheng Yu should have obediently handed over that drop of Ancestor Dragon blood and would not have been involved in the disputes of the Ancestor Dragon Hall. Chapter 459. Father the Monkey moved swiftly through the forest, running at great speed. Zheng Yu did not dare to slack off and closely follow behind. Along the way, they passed through dense forests, crossed rushing rivers, and climbed steep cliffs. As they delved deeper into the center of Dragon Soul Mountain, the scenery here was drastically different from the outskirts. The spiritual energy was so rich it felt tangible. The vegetation was vibrant, and every leaf shimmered with the glow of life. The air was filled with a sacred and ancient aura, as if the sediment of time had condensed here. After running for an unknown amount of time, the monkey finally stopped under a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree soared into the clouds, as if trying to break through the sky. Its trunk was astonishingly thick, requiring a dozen people to hold hands to encircle it. Its branches and leaves were extremely lush, layered upon one another, shading the sky like a gigantic green umbrella. As soon as Zheng Yu approached the ancient tree, he felt a sudden heaviness in his body, as if an invisible mountain pressed down on him, causing his knees to bend involuntarily. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have fallen to the ground on the spot. Even so, this sudden pressure still made Zheng Yu's heart tremble. This was a kind of powerful pressure he was very familiar with, but this time, The pressure was terrifyingly greater than anyone he had encountered before, including that fishing elder of the celestial venerable realm. Chapter 460, Three Paths That Won't Do. Both of these laws are extremely domineering. Even if you step into the divine realm with them, it would be very detrimental to your subsequent cultivation. The girl pondered for a moment and said, Heaven and earth emphasize the harmony of yin and yang. Balance is key. Father, how about this? I teach you the path of nature. What do you think? Balancing the path of death with the path of nature and using the path of reincarnation as a connection should be an excellent solution. Zheng Yu's heart skipped a beat. He truly did not expect things to go so smoothly. If his mother personally taught him the path of nature, it would undoubtedly be the highest opportunity, something that could hardly be sought after. That said, Zheng Yu still hesitated for a moment, pondering whether there were hidden risks involved. However, he quickly realized that with the strength of the person before him, if she had ulterior motives, he would have no power to resist at all. If the senior is willing to help me, that would be wonderful, Zheng Yu cautiously responded, still not accepting the identity of the ancestor dragon. All right, father. Please sit down first. The girl smiled gently. Zheng Yu complied, and then saw the girl carefully searching near the mat. Chapter 461, Waiting Healing. Seeing this, the girl frowned slightly and waved her hand to cast a gentle green light. The green light enveloped Zheng Yu's wound, which healed at a visible speed. However, due to the continued impact of the law's power, the wound soon split open again, and blood once again stained Zheng Yu's back. Just as the girl furrowed her brow and appeared somewhat anxious, Zheng Yu struggled to utter two words. Reincarnation. As these two words left his mouth, a point of colorful light suddenly illuminated deep within Zheng Yu's sea of consciousness, forming the reincarnation disc from the power of King Yanluo. Zheng Yu focused his mind, guiding the reincarnation disc to hover at the center of the disc. With the addition of the reincarnation disc, the laws of death and nature surged once more. The originally formed disc seemed to show signs of breaking apart again. At the critical moment, colorful rays of light spread from the reincarnation disc like a fine spider web, connecting the emerald green nature law with the deep gray death law. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and the disc slowly began to rotate around the axis of the reincarnation law. Zheng Yu closed his eyes, his breath gradually stabilizing, and a powerful aura began to converge within him. Chapter 462. Coming out of the mountain beside the two, Long Mei also stood quietly, not saying a word. Her slender arms were crossed over her chest, and her beautiful eyes gazed at the tranquil dragon Soul Mountain in the distance. Ever since that night when she had contact with Zheng Yu, her impression of him had somewhat changed. Although she still did not particularly like Zheng Yu, she had to admit that his will was quite remarkable and not to be underestimated. The sunset was blood red, hanging diagonally in the distant sky, casting dark red afterglow downwards, as if draping a layer of dreamlike veil over all things in the world. Time flowed quietly without notice, and in the blink of an eye, another day was about to pass. Many Dragon Clan members, seeing that there was still no movement from Zheng Yu, gradually left the scene. Just when everyone thought Zheng Yu would not appear today either, the originally calm sky suddenly changed. Thick dark clouds rolled in like ink, resembling a giant black curtain that obscured the sky. Within the dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashed, and thick bolts of lightning darted through, with rumbling sounds like rolling spring thunder echoing across the heavens and the earth, causing the eardrums to ache. Something's not right. Long Quan immediately sensed the anomaly in the sky, and his expression instantly turned serious. Chapter 463. Sparring a bit? Zheng Yu, have you found and successfully refined a source of virtue? Long Yan's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized Zheng Yu, slowly asking. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu gently nodded, unable to suppress a slight smile, a flash of unhidden joy in his eyes. To be precise, it wasn't just one, but 3 sources of virtue. Reflecting on the wonderful experiences and rich gains from this trip to Longhan Mountain, even Zheng Yu's usual composure couldn't help but break into a grin. These 3 sources of virtue not only successfully healed the injuries in his sea of consciousness caused by the conflict of laws, but also allowed him to absorb the vast and powerful natural path, elevating his understanding of the laws to a new level. Additionally, they helped him smoothly break through the bottleneck and step into the divine rank. How could such a fortuitous opportunity not excite him? Zheng Yu privately estimated that his overall strength had increased by at least more than double compared to before. You truly have extraordinary luck. Long Yin looked at Zheng Yu, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes before she spoke. As she said this, the dragon elders behind her also cast envious glances at Zheng Yu. The source of virtue is extremely rare, containing not only the purest natural laws, but also preserving the aura of the ancestors, aiding in the evolution of the dragon clan's bloodline. Chapter 464. Indestructible golden armor. On the other side, Jiang Xia, with a worried expression, quietly asked Meng Po, "Senior, do you think Zheng Yu can win this competition?" Meng Po's gaze was deep, and her tone was certain as she said, "Don't worry, girl. Zheng Yu cannot lose." Just a moment ago, when Zheng Yu appeared, Meng Po even sensed a trace of the aura of the true monarch. Since Zheng Yu has the demeanor of a true monarch, he should be invincible at the same level now. "Zheng Yu, I respect your status as the holy son of Fei Yun's sect, but the ancestral dragon inheritance is a matter of utmost importance to my dragon clan, and I will never easily hand it over to you," Long Tao said in a deep voice. Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "Brother Long Tao, you are mistaken. This drop of ancestral dragon essence blood on me was fought for by my predecessors of Fei Yun's sect through great hardships. In other words, my qualification to enter the ancestral dragon hall was granted by my predecessors, not taken from your dragon clan. So now, it is you who are trying to rob me of the qualification to compete for the ancestral dragon inheritance, not me asking you to hand it over to me." Long Tao's face instantly darkened, thinking to himself that Zheng Yu was indeed somewhat unreasonable. A foreigner boldly came to contest their dragon clan's most precious inheritance, which was quite shameless. Chapter 465. Secret Arts of Gods and Demons. Bang. In the arena, the two figures collided violently once again. The next moment, they both retreated several steps at an even faster speed. Long Tao returned to his original position, stretching his body, and a series of cracking sounds erupted from him. He stared at Zheng Yu, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he exclaimed, "No wonder it's the infamous indestructible golden body. It really is somewhat terrifying. Zheng Yu, I admit, I underestimated you earlier." Zheng Yu smiled slightly, not saying a word. The strength of this dragon clan seemed to disappoint him a bit. It did not reach the level of power he had expected. Perhaps sensing the indifference in Zheng Yu's eyes, Long Tao gritted his teeth and said sharply, "Don't be too happy too soon. I was just playing with you earlier. Now I will show you my real skills." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zheng Yu to respond, a deafening dragon roar erupted from his throat. This dragon roar seemed to penetrate the clouds and reach the heavens above. His body quickly became covered in red scales, and his originally tall figure rapidly swelled in that dazzling red light, sharp bone spines protruding from his back, glimmering with a cold light under the sun. A pair of massive dragon wings spread out, blocking the sky and turning the entire sky a bloody red. Chapter 466. Who doesn't he? Wasting time. I thought he really had some remarkable skills, Long Yu said dismissively. Long Mei looked at this scene, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, feeling a bit disappointed. I thought he could really win against Long Tao. Zheng Yu possesses imperial weapons, and if he uses them, Long Tao would definitely not be his opponent. Long Min Jun said softly, "That's for sure. If he uses imperial weapons, let alone Long Tao, the two of us combined wouldn't be his match." Long Yu stretched lazily, saying nonchalantly, "But that doesn't count as his own skill. All right, we've waited so many days for nothing. We can go back and rest, prepare for the day after tomorrow." Just as Long Yu's voice fell, his expression suddenly changed, and his gaze quickly turned. He saw Zheng Yu in the arena slowly raising his long hand, a confident smile appearing on his youthful face. "So this phantom can be played like this?" Zheng Yu murmured to himself. "I said the divine crystal was missing, and the spells on it were all gone. It turned out they were hidden here." In midair, Long Tao looked at Zheng Yu, who was talking to himself, and an inexplicable sense of unease flashed through his heart. Chapter 467. Conversation with the master. Seeing that Long Quan had not gone back on his word, Zheng Yu immediately returned the courtesy respectfully, saying, "Thank you, clan leader Long Quan. It is truly a great honor to have the opportunity to participate in the competition for the ancestral dragon inheritance." Long Quan nodded slightly. Although he recognized Zheng Yu's strength, he still had concerns regarding the ancestral dragon inheritance, so he did not say much more. Seeing this, Zheng Yu discreetly exchanged glances with Jiang Xia and the others, and they quickly left together. Once Zheng Yu and his group had departed, Long Quan immediately turned around. his gaze serious as it fell on Long Min Jun and Long Yu, saying solemnly, "You both have just witnessed Zheng Yu's strength. I previously asked you to observe carefully, and now you understand the reason, right?" He paused slightly, his expression growing more solemn. The ancestral dragon inheritance is of great significance and relates to the rise and fall of our dragon clan. Zheng Yu and Chun Sheng from the misty immortal realm cannot be underestimated. We must not let our guard down. Right now, you two are the hope of our dragon clan. In the upcoming competition in the ancestral dragon hall, you must go all out, no matter what. We absolutely cannot allow the ancestral dragon inheritance to fall into the hands of outsiders. Do you understand? Long Min Jun's eyes were firm as he said, "Clan leader, rest assured, I will do my utmost to defend the dignity of the dragon clan at all costs." Chapter 468. The predicament of Feiyun sect. The answer is simple. Luo Qian said succinctly, "The people from a misty immortal realm do not want us to enter the power evaluation conference." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu immediately understood the reason behind it. Previously, he had specifically studied the history of the power evaluation conference. It has been a grand event since the birth of the Misty Universe. This grand event was established by the heavenly Tao itself, and even the misty immortal realm cannot interfere casually. The significance of this grand event is profound. It not only determines the resource distribution pattern in the universe for a certain period in the future, but, more importantly, it also hides an important rule. If a first-level planetary force harbors dissatisfaction towards the rule of the misty immortal realm, it can issue a challenge to it. The heavenly Tao initially set this rule, perhaps to exert some pressure on the misty immortal realm, prompting it to continue growing and improving. However, due to the mysterious fairyland's control over certain heavenly powers, it has remained steadfast through the changes of time, while the various first-level planetary forces have experienced fluctuations. The mysterious fairyland has maintained its transcendent position, and even the once mighty heavenly palace could not destroy it. The mysterious fairyland is hidden above the 9 heavens, like a mysterious illusion, completely unreachable by ordinary people. Chapter 469. The 10th Immortal He, Zhou Jiao. "I see you're itching for a fight, haven't been beaten enough yet." Luo Qian sneered, then waved at Zheng Yu, directly closing the bronze mirror. Zheng Yu's gaze was fixed on the pitch-black bronze mirror, and he felt a sudden tightness in his heart. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Jiao was the sect master of the 9 Heavens sect, a powerful being at the level of a heavenly sovereign. His master had only just entered the super divine stage for a year or two. Could he really face such a powerful opponent? Although worried, Zheng Yu also understood that his concerns were futile at this moment. He forced himself to calm down, carefully sorting through the various powers he had mastered, trying to integrate them to unleash even greater power. Now, the only way to support his sect and master was to become the inheritor of the ancestral dragon's legacy and secure the dragon clan's assistance. In front of the ancestral dragon hall were the mountain cliffs where the clan leader and 4 elders of the dragon clan resided, as well as the dragon clan's council hall. Behind the ancestral dragon hall was a white jade square. In the center of the square stood a coiling dragonstone pillar that soared 1,000 feet high, with golden spiritual light flowing between the dragon scale patterns. Today was the day the ancestral dragon hall opened, and the area around the square was filled with dragons, with dozens of dragon elders standing around the square, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Although the dragon clan did not invite outsiders to witness, no one dared to be careless when it came to matters involving the ancestral dragon's legacy. Chapter 470. Is Zheng Yu also a child of the heavenly path? The update yesterday was short by 1 chapter, which has now been added to the chapter released yesterday. If you have already read it, please refresh and take another look. The ancestral dragon's legacy is within the ancestral dragon hall. Since our ancestor fell, the dragon clan has never gathered 9 drops of ancestral dragon's blood, so we are unclear about the specific method of competing for the ancestral dragon's legacy. But there is no doubt that the first step to entering the ancestral dragon hall is to ascend the high platform. Long Quan waved his hand, and everyone followed his finger to see a platform at the very top of the ancestral dragon hall, deep within which seemed to be a bronze gate. That should be the final place for the competition for the ancestral dragon's legacy. The path ahead has opened. If everyone is ready, then let us set off. As Long Chuan's voice fell, the coiling dragonstone pillars in the white jade square suddenly erupted with soaring golden light. The golden light shot into the sky like pillars of gold, making it almost impossible to look directly at. The massive ancestral dragon hall trembled. and a breath mixed with dragon might, and the dust of time rushed towards them. As the golden light dissipated, everyone saw a winding staircase of stone, spiraling upward, appearing in their line of sight. Chapter 471. Accelerate forward, Longquan. You know that I cultivate cause and effect. Since you have agreed to let the mysterious fairyland participate in the competition for the ancestral dragon's legacy, then your ancestral dragon's legacy is gone. Of course, with me here, the ancestral dragon's legacy cannot fall into the hands of the mysterious fairyland. This was the last thing the Mountain Emperor said during their last meeting. Longquan originally thought that the Mountain Emperor was intentionally trying to scare him, but Zheng Yu's performance at this moment made him suddenly waver. The 10th immortal beside him was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Zheng Yu, saying, "How is this possible? This is the power of the heavenly path. How can he wield the power of the heavenly path?" As one of the closest beings to the heavenly path, the 10th immortal was naturally most familiar with the power of the heavenly path. He recognized at a glance that the power enveloping Zheng Yu was indeed the power of the heavenly path. In fact, every child of the heavenly path possesses the power of the heavenly path, which is also why Chen Sheng was able to quickly cultivate the Azure Dragon Sutra to a decent level after obtaining it last night. However, compared to the power of the heavenly path on Chen Sheng, the intensity of the power of the heavenly path surrounding Zheng Yu at this moment was almost 100 times greater. Could it be that Zheng Yu is also a child of the heavenly path? The 10th immortal couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Chapter 472. Dragon Flame Body Refinement. Zheng Yu. This is the Dragon Flame Body Refinement, a special trial that only appears after stepping onto the 5000th step. Long Mei explained behind Zheng Yu that every additional 500 steps would add another fire dragon, which is also the most difficult part of ascending. In the previous two ladder competitions, only Long Minjun and brother Long Yue successfully endured the final 12 fire dragons for body refinement, and the process was extremely perilous. Zheng Yu frowned slightly, enduring the excruciating pain, and turned back to give Long Mei a grateful smile. Then, after pausing for just a few seconds, he resolutely continued to ascend the ladder. Right now, this was just a single fire dragon, far from enough to make him shrink back. His goal was the top of the ladder. You better slow down. If you go too fast, you definitely won't make it up later. Long Mei couldn't help but remind him again. This time, she also saw the dragon shadow behind Zheng Yu had already grown to 110 inches, which greatly shocked her. When did this guy practice the Azure Dragon Sutra to such a level? Thank you for your kindness, but this won't stop me. Facing Long Mei's kind reminder again, Zheng Yu finally responded aloud. Chapter 473. Taiyu takes action soon. 10 minutes passed, and the number of fire dragons surrounding the three had risen to 11. These 11 fire dragons continuously burned Zheng Yu, Chen Sheng, and Long Minjun's bodies, and they truly felt an unprecedented strong pressure, as if the entire world was squeezing them, with every inch of their skin bearing indescribable pain. To withstand this pressure, the three of them each manifested divine and demonic shadows behind them. These shadows emanated powerful auras, acting like solid shields, doing their utmost to help them bear the terrifying pressure. 9,800 steps. 9,900 steps. Unknowingly, there was only 100 steps left to the top of the ladder. Zheng Yu looked into the distance, and the smooth white bone gate at the end was vaguely visible. At this moment, he sensed a slight tremor in Taiyu within his mind. Although the movement was extremely subtle, Zheng Yu keenly captured it. He hurriedly focused to observe, but Taiyu seemed to have returned to calm, as if the previous tremor was merely his illusion. Boom! Just as Zheng Yu was puzzled, an overwhelming divine power suddenly erupted from within Long Minjun. Chapter 474. Entering the hall, Chen Sheng stared intently at Zheng Yu, his eyes filled with suspicion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Long Minjun, who arrived at the high platform a moment later, was equally astonished at this incredible scene. He had personally experienced the infusion of dragon energy and knew that while the process could enhance strength, it could never have the astonishing effect Zheng Yu was exhibiting at this moment. At this time, the divine and demonic shadows behind Zheng Yu seemed to have been stimulated by some powerful force, their radiance becoming even more brilliant and dazzling. It continuously emits brilliant light, resonating with the power coming from the vastness of the universe, weaving a mysterious and splendid scene. Although the specific appearance of this divine and demonic phantom remains unclear, It is evident that the ancient tree in its left hand has become increasingly lush, with every leaf seemingly containing infinite vitality, vibrant and verdant. While the river of the dead in its right hand roils even more violently, the water churning with a chilling aura, as if connected to the underworld hell. Zheng Yu's realm is also rapidly elevating, and the aura he exudes is completely unlike that of a practitioner who has just entered the elementary divine realm. The richness of the divine power within him is already infinitely close to the intermediate divine realm, surging and boiling within him, as if it could break through some kind of shackles at any moment. Chapter 475. Simple competition rules. This dragon scale floats alone in midair, its edges shimmering with intertwining hues of deep blue and crimson gold, each scale pattern radiating an obscure luster. It appears to be only the size of a palm, yet it seems to contain the weight of an entire galaxy, with the surrounding space-time slightly distorting under its invisible pressure. This is the reverse scale. The reverse scale of the ancestral dragon. Long Yu said excitedly. The reverse scale is the most important scale of the dragon clan and is the core source of a dragon's power. The ancestral dragon scale before us quietly hovers, exuding a terrifying power that sends chills down the spine. As long as one obtains it, they can gain the ancestral dragon's legacy. On the white jade square, Long Quan's expression is solemn. He bites through the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprays out, transforming into a thick blood mist that slowly condenses in the air. Then, he forms seals with his hands like a phantom and suddenly presses down towards the void. In an instant, the white jade pillars surrounding the square seem to be infused with life, radiating a soft and bright light. These lights quickly converge, forming 12 massive light pillars, like sharp swords piercing the sky. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the light pillars intertwine and merge in midair, ultimately weaving into a giant water curtain. Chapter 476. Long Yu's strength. The two fists collide heavily together. With a loud bang, the sound explosion reverberates across the entire grassland. The grass beneath their feet seems to experience an earthquake, continuously cracking open from the center where they stand, with fissures spreading out like spiderwebs. In this intense clash, Long Yu's figure merely sways slightly, while Zheng Yu is forcefully knocked back several steps. At this moment, the Dragon Clan members on the White Jade Square are instantly invigorated. Erupting in cheers, Zheng Yu manages to stabilize himself, his expression becoming particularly grave. His body has been reshaped from the blood and flesh of the ancestral dragon, and he has refined a drop of ancestral dragon essence blood, subsequently absorbing the powers of the Xianming crystal and the Daqin source. Coupled with the earlier boost from the mighty rune, his physical strength is indeed peak. However, in the previous clash with Long Yu, he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage. This is the first time since his cultivation began that he has encountered a foe stronger than himself in physical strength. Even more bizarrely, he distinctly senses that a portion of his power has been rebounded. Could it be the effect of this light shield? Zheng Yu couldn't help but gaze at the azure light shield floating beside Long Yu, his eyes revealing a probing expression. Chapter 477. The second divine and demonic secret technique, however, to everyone's surprise, there is no earth-shattering roar as imagined. The river of the dead is mercilessly swallowed by the whirlpool like a clay ox entering the sea, although some grotesque skeletons struggle to crawl out, attempting to disrupt the structure of the whirlpool and prevent the river of the dead from being swallowed, under the miraculous influence of Long Yu's reversal of the laws. Some souls that were originally drifting in the river of the dead immediately change sides and launch a frenzied attack against those skeletons. They claw and howl. The scene extremely bizarre. It seems you're going to lose. Long Yu's lips curl up slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile as he says to Zheng Yu, "Since this is a battle for the ancestral dragon's legacy, you shouldn't resort to using your protective imperial weapon to attack me, right? Zheng Yu, come on. I'm still waiting to clean you up." At this moment, from the neighboring grassland, Chun Sheng's wildly arrogant laughter can be heard. He stands at a distance, watching the battle here with great interest. Zheng Yu's eyes narrow slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in them, but he does not respond to Chun Sheng's provocation. He looks at Long Yu and says, "You don't need to use such provoking tactics. Don't worry if I really can't defeat you. I can summon the imperial weapon to smash you in an instant." Chapter 478. 5 Spiritual Organs. Zheng Yu gathers his final strength. darting behind Long Yu and delivering a heavy punch aimed at his neck. Long Yu is struck by this punch, his massive body swaying like it has been struck by lightning, and after a few shakes, he ultimately cannot hold on and crashes to the ground. Zheng Yu looks at his fallen figure, but does not continue to strike. After all, Long Yu is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, and the two have no deep-seated hatred. He cannot bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. On the square, everyone witnesses this scene, first falling into silence, then erupting into exclamations of amazement. Although they feel regret over Long Yu's defeat, they are shocked by the tenacity of the two. This battle is undoubtedly the most thrilling duel they have ever seen. Meanwhile, Long Quan and other high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan express more concern upon seeing Long Yu's defeat. Now that the second contestant of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu, has lost the qualification to compete for the Ancestral Dragon's legacy, if Long Min Jun loses again, the Ancestral Dragon's legacy will be completely out of reach for the Dragon Clan. Please, the victor step forward. In the hall, the majestic and ancient voice of the Ancestral Dragon rings out once more. Zheng Yu stands up, striving to calm his intense breathing. Then, he walks down the steps to the next circle. Chapter 479. The Panic of the Dragon Clan. How is that possible? In this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. Long Quan, clan leader, you need not be so astonished. The 10th Immortal wears a meaningful smile, chuckling. Clearly, he had long anticipated this outcome, showing no surprise at all. 5 spiritual organs? How can anyone win against that? Elder Long Yan's expression instantly turns blank, unable to help but murmur to herself. Those 5 spiritual organs perfectly correspond to the 5 elements of power. The lotus flower Chan Sheng struck earlier already possesses the embryonic form and style of a small world. The power it exhibits is certainly not something an ordinary divine rank can withstand. Long Min Jun's defeat is entirely expected. However, the crux of the problem is that, with this, both members of the Dragon Clan participating in the Ancestral Dragon trial have already been eliminated in advance. This undoubtedly signifies that the Dragon Clan is destined to miss out on the Ancestral Dragon's legacy. And the heir to the Ancestral Dragon's legacy will certainly be a non-dragon individual. Upon thinking of this, the 4 elders on the high platform instantly turn as dark as ink. Meanwhile, the numerous Dragon Clan used below quickly realize this, and the entire area falls into a deathly silence, as if time has frozen at this moment. Everyone cheer up. Your Dragon Clan and our mysterious immortal realm will soon become one family. When that time comes, with our immortal lord's protection, isn't that a wonderful thing? The 10th Immortal says leisurely, his words filled with self-satisfaction. Chapter 480. Promotion to Intermediate God. Upon hearing this, Chun Sheng's mouth curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he said, Zheng Yu, do you really think you have the ability to compete with me? After speaking, he slowly took a step forward. Boom! In that instant, an astonishing divine power suddenly erupted from within him, a thick divine force transforming into a colorful hurricane that howled and spiraled in the space behind him. The ground around seemed unable to bear the weight, cracking deeply. At the same time, Chun Sheng's divine power intensity surged at an astonishing speed. A powerful sense of oppression slowly spread out. Zheng Yu's expression instantly became grave. He clearly felt that this divine pressure did not come from a primary god, but was genuine intermediate god pressure. Outside the arena, Long Quan's eyes widened in anger as he stared at the 10th Immortal, questioning, You people from the misty immortal realm actually deceived us. Chun Sheng is clearly an intermediate god. The reason he agreed to let Chun Sheng participate in the Ancestral Dragon trial was that the latter was a primary god at the time, and he believed that Long Min Jun and the others had a good chance of winning. That is incorrect, Chief Long Quan. When we sought you out, Chun Sheng was indeed still a primary god, and you saw it with your own eyes. He has just broken through. The 10th Immortal continued to speak cheerfully, appearing unconcerned. Chapter 481. A glimpse of the truth. Chun Sheng's swordsmanship was indeed somewhat lacking, even appearing as if he were a novice, just starting out, full of flaws. If it weren't for the support provided by the 10,000 Thing seal, he would have likely been defeated long ago. From Zheng Yu's observations of Chun Sheng, it was clear that his strengths lay in various powerful spells, so why would he deliberately choose to compete in swordsmanship? Isn't that essentially exposing his weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths? After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yu sensed the trickery within. looking at Chun Sheng's somewhat pale face. And he had a few guesses in his heart. Chun Sheng, I see your swordsmanship is quite mediocre. In my opinion, you should directly use your strongest move. The lotus attack, so I can see if I can withstand it. I'm afraid if I really bring it out, you'll lose too quickly to even have a chance to react. Chun Sheng sneered, saying, to deal with you, I don't need to use that much effort. Zheng Yu, if you don't want to die too quickly, you might as well obediently practice swordsmanship with me. In fact, Chun Sheng had considered directly using the 5 elements lotus. But the recent intense battle with Long Min Jun had already drained too much of his spiritual energy, and at this moment, his strength had not fully recovered. He needed some time to catch his breath. Chapter 482. Power of the Small World. He actually blocked it, mainly because Chun Sheng had just fought a battle. This time the 5 elements lotus was clearly not as strong as when he fought Long Min Jun regardless. Zheng Yu held on. There was an opportunity. In the square, many Dragon Clan members were discussing fervently, as Zheng Yu's performance surprised many. Daring to block like that. I want to ask how much divine power you have left in you now. Chun Sheng's mouth curled into a smile as he fixed his gaze on Zheng Yu. Not much left, but it should be enough to deal with you. Zheng Yu responded calmly and indifferently. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his chest hard. With a puff, a mouthful of bright red essence blood sprayed out, turning into a mist of blood in the air. Zheng Yu's face also turned pale as paper in that instant, and he looked extremely weak. Zheng Yu is going all out, but at this time, using essence blood. What kind of attack can he still launch? Mengpa couldn't help but murmur to herself. Essence blood is the last reserve of power in the human body. Once consumed, a long time is needed to replenish and recover. Chapter 483. Who can laugh last? The colorful sphere containing the power of the small world emitted a low, rumbling hum before charging fiercely towards Zheng Yu's colorful wheel. The colorful wheel also radiated brilliant light, with 6 paths of reincarnation power operating wildly, countering the colorful sphere. Then, the two collided with a loud bang. A deafening thunderclap echoed through the heavens and earth, and a destructive energy storm erupted from the point of collision, spreading wildly in all directions. The space shattered like broken glass, with huge cracks appearing, and the entire prairie was instantly leveled, dust swirling, obscuring the sky. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation attempted to draw the colorful sphere into the path of reincarnation, trapping it in endless cycles and obliteration. While the power of the small world fought fiercely against it, trying to completely crush the colorful wheel. The two powerful forces clashed, flickering with light. Sometimes the colorful light gaining the upper hand, and other times the 5-colored light pressing down. Zheng Yu and Chun Sheng were both shaken by the powerful shockwaves. Zheng Yu, already weak from earlier consumption, was now struck as if by lightning, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 484. Blood exchange and bone reshaping. It seems that today, you can't escape your fate. Zheng Yu grinned, his white teeth shining in the sunlight. After saying this, he gathered all his strength and heavily slammed the goose feather blade downwards. The indestructible goose feather pierced directly through Chun Sheng's chest like a cold ray of light. Blood gushed out like a fountain as Chun Sheng trembled and reached out his hand, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. The light of life rapidly fading from his eyes. Ultimately, he breathed his last with endless regret, witnessing Chun Sheng die under Zheng Yu's blade. The white jade square instantly erupted in commotion. Many Dragon Clan disciples stared wide-eyed in shock, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. And then bursts of exclamations followed. This intensely fierce competition for the ancestral dragon inheritance ultimately saw Zheng Yu emerge victorious. Zheng Yu actually won. Long Tao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Beside him, Long Mei had a complex expression, in a daze. Her thoughts drifted back to that night, when she had barged into Zheng Yu's room. If Zheng Yu hadn't rejected her then, what would today's outcome have been like? On the high platform, the senior members of the Dragon Clan all frowned, each pondering where the Dragon Clan should go from here. Chapter 485. The Dragon Clan's hesitation. This is a bone exchange. By doing this, Zheng Yu's bones are probably even harder than the clan leaders. Long Min Jun was half sitting on the ground. Although his breath was weak, his face was full of amazement. Ah, what a pity. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh softly, filled with regret. If it weren't for his inadequate strength, the glory and power Zheng Yu was enjoying now would have belonged to him. Forget it, everything has passed. Longman Yun comforted. Lacking in skill is nothing to be ashamed of. After Zheng Yu's blood exchange and bone reshaping, the ancestral dragon's reverse scale flashed brightly, transforming into a stream of light that merged into the divine and demonic shadow behind Zheng Yu. In an instant, the divine and demonic shadow burst forth with brilliant light, a thin layer of scales appearing on its skin surface. The originally vague outline began to become clearer, resembling a magnified version of Zheng Yu. However, this shadow had a kind and benevolent left face that exuded vitality, while its right face was extremely sinister, appearing somewhat hideous and terrifying, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. During the process of the ancestral dragon's reverse scale merging into the divine and demonic shadow, an immense amount of knowledge about the dragon clan and insights into the path of strength surged into Zheng Yu's mind. Chapter 486. Dragon Spring Battle with the 10th Immortal. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Long Quan slowly opened his eyes, sighed deeply, and said, "No matter what, our dragon clan must never commit such treachery against our teachers and ancestors. Since the ancestral dragon inheritance is already established, Zheng Yu is one of us. How can I join forces with outsiders to kill him? The survival of the dragon clan to this day relies on bloodline inheritance and unity." Upon hearing this, the 10th Immortal's expression turned extremely grim. However, before he could speak again to persuade, a hearty laugh suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. As expected of a Long Quan clan leader truly understanding righteousness, it is admirable. Everyone turned to look, only to see Zheng Yu had opened his eyes at some point. Dense divine power flowed around him like a lively stream, making him look imposing and extraordinary. Although he had not completely digested the ancestral dragon's power, he had clearly regained his ability to move. "Good lad, even at this moment, you dare to speak. You are simply seeking your own death." The 10th Immortal, seeing Zheng Yu awaken ahead of time, was immediately filled with anger and embarrassment, a hint of ferocity flashing across his face. With a cold laugh, he wasted no time and launched another attack on Zheng Yu. Chapter 487. Ancestral Dragon Horn. This is the Ancestral Dragon Horn. Many older Dragon Clan elders had already reacted. In ancient times, the Ancestral Dragon Horn had been used several times, and it was said that each time it was used, the Dragon Clan would emerge victorious. However, none of the dragons present had ever heard it before. Many dragons curiously looked towards Zheng Yu, who lifted the bronze horn in his hand, gently placed it to his lips, and then blew lightly. Contrary to the imagined deafening sound, a low and melodious sound wave spread through the air. As the sound wave passed, countless Dragon Clan youths felt a sudden jolt in their bodies, as if some dormant power within them had been awakened, feeling their blood boiling in their veins, filled with inexhaustible strength. Both physical strength, speed, and reaction ability were significantly enhanced in that instant. Zheng Yu could truly master the ancestral dragon horn. If he could obtain this secret method, wouldn't that mean he could control the entire dragon clan? Long Li gazed at the horn in Zheng Yu's hand, a hint of unhidden greed flashing in his eyes. However, just as he was secretly calculating in his heart, the sound wave in his ears suddenly changed. Chapter 488. Immortal Lord. The 10th Immortal traced a line in the void with his fingers, tearing open a rift, then reached in to retrieve a piece of white stone. Long Quan's expression tightened, for this white stone emanated a rich power of the heavenly way, far exceeding his imagination. "Want to trap me? Not in this lifetime. Long Quan, don't forget, we are within the mysterious universe, under the will of the heavenly way." The 10th Immortal sneered, then squeezed hard. The white stone shattered, and the air currents around the 10th Immortal began to swirl violently, forming an enormous silver vortex. Deep within that vortex, a vast cosmic shadow could be faintly seen. This was the world map of the mysterious universe. Long Quan's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he extended both palms and slowly brought them together. In an instant, countless golden chains appeared out of nowhere, clawing towards the illusory world shadow behind the 10th Immortal. "Long Quan, this is the power of the mysterious universe. Do you think you can stop it?" The 10th Immortal's throat emitted a series of ancient and obscure syllables, and with each character he uttered, brilliant points of light detached from the surrounding plants, stones, and clouds. flowing along invisible lines of force into the gradually solidifying shadow behind him. Chapter 489. The deity makes a move. The 10th immortal felt the binding power around him dissipate like smoke, filled with shock and joy, and quickly knelt down, respectfully proclaiming, "Welcome, immortal lord. What are you welcoming? Sigh, you really have no ability and have even implicated Qinsheng." The elder shook his head slightly, his tone carrying obvious reproach. This simple statement felt like a heavy hammer, causing cold sweat to break out on the 10th immortal's back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The might of the immortal lord was evident. "Long Quan, it has been a long time since we last met." The immortal lord's gaze turned to Long Quan. Beneath the dark golden scales, fine beads of sweat had unknowingly begun to seep out, and his throat felt extremely dry as he struggled to say, "Immortal lord, why have you suddenly come?" Indeed, the elder who appeared before them was the supreme being closest to the heavenly way in the mysterious universe. The last time Long Quan saw him was hundreds of years ago. "If I do not come out, wouldn't you drive all the people of my mysterious immortal realm to extinction?" The elder's tone seemed bland, yet it carried an invisible force that made Long Quan tremble slightly. Chapter 490. The immortal lord's retreat. Just as the dragon clan's great formation rose, a blinding light shot up from deep within the dragon domain, directly racing towards the deity. The light was dazzling, as if it had gathered all the brilliance of heaven and earth, making it impossible to look directly at. As the light gradually dissipated, everyone finally saw that it was two pieces of imperial weapons exuding an ancient and heavy aura. One was a 7-foot-long sword, its blade elongated and engraved with lifelike dragon patterns. Those dragon patterns seemed to possess life, moving dynamically on the blade, with strands of sharp sword energy emanating from it, as if it could tear space apart, sending chills down one's spine. The other was an octagonal bronze mirror, its surface flowing with a gentle yellow light, as if containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. Just looking at it a few times could cause dizziness. Deity stretched out her hand to catch these two imperial weapons. Holding the Long Yuan sword, she suspended the Qinquan mirror in front of her. At the same time, the immense power of the ancient dragon clan formation surged like a rushing river, transforming into 9 gigantic dragons, clawing and dancing around her, roaring with might, truly appearing imposing, as if a war god from mythology had descended. So strong, truly worthy of our ancestor. Chapter 491. The powerful mountain emperor Zheng Yu felt a tightness in his heart. The elder's gaze was very calm, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This man was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered. Only the mountain emperor could compare. Deity's small hand slowly tightened, a hint of hesitation appearing in her beautiful eyes. She indeed wanted to help Zheng Yu, but she felt somewhat powerless. The immortal lord's strength far exceeded her imagination. Ensuring the peace of the dragon clan was already her utmost effort. "No, how can you possess such a dense and heavy power of the heavenly Tao?" As he observed Zheng Yu, the immortal lord's brow gradually furrowed, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp light shot out from his murky gaze as he extended his hand forward, seemingly casually gripping lightly. Zheng Yu's brow throbbed violently, a sign that his divine awareness was frantically warning him. Just as he intended to take action, he realized that everything around him seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force. His body was completely out of control, with not even a hint of room to resist. The laws of water within the divine crystal seemed to be frozen, and even the divine and demonic phantoms could not be summoned. In front of the terrifying immortal lord, all of Zheng Yu's means lost their effect. Crack! The space in front of Zheng Yu split open, and an old hand reached toward his neck. Chapter 492. Punishment. Elder. Upon this thought, the anger that had just surged within the immortal lord was forcibly suppressed. He understood that the mountain emperor was merely using the pretense of seeking justice for Zheng Yu, with the true intention of provoking him to act. At their level, any minute factor could become the key to determining victory or defeat. He could not afford to act recklessly. "All right, since that's the case, I shall take my leave." The immortal lord took a deep breath, casting a profound glance at Zheng Yu before his figure flickered and seemed to vanish into thin air, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. The mountain emperor stood quietly in place, merely watching the direction in which the immortal lord left, without making any attempt to intercept him. Once the immortal lord had completely departed, The tense atmosphere in the dragon domain did not immediately dissipate. The Mountain Emperor, with a stature as imposing as a mountain, stood before everyone, the radiant symbols surrounding him gradually dimming, yet his lingering presence still instilled awe in the hearts of the gathered Dragon Clan members. Mountain Emperor, your arrival this time is too timely and crucial. Long Quan stepped forward and said. Daqin did not know the Mountain Emperor, so it was natural for him to take the lead in this situation. The Mountain Emperor's enormous body slowly shrank before transforming into a streak of flowing light, disappearing into the horizon, heading who knows where.